Chapter 161 Update. Looking at the number of draws, Yifeng thought that he should get something practical this time. And he didn't know what he could give himself. Yifeng took a deep breath before using the lottery once. Ding! System prompt. Do you want to use one lottery draw number? Yes. There are still 10 grids. And there are still 10 kinds of things. But the last thing Yifeng wants now is to equip weapons. Because Yifeng knows that the artifact in his hand is enough to defy the heavens. And even if it is a weapon, it may not be as good as this. He also wasted his lottery draw times in vain. The finger began to rotate rapidly. And Yifeng kept shouting in his heart, skill, skill. Because what Yifeng wants most right now is skills. And other things seem to be of little use. The rapidly rotating pointer began to slow down. As the pointer decelerated, Yifeng's heartbeat kept accelerating. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on obtaining the skill book clone terminology. Yifeng jumped up happily, completely unaware of where he was now. I wonder if this guy is a fool. Why is he suddenly so happy? Damn. You scared me. Isn't this Yifeng? Why did you get so startled? Is it Yifeng? Are all great gods so nervous? Yifeng touched his head awkwardly and smiled sheepishly, which made others think that he was probably a fool. Yifeng looked calm on the surface, but opened his backpack with excitement. Inside was a skill book he had just won through a lottery. Clone Technique, a very mysterious skill book. After using this skill book, you can separate a character that is exactly the same as the original character. The attack power is only 10% of the original character. It has the same abilities as the original character. It is controlled by the original character, and is instantaneous. Yifeng was stunned for a moment. Wasn't this just prepared for him? Someone was watching him. Yifeng looked around and at the sky. Someone was definitely watching him. Otherwise, how would he know that he needed such a clone? Otherwise, how would he participate in the next battle of glory? Ding! System prompt. Do you want to use the skill book clone? Yes. There was an additional clone skill in Yifeng's skill bar. Yifeng walked to an uninhabited corner and directly clicked on the clone skill. The next moment, a player who was exactly the same as himself appeared next to him. Even the staff in his hand was the same. Yifeng was shocked. If this clone also had a magical weapon, wouldn't he really be invincible in the world? Yifeng tried to control himself next to him. And soon Yifeng discovered that this guy was indeed under his control, and had exactly the same skills as himself. But only the clone skills did not exist. It seems that the system is not stupid. If it does, Yifeng can tell it with hundreds of them. Even if they have 10% combat power, their combat capabilities are not small. After understanding his new skills, Yifeng cut off the clone, and the self next to him slowly disappeared. With this clone, Yifeng no longer has to worry about the subsequent battle of glory. Of course, with this clone, Yifeng can better control the battle of glory, which makes me happy just thinking about it. After going offline, Yifeng fell asleep because he had to go back tomorrow. So he had to sleep. The next morning, Yifeng took Zizou and Yanyu and embarked on the return journey. Although it had only been 10 days since he returned home, Yifeng was still satisfied. Although it is uncomfortable to say goodbye, leaving now is for a better future. So Yifeng and the others left. In less than a week, Yichio will also go to school. This time Yichio's tuition fees have been paid in advance by Yifeng. Not only living expenses, but also pocket money and food expenses. Yifeng is very good to the sister. It's a pity that even after leaving, Shinwei did not show up. He only met him once on the second day of the Lunar New Year, and never saw him again. I don't know what mysteries about this guy are. When they got home, it was already evening. After the three of them leveled up in the evening, Yifeng took Zizou to her hometown the next day. After staying for 2 days, Yifeng and the others came back again. This time following Yanyu back to her hometown. Home. Anyway, a week has passed since I came back and forth. When Yifeng stepped into the house again, he lay directly on the sofa. Said, "This is the busiest first month of my life. Damn. I'm so exhausted." At this time, Yanyu came over with a glass of water, handed it to Yifeng's hand, and said, "Thank you. Drink the water." "Wow. You guys are back. I thought you wouldn't be able to catch up." Yifeng said, "What can't you catch up with? Tomorrow, Fantasy World will be shut down for maintenance for 2 hours, and Battle of Glory will be activated. Don't you know?" Yifeng rubbed his temples. Yanyu on the side took Yifeng's hand away and started rubbing it for Yifeng himself. Yifeng said, I have been so busy these past few days that I have forgotten everything. A week has passed so quickly, and I almost missed something. What's wrong? Are you going somewhere? Yin Yu asked. That's right. Isn't this a glorious battle? It would be a disaster if you miss it. Zissou on the side said, It's true. I'm here. And Sister Yin Yu also knows it. Yin Yu smiled and nodded. Yifeng rubbed his eyes and said, Let's talk tomorrow. I'm going to bed first. I'm too tired. Well, go ahead. When Yifeng went back to his room to sleep, Yin Yu and Zissou had a quiet conversation. As for what they were talking about, Yifeng had no idea. Only they knew. The next day, at 3 o'clock in the morning, Yifeng finally got up. Not surprisingly, the game was undergoing maintenance. From 8 a.m. to 10 a.m., Yifeng was sitting on the sofa in the living room, turning on his phone and browsing the Fantasy World forum, which contained the content of this maintenance. The Battle of Glory is fully open, divided into individual battles and team battles. The personal battle starts first, and after the individual battle is over, it is the team battle. The gem setting system is fully enabled. Only equipment of blue or above can be equipped with gems. The gems are divided into attack and defense types. Weapons can only be equipped with attack type gems, while the other 3 pieces can only be equipped with defensive gems. Clothes, shoes, and hand guards are commonly known as the outer 3 pieces. Helmets, necklaces, belts, rings, and weapons can all be equipped with attack gems. Any piece of equipment can only be inlaid with 1 gemstone of the same quality. Each piece of equipment can only be inlaid with 2 gemstones. Orange or above can be inlaid with 3 gemstones. Attack gems, brilliant gems, all attribute damage. Attribute Tiangang gems, divided into fire, water, poison, electricity, ice, gold, increase single attribute damage. Critical hit gems, increase critical hits. Defense gems, tenacity gems, reduce damage from players and wild monsters. Blood gems, increase one's own health. Light gems, increase one's own defense. All gems are divided into primary gems, intermediate gems, advanced gems, top grade gems, fairy gems and divine gems. Gem refining system. 5 primary gems are combined into a mid-level gem. 5 intermediate gems are combined into a high-level gem. 5 high-level gems are combined into a top-grade gem. And so on, up to the highest level available at the moment. The level 40 Dungeon Demon Palace is now open. The weapon and equipment creation system is open. Players can collect various grades of materials from blacksmiths in major main cities to create their favorite equipment and weapons. Chapter 162 The Battle of Glory begins. Looking at the game update project. Overall it is a good thing. But it is not a good thing either. The Battle of Glory is what everyone is looking forward to. But the gem system may cause harm to ordinary players. After all, gems are definitely expensive and only rich people and big guilds can afford them. But it's not all bad for ordinary players. Because Fantasy World does not sell anything. Everything is revealed in the game. So ordinary players have another way to make money. In addition to equipment, gems can also bring them benefits. What surprised Yifeng the most was that Wensher directly opened the Demon Palace copy. It seemed that Wensher had his own plan. But today Cici and Xiaobai are also here. But they are here to move things. They no longer plan to live here. After all, light bulbs have become a bit unbearable after a long time. And they also have their own plans. Yifeng and the others couldn't force it. According to Zissou, they re-signed a contract with Bihai. Because Fantasy World is different from the previous games. Many members' previous low-price contracts were changed, and their salaries were also increased. But Zissou did not re-sign the contract. Because Zissou knew that Yifeng wanted to establish a gang on his own. And it was impossible for him to stay in the Bihai Union. Signing a contract is a kind of responsibility. Of course, it is okay for ordinary members to unilaterally breach the contract. It's just a month's salary reduction. If I lose one person, you lose a month's salary, which is offset by the loss. Fortunately, Zissou is an ordinary member. If Yin from before was not okay, if she breached the contract, the liquidated damages would be unimaginably high. After Dingtian lost Yin, what they lost was not Yin, but a lot of money. If Yifeng established a guild, as long as Yin stood there, countless investors would find Yifeng. At that time, it's time for Yifeng to show off his talents. After you dawdled for 2 hours, Fantasy World finally started again. When Yifeng entered the Fantasy World, Yifeng received a message. Ding! System prompt. Please go to the Imperial City as soon as possible. The Battle of Glory is about to begin. Yi Feng did not dare to delay, and headed to the Imperial City without stopping. A huge stage had been set up in the Imperial City. It seemed that he was here to promote the start of the Battle of Glory. Yi Feng changed back to his NPC appearance. Under the leadership of a eunuch, Yi Feng stepped onto the high platform. On the high platform, there were 100 officials, who had been assessed before. They were the referees or recorders of this glorious battle. In this conference, Yi Feng is the only protagonist. And it is Yi Feng who arranges everything. Ding! System prompt. Please start the Battle of Glory. I went and turned it on by myself, which was kind of glorious. Yi Feng coughed twice and saw that the platform was not full of players. Because the players also knew that the Battle of Glory was about to begin. Yi Feng said in a very official tone, the Battle of Glory begins now. Ding! System prompts. The Personal Battle of Glory battle has officially started. All registered players will get corresponding opponents. The individual battle starts at 8 p.m. and lasts until 12 p.m. Please allocate your time. Ding! System prompts. In the Personal Battle of Glory, the top 3 will receive extremely generous rewards. The champion will have an orange weapon and a costume, with a cash reward of 1 million. The runner-up will have a purple weapon, a cash reward of 500,000, a costume, and the third runner-up will be purple, a weapon, and a cash reward of 200,000. Here I go. The top 2 actually get costumes. It is said that costumes have hidden attributes. And there is also cash. This reward is really incredible. The hacking orange weapon is already in the sky. And you can even fashion one. And there is so much money. I will die in the top 3. Don't be stupid. I have thought about the first 3. The first one is Yi Feng. The second one is Chu Tianai. And the third one is Chao Ci. As soon as this person opened his mouth, he was immediately bombarded by many players. It is hard to say whether these 3 people are in the top 3. But everyone has their own top 3 in their hearts. This is also the biggest charm of Fantasy World, and the best in the online game industry. A shuffle. Is it the established guilds that are great? Or are these hidden players awesome? Let's see how many great players can be produced in this personal battle. Ding! System prompt. In the personal battle of the Battle of Glory, your opponent is a level 38 Octopus Professional Warrior. Please enter the personal battlefield from 8 to 8:30 p.m. The winner will be promoted, and the loser will be eliminated. Yi Feng nodded. He was already level 40. And the opponent was just a level 38 warrior. He had passed the first round. The one named Octopus immediately jumped after receiving the system prompt. I'll go. What are you doing? Scare me. Oh my god. Guess who my opponent is? Looking at how excited you are, you must have met a level 30 guy. Octopus said with a mournful face. No. It's a level 40 guy named Yi Feng. The man next to him looked at the other person with pity in his eyes and said, Brother, you must have stepped on dog poop when you went out. You are so lucky. Oh my god. How could I be so lucky? How many minutes do you think I can last? One person stretched out 3 fingers. And Octopus patted his chest and said, Brother, you should still respect me. 3 minutes is not bad. The man said, No. 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 I said 3 seconds. Hack. It can be imagined how powerful Yi Feng is in the hearts of ordinary players. Even with those guilds present. This is a personal battle. Needless to say, Yi Feng's combat power is absolutely explosive. When Yi Feng asked other people, he breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't crash or meet any big shot. However, once the whole server reached level 30, there were so many people who signed up to participate in the Battle of Glory. It was hard to meet that real person. It's just fate. Chapter 163 Lord of Suzaku City. Ding! System prompts. The Lord of Xuanwu City has summoned you. Please go there quickly. Just when Yi Feng wanted to check out the level 40 dungeon, Yi Feng received this system prompt, which may be related to this Battle of Glory. Well, I have something else to do. You go explore the way first. Anyway, no one has taken down the Demon Palace copy yet. Yin asked, where to go? The Lord of Xuanwu City has something to do with me. You can call me first. Boss. Let the Lord of Xuanwu City give you some benefits. Isn't this a glorious battle? Give me a back door or something. Xiao He said shamelessly. Yi Feng rolled his eyes at Xiao He and said, if you don't show some strength, there's nothing I can do. Xiao He smiled silly. He only had so little strength. So what could he use? If he could go through the back door, of course he should go. Yi Feng said goodbye to them, and then walked toward Xuanwu City. At the gate of the city lord's mansion, the old housekeeper had been waiting for him. "Commander Yi, you are here. The city lord is waiting for you inside." Yi Feng became the first commander and supervisor of the Battle of Glory. His official position was the commander-in-chief, which was several times higher than the previous commander. "Old housekeeper, I'm sorry to bother you. Look what you said. We are all our own people. Why should we be so polite? Come with me." This time Yi Feng thought that the lord of Xuanwu City was talking to him about the Battle of Glory. But what Yi Feng didn't expect was that there was another city lord here. And she was a female city lord. As one of the 8 city lords. One of whom is the emperor. Forget that. Among the other 7 city lords, there are 2 female city lords. One is the Suzaku City Lord, and the other is the Phoenix City Lord. And this time, the person standing next to the Xuanwu City Lord is the Suzaku City Lord. At first glance, he looks no different from an ordinary young girl. But Yi Feng knows which of these city lords is younger. Even if the other is 17 or 18 years younger. The girl is actually an old woman in her 40s or 50s. Yi Feng has met the lord of Xuanwu City and the lord of Suzaku City. Brother. You are being polite. Let me introduce you to her. This is the lord of Suzaku City. You have seen her before. But I want to tell you today that she is one of my own. Yi Feng was shocked. Did the lord of Xuanwu City have a premeditated plan? He even attracted another city lord. The lord of Suzaku City said, "Captain Yi is really young, promising and talented. Your Majesty can appreciate him so much. Apart from Li Bai, you are the only one." Yi Feng said politely, "I don't dare to take it seriously. I wonder why my brother and the lord of Suzaku City are looking for me." The lord of Zhuge City glanced at the lord of Xuanwu City. And the lord of Xuanwu City said, "Tell me. I single-handedly led Brother Yi. He is a trustworthy person, and he is also my brother." Yi Feng smiled and said, "Brother is right. If it weren't for brother, I wouldn't be where I am today." I don't know what the lord of Suzaku City wants to say. The lord of Suzaku City calmed down and said, "That's right. Isn't Governor Yi the person in charge of this glorious battle? I would like to ask Governor Yi for a favor." Yi Feng frowned and said, "What's the matter? About the Battle of Glory personal battle?" "Yes. I have been promoting a young man recently. Although she has good power, she is not as capable as Governor Yi. So I plan to ask Governor Yi to help me. In this personal battle, I want her to get the 3rd one. After receiving the reward from His Majesty, she can be considered one of ours. 1st place? This is not impossible. Yi Feng has the power of life and death. But it reminds Yi Feng of one person. That is Qin Tian, the leader of the Bihai Chaosheng Pavilion in Suzaku City. If it were not for her, I am afraid that few people in Suzaku City would be able to come into contact with the leader of Suzaku City." But Yi Feng still asked, "Who is it?" "Her name is Qin Tian. Although she is only at level 4. She is very capable, and is a good target." Sure enough, it was really Baihai's gang leader. I didn't expect that she would beg the Suzaku City Lord. It seemed that the woman had a different mind. She actually knew that the intelligence of the fantasy world, NPC, was exactly the same as that of humans. Yi Feng frowned and said, "There are a lot of capable guys in this personal battle. It seems that this sunny day is not very capable." The lord of Suzaku City sighed and shook his head and said, "I understand this. What I mean is, let her get 1st place if possible. But I hope she can get at least 10th place. She can also get some official positions. But the official positions are smaller. But I can help her little by little. The 10th place cannot be said to be difficult. Nor can it be said to be easy. Of course, Yi Feng has no idea how strong those hidden players are. What's more, in addition to the equipment, there is also a 1 million cash reward for the 1st place. I believe there will be a lot of people." Desperately, seeing Yi Feng's hesitation, the lord of Xuanwu City said, "Brother, we are all our own people. If I can't help you even with this little help, I've misjudged you." Hearing what the lord of Xuanwu City said, Yi Feng said, "Okay, no problem. I will make arrangements tonight." After receiving Yi Feng's response, the lord of Suzaku City smiled and said, "It's better for our own people to do things better. If the disciples of Lord Qinglong get the position of governor this time, I'm afraid we will be in trouble." As for the disciple of Lord Qinglong, do you believe that my brother can beat him to death? Brother, you are commending me. If nothing happens, I will go and get busy. The Battle of Glory has just started, and there are still many things to do." The lord of Xuanwu City said, "Go." After Yi Feng left, the lord of Suzaku City asked, "Is this guy reliable?" The Lord of Xuanwu City said, "Don't worry. He has never let me down before." The Lord of Suzaku City nodded. Now he could only choose to believe Yi Feng. And when Yi Feng left the city lord's mansion, he directly called up the data of this personal battle. Because he was the commander-in-chief, he could see all the information. Not surprisingly, there were nearly 100 million people participating in the individual competition this time. The number of people was so large that Yi Feng's scalp went numb. After calling up Qingtian's data, this guy was relatively lucky. His opponent was just a level 30 guy, so he was considered a safe advance. After seeing the situation, Yi Feng turned off the data information. If he wanted to do anything, he could only wait until the first round was over. At this moment, in Suzaku City, Qingtian was walking around in the palace of the city lord of Suzaku City uneasily, because the lord of Suzaku City had been there for a while. "See Lord Zhu Ke." The guard's voice came from outside the door. Qingtian hurriedly saluted and said, "I have met the lord of Suzaku City." "Well, get up." Qingtian asked cautiously, "What did that person say?" "Captain, he has already agreed. But he said that there are many masters this time. I hope you will work hard yourself. And you will be ranked first at the highest and 10th at the lowest. Don't embarrass him because of me. Do you understand?" Qingtian said happily, "I understand. I will never let you and the governor down." "That's good. Go back and prepare for tonight's competition." "Yes." Chapter 164 President Dingxinxingxin. As the Super Guild of Qinglong City, Dingtian said that although they had lost 2 generals in a row, one was Huang Xiaotian and the other was Yin, the top 10 guilds in the country would not go bankrupt just because they lost 2 appearances. Today's Dingtian has developed quietly without competition, and is now very strong in Qinglong City. As for the current new president of Dingtian Guild hired an already famous player at a high price, named Mo Ling. He was about to fade out of people's sight. But in this fantasy world, this guy suddenly appeared. And he was also a hidden profession. He had the ability of Tao's Hongxianju, and was a hidden mage. Dingtian needed someone who was famous and capable in the game to take over Dingtian. So he found Mo Ling. This guy looks cold in his clothes all day long, which makes people awe and intimidated. That's why Dingtian is so organized now under his management. But this guy has a younger brother named Mou. The amazing thing is that this guy and his elder brother have exactly the same profession. But the biggest difference between Mou and his elder brother Mo Ling is their personality. Mo Ling is cold and ruthless, while Mou is simply a warm man, considering all aspects of everything. So Mou is also the vice president of Dingtian. But now, both Mou and Mo Ling appeared in the city lord's mansion. At this level, as long as they are the boss of a large guild, they can be related to the city lord's mansion. After all, many large-scale tasks can only be completed by these capable guilds. As the city lord of Qinglong City, the city lord said with an unhappy face at this moment, "I came to you 2 brothers to discuss the matter of the Battle of Glory. As long as you can win the first place, I, the lord of Qinglong City, will give you unlimited rewards. Benefits. But only if you listen to me." Mo Ling said coldly, "We are bound to win the first place this time. But we need to know what the benefits are." "Ha. The benefits depend on what you want." Mo Ling said, "I need a magic weapon. Do you have it?" The lord of Qinglong City frowned on the spot and asked for the artifact as soon as he opened his mouth. At this time, Mou stepped forward and said, "You don't have to listen to my brother. We don't expect the artifact. Tell us what you can give us." The lord of Qinglong City shouted coldly, "How can it be so easy to get a divine weapon? As long as you win first place, I can give you a weapon spirit, a necessary item for making a divine weapon. It is not impossible to create an artifact. They have already seen the newly updated crafting system at the blacksmith. If they want to create an artifact, the weapon spirit is an indispensable thing." Mou immediately said, "Okay. I hope the lord of Qinglong City will not forget it then." "Humph. How could I, the majestic lord of Qinglong City, deceive you? I'm afraid you don't have that ability. As far as I know, there are many masters in this Battle of Glory. I don't want any accidents to happen to you." "Okay. It's settled. Mou. Let's go." Speaking of the city lord's mansion where Mo Ling left with Mou. And the lord of Qinglong City was of course not someone to be manipulated by others. Although the 2 brothers were very capable, this brother actually contradicted him in front of him. It would be okay if he got the first place. But if no, of course, the people in the Imperial City are miserable, as are the people in Lanchi Valley and Xinhua. Shinhua originally suppressed all the gangs. In this individual battle, Shinhua gang has publicly stated that it doesn't matter if they can't win this individual battle, but in a team competition must win. As a force equal to Shinhua, Lanchi Valley was already inferior because it did not have the BIF bonus of the gang. So it once again put all its energy into winning a title. As the largest guild, Hockey, their goal is to be first in addition to being number one. Although they lost to Shinhua in the guild. In terms of combat power, Hockey has never been afraid of anyone. While everyone was working hard, at the teleportation point of the Holy City, a novice player came out. This person was none other than Huang Xiaotian, who was mentally disturbed by Yifeng. This time he deleted his account and came back. Although he dared not miss this glorious battle, there seemed to be no trace of frustration on his face. Huang Xiaotian looked around and immediately disappeared among the endless stream of players. Somewhere in Fantasy World, a player who is not yet level 20 is training hard. Normal people kill wild monsters, but what he kills are some demon warriors with combat power. Bai Yan, please see clearly. The person in front of you is your enemy. The enemy who will kill your whole family. All you can do is kill them. And you must do it quickly, accurately and ruthlessly. The young man named Bai Yan wiped the blood from his face and shouted, "Ah! Come again!" And when he enters that kind of cruel training, every time he kills a demon warrior, Bai Yan's experience will increase a little. At the same time, his right hand will turn a little red. Not red with blood, but red from the inside out. Bai Yan, do you have shit in your head? How many times do you want me to say, yes, 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 look where you are. Come again, come again, come again. As soon as he emerged from the dense woods, a boxer punched away the ghost that was rushing toward him. What followed was a heavy punch, and Li Gui let out a sharp scream. The boxer's eyes were sharp, and he didn't give Li Gui a chance to take action. He directly knocked away the Li Gui in front of him with a tiger-roaring dragon fist. You must know that the person in front of him is a level 45 fierce ghost. He is the boxer Chu Tianai who is currently number 1 in the level rankings. It seems that everyone is preparing for the next battle, and no one wants to give up this opportunity to gain both fame and fortune. Have you entered the dungeon? Yen Yu said, well, we're in. It's just the hard mode. It's a bit difficult to beat. But if it were you, it would probably be much easier. Yifeng said, okay. You guys clean it first, and I'll go inside and take a look. In the level 40 dungeon, the location of the Demon Palace is the Holy City, and it can be teleported there. After Yifeng checked his backpack, he came to the Holy City this time and prepared to visit the Demon Palace. The masters of the major guilds have already begun to attack the Demon Palace this morning. There is still no first kill in the King mode. Yifeng is going to get the first kill. When Yifeng teleported to the Demon Palace, there were already many players here, all forming teams. Of course, many people knew Yifeng, although they did not dare to recruit Yifeng into the team. They all talked about what Yifeng was going to do here. What? But having said that, the location of this dungeon of the Demon Palace is really wonderful. It is on a cliff. The scenery around the cliff is very beautiful. Although Yifeng knows that the scenery in Fantasy World is very good, this place is definitely the most beautiful that Yifeng has ever seen. The place? Ding. System prompt. Please select the difficulty of the copy. Normal, hard, or King. King. Yifeng disappeared at the entrance of the dungeon the next moment and appeared in the difficult dungeon. Ding. System prompt. Welcome to the Demon Palace, King dungeon. The monsters in this dungeon are extremely dangerous, so please be prepared. Chapter 165, Demon Palace Copy. When Yifeng appeared in the dungeon, Yifeng's first reaction was that it was so hot here. Looking around, except for a 3-meter wide avenue, there was hot magma on both sides, and it was still rolling and flowing. Yifeng looked at the magma and felt a little dry in his mouth. This fantasy world was so well done that it was so real. Even the feeling of heat was so real that Yifeng had the urge to take off his equipment. But Yifeng knew that if he really took off his equipment, he might die without even knowing it. After walking about 10 meters, Yifeng encountered the first wave of monsters in this dungeon. The demonized savage. They still look like primitive people, but they hold a steel knife in their hands and look at Yifeng eagerly. As long as Yifeng enters their attack range, they will attack Yifeng without hesitation. But Yifeng also discovered that there was a straight road opposite him, and on both sides of him, there were 2 roads, and they were 2 avenues. It was obvious that there was no magma on the right side. But the front of him was still full of eyesight. There is magma. But the magma on the left is there. But the color is not so red. It feels a bit green. If Yifeng guessed correctly, there is definitely a boss that uses fire or magma in the front. And a boss that uses poison on the left side. As for the right side, I haven't seen it yet. No matter where Yifeng wants to go, he must deal with the demonized savages in front of him. There are two groups of demonized savages in front of Yifeng. One group contains 3 people. Yifeng stopped directly at the farthest point where he cast the spell, and the artifact in his hand shook slightly. A black flame burst out from under the feet of the 3 demonized savages. The earth's flames explode. The 3 demonized savages were instantly injured. In addition to the basic damage, there was also the burning damage. Minus 1,200. Minus 300. Demonized savage level 40, HP 12,000. Attack 300. Defense 300. Yifeng directly knocked out 1,500 of the demonized savages' health with one skill. And 3 demonized savages rushed towards Yifeng howling. Yifeng did not expect that this demonized savage would have so much blood. More than 10,000 blood. Sure enough, everything would become difficult after reaching level 40. Fortunately, the weapon in Yifeng's hand is an artifact. It is currently in the growth stage. As long as Yifeng upgrades, the weapon will also be upgraded. Yifeng shouted, "Come out the pig's feet." The moment the pig's foot came out, it stood directly in front of the demonized savage. A wind-wing skill directly blew the demonized savage back. Pig's feet attack. While ordering the pig's feet to attack, Yifeng also moved. The dark fireball technique for single target attacks, and the deceleration skill dark entanglement all dealt considerable damage. The pig's trotter's attack is still so domineering. One damage is directly worth thousands of blood points. After all, isn't the divine beast an artifact? Yifeng is equivalent to using 2 artifacts. So the 3 demonized savages in front of him were killed by the pig's trotter in an instant. Just rub it on the ground, and it will be all solved in 5 seconds without any stress. In 1 round of skill cooling time, the demonized savage in front of him was killed. If it were an ordinary person, it would probably take a lot of time and effort for the 5 people to cooperate. After all, this guy's attack power is definitely very strong. Although Yifeng was not attacked. But the pig's foot was hit once, and dropped 1,000 points of blood. You must know that the pig's foot has 35,000 health points. Although 1,000 points of blood is nothing, it is fatal to ordinary players. The presence, with the cooperation of Yifeng and Pig Knuckle, another group of demonized savages were also killed by Yifeng. Just when Yifeng was about to leave with the pig's feet, the demonized savages who were killed suddenly turned into white light, and formed a silhouette. An NPC appeared in front of Yifeng. He looked similar to the demonized savage before, but he was older. "Warrior, please stay." Yifeng returned to the NPC and said, "Old man, what's the matter?" "Warrior, there are 4 demon brothers living here. I want your help." Ding. System prompts. Do you want to accept the request from the leader of the Manku tribe? Accept. Ding. System prompt. Accept the mission and kill the big boss of the demon palace, the demon king Su Hua. Yifeng nodded and said, "I will definitely complete the task you gave me. Go and avenge our tribe. I will give you generous rewards." As the NPC left, Yifeng realized that this dungeon originally had 4 bosses, not 3 as he thought. So he should start from the right side, where there seemed to be no danger. Yifeng chose the road on the right. After walking only a few meters, a cold wind hit him, giving Yifeng, who was originally uncomfortable with the heat, a slight sense of coolness. But when he just reached the corner, Yifeng took a closer look and saw that there was a land of ice and snow in front of him. This boss was actually made of ice. Well, we already know the abilities of the first 3 bosses. If we use ice, our own ability can restrain the opponent, so it should be easier to fight. But if you want to get to the boss location, you have to deal with the monsters in front of you who are holding weapons like popsicles. They are called Ice Warriors. They are level 40 and have the same HP of 12,000. Which is the same level as the demonized savage. Without saying a word, Yifeng directly pulled the pig's trotters and bombed them with skills. They couldn't resist the damage from the pig's trotters. But having said that, the monster experience here is really high. Yifeng needs 20 million experience points if he wants to level up to level 41. The monsters here give Yifeng nearly 3 million experience points, which is simply terrifying. For Yifeng, this is simply a holy land for leveling. But for ordinary players, it is a nightmare. Just when Yifeng was killing the Ice Warriors smoothly, An ice arrow hit Yifeng from a high ground. Minus 950. I'll go. It's so scary. Yifeng quickly took the drug and lost almost 1,000 points of blood. Although Yifeng had more than 6,000 blood, he couldn't withstand such damage. Yifeng looked up and saw that it was a warrior holding a bow and arrow. The ice archer. Call out. Another arrow was shot at Yifeng. Yifeng jumped to avoid it. The ice arrow hit the ground directly and broke into pieces. Yifeng wanted to attack the opponent, but found that the distance was too far and he couldn't attack. Yifeng shouted in a low voice, "Disguise. Archer." I saw the staff in Yifeng's hand suddenly turned into an exquisite bow. This was the first time that Yifeng's weapon turned into a bow and arrow. It was surprisingly beautiful. There were 2 black feathers on both sides of the bow. Water explosion. This time, Yifeng was finally able to attack the opponent. As an armor-breaking skill, it was not necessary to mention that Yifeng was not a hidden profession when killing. And the damage reached 800 plus. At this time, the pig's feet also saw the ice warrior on the opposite side. He roared and looked at the ice beast. He flew up with wings and directly entangled the ice shooter. Break the combo. Minus 600. Sure enough, it is the benefit of the artifact. It can eliminate 600 plus damage, which is unbelievable. With the addition of pig's feet, the ice shooter was unable to attack Yifeng and was directly shot to death by Yifeng. This time Yifeng discovered that he only had 3 archer skills available, one of which was the pure control skill Ice Grip with no damage. When the dungeon comes out, you must learn all the skills of the archer. Otherwise, when you really need to use them, you will feel a little uncomfortable because the skills are not enough. Chapter 166 Demon Palace Empress Boss. After a few minutes of fighting, Yifeng and Pig Knuckle finally arrived in front of the first boss. The boss in front of Yifeng turned out to be a coquettish queen. Level 40 of the Demon Palace Empress, HP 80,000. Attack 1,000. Defense 500. Skills, Ice Sword Array, Ice Blade, Ice Wind Dance. I'll go. With a blood volume of 80,000. Is this the boss of the level 40 dungeon? It's too scary. This is simply a blood cow. And the attack power is 1,000. If the opponent touches it, I'm afraid it will lose 2,000 points of blood. It is indeed an extremely dangerous copy. It's so abnormal. This kind of blood volume is directly the blood volume of a bronze boss. It's terrible. But no matter how scary it was, Yifeng still had to go. Yifeng shouted, "Pig's feet. Turn into a dragon." Pigfoot roared reluctantly. His body expanded straight, and a giant dragon soon appeared in front of Yifeng. Yifeng said, "Come on. Call." 2 dragons' breaths emerged from the nostrils of the pig's feet. In this cold place, the dragon's breath seemed even thicker. However, Pigfoot did not go up immediately, but stayed beside Yifeng. Yifeng stood next to the pig's trotter, patted the pig's trotter's thigh and said, "Brother, it's your turn." The pig's feet gave Yifeng a white look. A dragon roar roared from its mouth, and with a wave of its wings, it directly swung a wind blade. The boss Demon Palace Empress, who was standing there unmotivated, was blown away by the pig's feet. Bang! It hit the ice wall directly. Minus 3,000. As soon as the damage occurred, Yifeng was really shocked. When did this guy's attacks become so terrifying? Is it because it has grown bigger? Pig's feet, level 3 dragon level 36. Physical attack power, 900. Magic attack power, 1,000. Defense, 800. HP, 36,000. Skill, breathing fire. Wind wings. Transform into a dragon. After Huolong releases his skills, all attributes will increase by 200%. Lasts for 10 minutes. Legend has it that the Dragon Knight is the most powerful existence on the continent. Unfortunately, since the Dragon King sealed the Dragon Valley, there is no real Dragon Knight in the continent. Once the giant dragon appears, who can compete with the Needle, the Dawn Dragon Knight, and be respected in the world. Damn it. A 200% increase. What the hell is this? He was so perverted, and he let others play the game. Fortunately, it was only 10 minutes. If there was no time limit, this would be a hacking boss. No wonder the pig's feet were so powerful in the Snow Mountain village that day. It turned out to be like this. Yifeng didn't even take a closer look at Pig's Knuckles' skills. He was really busy during this period, and was doing everything in a hurry. It seemed that he was too distracted. However, the enlarged pig's trotters also became more temperamental. After the boss was knocked away by the pig's trotters, An ice blade flew over. I saw that the pig's feet despised the blade, and flames were already accumulating in its mouth. Roar! A fireball spurted out, directly defusing the blade. I only heard the boss shouting, "Ice sword formation." A formation rose under the feet of Yifeng and Zhuji, and above Yifeng's head. Ice knives were about to fall. Dark magic shield. Pig's feet. Come on! The pig's feet are also the ice sword formation of the machete. And the huge tail keeps swaying, trying to break the sword formation. Yifeng wanted to escape from the sword formation, but Yifeng found that he was being slowed down. Ding! System prompt, you are in the center of the ice sword formation, and your movement speed is reduced by 50%. Damn it. Isn't this waiting for death? Yifeng hid directly under the pig's foot without saying a word. If he was really hit, he might be able to kill Yifeng instantly. Ouch! The sword formation finally came down. The skin of the pig's feet was extremely thick, and the blood volume was also decreasing. Yifeng counted 9 times. This sword formation actually had 9 levels of damage, and it was getting higher every time. Fortunately, the skin of the giant dragon's pig's feet was super thick, so it didn't lose much blood at all. But it also angered the pig's feet. The pig's feet roared and pounced on it. And how could Yifeng waste such a good opportunity? It would be easier to attack with the pig's feet in front of him. Dark entanglement. The boss's movement speed suddenly dropped, and the mage in Yifeng's hand turned into a bow the next moment. Water explosion. This time Yifeng directly used the archer's armor-breaking skills, and aimed at the boss's chest, because there was a spinning ice flower there. Ding! System prompt, hitting the Demon Palace Empress ice flower will reduce the opponent's spell casting times by 1. Yifeng suddenly realized that this was the case. The boss's attacks were too terrifying. If she couldn't cast spells, then her normal attacks would not be that dangerous to Yifeng and Pig's feet. After knowing the weakness of the boss, Yifeng's attacks almost never left the ice flower. However, the boss is not stupid and cannot attack you all the time. So after Yifeng succeeded for the first time, the boss began to protect his ice flower. It's a pity that the Empress of the Demon Palace met Yifeng with his divine pet and artifact. The ability of Pig's feet to entangle people is absolutely top-notch. After all, the big body is one thing, and the damage is enough. At the back, the boss gave up the pig's foot attack and attacked Yifeng directly. Fortunately, Yifeng ran fast. Otherwise, he would have been trapped in the sword formation again. Boom! An arrow hit the ice flower, and the ice flower made a breaking sound. And the next moment, it was shattered into pieces. Ah! My Binghua! I want you to die. Ice sword formation. Yifeng originally thought that the boss could not cast spells. But unexpectedly, the boss cast spells very fast, directly trapping Yifeng in the sword formation. Just when he was about to be killed by the sword formation, Yifeng transformed into a law enforcer. Law enforcer, Yifeng shouted, "Pig's feet, come back." Because Yifeng knew that only when he was the law enforcer, the pig's feet were the most obedient. Otherwise, even if he directly shouted to die, this guy probably wouldn't pay attention to him. Roar. A dragon roar seemed to penetrate the entire copy, and the pig's feet flapped its wings and flew back, directly smashing the sword array above Yifeng into pieces. Yifeng jumped directly onto the back of the pig's feet, looked at the Empress of the Demon Palace with a military command, and shouted with a golden sword in his hand, "Xingtian." A golden flash of light fell on the boss, and the pig's trotters made a cheerful sound. In conjunction with Yifeng, a huge fireball erupted from the pig's trotter's mouth. Ah! -3,000 crit. -4,000 crit. One person and one pet directly dealt 7,000 plus damage, which is simply terrifying. This is a king-level mode, and its defense is several times that of other modes. Ding! System prompt. The boss Demon Palace Empress received a fatal blow and entered a weak state. Last 30 seconds. Seeing that the boss was in a weak state, Yifeng was overjoyed and shouted, "Pig's feet, attack!" After the boss lost 50% of its abilities, he was brutally killed by Yifeng and Zhujiao. And this time was not even 10 minutes. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on successfully killing the first boss of the Demon Palace, King, Dungeon, and gaining 230,000 experience points. Damn it. This experience is going to be heavenly. A boss has 230,000 experience points. Is this a copy to give me experience? It's tailor-made. Chapter 167. It's green. It's green. Fire Dragon Gauntlets. 6-star gold physical defense 40 to 55. Magic defense 30 to 45. Intelligence plus 22. Constitution plus 30. Required character level, 40. Equipment occupation, Mage, Fire Dragon suit. Collect 2 Fire Dragon parts to activate the attributes of the first suit, plus 80 points of intelligence. Collect 4 Fire Dragon parts to activate. The second set attribute skill cooldown is shortened by 2 seconds. Collect 6 Fire Dragon parts to activate. The third set attribute skill critical hit rate plus 5%. Thunder Gauntlets, 6-star gold physical defense 40 to 55. Magic defense 30 to 45. Strength plus 22. Constitution plus 30. Required character level, 40. Equipment occupation, Warrior Thunder suit. Collect 2 Thunder parts to activate the attributes of the first suit, plus 80 points of strength. Collect 4 Thunder parts to activate. The cooldown of the second set attribute skill is shortened by 2 seconds. Collect 6 Thunder parts to activate. The third set attribute increases all attribute defense by 10%. Yi Feng looked at these 2 pieces of equipment, and finally understood that the equipment produced in level 40 dungeons should all have set attributes. But he didn't know if there were blue ones. If so, then this set attribute would have no advantage. The most reassuring thing for Yi Feng is that activating the set attributes does not distinguish between equipment colors. Both gold and purple can be activated. Yi Feng directly equips the Fire Dragon Gauntlet. The originally dark first set attribute lights up. And Yi Feng's intelligence also directly improves. At 80 points, the attack has increased a lot, putting away another piece of warrior equipment. It was time for Pig's Foot's gigantization skill to turn into a small dragon lying on Yi Feng's shoulders. Yi Feng looked around. He killed the first boss. Could it be that he had to walk back and fight the first boss by himself? Sure enough, in a corner, Yi Feng found an NPC, an imprisoned barbarian from the Manka tribe. Warrior, I have been waiting for you here for a long time. I will send you to the next level right now. With a swipe sound, Yi Feng returned directly to the position where he had just entered the dungeon. It turned out that he had loosened himself back and thought he was sending it to the second boss. This would save a lot of time. Yi Feng walked directly to the left. The one on the right was the first. So the one on the left must be the second. And the real owner was in the middle. So why does Yi Feng directly fight the middle boss? Fantasy World is not that stupid. If you directly fight the last boss, wouldn't it be cheating? There must be some way to block your way. Or in other words, if you don't kill it, there are 2 bosses in the front. And you can't even imagine seeing the 2 bosses in the back. It's just such a simple mechanism. Yi Feng did not intend to spend money on such a weak mechanism, but went directly to the poisonous area. When the color of the magma around Yi Feng became greener and greener, it was no longer magma, but a pungent smell of poisonous gas. And Yi Feng also saw the first wave of monsters at this time. The Demon Palace Spider. It was also level 40, and had a blood volume of 12,000. However, Yi Feng's first impression of this guy was that it was poisonous, because it was covered in black, and was a spider bigger than a dog. The Pig's Foot's gigantism skill is still on cooldown. But the Pig's Foot is an unyielding human shield. You can command the Pig's Foot to pounce on it, and you will grow obscenely behind the Pig's Foot. But Yi Feng guessed right. These spiders were indeed poisonous. The pig's feet were thick, and had more than 30,000 blood. But the whole body turned green. Come on! Yi Feng laughed to death. Pig's Foot looked at Yi Feng with contempt. He didn't know what Yi Feng was laughing at. He was probably meeting a stupid master. As Yi Feng and Zhujiao advanced, they came to a single plank bridge. There was a treasure box on the single plank bridge. But behind the treasure box were 5 magic palace spiders, which were a bit too many. Plus, if Yi Feng guessed correctly, the treasure chest is used to block positions. If anyone can't help but open the treasure chest, the team will probably be wiped out. But Yi Feng was different from others. He stepped forward and opened the treasure chest directly. There were actually 50 silver coins inside, which was an unexpected gain. But as the silver coins in the treasure box were taken away, the treasure box gradually disappeared, revealing 5 magic spiders behind the treasure box. The spiders made a squeaking sound, which sounded very harsh, especially when so many of them made the sound together. It was even more uncomfortable. Get on the pig's feet. It was still the pig's feet that started the fight. The pig's feet that just came up immediately turned into green pig's feet. Yi Feng blushed. Every time he saw the pig's feet turning green, he always thought of the cuckold story. Fearing that the pig's feet would be angry, Yi Feng did not dare to laugh. But at this moment, the venom under the single plank bridge suddenly started rolling, and a huge magic palace spider jumped out. Mutated Demon Palace Spider, level 42 HP 20,000. Attack 500. Defense 400. Skill, Venom Corrosion. Damn. Watch out for the pig's feet. This mutant spider is a bit scary. With a blood volume of over 20,000. And pig's foot's current blood volume has dropped by almost 5,000. Facing 5 demonic palace spiders. Pig's foot can still resist. If you add a mutated one is different. If the mutated devil palace spider were to attack the pig's feet, the pig's feet might not be able to withstand it. And Yifeng would have to make a bold move. An arrow hit the mutant devil's palace spider's eye steadily. But fortunately, Yifeng's attack was high enough and directly drew the mutant devil's palace spider's attention. The mutated demon palace spider screamed and quickly ran towards Yifeng on 6 legs. Dark entanglement. The mutated demon palace spider's 6 legs were entangled. And Yifeng shot another arrow without hesitation. Water explosion. This arrow went straight to the little head of the mutant devil spider. After all, this guy's whole body was pitch black. So his head seemed to be his weak point. Ding! System prompt. Hit the weak point of the mutant devil spider. And the opponent will fall into silence for 3 seconds. Hey, this weakness seems a bit useless. But silence doesn't seem to be of much use. Before Yifeng could figure it out, 3 seconds had passed, and the mutated demon palace spider was almost approaching Yifeng. Oh my god! It stinks! A strong odor emanated from the body of the mutant devil's palace spider. Yifeng dropped an ice net and quickly retreated, allowing the mutant devil's palace spider to stay in place for 5 seconds. Yifeng could no longer hold back, and the bow at his hand changed again, this time becoming a golden sword. Xingtian, the mutant demon palace spider's body felt as if it was electrocuted, and traces of golden current began to appear in its body. Dark entanglement. Fire dragon dance. I'm rolling around like a lazy ass. You can't hit me. The ground is bursting with flames. Go to H.L. Yifeng tried his best to hold down the mutated devil spider with the skills in his hands. Fortunately, this guy's weakness was silenced for 3 seconds, which means he couldn't move. Yifeng could attack him at will. After several rounds of attacks, Yifeng had knocked out almost half of the mutant devil spider's health. But Yifeng looked at the color of his body and became extremely unhappy because Yifeng was poisoned. Ding! System prompt. You have been poisoned. The duration is 10 seconds. And you lose 300 blood points per second. It is a very terrifying continuous damage, which is 3,000 points of blood in 10 seconds. If Yifeng hadn't been so thick, he would have died long ago. At this time, Pig's feet finally eliminated the 5 demonic palace spiders. When he saw Yifeng turn green, he showed a mocking expression. Chapter 168. Are you going to die? With the addition of Pig's feet, Yifeng's pressure is much less. After all, the attack of Pig's feet is similar to his own, and it is extremely high. This is the benefit of the mythical beast. If there were no Pig's feet, Yifeng could still kill this mutated demon palace spider, but it would just take a little longer. It has been more than 10 minutes since Yifeng entered the dungeon, and he has just arrived at the second boss. It is neither fast nor slow. Hey! Something exploded. Yifeng picked up the object exploded by the mutated demon palace spider. But unexpectedly it turned out to be a spider leg. Mutated spider legs, a forging material. What is this? I don't understand it at all. It says it's a forging material, but it doesn't say it's a crafting material. Although it's one word different. Something feels wrong. Yifeng couldn't figure it out. So he simply gave it up and threw it in the corner of his backpack. He would definitely know about it later. After crossing the single plank bridge and clearing out 2 waves of demonic palace spiders, Yifeng finally saw the second boss. When Yifeng saw the appearance of boss, he immediately laughed out loud. If you ignore the color of this guy's body, he is definitely a fair-skinned scholar. But with the addition of that layer of green, there is always a hint of no the green breath blows out. Is this fantasy world designer himself being tricked? He insists on designing such a boss, which makes Yifeng a little reluctant to do it. What Yifeng didn't expect was that the pig's feet on the side smiled even more wildly. And he simply didn't pay attention to Yifeng. The master. Yifeng patted the pig's trotter on the head and said, replenish your blood well. Hurry up when the blood is full. Your soul has been laughed out of your life. So you can't be more reserved. You are a mythical beast. I saw Pig's feet looking at Yifeng with disgust. Lying on the ground, quietly recovering his blood, Yifeng had the urge to strangle the pig's feet. If he could, well, you are the boss. Who calls you a mythical beast? I still have to rely on you to show off. When the pig's foot returned to full health, Yi Feng kicked the pig's foot directly to relieve the anger in his heart. Boom! The pig's trotters collided with the boss. And they both overturned. Level 40 of the Poison Man in the Demon Palace, HP 80,000. Attack 1000. Defense 500. Skills, Poison Gas Barrier. Poison Explosion Stun Effect. Blood Sucking. Let me go! This guy is similar to the previous boss. But in terms of skills, this guy has a blood-sucking function. It seems that you have to be careful. I don't know how to release this skill. The poisonous boss man who was knocked down showed a ferocious expression, with his white teeth in sharp contrast to his emerald green face. Call! The pig's feet burst into flames and sprayed directly on the poisonous man's face, emitting bursts of green smoke. The poison man boss was immediately furious. He waved his hand and slapped the pig's feet away. As he waved the fan in his hand, a stream of green smoke floated. Ding! System prompt. Your pet pig's foot was attacked by the boss Demon Palace Poison Man and has been poisoned. Its movement speed will be reduced by 70% for 10 seconds. Holy shit. It's so terrifying. The movement speed is almost reduced. And 1000 damage is wonderfully floating out of the top of the pig's foot. Holy shit. This is too scary. He is a poisonous man after all. The pig's feet are back. With a command from Yi Feng, the pig's feet were directly taken back to the pet space. Although he could still lose blood in the pet space. At least, he would not be attacked by the poisonous man. Without the target of the pig's feet, the poisonous man's target becomes the owner of the pig's feet, which is Yi Feng. Yi Feng didn't want to be poisoned. That was 1000 points of damage. It could poison him to death. He didn't have a priest to increase his health. Even if he was scared, it would be very difficult. Dark Entanglement. Poison Man's speed suddenly dropped. The staff in Yi Feng's hand turned into a bow again. And Man Yu's bow was aimed at Poison Man. Just now, Yi Feng was paying attention to the fan in Poison Man's hand. Every time he used a skill, he always used the fan. Could it be that his weakness is the fan? Hey! An arrow hit Poison Man's hand. Poison Man's hand shook. But the fan in his hand did not fall off at all as Yi Feng imagined. And there was no so-called weak point attack. The poisonous man who was hit was furious. His face changed drastically and turned greener, obviously gathering poison. Roar. A roar came from the poisonous man's mouth, and a mouthful of dark green gas was sprayed out by the poisonous man. Yi Feng kept retreating. This should be the skill Poison Gas Barrier. You can't hit Yi Feng even if you kill him. Otherwise you will really have to answer here. Yi Feng directly reached into the pet space and pulled out the pig's foot that had just become full of blood. Shouted, Giant Transformation. Roar. A dragon roar came out. The pig's feet quickly grew in size, and the huge claws slammed at the poisonous man, probably to avenge the previous poisoning. With the addition of pig's feet, Yi Feng suddenly felt relaxed. This time, Yi Feng no longer used a bow and arrow. The staff in his hand kept emitting dark magic, although he didn't know where the poisonous man's weakness was. As long as pig's feet was carried in front, he can attack without fear. The earth's flames explode. Ah! Damn humans. I will make your life worse than death. This time the poisonous man sprayed out the poisonous gas barrier again. Yi Feng saw this and shouted, Pig's feet. Blow away the poisonous gas for me. Wind wings. After Pig's foot accepted the order, he waved his wings, and the poisonous gas that was about to float was blown away. And it could not poison Yi Feng and Pig's foot at all. Sure enough, it will be easy to handle now. Pig's feet. Hold him back. I'll make a sneak attack. Roar. As a giant dragon, Pig's foot will of course attack Poisonous Man without any sign of weakness. But Poison Man's hatred is completely attracted by Pig's foot. At this moment, Yi Feng was like an assassin, hiding behind the pig's feet. The staff in Yi Feng's hand had turned into a golden sword, and the law enforcer appeared again. Poison Gas Barrier. Yi Feng shouted, Pig's feet. Blow him. Poison Man's poison was blown away again. This time Poison Man waved the fan in his hand again. And at this moment, Yi Feng finally took action. The golden sword in his hand slashed unceremoniously at the fan in the poisonous man's hand. Explosive poison. Cut! With a swipe, the fan was split into two by Yi Feng. But Yi Feng was also stunned and poisoned by the poisonous man. Ding! System prompt. Please note that you have been poisoned. The duration is 10 seconds. And you lose 1000 blood points per second. Holy shit! It's going to be over this time. Because Yi Feng's blood volume is only over 6000. And even if he takes drugs, he can't stop himself from losing blood. The poisonous man's fan was destroyed, and he was also hit. Ding! System prompt. The poisonous man in the demon palace was attacked by a weak point, and lost the ability to apply poison for 30 seconds. The poisonous man without the fan wanted to attack Yifeng like crazy. Fortunately, Yifeng had already accepted the stun time. But at this time, Yifeng's blood volume had dropped below half. And Yifeng had to drink a bottle of Advanced Blood Recovery Potion. Advanced Blood Recovery Potion. Restore 2250 blood points within 15 seconds. Even so, it still couldn't stop Yifeng's declining blood volume. And Yifeng was about to die. The pig's feet on the side roared at the poisonous man. And a dragon claw struck down, sending the poisonous man flying away. But Yifeng's blood volume is still declining. Is he going to die? Are you really going to die? Chapter 169 Roast Whole Beef. I saw that Yifeng returned too little blood. And losing 1000 points of blood every second was literally killing him. Ding! System prompt. If the blood volume is less than 10%, the passive skill of Wind Damage Ming Ye will be triggered. This was the first time that Yifeng triggered his divine weapon passive skill. Annihilation. The staff in Yifeng's hand exuded a terrifying aura. And a black energy gathered on the staff. Boom! In just 1 second, a ball of black energy directly hit the poisonous man. He had 80,000 health. And 50% of his health was 40,000. The poisonous man in front of him now only had a total of more than 50,000 health. At the moment when the poisonous man and the black power were annihilated, Yifeng watched the poisonous man's blood vessels plummet. And he was beaten until he only had more than 10,000 blood left. This is too scary. Is this an artifact? Pervert awe. However, Yifeng's poisoning state did not improve. And soon his blood volume reached the warning line of 5%. Ding! System prompt. The blood volume is lower than 5. Triggering the passive skill guard of the Celestial Silkworm's inner armor. And the damage will be lower than 80% within 30 seconds. Ding! System prompts. When the blood volume is lower than 5%, the active skill demonization of wind damage and annihilation is triggered. Do you want to use it? The demonization skill that was originally dim has now become brighter. Yifeng wanted to see how abnormal this skill was. But in the end Yifeng held it back. Because of the damage reduction of the Tianqin family, Yifeng only lost 200 blood points per second. It's not enough to kill Yifeng at all. Yifeng resisted the urge to become a demon, and instead started to attack Poison Man. Poison Man's health was low, and Yifeng and Pig's Knuckle had very high attacks. After 2 sets of skills, Poison Man was finally dead. The poisonous man in the demon palace covered his chest and said, "The door to the depths of the demon palace has been opened. What awaits you will be death." Death. The poisonous man vomited green blood and slowly fell down. Finally, he stopped moving and 2 things exploded. It's a pity that this time it turned out to be 2 pieces of green equipment. Just as Yifeng thought. Although the green quality has the same name, it does not have set attributes. It seems that Fantasy World is because programmers are not stupid. Otherwise the set attributes was all wasted. Yifeng and Pig's feet sat cross-legged on the ground, recovering their own states. However, Yifeng's passive skill Ming Destruction is no longer available, and needs to wait for 1 hour. The same goes for the passive skill Guard, which needs to wait for 1 hour. It seems that you need to be careful later. I am missing 2 trump cards. After a few minutes, 1 person and 1 dragon recovered. And then the savages who were refreshed after clearing the level were teleported back to the entrance of the instance. This time Yifeng couldn't wait to go to the middle road. When Yifeng passed by the leader of the Ku tribe again, this guy didn't even look at Yifeng. But he went to help you get revenge. After passing this NPC, Yifeng and Pig Knuckle once again encountered the demonized savages. There were 3 waves in total, and they all came to give Yifeng experience anyway. The further you go inside, the hotter it gets. And Yifeng finally saw another dungeon monster, the Lava Giant. This guy turned out to be a level 42 monster with a HP of 15,000. He was at least as tall as Yifeng. He was indeed a giant. But when Yifeng came into contact with this guy for the first time, he found that besides being big, this guy used his fiery fists to attack the enemy. As long as the target hit, it would have a burning effect. But it was not a big problem, as long as he was not hit. Just hit it. Moreover, this burning effect cannot be superimposed. It can only produce 1 burning effect at a time. 1 time for 3 seconds. And the blood volume is 200 points per second. For the pig's feet in front, it can be ignored. When Yifeng cleaned up the lava giant in front of him, he finally saw the true face of the boss. This guy turned out to be a fiery Red Bull. Yes. You didn't see it. It's a Red Bull. The fiery red hair on his body seemed to be on fire. No. Yifeng took a closer look. And it was fire. A red cow burned by fire. Isn't this a steak? No. This is a whole cow. All kidding aside. Although you can't eat whole beef. Why doesn't it have the aroma of roast beef? Back to business. This is the third boss of the dungeon. There are several magma pits around him. And there is hot magma in them. Yifeng doesn't want to fall into them, as he will probably be killed instantly. Demon Palace Bull Demon King level 42, HP 100,000. Attack 1000. Defense 500. Skills, Meteor. Rain of Fire. Explosion. Ring of Fire. Spitting Fire. Barbarian Bull Collision. The level has gone up. The HP has gone up. And there is one more skill. And at this time, the giantization of Pig's feet is still in the cooling time. 10 minutes of giantization time. 10 minutes of cooling time. So speechless. Without the gigantism. It is indeed a bit tricky. But it is better than no Pig's feet. Yifeng found that the copy of Fantasy World is getting more and more difficult for one person. Is this specifically for himself? Yifeng had a hunch that since they were all fire attributes, the damage would definitely not be high. As expected, the first skill after the Pig's feet came up, Breathing Fire, did not produce the desired effect. It only dealt 500 points of damage, which was directly reduced by half. And Yifeng's high explosion skill Earth Flame Explosion only has 700 plus damage, which is also much less. Yifeng retreated and took the next step. This time Yifeng used a bow and arrow. But Yifeng found that the water attribute archer should be the nemesis of this fire bull. But contrary to what Yifeng thought, the water attribute archer's damage was lower. Because Yifeng's the archer's damage is the lowest among the three professions. And the boss is a high-level fire. So he was suppressed. There is no other way. Yifeng can only use the profession of law enforcer. Even Yifeng has replaced the Thunder Gauntlet. If you can add more, just add some warrior stuff. Fortunately, the pig's trotters have a lot of meat and can resist. So Yifeng will not attack by himself. At this time, Yifeng goes directly behind the boss. This kind of animal-type boss has much more obvious weaknesses. The head is impossible. Just the fiery red horns make Yifeng scared. But it was different when he got behind the boss. The Bull Demon Kings, but was facing Yifeng. And Yifeng showed an evil smile. The golden sword in his hand stabbed it in unceremoniously. Why do I say stab? Think about it for yourself. The Bull Demon King's anus tightened. And then he screamed like crazy. And began to wander around. Just in time to knock away the pig's feet in front of him. Ding! System prompt. The Demon Palace Bull Demon King is attacked by a weak point. And its defense is reduced by 30%. Duration 1 minute. This weak attack is not bad. Originally, Yifeng and the others' damage was not high. And their defense dropped by 30%. But their attack damage increased. In addition, the boss can collide. And Yifeng does not take the aggro of the pig's feet. And the pig's feet fly around. In the air. The boss couldn't hit the pig's feet at all. So he just kept flying the kite. As soon as 1 minute passed, Yifeng would always find an opportunity to touch the Bull Demon King's anus. However, this time the Bull Demon King was on guard. Although Yifeng succeeded, the Bull Demon King's kick directly pushed Yifeng to the corner, which directly caused Yifeng to lose half of his blood. Yifeng took a full 20 seconds to recover. This guy was actually on guard for the second time. It's a pity that this guy is a cow after all. And he never touched Yifeng until he died. Chapter 170 Hurt each other. It may be that the first boss released 2 golden pieces of equipment. But this time it is still 2 pieces of blue equipment. But there is also a material. Titanium stone, used for forging equipment. Increasing the success rate by 5%. It is another material used for forging. But the forging system has not been updated yet. It seems that it will be used in the future. At this time, Yinyu and the others sent a message. How is your performance in King mode? We have just finished playing hard mode. We were lucky. After exploding a piece of golden equipment. It turns out that golden attributes have set attributes. Yinyu asked. Well, I've also withdrawn my money. I still have one last big boss to play. You guys play first. And I'll come out after I finish. Okay. The last big boss must be very difficult to defeat. Because Yifeng has already seen the brand new dungeon monster. The Demon Palace Guard. This kind of monster is actually level 44. It is very difficult for Yifeng to fight. Level suppression is completely level suppression. If the difficulty is the first, Yifeng cannot care about it. But if it is higher, the level is 4 levels higher. This can completely suppress Yifeng to death. The previous mobs could hit Yifeng with a few hundred HP at most. But here the mobs could hit Yifeng with 1000 plus damage. And the level suppression was already very serious. When Yifeng walked into the last Demon Palace, it was full of level 44 Demon Palace guards. And there were a lot of them. The largest wave had a Demon Palace guard. And Yifeng would be lying on the ground in just one round. Even the pig's trotters couldn't bear it. After all, the pig's trotters were the same as Yifeng. Due to the problem of level suppression, his blood volume dropped rapidly. Every time Yifeng finished fighting a wave of monsters, he had to rest and recover. After walking around and around in the magic palace, he finally came to the ultimate boss Su Hua. The first 3 bosses took Yifeng a total of only about 20 minutes. Unexpectedly, it took almost 20 minutes from entering the main hall of the Demon Palace to arriving in front of the boss. Next to the boss, there were 2 Demon Palace captains, level 45. 4 in total, together with the big boss Su Hua, who was level 45. This lineup was a bit scary. This gave Yifeng a little headache. How to fight this? Not to mention the boss. Even the level 45 Demon Palace captain might be a little difficult for Yifeng to resist. Adding the boss? Wouldn't it be a matter of minutes to return to the west? This is not easy to fight. It's not just asking players to defeat the first 3 bosses. In fact, this is the official purpose. If you can pass them all, it's up to you. If you can't, just go to the top 3. Currently, all the major guilds are stuck at the last boss. The top 3 are stressful for them. But it's no problem. But the last boss? It only takes 1 wave to destroy them directly. The big boss of the Demon Palace, Su Hua, is level 45, HP 150,000, Attack 1,500, Defense 500. Skills: Fury of Thunder, Range Stun, 3 Knife Style, L Demon Fire Blade. Yifeng felt that as long as the boss touched him lightly, he would probably have residual health. If he was touched, he would probably be able to regain his life point. They were not on the same level at all. Yifeng was about to give up, but he glanced at his active skill, Demonization. He didn't use it before, so he just wanted to use it now. After Yifeng thought about it again and again, Yifeng decided to give it a try. He couldn't beat him to death just once. Looking at the 4 monsters around the boss, Yifeng believed that no matter who he touched, all the monsters, including the boss, could be triggered. So Yifeng had only one target, and that was the big boss Su Hua. Dark Entanglement. A black flame wrapped around boss Su Hua's feet. After being attacked, boss moved, and the captain beside him also moved. But what surprised Yifeng the next moment was that the boss directly launched the Wrath of Thunder on the spot. The 4 surrounding Demon Palace captains were all stunned, and the boss rushed towards Yifeng and the others alone. What surprised Yifeng was that just as Yifeng was about to hide, he saw the 4 Demon Palace captains behind the boss picking up the knives in their hands and slashing at the boss's back hatefully. As soon as the boss turned around, he started fighting with them. Yifeng and Juji stood there blankly. What happened? Or is this a bug? This boss can hurt your own people, and will also be knocked out of health by your own people. This made Yifeng think of an excellent idea. He searched the entire Demon Palace with his pig's feet. In less than a minute, Yifeng was followed by a group of Demon Palace guards hiding in the corners of the Demon Palace. But here comes the question. How can I get the boss to use his ultimate move? Anyway, Yifeng kept running around the boss, and the Demon Palace guards following Yifeng desperately chased Yifeng. Boom! Yifeng was stunned. But those who were stunned were also the guards of the Demon Palace behind Yifeng. When the stun time came, Yifeng ran away. If he guessed wrong, he would be quartered by 5 horses. When Yifeng looked back, he breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, those Demon Palace guards were fighting the boss. Although the boss's health dropped slowly, there were so many mobs that they couldn't hold it down. Yifeng was on the side doing a level output. As soon as he found that the boss was about to attack him, he immediately stopped attacking, and the boss would continue to attack the Demon Palace guards around him. As time passed, about 2 minutes later, the last mob next to the boss was left, and the boss's blood volume was only half left, which made Yifeng yell out of surprise. Especially during this period, Yifeng clearly saw every skill of the boss. The one he was most afraid of was the stun skill, which only lasted for 5 seconds. The boss could really kill him instantly. When the last Demon Palace guard fell, the boss couldn't wait to send a skill towards Yifeng. A black flame came out from the boss's hand. Similar to sword energy, Yifeng ducked directly. But the boss's other skill, Sandao Lu, also followed. Pig's feet turn into dragons. Roar! After transforming into a dragon, the pig's foot directly hit it and knocked the boss away. But what surprised Yifeng was that the boss's attack was too high. A normal attack directly knocked out nearly 3,000 points of blood from the pig's foot. And the pig's feet are so high that he can defeat the boss with more than 1,000 blood. Which is not the same level at all. Yifeng started to output like crazy. After level suppression, Yifeng's damage was significantly reduced. And none of his damage exceeded 1,000. At this time, the boss activated the skill again and directly stunned the pig's feet. The pig's feet were stunned for 5 seconds. In these 5 seconds, the boss gave up the pig's feet and attacked Yifeng. Yifeng started to move and dodge, not daring to let the boss touch him. If he touched him, he would die. 10 seconds later, the boss released the skill again. This time, the pig's foot blocked Yifeng. Yifeng was watching the pig's foot's health drop wildly. A single skill damage directly lost 10,000 health. Today's pig's feet still have less than half of their health, and cannot be beaten anymore. Just when Yifeng hesitated, the boss's skill came out again. Mito Stream. The pig's foot directly protected Yifeng. And the next moment the pig's foot disappeared. Ding! System prompt. Your pet pig's knuckle has been disappointed and needs to wait for 1 hour before it can be resurrected. During this period, it cannot go into battle. Depend on. Kill the pig's feet in seconds. As expected, he was not capable of fighting. It was all his own fault for hesitating. Otherwise he would have left long ago. Yifeng was unwilling to give up. After finally beating the boss's health to only half, he was unwilling to give up. Next, Yifeng made a bold move. During a move, Yifeng deliberately hit the boss with a knife. With just one knife, Yifeng was left with no health. Ding! System prompts. When the blood volume is lower than 5%, the active skill demonization of wind damage and annihilation is triggered. Do you want to use it? Yes. The moment Yifeng finished speaking, a strange black air rose from the soles of Yifeng's feet, and quickly enveloped Yifeng. Chapter 171 Demonization. A pair of blood-red eyes looked particularly strange in the black air. Hey hey! A gloomy voice came from the black air. And even the big boss Su Yan was stunned and forgot to attack Yifeng. A black leather-clad foot stepped out of the black air. And then a pair of black hands stretched out. As his hand shook, the black gas was completely dispersed. Ding! System prompt. Demonization completed. Lasts 10 minutes. Cooling time 1 hour. When the black energy dissipated, a domineering figure appeared in front of the boss. The person in front of him was Yifeng. But now Yifeng's whole body was completely black. And his pair of black wings were so handsome. With the blood-red eyes, the cold smile, and the gently waving black wings. This should be the legendary fallen angel. At this time, all of Yifeng's skills have changed. A total of 5 skills. Darkness comes. Darkness comes allows Yifeng to add the power of magic to himself, causing super high magic damage. With a cooldown time of 10 seconds. Power of Fall. Increase the maximum attack speed and perform multiple rapid attacks. The last one will form a sword wave, which will cause super high physical damage to enemy units around the attack target. The cooldown time is 5 seconds. Seal Destiny. Draw a 5-pointed star array. Teleport to the designated location after a short cast. Stun nearby enemy units. Cause spell damage to them. Increase own movement speed by 5 seconds. And have a cooling time of 8 seconds. Forbidden Demon Realm. Turn on the Forbidden Demon Realm. Within 10 seconds, enemy units around you will be silenced and physical attacks and magic attacks will be strengthened. The cooldown time is 10 seconds. Death Harvest. Transform into a Death Scythe. When the enemy unit's HP is less than 20%, it will be directly obliterated. The cooldown time is 10 seconds. Powerful. It's really strong. Yifeng no longer knew what to say. Yifeng opened his hand and shouted, Darkness is coming. The Forbidden Demon Realm. First, add status to yourself. In the area around boss Su Hua, all enemies in the middle were silenced. Even the boss was no exception. Seal Fate. Yifeng appeared directly behind the boss, with a black long sword in his hand appearing for unknown reasons. The Power of Corruption. Yifeng shuttled in front of the silent boss Su Hua. The damage could not be described as cruel. Every time, it was 5,000 plus. especially the last one, which directly knocked Boss Su Hua away. After waking up, he started to attack Yifeng. Unfortunately, Yifeng was no longer the same Yifeng. At this moment, Yifeng's blood volume had exceeded 10,000. After being attacked by Yifeng, Boss Su Hua's health was already less than 20%. Mito Stream. 3 sword energies hit Yifeng's location directly. Yifeng said coldly, "The Reaper of Death." Yifeng ignored Boss's skills and turned his whole body into a huge death scythe. He lightly wiped the boss's neck, and a head fell down as the scythe disappeared. Bang! The big body of the boss fell to the ground and was directly obliterated by Yifeng. Yifeng, who once again transformed into a fallen angel, looked at the boss's body coldly. He didn't know why he transformed into this appearance. But Yifeng became very indifferent. Maybe because of his profession. If Zisu saw herself like this, she would be so handsome that she would be stunned. Yifeng kicked away the boss's corpse. There were 2 things under the corpse. A purple piece of equipment and a potion formula. Sure enough, in the first Kill King mode, I could really get that formula. But I was lucky enough to get the advanced blood restoring potion formula. And I also got a piece of purple equipment. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on successfully clearing the Demon Palace, King mode. It took 50 minutes and 5 seconds. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to Yifeng for successfully clearing the Demon Palace, King mode. The warrior won the first kill in 50 minutes and 5 seconds and received 500,000 bonus experience. 5 gold coins. Ding! System prompt. Yifeng obtained 7-star purple, flowing gold soft armor after a hard battle with Su Hua, the big boss of the Demon Palace. The first reaction of the major guilds was that it was impossible. They had 5 top configurations, and the last boss directly wiped out the group. How could Yifeng do it alone? It was impossible. The World Channel has been shocked. Yifeng has slapped all the major guilds in the face. Before, people from the major guilds said that no one could clear the King mode. Now Yifeng has stood up and exploded with a piece of purple equipment. It was a huge profit. A piece of purple equipment is simply a divine piece of equipment at the moment. And the price is horribly high. Because the other purple piece of equipment in the server is in the hands of Yifeng. Of course, there are still a lot of purple equipment that are not on the ranking list. Because the purple equipment that explodes for those level 50 gold bosses are all level 50 or above, and must be worn to be displayed on the equipment ranking list. Currently, only Yifeng's purple clothes are available. Oh my god! Is Yifeng going to start the harvest mode? Our team can't even kill the first boss in the King mode. He cleared the level by himself. It's amazing. Bug? Definitely a bug. The current level suppression is so powerful. How can Yifeng pass the level? There is definitely a loophole. There are those who are optimistic and those who are jealous. Especially those who failed in the King mode. Altian, the president of Xinhua, asked Zhu Jian, "Are you sure our people really can't get through?" Zhu Jian nodded and said, "President, I am sure. The last big boss is too powerful. Our crispy skin will be killed instantly when it goes up. The human shield can only last for 10 seconds at most. It is not on the same level at all." Altian nodded and said, "Well, so Yifeng found some method. Or really took advantage of a bug?" Zhu Jian shook his head and said, "Bug is impossible. Huancher is so powerful. Bug should be impossible. It is very likely that this guy has found some way. Well, let's put aside the dungeon matter for now. How are the equipment of the people below prepared?" Guild leader, I was just about to tell you this. It's tonight for the Glory Battle individual battle. As long as everyone in our guild is over level 30. Almost everyone is signed up. As for our elite team, all the equipment has been prepared. Individual members, it's a golden outfit. It's just level 35 golden equipment. Altian nodded and said, "Well, we can't fall behind. Let them seize the time to learn from each other and improve their combat effectiveness. Clear. Not only in mythology, but in other guilds, elite members have been matched. And the equipment is almost of golden quality. After all, no matter how skilled you are, without the support of equipment, you still can't beat others with good equipment." Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. His demonic transformation only lasted for 10 minutes. But it could be cancelled in advance. After making sure that there were no other circumstances, Yifeng cancelled the transformation. This time, I returned to the leader of the Manku tribe to hand in a task. After all, there was a huge reward. Thank you so much. This is a specialty of our Manku tribe. I give it to you. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on completing the mission of the leader of the Manku tribe. You have received an experience reward of 100,000. And the props braised snowflake fish. Braised snowflake fish, after taking it. Within 30 minutes, the physical fitness can be improved by 100 points. The defense can be increased by 380 points. And the damage can be reduced by 44 points. A limited time status prop. This thing is especially useful during PK. It's time for the Battle of Glory. Is this just icing on the cake? Chapter 172 Bribing Yifeng. When Yifeng set out the copy, Yin Yu and others were already waiting for Yifeng outside. As soon as Yifeng appeared, Zissou read it. Not for any other reason, but because the equipment that just exploded in Yifeng's hand was the purple equipment of the archer. Hurry up and hand it over. I won't treat you badly. Yifeng said with a smile. It depends on how you don't treat me badly. This thing is a good thing. Zizi pouted and said, I don't care. Give me the equipment first. Yifeng glanced at Yin Yu. After all, Yin Yu was also an archer. Yin Yu smiled and shook his head. Yifeng then breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yin Yu was generous. Yifeng directly traded the purple clothes to ZZ, who happily put them on immediately. Oh yeah. It's so beautiful. Looking at his new equipment, Zissa happily circled around. Yifeng shook his head helplessly, thinking that he was still a child. Arrogant. I have a golden gauntlet of yours. Take it. He took it and scratched his head arrogantly, and said sheepishly, well, we just released the golden equipment of the warrior in the hard mode. And I have already taken it. Give this to Xiuya. Yifeng shook his head and said, you take it with you first. When the Battle of Glory is over, you can give it to Xiuya, and keep it for Xiuya first. That's right. Use arrogance first. You are our main force in the Battle of Glory anyway. So you use it first. Arrogant hesitated for a moment, and finally accepted it and said, okay. I will definitely not let the boss and you down. Yifeng, how did you defeat the last boss? Yin Yu asked curiously. Because when they played the difficult mode, they felt that the king mode was not easy. Yifeng smiled mysteriously and said, do you still remember the weapon? Weapons. That's right. I almost forgot. Thinking about the artifact in Yifeng's hand. I really don't dare to say that this copy can stop Yifeng. Xiao Hei on the side touched Yifeng's staff and said, weapon. Boss, when did you change this weapon? It's quite exquisite. What are its attributes? Why is there no color? Yifeng slapped Xiao Hei's hand away and said, no comment. This is my treasure. TCH. You are stingy. Why don't you just break the staff? Xiao Hei said with disdain. Because there was a Battle of Glory in the evening. They had to get as much equipment as possible. So Yifeng took them to master the king mode. Of course, one of them had to leave the team. And Xiao Hei finally quit because he himself found that he was of no use in it, and was too fragile. So Yifeng took Yin Yu, Zissou, Xiao Yi, and arrogant brother into the king mode. But this time, they only fought the first 3 bosses. The last boss, Yifeng, was already unbeatable. Without the ability to demonize. They couldn't even think about it. With the 4 of them joining in, the first 3 bosses became a lot easier. When he arrogantly asked why he didn't fight the last boss, Yifeng said, the life-saving skills are still on cooldown. And we can't beat them now. He nodded arrogantly, and said that he also had life-saving skills. And the cooldown time was extremely long. So he would never use them until the critical moment. It was not until 5 o'clock in the afternoon that Yifeng and his group finally gave up on the dungeon. However, they were lucky. 2 more pieces of golden equipment were released in the afternoon. And they even played through the hard mode several times. Okay everyone. Go offline and eat early. Don't miss the personal battle tonight. Understood? Boss. Let's go to dinner right away. We won't embarrass you. Well, go ahead. We're offline too. The 2 brothers Xiao Hei and brother Arrogant went offline one after another. Just when Yifeng was about to go offline as well. Ing contacted Yifeng at this time. Oh, are you finally willing to give up? Ing said angrily. I have been very busy recently, and have less time to go online. Isn't this about to start the Battle of Glory? Of course I will be back. Yifeng said, you are only level 38. Are you a little behind? It's okay. Although the level is a little behind, the technology and equipment are still there. It won't be embarrassing anyway. Okay. Let's go offline to eat, and prepare for the glorious battle. What about you? Ing said, after eating. I will come up and get familiar with it. What if I lose? Okay. You should be familiar with it. Let's get off first. At 8 o'clock in the evening. Almost all Fantasy World players are online. This is a grand event in Fantasy World. Yi Feng was called away early because Yi Feng was the examiner and supervisor of this Battle of Glory, and had to wait in the special Thunder Room in the Imperial City, because this was where the semifinals and finals were held. Captain Yi, you are here. Sit down quickly. The person walking towards them was not Yi Feng, but Yi Feng's clone. At this moment, Yi Feng's clone had turned into the governor, sitting swaggeringly in his seat, and soon a servant brought him a cup of tea. Yi Feng looked at the scene in front of him through the perspective of his clone. All the players were waiting for him to announce the start. At this time, a servant walked up to Yi Feng and said, Captain Yi, someone is looking for you. It's the Lord of White Tiger City. This servant was sent by the Lord of Xuanwu City to assist Yi Feng. Yi Feng whispered, what are their backgrounds? The servant whispered, he is the personal guard of the Lord of White Tiger City. He came here with a warrior. Do you want to send him away? Yi Feng looked at the time, stretched out his hand and said, let's go and meet them. Yes, Governor Yi. Go this way. When Yi Feng walked backstage, he saw a silver-armored guard and a player waiting for him. Seeing Yi Feng approaching, the silver-armored guard half-knelt and said, I've seen Governor Yi. The player behind him also half-knelt and said, I've seen Governor Yi. Yi Feng already knew the guy's name. He turned out to be the president of the Shuntian Guild, ranked 5th among the top 10 gangs. Man Yi. Yi Feng said without any expression, get up. What do you want from me? The silver-armored guard said, Captain Yi, my city lord asked me to bring this man to see you, and he will tell you more about the matter. Yi Feng said, say. Man Yi said respectfully, Captain Yi, I am Man Yi, the president of the Holy Sky Guild. I came to you through the Lord of White Tiger City this time to ask for something. What's the matter? Captain Yi controls all matters in the Battle of Glory. It should be a trivial matter if some people are disqualified from the competition. Yi Feng smiled and said, well, who do you want me to disqualify? What's in it for me? Upon hearing this, Man Yi thought there was something interesting and immediately said, I heard that Governor Yi was the village chief before, so he must be very short of money. I have 100,000 gold coins here, as long as you can cancel the qualifications of Yi Feng, Chao Xiai and Chu Tianai. These gold coins are all yours. Yi Feng's heart suddenly became dark. He didn't seem to have offended the opponent, so why should he be disqualified from the competition? Yi Feng said expressionlessly, according to my investigation, these people are strong contenders for the championship of this Battle of Glory. It's not easy for me to handle this. Since you want to trick me, no wonder I say nothing to you. Man Yi said, if Governor Yi feels that the gold coins are not enough, I can raise them for you. Chapter 173 The Personal Battle begins. 1 million. Is this NPC too greedy? Although their Xingtian guild is not as rich as the first 3 guilds, their strength cannot be underestimated. But 1 million gold coins is indeed a bit much. Originally, he just threw out 100,000 as a start, and he had already prepared 500,000. But now it seems that the NPC's greed is more serious than he thought. Nowadays, the 1 million gold coins in the game is only 5 million renminbi. It is not too much to say too much, and it is not too much to say too little. After all, gold coins have depreciated a lot. According to the official statement of Fantasy World, the gold coins in the game can only stay at 5 million renminbi in the end. 1-to-1 stage. No matter how many gold coins you have, you can only sell 1 gold coin for 1 yuan, and you cannot sell it at a low price. Otherwise, it will create an unhealthy competitive environment, and then gold coins in Fantasy World will really become rampant. Man Yi thought about it. If these people were disqualified from the competition, what would happen if they spent 5 million? Man Yi said, okay, as long as you disqualify a few of them from the competition, I will immediately give you 1 million gold coins. Yi Feng said with an evil look on his face, do you think I'm a fool? I didn't get anything, so I just helped you. Who are you? Come on. Get kicked out of me. Yes. Governor Yi. Several guards came out immediately and were about to drive Man Yi away. Man Yi shouted, wait a minute. How about I give you 500,000 first? When the matter is completed, I will give you 500,000. It works. Yi Feng said with a smile, 1 million. Not a penny less. Otherwise get away as far as you can from me. Man Yi was about to explode with anger at this moment, and kept comforting himself that the other party was just a bunch of data. Nothing to be angry about. Man Yi suppressed his anger and said, I'm afraid this is inappropriate. If you don't handle the matter well, my money will not be wasted. Yifeng looked at Man Yi playfully and said, Are you sure you have the ability to make demands on me? Do you believe that I will disqualify you from the competition now? Looking at Yifeng, who looked like he wanted to be beaten. Man Yi wanted to kill Yifeng right now. If he hadn't killed this guy because of his high position, he would have been in trouble with the NPCs in the entire game. At that time, he could only quit Fantasy World. Holding back his anger, Man Yi said, Okay, just wait for me for 10 minutes, and I will give you 1 million immediately. I hope Governor Yi can do what he says. Yifeng just looked at Man Yi with a smile and didn't answer him at all. And there was no need to answer him. Before 10 minutes had passed, Man Yi had already traded 1 million gold coins to himself. Yifeng counted the gold coins in his backpack with a smile on his face. He was really happy with the money. He had made millions so quickly. If he didn't accept the wall, he would only accept himself. Yifeng looked happy. And Man Yi said, Captain Yi, I hope you can do it. Otherwise it will not be good for your reputation. Yifeng said impatiently, Okay. Let's go. I have something else to do. After dismissing Man Yi, Yifeng took out 100 gold coins and gave it to the servant next to him and said, This is for you. Drink some wine. Thank you. Sir, the servant said with joy, nodding his head in thanks. After returning to his seat, Yifeng opened the battle system and looked at Man Yi's opponent. He was a level 40 priest. This was really good luck. Yifeng touched his chin, and an evil smile appeared on Yifeng's face. As soon as 8 o'clock in the evening passed, Yifeng stood up and shouted, The Battle of Glory, the personal battle, starts now. In front of Yifeng, a pop-up window popped up in front of Yifeng. Ding! System prompt, The personal battle of Glory battle has started. Do you want to enter the arena? Yifeng said to the people around him. Everyone. Come on! Come on! Yifeng clicked yes. And the next moment, Yifeng appeared in another place. Looking around, it should be a place similar to an arena. But there were no spectators around. The large arena was surrounded by simple stone pillars. Beyond the stone pillars is a bottomless abyss. The entire arena is like a suspended fighting arena. And the atmosphere is very full. The location where Yifeng is located is at one end of the arena. And opposite Yifeng, there is a follower player, who is Yifeng's opponent in this round. Octopus. Like Yifeng, he was watching the scene around him. After all, it was the first time he came here, and he would be shocked by such a scene. Yifeng said with a smile, Hello? My name is Yifeng, and I am your opponent in this round. Octopus, who was originally shocked by the surrounding scene, couldn't help but take a few steps back when he heard Yifeng's voice. Can you show mercy? Octopus was already so nervous that he didn't know what to say. Yifeng said, Of course. You can choose to abstain. Octopus was struggling a little internally, and didn't even fight. Isn't it a bit cowardly to give up like this? Yifeng asked again, Have you thought about it? Finally, Octopus sighed and shook his head and said, How long can I last in your hand? Don't tell me it's only 3 seconds. Yifeng shook his head with a smile and said, You can take as many seconds as you want. If you go out now, you will have been here for a minute. Right? Octopus slapped his thigh and said happily, I never thought that even if I go out now, it will take longer than those 3 seconds. God. I will abstain and leave first. As Octopus quit, Yifeng received the reminder. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on successfully advancing to the next round. Please wait to match your opponent. Yifeng nodded and exited the arena. It is estimated that not many people in front of him would choose to be killed instantly by him. In front of Yifeng's clone, production of the second round's battle list had already begun. As time went by, within 10 minutes, the first round was almost completed. Yifeng directly called up Man Yi's name, and then assigned him an opponent, who was also the person Yifeng hated most, Altian. Then he looked at his opponents, and saw that they were no threat before Yifeng distributed the data. Ding! System prompt. The second round of elimination begins now. Your opponent is level 40 warrior XX. Yifeng himself entered the arena directly. While in another place, Man Yi, who was full of joy just now, his expression suddenly dropped. Because his opponent in the second round turned out to be Shinoa's president Altian. Why was he so unlucky that he met Altian in the second round? And Altian didn't expect that he would meet Man Yi, although he was more confident. This was a tough battle. Man Yi entered the arena bravely. When he saw Altian, Man Yi's face was not so pretty. Haha. President Man Yi. What a coincidence. We met him so early. Man Yi said with a gloomy face. What a coincidence. If you want to eliminate me, you may not be able to do so. Oh, really? Then let's meet Xinjiang. In the second round of knockout. The speed is also very fast. After all, there are too many people, and there are many people joining in the fun. All wanting to get the 1 million. Yi Feng's opponent this time chose to give up again. Facing a monster-level player like Yi Feng. Most people don't feel sad. So they might as well give up. However, everyone around Yi Feng advanced easily. Chapter 174 Insult. 20 minutes had passed in the second round. Yi Feng's clone still showed that someone was fighting. This time, someone delayed it for so long. It was really unexpected. The people who are still fighting are Altian and Man Yi. At this moment, Man Yi is almost at the end of his health. And Altian is not much better. Altian's chest was rising and falling as he said, Mani, just give up and save me. You can't beat me. As the president of a guild, how could Man Yi admit defeat so easily? Altian, you're not much better. You really think I don't know? I told you that it's not that easy to advance. Altian said coldly, you don't know what is good. Do you really think you can beat me? Go to H.L. 3 minutes later, Man Yi exited the arena. As soon as he appeared, the people from the Shuntian Guild asked, President, how is it? Man Yi said unwillingly, it's almost. Just a little bit. Hearing Man Yi's words, everyone in the Shuntian Guild knew that the president was eliminated. They didn't expect the president to be eliminated so early. It was really unexpected. But it was unlucky to meet Altian so early. After Man Yi came out, he immediately looked at the individual competition ranking system and found that the people he designated were still there and had not withdrawn from the competition. Man Yi came to Yi Feng again. The servant said in the ear of Yi Feng's clone, Sir, the man from before is here again. Should he be sent away? Yi Feng said, Well, let's get rid of him. I'm a fool who gave me money. Please be polite. Okay. Man Yi, who was waiting in the background, waited anxiously. But he waited until Yi Feng's servant arrived. My master told me to leave. He will make his own decision regarding your tape. Man Yi said with an angry look, What does it mean to make your own decision? After receiving my money? You will do things for me. And you are not afraid that I will expose this matter. My lord has told me to be polite. But you'd better not anger my lord. Otherwise not even the lord of White Tiger City can protect you. You? You gangsters. I'm going to the Imperial City to expose you. In fact, Yi Feng had been listening by the side. At this time, he came out and said, Whatever you want. I will lose if you can see His Majesty. Come on. Get kicked out of here. I don't want to see this person again. Yes. Man Yi was dragged away by the guards and threatened, Just wait for me. I will kill you one day. And Yi Feng smiled slightly and said, I welcome you to send me money again. I like this kind of fool. Ha ha. After Yi Feng returned to his seat again. This time Yi Feng called out Altian and Zhu Jian, as well as all the people who had humiliated him in Dingtian. It's time for you to get out. Altian, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, was stunned by the next information before he had time to rejoice. Because his opponent in the next round turned out to be Zhu Jian. The car hit a bit too much. Xingqian's car just hit him. President. This time he directly hit one of his own. And he also made a sword. The swordsmith on the side said with a hidden face, President. What should I do? Damn. What the H.L. Zhu Jian said, President. I abstain from voting. You are the signature of our Xinhua. You can't lose. After a long time, Altian nodded and said, This is the only way. I hope more people in the gang can enter the top 100. Well, so far, our people are pretty good, and the situation is not that bad. I don't know what other guilds are like. Altian said, Next. Please pay more attention to the gang's affairs. Zhu Jian nodded and said, Understood. The few people from the Dingtian Guild who had insulted Yi Feng were eliminated immediately. They faced people who were all great gods and could not survive for 10 seconds. At this time, Yi Feng was still in the arena. Opposite him was Dingtian Xiaolu. Yi Feng crossed his arms and said with a playful look on his face, Isn't this brother Xiaolu? Are you asking me to admit defeat? Or are you beating me until I admit defeat? At that time, Dingtian Xiaolu was much more powerful than Yi Feng. Yi Feng was a new kid who had been tortured by him countless times. And every time he tortured him to death. But Yi Feng used his authority this time to directly set up the competition without abstaining. Dingtian Xiaolu looked at Yi Feng with a look of despair. Yi Feng, you don't remember the faults of villains. It was my fault in the past. You can just kill me. Okay, Yi Feng said. How dare I kill you? I can't beat you. Don't you remember how badly I was tortured by you before? You just stood aside and laughed at me without beating me to death. How dare I kill you now? And you? What Ding Tian Xiaolu is most afraid of is that Yi Feng still remembers how he abused him in the past. Although it is a game, the feeling of being abused is simply uncomfortable. Especially in this kind of game. There is pain. And the pain of instant killing is the lowest. Ding Tian Xiaolu said fearfully. Huang Xiaoyan asked me to do everything. What is none of my business is none of my business. Yi Feng looked at Ding Tian Xiaolu with a sneer. The staff in his hand was actually replaced by a new staff. Said, I won't bully you. I will just use this thing. When he saw the new staff in Yi Feng's hand, Ding Tian Xiaolu's face was filled with black lines, and he said, Don't be like this. We are working together after all. Why bother? I saw Yi Feng shouting coldly. Darkness entwines. The new staff in his hand knocked hard. Yes. You didn't see it. It was not a magic attack, but a knock. There was a bang and Ding Tian Xiaolu showed a painful expression. The key thing is that Yi Feng only lost 5 points of blood from Xiaolu when he knocked it down with a stick. Because Yi Feng is a pure mage, without turning into a warrior. Yi Feng's power is very weak. Yi Feng, you have the ability to kill me with one knife. Yi Feng stopped and said, I really don't have that ability. I may need to hit him with a stick. Ding Tian Xiaolu couldn't bear it anymore and raised the sword in his hand to kill Yi Feng. But was Yi Feng still the same Yi Feng now? Boom! A stick hit Ding Tian Xiaolu's knee directly, and Ding Tian Xiaolu knelt down with a thud. Although the pain was not high, his body's reaction was the same as in reality. Just as Ding Tian Xiaolu was about to get up, a wooden stick hit Ding Tian Xiaolu mercilessly on the face. This time, Ding Tian Xiaolu was knocked down directly. Yi Feng stood next to Ding Tian Xiaolu and said, How does it taste? I saw Ding Tian Xiaolu showing a ferocious expression and saying, I'm going to kill you. Before Ding Tian and Xiaolu could get up, Yi Feng stepped directly on Ding Tian and Xiaolu's back with one foot, forcing Ding Tian and Xiaolu down. What? You can't stand it anymore? You did more to me than that. I still remember it very clearly. A foot stepped directly on Ding Tian Xiaolu's face. Ding Tian Xiaolu's dignity has been severely trampled on. But this is what he should accept. He had treated Yi Feng like this more than once. But he just didn't want retribution to come like this. Quick! Ding! System prompt. The system has detected an insulting battle. Please stop the battle. Otherwise you will be punished. A system prompt sounded. Yi Feng took a deep breath and raised his foot. He originally thought that Yi Feng would stop. But he didn't expect Yi Feng to step down hard again, causing Ding Tian Xiaolu to vomit blood. Ding! System prompt. The system detected an insulting battle and punished Yi Feng. Chapter 175 Poor Outian. Ding! System prompt. The system detected an insulting battle and punished Yi Feng. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky and directly hit Yi Feng's body. Ding! System prompt. Because you insulted the player Ding Tian Xiaolu, the system has added villain status to you. Seeing Yi Feng being struck by lightning, Ding Tian Xiaolu, who was lying on the ground, burst into laughter. Haha. This is the fantasy world. You dare to do this to me. Please pay me back. Haha. Your condition will be reduced by 70%, which will last for a week. So happy. So happy. In fantasy world, the system has its own punishment system. For example, when Yi Feng fought insultingly just now, the system would first ask Xiaolu if he wanted to be punished, and the system would only punish him after receiving the order. In addition, Fantasy World has a protection mechanism for female players in the game. After all, the game is exactly the same as reality. So if hooliganism is discovered, the punishment will be more serious. Yi Feng took a look at his evil state. A smile suddenly appeared on Yi Feng's face, which was originally a little worried. Villain status. A very evil person gets a 10% all-attribute attack bonus, a 10% all-attribute defense bonus, and a 10% physical bonus. Lasts for 7 days. It was obviously punishment. But when it came to Yi Feng, it was in a state of increasing attributes. If Ding Tian and Xiaolu knew about this, he would be pissed to death. After Yi Feng looked at the status, the expression on his face became richer. In this case, let's let the storm come more violently. Yi Feng suddenly raised his feet and stepped on them one by one. And then lightning struck Yi Feng one after another. But Dingtian Xiaolu didn't listen and laughed until Yifeng consumed the last bit of his blood. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on successfully advancing to the next round. And Yifeng looked at the time of the evil person state immediately. And he was in the evil person state for 1 year after taking a mother. This can be regarded as a fixed state for Yifeng. In Qinglong City, Dingtian Xiaolu finally came out. Some Dingtian members quickly asked, "How is it?" They all fought against Xiaolu's opponent Yifeng. Unexpectedly, the two of them stayed in the arena for more than 10 minutes. This was a serious situation. Dingtian Xiaolu said happily, "What else can I do? Of course I was eliminated. Let me go." "Why are you so happy after you were eliminated? Did Yifeng kneel down and beg you?" Dingtian Xiaolu said, "Hey, you don't know that Yifeng is in a villain state now. I'm afraid he will be finished in a year. Unless he deletes his account and starts over again." "Holy crap. No. Let's put it this way. You were tortured by Yifeng inside to the point where you can't even stand the system anymore. How miserable are you?" Xiaolu raised his head and said, "What does this mean? Now that Yifeng's condition has been reduced by 70%. I don't believe how much longer he can be arrogant." "Are you sure?" "Bullshit. Do you need to be sure about this? This was punished with my consent. Can it be fake? As long as it disgusts Yifeng, I win." What Dingtian and Xiaolu didn't know was that Yifeng's attack was even higher than before. It was because the state Xiaolu gave him was not only not weak, but even more awesome. Yifeng exited the arena with a relaxed expression. Unexpectedly, the people around him had already come out. "Little Yuzi, after being in there for so long, what kind of powerful masters have you met?" Yifeng touched Zisu's head and said, "Well, I used to be a master, but I'm not me now. So I wasted a lot of time talking to him about old times." "Who is it? Do I know him?" Yanyu took Zisu's hand and said, "If my guess is right, he should be from Dingtian." Yifeng nodded and said, "Well, there is another round next. Are you ready?" I saw Zisu raising the bell in his hand and shouting, "Yes. My opponent is too weak." Yifeng directly switched to the clone's perspective. The battle this time was not over yet. There were still some people fighting. But Yifeng didn't know who it was, so he could only wait slowly. Fortunately, after 5 minutes, the third round finally ended. And the fourth round began immediately. This time, Yifeng's purpose was very simple. Altian directly faced Chao Ci. After checking the situation of his opponents, Yifeng announced it. Ding! System prompt. In the fourth round of the personal battle of the Battle of Glory, your opponent this time is the level 41 archer Chao Ci. Ding! System prompt. In the fourth round of the Glory Battle personal battle, your opponent this time is the level 41 warrior Altian. Hack. What do you mean? Why are all my opponents strong? This was Altian's first reaction after seeing his opponent. And he immediately cursed. Xu Jian's expression on the side darkened. Why was the guild leader so unlucky? Although his guild focused on team battles, he couldn't lose so miserably in individual battles. President. Who is your opponent? Altian took a deep breath and said. Domineering Chao Ci. What? Chao Ci. Xu Jian felt cold. This time it might really be over. Chao Ci is a hidden profession. And the president might really lose. Altian had a sullen face. If this was not a sign by the system, he would have thought that someone was operating behind the scenes. But this was really a behind-the-scenes operation. No matter what, I will do my best. I want to see how powerful this hidden profession is. On the side, he made a sword and cheered, that's right. President. Come on. All of us in Xinhua will cheer for you. On the other side, in the domineering guild gathering place, Chao Ci also frowned. How could he meet Altian on the first day? It wasn't that he couldn't beat Altian, but he didn't expect it. Chao Ci. What's your expression? Have you met a master? The madman asked. Chao Ci nodded and said, my opponent this round is Altian. The madman frowned and said, what? It's Altian. Why did we meet him so early? You're sure? The madman was worried about the other side. After all, Altian is also a master. Not just an ordinary person. Chao Ci nodded and said, about 80%. I have watched a lot of battle videos about Altian, and I still know a lot about him. After hearing the 80% probability, the fanatic breathed a sigh of relief. Chao Ci said that he should have won, but it was just a little difficult. Go and teach that guy a lesson. Don't think that you are invincible after winning the first guild token. Let him know that we are still domineering in front of him. Clear. This time, Yifeng appeared on the arena. and his opponent also appeared. What Yifeng didn't expect was that the opponent didn't abstain when he saw him, but spoke. When you're ready, let's get started. Yifeng was stunned. The guy in front of him was just a guy at this moment. He spoke so arrogantly, and did not regard Yifeng as an opponent at all. Yifeng did not underestimate his opponent. He took out his staff and said, "Let's begin. The battle starts in 5 seconds. Please get ready. Both players. It starts at 5, 4, 3, 21. As the loud voice fell, the assassin opposite Yifeng directly entered the invisible state. On the other hand, Yifeng stood motionless on the spot. The opponent's assassin either stayed put or walked away against the wall. Yifeng was still standing still, waiting. That assassin's attack. Chapter 176: A Patient Assassin. Dark Magic Shield. A black magic shield rose from the soles of Yifeng's feet, completely wrapping Yifeng. The assassin hiding in the dark did not immediately attack Yifeng, and Yifeng remained motionless, waiting for the assassin's attack. But time passed slowly, and the assassin remained motionless. He seemed to be very capable of hiding, just waiting until Yifeng showed his flaws. Yifeng looked around and said, "Brother, how long do you plan to hide?" It's a pity that the other party ignored Yifeng at all and couldn't speak, because as long as he spoke, he would be noticed by Yifeng. Seeing that his strategy failed, Yifeng simply removed the magic shield. If he kept waiting like this, if the assassin had good endurance, he could probably wait for half an hour or an hour. After removing Yifeng's magic shield, the assassin hiding in the dark felt a little moved, but still did not take action. Yifeng slowly walked towards the center of the arena and said, "Brother, it's pointless to waste time like this. If you want to attack, then attack." Just when Yifeng finished speaking, Yifeng felt a chill in his back. The magician in his hand waved lightly, and the magic shield appeared instantly. Puff! A dagger pierced into Yifeng's magic shield, and the guy finally appeared in front of Yifeng. Yifeng said with a smile, "Come out?" Looking at Yifeng's smile, the guy jumped and wanted to escape. He knew how powerful Yifeng was, and he wanted to avoid killing his opponent. But now it seemed that the opponent's magic shield was a bit thick. And it was very thick. It was really not a loss. It is a hidden profession. I finally got you out. How could I let you go again? Yifeng stretched out his hand and shouted, "Darkness entangles." The assassin's feet were caught by 2 black flames, and his speed immediately slowed down, as if he couldn't lift his feet. Oops. Just when the assassin was about to break free, Yifeng shouted, "The earth's flames explode." A black flame erupted from the soles of the assassin's feet and exploded instantly. Minus 1900. Damn! So perverted. This poor assassin only has blood skin left, because he only has 2,300 blood points. And he will die as long as he gets hit by him. Fire Dragon Dance. Just when the assassin wanted to become invisible again, a black fire dragon descended from the sky and hit the assassin directly. The assassin turned into a stream of light and ended the competition. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on your successful promotion. Sure enough, ordinary players really can't withstand their own attacks. They only kill 1 in 2 hits. This is without a critical hit. If it does, it will be an instant kill. On the other hand, the assassin looked helpless. He had a very good plan, but the opponent's damage was too abnormal, and his reaction ability was faster than his own. His defeat was not unjust at all. The Battle of Glory individual battle involves 4 rounds of eliminations in 1 day. According to the number of people Yifeng knows so far, there are still more than 300,000 people waiting for tomorrow's game. Tomorrow will still start at 8 p.m. Those who do not come will be directly announced to give up the game. Just like today. If you are late, you will lose regardless of whether you play or not. After 4 rounds, it only took an hour. It can be seen how simple the current battle is. The system will also distribute according to strength. Of course, unless it is changed randomly like Yifeng, it will be different. Poor Altian faced Chaozi in the last round. Although he tried his best, he still lost in the end. He only knocked out half of Chaozi's blood. It can be said that he did not put much pressure on Chaozi at all. President, it's okay. Let's fight back as a team, Altian said with some disappointment. As the #1 guild in Fantasy World, we actually lost in the 4th round. It's so inappropriate. Zhu Jian said, "It's just that we are unlucky. Not that we have no strength." Okay. If there's nothing to do, I'll go offline and take a rest. I don't know how to repay you at the head office, so I'm leaving now. Zhu Jian nodded. Originally, The goal of the myth killed in this personal battle was to be in the top 20. This is the most basic goal. When it comes to further goals, of course the top 10 is the best. But this time, there are too many people hiding their strength. Individuals. So they had to settle for second best. Unexpectedly, they have been eliminated by now. They can only rely on other elite members of the guild to perform well. But with Yifeng here, do you think Shenhua people can reach a certain position? Quanzu, the president of the domineering guild, is very happy now. Chao Ci has defeated Aotian. So Aotian has been eliminated. According to his arrangements for the 007 return in Shenhua, not only Aotian, but also the sword-making sword has been eliminated. Shenhua's people are in trouble this time. They won't be able to achieve any results in the individual battle. President, why do I feel like someone is deliberately trying to mess with Shenhua? Apart from the first round, Aotian's opponents are not weak in the last 3 rounds. The fanatic said, it can only be said that they are not lucky enough. Could it be that someone came to punish us when we faced Aotian? All this can only be said to be a matter of luck. Yes. After the Aotian of Shenhua, the only one left is Man Yi of Xintian. He spent millions, but he didn't make any noise at all. Instead, he was eliminated early. It was obviously this Governor Yi who was responsible. Today's game is over. Yifeng's clone was about to leave the Imperial City. But when Yifeng's clone walked to the teleportation array, it was stopped by a person. That person was Man Yi. Captain Yi, I hope you can give me an explanation. Yifeng said, explain? Do I need to explain to you? This is the Imperial City. Aren't you afraid that I will expose you? Yifeng said, expose me? What evidence do you have? Believe it or not, I will ask the guards to imprison you now. Manny glared at Yifeng and said, you don't do things for money. If you have the guts, don't leave the safe area. Otherwise I will kill you. Yifeng shrugged his shoulders and said, okay. Patrolling guards. Yifeng roared. There were no training guards around. But a group of patrolling guards ran over and said respectfully, Master Yi, what are your orders? Yifeng pointed at Manny and said, arrest this person and dare to threaten me. How courageous he is. Yes. Man-Yi did not resist, and allowed the patrolling guards to take him away. He would be released in an hour anyway. Man-Yi looked at Yifeng fiercely. Man-Yi was captured, which attracted the attention of many players, but no one dared to come forward to ask. After all, the current NPCs were not something they could deal with. Soon Yifeng's clone returned to Xuanwu City, and was dismissed by Yifeng after entering the city lord's mansion. After all, Yifeng could not let any player see this thing. Otherwise it would be very harmful. However, Yifeng was soon summoned by the lord of Xuanwu City. After all, it was so early, and Yifeng had no intention of going offline now. Moreover, on the first day of the Battle of Glory, the lord of Xuanwu City must have asked himself some questions. When Yifeng came to the city lord's mansion, unexpectedly, the Xuanwu City lord did not ask Yifeng about today's Battle of Glory, but gave Yifeng a house deed. Chapter 177 Yi Mansion. House deed? Why did the lord of Xuanwu City give him this thing? The lord of Xuanwu City said, brother, as Governor Yi, how can you not even have a decent mansion? It's impossible to go back to your village. Right? His Majesty built you a mansion. And the house deed in your hand is yours. The future residence. My mansion? I'm not ready yet. Give it to me. Don't worry. I have arranged all the people in your house. You have just become Governor Yi, and are busy with the Battle of Glory. I know you are full, so I have arranged everything for you. Yifeng didn't feel any gratitude at all, although he was able to reach this point. The Lord of Xuanwu City played a very important role in it, but he was monitoring himself, although he didn't have to go to so much trouble to get those things. His every move was being monitored by the Lord of Xuanwu City, as if he could see what was going on in Yifeng's mind. The Lord of Xuanwu City said, don't worry. I'm not spying on you. When you're done, you can evacuate all my people. You can make your own arrangements. If you believe me, I will. Brother, just stay here in peace. I'll find you soon. Yifeng thought to himself, every time you look for me, the system prompts you. It's not convenient. Could it be more convenient to go to my house? I can't always be at my house. Yifeng said, brother, what are you talking about? You also know that I wander around all day long and I can't stop at all. I was just like you when I was young. But I always have to have a place to stay. Anyway, this house is already yours. It's all yours whether you want it or not. Yifeng said helplessly, Brother has said so. How can I refuse? Then I will accept it. And I will invite brother to my house as a guest someday. Uh-huh. This is what you said. Don't hide again and stop drinking with me. Yifeng said awkwardly. I'm digging a hole for myself. Remember to bring your good wine. I don't have as good a wine as yours. No problem. I'm waiting for your invitation. Ha ha. The Lord of Xuanwu City, who Yifeng said goodbye to, took the house deed in his hand and came to the location of his mansion. I have to say that the location where his mansion is located is really prosperous, with a lot of players coming and going. Yifeng looked around at the entrance of the mansion. Wouldn't it be very exciting if a few stores were built here to sell things? When Yifeng walked to the door of the mansion, the guard at the door half knelt and shouted, "Welcome to your home, sir." Many players looked at Yifeng. Fortunately, Yifeng was still in NPC form at this time. Otherwise the players would have gossiped about him. Yifeng looked at the main entrance of the mansion. There was a plaque hanging on it, with 2 words written vigorously. Yi Mansion. Well, get up. This was Yifeng's first time back home. All the maids and servants came out to greet him. But there was also an old man who looked like a housekeeper, looking at Yifeng happily. Sir, you are finally back. I am the housekeeper of your residence. Can I show you around my mansion? Yifeng said, okay. What else did the city lord tell you? The old housekeeper said, the city lord also said that as long as you need it, I will do it for you at all costs. If you need anything, sir, just tell me, and I will definitely do it. Yifeng nodded and said, let's take a look first. Yifeng's mansion is very large, with a front yard, a main hall, a guest room, a back garden, and a large lotus pond, which the maids and servants are cleaning in an orderly manner. Yifeng's study and bedroom are very large, and the study is especially quiet. In the small courtyard in front of the study, there is a faint fragrance of flowers, which makes Yifeng feel relaxed and happy. The most important thing is Yifeng's main hall, which is also Yifeng's living room. Yifeng is also very satisfied. He didn't expect that Fantasy World is really powerful. These details are all so well done. Good. Very good. The old housekeeper breathed a sigh of relief and said, as long as you like it. Sir, I'm afraid you won't like it. I'm relieved. Yifeng said, go and gather all the servants. I have something to say. Yes. Yes. I'll give you the order right away. Within 2 minutes, all the servants gathered outside the main hall door. Yifeng stood in the center of the door and looked at the servants in front of him. He did not expect that his mansion had no less than 20 servants. It was really luxurious. Yifeng stood with his hands behind his back and said, first of all, congratulations on becoming my servants in Yi Mansion. Old housekeeper, please tell me how much their salary is. Sir, because the division of labor is different. All wages are different. But it is about 5 silver coins a month. Yifeng said, what about you? Sir, I have 50 silver coins a month. Yifeng nodded and said, starting from today, each person will receive an additional 10 silver coins per month. The old housekeeper said happily, thank you for your reward. Thank you, sir. Looking at the excited expressions in the eyes of the servants. Although it was a pile of data, Yifeng was very happy. Yifeng reached down and said, okay, I will give you a salary increase, and it will not be in vain. You have to manage the mansion well. And you also need to entertain my guests well. Do you understand? Clear. One more thing. It's best not to let anyone know about my affairs. Otherwise I won't be polite. Yes. Sir. Yifeng said again, I will appear in front of you like this in the future. You remember it. As he spoke, Yifeng turned into a player and appeared in front of these servants. But he did not shock them. The old housekeeper said, sir, the Lord of Xuanwu City has told us your identity. It seemed that Yifeng was worrying too much. Yifeng said, that's easy. Let's all disperse. I'll take my friends to visit. Yes. Yifeng left Yifeng and found Yin Yu and others. They were leveling together at the moment. After all, the level cannot be lowered. Not everyone is like Yifeng and has so many abnormal bonuses. Zizou said, you have been here for so long. What does the Lord of Xuanwu City want from you? Yifeng said, I was just about to tell you about this and take you to visit our future base. Based area? Could it be that the Lord of Xuanwu City gave you a house? Yin Yu said doubtfully. Yifeng said nonchalantly, let's go. You will know when we get there. When Yifeng led a few people to the door of Yi Mansion, Xiao He was already excited and said, boss, isn't this our base area? I saw construction here a few days ago. It turns out it is yours. Yi Feng nodded and said, smart. Zisu on the side curled her lips and said, what's so clever about it? With two big words like Yi Fu. Who doesn't know it's yours? Yi Feng touched his head in embarrassment and said, let's go in and visit. It will be convenient for whatever we do in the future. When Yi Feng walked into the mansion, the guard in front of the door said, I've seen you. Sir. Yi Feng hummed and led Yin Yu and others into the mansion. Butler, make tea for some of my friends. Understood. Sir. Zisu said with envy, little Yi Zi, you are so majestic. That's right. Boss, this mansion is really big. Look at the martial arts arena. It can probably accommodate 100 people. Xiao Hei said. Chapter 178 The Threat from the Lord of White Tiger City. The next day, when Yi Feng had just come online, it happened that he was offline at Yi Mansion yesterday. As soon as he came online, he was stopped by the old housekeeper. Sorry, sir. The Lord of White Tiger City is here, and has been waiting here for a long time. Yi Feng frowned slightly. He didn't seem to have offended the Lord of White Tiger City. Except for that man Yi. The people of White Tiger City really didn't offend him. Yi Feng said, take me to see him. Yes. Yi Feng followed the old housekeeper to the main hall, and happened to see the Lord of Baihu City sitting quietly in the master seat drinking tea. Several guards stood there silently, frightening Yi Feng's servants to the point where they did not dare to raise their heads. Yi Feng smiled and let out a hearty laugh and said, ha ha. It turns out to be the Lord of White Tiger City. I'm so disrespectful. Yi is late. I'm really sorry. When the Lord of White Tiger City saw Yi Feng coming, he still looked unhappy and did not speak. But a guard behind him said, how dare you not kneel down when you see the city lord? The servants in the main hall, including the old housekeeper, all knelt down in fear. And Yi Feng's face suddenly darkened. Yi Feng said, Master Baihu City, are you sure you want me to kneel down? The Lord of White Tiger City said, Humph. You dared to imprison my people yesterday. You are so courageous. Don't think that you can do whatever you want after becoming the governor. I know your family background very well. At this moment, the Lord of White Tiger City seemed to be interrogating a prisoner, and Yi Feng was his prisoner. Yi Feng said, Master Baihu City, since you know my family background, you still dare to talk to me like this. Isn't it a bit too much? Humph. Even if the Lord of Xuanwu City protects you, I want your life today. What can he do to me? Yi Feng said, nothing can be done. But if you really take action, you have to think about the consequences. Your people bribed me with money, and I locked them up. I am not the only one who knows about this. Lord Baihu glared at Yi Feng and said, are you threatening me? Yi Feng said expressionlessly, haha. You can say whatever you want. Faced with Yi Feng, the Lord of White Tiger City had no choice but to intimidate the other party today. But he didn't expect that the other party would not accept this trick at all. He also wanted the other party to cough up some money. It seemed that it was not that easy. Captain Yi, you are indeed very arrogant. Then I don't know if the Lord of Xuanwu City can take care of you all the time. Yi Feng shrugged his shoulders and said, it doesn't matter. If something happens to me, you will be the first one who can't run away. And I remember that you and the Lord of Qinglong City have been relatively close recently. Come to my Xuanwu City. You are not afraid of being unable to get out. Ha ha. It's a joke. Even if the Lord of Xuanwu City comes, I can go out openly. Let alone you. I came here today for no other reason than to give me back the gold coins you collected yesterday. Yi Feng laughed and said, ha ha. Give it back to you? What a joke. Are you spitting out the rice that I had eaten for you to eat? Be bold. The guards behind the White Tiger City Lord immediately drew their swords and looked at Yi Feng coldly. The Lord of White Tiger City had a cold face and asked the guards to put away their weapons. He stared at Yi Feng and said, 2 million gold coins. Isn't it too much for you to want to take it all by yourself? If you don't hand over half of it today, I will in front of you. I will kill everyone in your house and tear down your house. Yi Feng was stunned at first. When did he accept Man Yi's 2 million? This was obviously Man Yi adding fuel to the fire and wanting to kill him. Yi Feng shouted coldly, Master Baihu City, I did accept that person's gold coins, but it was 1 million. But I will never give you any gold coins. Of course, you can also try. You dare to touch one of the people in my house. Damn it. Yi, dare to massacre you in Baihu City. The servants were already trembling with fear, and the White Tiger City Lord's men obviously wanted to take action. As the lord of the city of White Tiger, no one has dared to speak to him like this for too long. His aura has been aroused. Yi Feng can clearly feel the power and terror of the other party. Is this the ability of the 8th level city lord? Yi Feng also completed his transformation in an instant. The artifact in his hand, Wind Wound and Mingya, transformed into a golden long sword, exuding dazzling colors. The two sides looked like they were going to fight if they disagreed. The lord of Baihu City looked at the sword in Yi Feng's hand and said in surprise, "Sacred weapon." Yi Feng held the long sword in his hand and said coldly, "You have to try its power." The lord of White Tiger City seemed to be irritated and shouted, "Do you really think I don't dare? Don't think that with a divine weapon I will be afraid of you. If you want to die, I will help you." Just when thousands of arrows were fired, a figure suddenly appeared between the two people. "Master Baihu, you came to my Xuanwu city early in the morning, instead of sitting in my house. Why did you come to Governor Yi to prepare for a discussion?" The person who came was none other than the Lord of Xuanwu City. He stood between the two and stopped them. Seeing that it was the Lord of Xuanwu City, Lord Baihu put away his momentum and shouted coldly, "Lord of Xuanwu City, your people are disobedient. I will teach you a lesson." The Lord of Xuanwu City said, "Oh, Governor Yi offended you somewhere. I will apologize to you on his behalf." "Humph. It's just a little disrespectful. Don't think that just because you are sitting in the position of governor, you have high ambitions and low abilities. There will be a time when you look good. Let's go!" The Lord of Xuanwu City said, "The Lord of White Tiger City, the Lord of White Tiger City, come to my house for a drink next time you have time." "No time." The Lord of the White Tiger City angrily left with his people. As soon as the Lord of the White Tiger City left, the servants of the Yi Feng mansion finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they left. Otherwise they would have died. Yi Feng put away his artifact and said, "What the hell? It's so early in the morning. It's disappointing." The Lord of Xuanwu City said, "Ignore him. He can't do anything as long as I'm here. But you should be careful in the future." Yi Feng said, "I understand." It seems that the Lord of White Tiger City is completely on the same path as the Lord of Qilong City. Well, it wasn't clear before, but it seems to be the case now. I won't disturb you anymore. What kind of meeting will be held in the palace today? I have to go. You should be careful. Well, thank you, brother, Yi Feng said. After the Lord of Xuanwu City left, the old housekeeper and others stood up and said, "Sir, they won't come back. Why are you afraid?" "Sir, this," Yi Feng said, "okay. They don't dare to touch you. And they won't do it in the future. Don't worry. I'll go out first." "Yes, sir." This is the situation on Yi Feng's side in the game. In reality, the arrest of Man Yi, the president of the Xingtian Guild, was revealed yesterday. The reason may be related to the Battle of Glory. I heard that this guy wanted to bribe the governor. As a result, he was caught. The only people who really knew were those in the big guilds, especially the people from the mythical guild. Yesterday, according to statistics, nearly half of their masters were lost, and all of them were related to the Holy Sky Guild. Damn. This damn barbaric guy offends the NPC. But it brings bad luck to us Xinhua. It's really unlucky. Zhu Jian said, "Guild president, how about we break up the Holy Heaven Guild directly after the Glory War?" Aodian thought for a while and said, "No. Their nightmare will be after they get the gang token." Chapter 179 The Fight for the Top 100. In fact, in the Battle of Glory, the strength of each main city represented by the players, which main city's players rank higher, shows which main city is stronger. Precisely because Yi Feng has the right to decide the success or failure of the game. So many NPCs come to Yi Feng. Before, it was because Yi Feng did not have a mansion. Now that Yi Feng is settled in Yi Mansion, he has received gifts from NPCs in other main cities today. Of course, Yi Feng didn't know. Because Yi Feng and Yan Yi were brushing the dungeon. And because the dungeon experience was relatively high. Brother Arrogant finally reached level 41 after a day. Yi Feng is also getting closer. If he spends a day grinding tomorrow, he should be able to level up. Today is the second day of the individual battle in the Battle of Glory. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the individual battle is already in full swing with the knockout round. Today there are still 4 rounds of competition, with a total of more than 300,000 people. After the 4 rounds, there will be 40,000 people left. And these 40,000 people will be the third knockout round. Tonight, after ensuring the safety of his own people, Yi Feng began to operate behind the scenes. For example, The people from the Holy Sky Guild and the people from the Mythical Guild had perfect collisions in almost every round, and their numbers continued to decrease, as the elite troops of the two major guilds. After the 4 rounds, only a dozen or so people were left. Aotian had already flipped the table offline and said angrily, "This Xingtian guild is really looking for death. Forging swords. How many of our people are left?" Zhu Jian held the tablet in his hand and said, "There are not many left. There are still hundreds of ordinary members, and only 15 elite members. Tomorrow's knockout round should be difficult." Damn it. What did Manny say in front of that NPC? I don't care if you want to beat Manny's people, but you're King beating my people. Isn't that a bit excessive? Aotian said angrily. Zhu Jian still said calmly, "President, this time we and Xingtian failed in the individual competition. Let's prepare well for the team battle." Well, that's all. For sword making, you go find that Manny tomorrow and see what he says. Clear. The Xingtian guild was even worse. There were only 3 elite members left, and the ordinary members were almost exhausted. This was driving Manny crazy. Damn NPC. When I reach level 80, I will kill you first. Of course, the collision between their 2 guilds has attracted the attention of other guilds. Fortunately, their preservation is still intact, which reduces the competition between the 2 guilds and reduces a lot of burden on them. But will Yifeng really be a burden to other guilds? He is Yifeng. But those who want to create their own guilds, of course, cannot see you being strong. So on the 3rd day, there was a violent collision. The presidents of the major guilds all looked unhappy. The initiator of this incident, Yifeng, acted as if nothing had happened, chatting happily with Yin Yu and the others. After the 3rd day, there were still 5,000 people left. These 5,000 people were almost all the elites among the elites. To Yifeng's surprise, half of them were casual players, which showed that there were many masters in Fantasy World. The knockout rounds on the 4th day were extremely fierce. This time, Yifeng did not play so easily. No one abstained from every game, and even Yifeng had to take it seriously. At this time, Zissou was already struggling. This was the opponent Yifeng had arranged for Zissou after selection. There was no way that the opponent was getting stronger and stronger at this time. But what Yifeng didn't expect was that Xiao He was the first to be eliminated. When he entered the 600th place, Xiao Yi also withdrew. With the help of equipment and Yifeng's arrangements, Zissou finally entered the top 600. On the next 5th day, Yifeng and others were already at level 41. And today was the battle for the top 100, with 600 people and 500 eliminated, which was extremely cruel. Today, as the supreme commander of the Battle of Glory, Yifeng must come out to give a speech. And every word Yifeng says will turn into a system prompt to inform online players. Yifeng's clone is now standing on the high platform of the Imperial City. Today will be the competition for the top 100 players in the Battle of Glory. Fantasy World has specially added a reward for the top 100 players. Anyone who ranks in the top 100 will receive an offensive mid-level gem. As soon as Yifeng's words came out, the whole server was in an uproar. Now even the primary gems are out of nowhere. The top 100 are offensive gems, and they are intermediate ones. They require 5 primary gems to synthesize. They are absolutely valuable. This is also the news that Yifeng just received. Seeing the mid-level gems really scared Yifeng. He had a few of them, did 40 copies of the Demon Palace in such a winter, and didn't see a single gem. The most important thing is that they don't know how to set the gems. The official has not announced it, but it is said that the equipment needs to be drilled. And drilling holes in the equipment requires a diamond prop. Of course, this is what the player said. So I'm not sure. Anyway, the gem in Yifeng's hand is still lying in his backpack, and it is still a mid-level gem. Speaking of mid-level gems, Yifeng looked at them, but he still couldn't open them. Ding! System prompts whether to turn on gem properties. Yes! A gem appeared in front of Yifeng, trembling violently, and finally burst into flames. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on getting an intermediate water attribute attack gem. It turned out to be water. Although Yifeng could use it, it didn't feel like it meant much. It would have been nice if it was a brilliant gem. Yifeng directly clicked on Yinyu's transaction column. Currently, Yinyu is more suitable for this gem. But the premise is that the equipment can punch holes. Yinyu blinked at Yifeng, who nodded. I'll go. Fortunately, I'm lucky. I will definitely be in the top 100 this time. Intermediate gems are being sold at sky-high prices now. Damn it. I was just a little bit close yesterday. If I knew there was a mid-level gem, I would definitely do my best. I heard that the president of the Domineering Guild is collecting 1,000 elementary gems each. Intermediate ones are definitely more expensive. Some people are happy. Some are worried. The most angry people are the people from the two guilds, Shuntian and Xinhua. All their members have been out. When Yifeng's clone releases the battle list, as long as it is not a super strong opponent, Yifeng will release it directly. The results of the first round were as expected. Zisu was eliminated. And now only 4 people, Yifeng, Yenyu, Arrogant, and Shadow, were selected. This time Yifeng finally met a decent opponent. The opponent was also a mage, and an ice mage. Among the 5 skills, 2 were control skills, and 1 was a group attack skill. Yifeng stood on the arena and looked at the opponent in front of him. He didn't expect that he was a cold man. And he was the kind of man who would reject others from thousands of miles away. It really complemented his ice magic. Do it, the man said coldly. And he also knew Yifeng, and knew that Yifeng was very strong. After saying that he should do it, he had already begun to gather energy. Yifeng responded, "Be careful." Ding! System hint. Chapter 180 Ling Shui. The battle begins. I saw that the man opposite was directly covered with a layer of ice crystal shield, which was the same as Yifeng's black magic shield. They were both magic shields. The two raised their magic shields almost at the same time. One black and one white. Two completely opposite magics. Who is stronger between Yifeng's black flames and the bone-chilling ice magic? Dark entanglement. Yifeng successfully controlled the opponent. Just when he was about to attack again, his feet froze, and he was also controlled. Do you want to compete with me for consumption? I have as much health as a warrior. The earth's flames explode. Yifeng's attack directly broke through the ice crystal shield on the opposite side, and dealt a burst of damage. This shows how high the damage of Yifeng's attack is. The man left Yifeng's attack range without saying a word. With a wave of the staff in his hand, an ice pick appeared on Yifeng's head and smashed it down. Yifeng wanted to move, but the frost on the soles of his feet did not end, and Yifeng had to resist the damage. Another thing Yifeng didn't expect was that this damage directly broke Yifeng's magic shield. Fortunately, no damage was done. From the man's eyes, Yifeng could clearly see that he was a little disappointed. He didn't expect Yifeng's magic shield to be so far behind. Yifeng said, "You are a hidden profession, not a real ice magician." The man said coldly, "You answered correctly. Just stop here today." Yifeng said, "That's not necessarily the case. Fire Dragon Dance. You have the ice pick, and I have the fire dragon." The black fire dragon fell from the sky, and was about to hit the target. The guy in front of me raised the staff in his hand and shouted, "Ice and thunder shield." An ice shield with lightning appeared above the man's head, completely blocking the falling black fire dragon. Yifeng was a little surprised. He didn't know that there was such a master in Fantasy World. It was obvious that Yifeng was not a vegetarian. If you want the opponent's mage, you can't do it without some other means. Yifeng and the man started to fight. Yifeng's position and the opponent's position were both extremely skillful. It was obvious that this kind of battle would not end quickly. The earth's flames explode. Ice storm. They are also group attack skills, and neither side can do anything to their opponents. Yifeng looked at his opponent. As the torture continued, everyone's magic power might be at the bottom. It seemed like they had to do something else. Yifeng put away his weapon and transformed directly into an archer. His speed suddenly increased a lot, facing Yifeng's rapid approach. Although I don't know why Yifeng's speed suddenly increased. It is definitely not a good thing. While using skills, carefully step back. As an archer, his agility is absolute. Yifeng has no other purpose than to get close to his opponent, even if he only stays close for 1 second. Facing Yifeng, who was pressing closer and closer, the man inserted his staff into the ground in front of him with both hands and shouted, "Ice and thunder sword formation." A sword formation was formed directly in front of the man, and one sword was still there. It was obviously not a skill, but some kind of prop. Now Yifeng couldn't get close to the opponent at all. Yifeng took out his weapon again and turned into a mage. The two sides once again consumed their okay skills. The amount of magic mana on both sides was decreasing. And at this moment, the sword formation suddenly became unstable. Yifeng understood that his opportunity had come. Dark entanglement. Just when the skill was released, Yifeng jumped into the air, and a group of ice crystals appeared directly where he was standing. It was obvious that the opponent did not want Yifeng to move, but Yifeng predicted it. The man who was slowed down felt a little panicked, and was trying to back away. Yifeng quickly came to the man's side, and a network of ice was thrown out by Yifeng, directly freezing the man in place. Then Yifeng's set of skills fell. Although the opponent used the shield skill, Yifeng's damage was too abnormal, and the set of skills knocked the opponent out for a second. Phew! It's over. If the opponent didn't care about the magic value, he wouldn't be controlled by Yifeng. It means that Yifeng is luckier than the opponent. However, even if the magic value is gone, Yifeng still has his trump card. The loser can only be the opponent, not Yifeng. Leng Shui? This name is really cold enough. Let's see if we can win over each other. Yifeng withdrew from the arena and won the game. Yifeng successfully entered the 100-strong list. Not surprisingly, all three of them got in. Needless to say, Yin was sure to get in. Unexpectedly, Ying, who had just reached level 40, also entered the top 100. It turned out that Ying was so strong. However, the three of them came out earlier than Yifeng. When they saw Yifeng, they came out and said, "Have you met a master? They have been fighting for a long time." Yifeng nodded and said, "Well, he is indeed a master. Let me see if I can win him over." Zissou on the side said, "Is it a boy or a girl? Male. Handsome or not?" Yifeng glared at Zissou and said, "Not handsome. Very ugly. Very ugly." At this time, a voice sounded behind Yifeng. "I'm not as ugly as you." The cold voice made Yifeng extremely uncomfortable. He turned back to Leng Shui and said, "So you are in Xuanwu City. Why didn't I find you?" In the end, Leng Shui said, "That's not true. I am from the Holy City. I just came to Xuanwu City to do a mission today, so I stayed here." "Brother, don't leave. I have something to tell you," Leng Shui said as she walked. "I agree. Don't say anything. Leave me alone. I can do whatever I like. Let's go!" Yifeng swallowed the words that came to his lips. But fortunately the other party accepted his friend application. But he still couldn't hide Yifeng's embarrassment. Zissou on the side said, "Hey, little Yizi, isn't it embarrassing? Uh-huh. He is so handsome, and yet you call him ugly. You deserve it." Yifeng pinched Zissou's face and said, "Aren't you happy about the misfortune? I'll pinch you to death and turn you into a face-slapping monster." Yifeng and Zissou were having a quarrel, and Yin Yu on the side hummed twice and said, "You too. Pay attention to the situation. Let's talk about that cold-faced man just now." Yifeng touched his red face and said, "My name is Leng Shui. Hidden profession: Ice and Thunder Mage. Very powerful. Holy shit. Boss, you just managed to get a powerful character. That's amazing," Xiao Hei said. The man on the side said arrogantly, "Isn't that guy too hasty? He just agreed to the boss's invitation. He can't be an undercover agent of another guild." "Hey, arrogant. What are you talking about? Xiao Yezi relies on strength to defeat the opponent." "As if you are not careless," Zissou said, rolling his eyes. Arrogant had nothing to say. Yifeng still doesn't understand whether this guy really accepted his invitation. After all, he didn't say anything. In other words, is this too hasty? Looking at Leng Shui, who had disappeared into the sea of people, Yifeng could only shake his head helplessly. He was really a master of seclusion. Yifeng directly switched to the clone's perspective, preparing to end today's competition and distribute rewards. Chapter 181: The Birth of the Top 100. Yifeng switched to the clone's perspective. In front of Yifeng, the top 100 people had not yet appeared, and there were still people fighting. It seems that the battle among the top 100 is really fierce. Just like myself. If my attack was lower, I might still be fighting now. The hidden profession is indeed powerful. It wasn't until 15 minutes passed that Yifeng showed that all the battles were completed, and a list appeared in front of Yifeng. This was the top 100 list that Yifeng would announce later, and it would also be the target that all guilds would compete to win over in the future. Yifeng looked at the list. Not surprisingly, none of the masters that Yifeng knew were included in the list. Ding! System prompts. Whether to generate a list of top 100 players. Yes. Ding! System prompts. Whether to issue rewards. Yes. The next moment, a big red paper appeared in Yifeng's hand, with the names of 100 people densely written on it, which was the top 100 list for this personal battle. Yifeng stood up and said, "Come here. Post the list of the top 100. The battle of the top 100 will begin tomorrow." Yes. Sir. Ding. System prompts. The list of the top 100 individual battles on the glory list has been announced. The location is the glory list in the Imperial City. Come on. Go and see what 100 perverted guys they are. That's right. The terrifying worth of these 100 people is going to rise in a straight line. Needless to say, among the top 100 in the entire fantasy world. Who among the big guilds wouldn't want to win over them? What are you still doing? Let's go! Not only ordinary players, but also the presidents of the big guilds gathered in front of the glory list. Among these 100 lists, there were only a few strong ones in the guilds, but more than 60 were independent players. This is indeed surprising. Beyond the players' expectations. The president of Shinhua took a screenshot of the list and went back to study it slowly. After all, this is the strongest personal combat power currently. Not only the president of Shinhua, but also other guild presidents. They couldn't give up this opportunity to increase the guild strength. Fantasy World holds individual battles just to let those guilds compete for talents. Only with talents can we fight better. And better battles can produce passionate effects, making Fantasy World more successful. President. This Yifeng has indeed entered, Xu Jian said, looking at the names on the list. Aotian frowned and said, well, it doesn't matter. It's him. There is also the old and powerful enemy Yinyu, and the new warrior Arrogance. They are all in the same group, and they all went in. President. Have you noticed that the top 100 people are almost all level 41? Only this assassin is level 40. And the others are all level 41. Xu Jian pointed at Ying's name and said. Aotian immediately entered Ying's name and searched for Ying's competition information. What surprised Aotian was that this guy was only level 38 when he started the competition. So terrifying. The published list of the top 100 players can all be queried for all combat situations in individual battles, so that players can better understand the strength of these 100 players. Almost none of them are weak. They all stepped on the shoulders of the strong. Strong? Indeed, very strong. Are there any assassins in our guild who are more powerful than this? Xu Jian shook his head and said, no. There are only 13 assassins in the top 100 list. But this shadow appears to be extremely powerful. Aotian nodded and said, go and recruit him. We need such talents. You can set the price at any price. He will be the leader of our mythical assassin group. Understood. I'll go right away. Not only the Aotian of myth. Many guilds know that this shadow is very powerful. But they only fought Yifeng and did one mission with this shadow, and never appeared in other places. According to Yifeng, it seems that they are from different walks of life, working together. Past the task. Demo from Lanchi Valley also entered the top 100 this time. But just now, the President Lanchi once again gave Demo a task, asking if this shadow is related to Yifeng. At this moment, Yifeng is preparing to recover the clone. Today's task is over. We will wait to see how the system will arrange Yifeng tomorrow. Yifeng had just returned to Yi Mansion, because the clone could only be recovered within 10 meters of himself, which was mandatory. Hey, Demo, you don't know what to do with me. But Yifeng still answered Demo's call request. Hey, brother Demo, congratulations on your success in entering the top 100. Demo said awkwardly, I'm so happy. I want to ask you something. What's the matter? Tell me. Demo said, that shadow. Is he still in contact with you? It turned out that he came to check his relationship with Ying. Indeed, Ying's performance was definitely very strong in this personal battle. After all, he had only reached level 40 in the past 2 days. After Yifeng pondered for a moment, he said, what do you want to do? Pull someone in again? Haha. Don't say that. I pulled you, but you didn't come. Did I get jealous when I saw a master? You and him happened to appear at the same time. So I asked? Yifeng said, come on. Let me ask you. Ing. That person from Lanchi Valley asked you if you would like to join their guild. A relatively quiet female voice reached to Mo's ears. Don't you have any idea? Yifeng touched his head in embarrassment and said, well, that desert brother. You heard that she didn't want to. Demo sighed. It turned out to be someone from Yifeng's side. But it was strange why he had never seen this person before. It seemed that this was either Yifeng's active ability to hide his strength, or the people around him were very low-key. The people around Yifeng, except for the famous Yinyu and the arrogant and domineering brother Arrogant. There are really not many people who can make those big guilds fearful. It turns out that there is still such a shadow. Okay. I understand. I won't bother you anymore. So I can go back to life. Okay. Bye. In the real world of Lanchi Valley, Demo had just stepped off the line. And Lan Shi quickly asked, "How is it going?" Demo shook his head and said, "It's Yifeng's people. It seems that Yifeng has hidden well enough. And there is such a hiding master by his side." Lan Shi frowned. In the top 100 list, this shadow was definitely a talent that major guilds were competing for. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be from Yifeng. It seemed that he had to find someone else. Well, I understand. Look at the other people. For example, this Chu Tianai, who ranks first in the rankings. Each battle lasts no more than 2 minutes. Even in the final top 100 battle, the opponent is domineering an elite master. The battle only lasted for 5 minutes. It can be said to be very powerful. Lan Shi pointed at a name on the list in his hand. Demo nodded and said, "Well, it is indeed powerful. He is also a boxer. This guy is indeed very powerful. I may not be his opponent." Lan Shi patted Demo on the shoulder and said, "Look what you said. You can be regarded as a veteran master in the online game industry. This Chu Tianai is young and must have better awareness than us. After all, we are all older. We have to admit this." Demo sighed, "You are right. But this guy is not easy to recruit. I saw him once." Chapter 182 Forced into the palace. As soon as Yifeng and others entered Yi Mansion, the old housekeeper greeted them. "Sir, there is a party at the palace. We were informed just now. I have to trouble you to go to the Imperial City again." Yifeng frowned. He had just returned from the Imperial City, and he was being asked to go again. Yifeng said, "Did you tell me what happened?" "It is said to be about the Battle of Glory." "I don't know what it is specifically." Yifeng nodded and said, "Go down." "Yes, sir." Yifeng shrugged to the people around him and said, "Come on. Some nonsense NPC is probably going to cause trouble again. I have to go and see." As the most trusted people around Yifeng, Yinyu said, "Go ahead. Let's upgrade ourselves." "Well, I'm leaving first." Yifeng turned around and headed towards the Imperial City without stopping. At the moment of teleportation, Yifeng removed his disguise and turned back into Governor Yi. Next to the teleportation array of the Imperial City, a person from the Xuanwu City Lord saw Yifeng and immediately stepped forward and said, "Captain Yi, the City Lord asked me to come to pick you up. I don't seem to be very satisfied with you inside. I hope you can be careful." Yifeng nodded and said, "Yes, I understand. Please lead the way." Following the people of the Lord of Xuanwu City, Yifeng came to the mansion. Prince Li's mansion. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the palace of the prince. It seems that these big guys are quite powerful. They dare to stand at the feet of the emperor and in the palace of the prince, preparing to fight against him. He is the governor personally appointed by the emperor. Who is coming? This is the palace. And no one else is allowed to enter. Just as Yifeng was about to lift his foot, he was slapped down by the person on the opposite side, which seemed to be aimed at Yifeng. The servant behind Yifeng shouted, "Be brave. This is Governor Yi. Master Yi, if you don't kneel down and apologize, I will kill you." The gatekeeper lowered his head slightly and said, "Go in." This guard recognized Yifeng, but was instructed by someone above him to give Yifeng a show of strength. This attitude almost made the subordinates behind Yifeng angry. "What's your attitude? Kneel down and apologize." As a result, the guard stood motionless, not blocking Yifeng's eyes at all. "You?" Yifeng stretched out his hand and said, "Forget it. This is just a dog raised by someone. Don't care. If you take me in, I want to see who wants to mess with me." "Yes, sir." After entering the palace, Yifeng was taken directly to a large living room, where many people had gathered, and they were all big shots. All the 7 city lords came, and sitting in the middle was the owner of this mansion, Prince Li. Yifeng walked to the middle of the hall, saluted and said, "Weak Minister Yifeng, I have met the prince and all the city lords." Prince Li nodded and smiled. "You're welcome, Governor Yi. I'll give you a seat if you come." Soon Yifeng finished sitting down and happened to sit next to the Lord of Xuanwu City. At this time, Prince Li, as the master, finally spoke and said, "I have called you all here today to discuss the matter of the Battle of Glory at the request of the Lord of White Tiger City and the Lord of Qinglong City. I will not participate in your affairs. I am just an initiator. It's time to start." At this time, the Lord of Qinglong City stood up and saluted Prince Li and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty. Today I want to question Governor Yi. In the Battle of Glory, Governor Yi, why are there only 2 people in our Qinglong City among the top 100? What are you talking about? Mean. The Lord of White Tiger City on the side stood up and said angrily, "Humph. There is no one in our White Tiger City. How can this be unreasonable? In the list of the top 100, which main city has more people proves which main city is stronger. Currently, the Imperial City and the Holy City have the most people. And the third one is Xuanwu City." Yi Feng looked at the two city lords. They were really well informed. He didn't expect them to pay attention to this and be so concerned about it. Yi Feng said, "Two city lords. What do you mean by this? You want to say that I am engaging in malpractice for personal gain? Humph. Isn't it? You know very well that if you don't give me an explanation today, you will never get out of this gate." The Lord of Qinglong City waved his sleeves and said angrily. Yi Feng stood up and said, "There are no powerful people in the main city of the two city lords. It's my fault. I won't bear the blame." You, surnamed Yi, are you saying that we two city masters are not good enough? I can take this as a provocation, said the city master of Baihu. Yi Feng shrugged his shoulders and said with an indifferent expression, "If the two city lords think so, I can't refute it. After all, my official position is lower than yours. What crime do you want to punish me for?" The Lord of Qilong City said with a gloomy face, "My lord, you have also seen that Governor Yi has admitted that he engaged in favoritism and cheated, eliminating me and the people in White Tiger City." At this time, the Xuanwu City Lord finally stood up and said, "Qilong, you are bullying the superiors and the inferiors. Isn't it a bit too much? Do you still have the eyes of a city lords? Humph. Don't you have any idea that your people would do such a thing?" The Lord of Xuanwu City shouted coldly, "My skills are inferior to those of others. If we don't eliminate them now, are we going to destroy our human race? Fart. My human race is on the rise. Don't confuse the public with your monstrous words." The Lord of Qinglong City said angrily, "Are you saying that I am deceiving the public with my evil words? You convict Governor Yi Do for no reason. I think you are guilty of an extra crime. Believe it or not, I will give you a copy. This is sealed by His Majesty himself. It's full of nonsense." The scene became more and more exciting. As the owner of the place, Prince Li quickly stood up and came between the two of them and said, "Two city lords, don't be excited. They are both His Majesty's right-hand men. Why harm the harmony?" Snort. Snort. The two city lords returned to their seats one after another, while Yi Feng stood alone. At this time, the Xuanwu City Lord winked at Yi Feng and asked him to sit down. But can Yi Feng? Yi Feng can't. If they really want to sit down, they will really regard themselves as the masterminds behind this battle of glory in the city. But it is not easy for people in their own official circles to leave. Yi Feng said, "The two city lords calm down and compete in martial arts. It is inevitable that they will miss. As for the fact that no one in the city of the two city lords has entered the top 100, Yi, deeply regret it. But what has happened. And I can never change it, because I have handed over the roster to His Majesty. Of course, it is impossible for Yi Feng to change. If he really changed, Huanzhe would not agree. After all, everyone came in based on their true ability, and no one used the back door. Humph. I heard that Governor Yi took bribes during the competition." The Lord of Qinglong City shouted coldly. "Bribery. This is a very sharp word. If you accept it normally, you will accept it. But the current situation is different. It is related to the reputation of the city lord present." Yi Feng knew about bribing the Xuanwu City Lord. He took the money and ignored the guy at all. At best, he was cheating, and at worst, blackmail. This matter could be big or small. Yi Feng said with a smile, "The Lord of White Tiger City must have told you that that person was eliminated by me. This must be the reason why the Lord of White Tiger City holds a grudge." The Lord of White Tiger City shouted, "You are talking nonsense. Am I such a villain? I just can't stand it." Yi Feng said, "Two city lords. What else can you say?" Chapter 183, I will resolve my hatred myself. Snort. The Lord of Qinglong City had no intention of letting Yi Feng go just like that. Instead, he winked at one of the city lords, who was the city lord of Qilin City. The Lord of Qilin City stood up and said, "Captain Yi, I heard that the Lord of Xuanwu City trusts you very much. We share your Majesty's worries. But I don't know if Governor Yi can trust us." Yi Feng sneered. It seemed that this time it was not only about the Battle of Glory, but also other things. But Yi Feng didn't know what it was yet. Yi Feng said, "Lord of Qilin City, if I remember correctly, this is our first conversation. How can we talk about trust?" Governor Yi, this is your fault. We have served His Majesty for decades. We share the joys and sorrows of the demons. We will definitely not take refuge in the demons. But you are different. Yifeng said, Master Qilin. Tell me. What's the difference? You and I are both human beings. The Lord of Qilin City said, You know better than us whether it is the human race. As far as we know, you are a village chief. As a village chief, the fact that you have reached this position shows that you have a problem. Yifeng sneered and said, Qilin City Lord. Do you judge people by their appearance? Or do you look down on them? Qilin City Lord shouted, Be brave. Because you have Xuanwu City Lord protecting you. I don't dare to touch you. Being called a dog by Yifeng. The Lord of Qilin City was obviously angry. Yifeng said, Lord of Qilin City. Can I, the village chief, be different? Do I have to be like other village chiefs? Do I have to stay in the village in obscurity for the rest of my life? Except for the Lord of Qilong City, the Lord of White Tiger City, and the Lord of Qilin City. Everyone else nodded. Yifeng was absolutely right. They were able to reach this position not because of their unwillingness to admit defeat. The Lord of Qilin City sneered and said, Haha. It's different. According to my investigation, your village has produced the dark magician Doug. And he fought a battle with the law enforcer in front of your village. I'm right. As the Lord of the Holy City, the chief law enforcer silently glanced at Yifeng twice. It turned out that this guy was the village chief at that time. Yifeng frowned and said, Qilin City Lord, you are doubting me. I am colluding with the demons. Right? I don't know whether you are colluding or not. I only know that your origin is unknown. Whether you were possessed by a dark magician and took away your body. Let us find out. Sure enough, these people still wanted to find Yifeng's mortal enemy and let them investigate. Even if he didn't, he could still turn it into something. Now Yifeng was in a dilemma. At this time, the Lord of Xuanwu City stood up again and said, Lord of Qilin City, Governor Yu was recommended by me and promoted by me. If you doubt him, you are doubting me. Do you want to investigate me too? Qilin City Lord raised his hands and said, Xuanwu City Lord, that's not what I meant. After all, a small village chief can reach this point. He should be investigated. Humph. I know Governor Ye's affairs better than you. How can you investigate my people at your own request? The Lord of Xuanwu City was obviously angry. After all, checking one's own people under one's nose is like trying to give oneself a mouth. What can the Lord of Xuanwu City do? At this time, the Lord of Qilong City came out and said, It's a big deal. We have to be careful. If someone from the demon clan holds a high position in our human race, it would be a big joke. At this time, the Lord of Xuanwu City exuded a powerful aura and said with a gloomy face, Don't worry that I don't know your true purpose. There is no problem with Governor Ye's identity. If there is a problem, I, Xuanwu City, will bear it alone. I believe in City Lord Xuanwu. I believe everyone knows the character of City Lord Xuanwu. There is absolutely no problem with the people he trusts. The one who spoke was the Lord of Suzaku City, because she was from Yifeng's side. Suzaku City Lord, do you know the seriousness of this matter? Qilong City Lord threatened. Humph. How can it be your turn to teach me a lesson? As the Lord of Suzaku City, his strength is definitely not weaker than that of other city lords. And all the lords of Suzaku City are not polite in their words. What's left is that the Phoenix City Lord and the Chief Enforcer have not expressed their stance. The Phoenix City Lord has not opened his eyes from the beginning to now, obviously not wanting to participate in this matter. While the Chief Enforcer hesitated and finally spoke. The Lord of Xuanwu City is right. I can't feel any demonic aura on Governor Yi. As you all know, we law enforcers have a natural sensitivity to demons. Now we can't feel the demonic aura on Governor Yi. The face of the Lord of Qilong City turned livid. He wanted to find any excuse to kill Yifeng. But now it seems that it is not a particularly good time. It is no problem if the chief law enforcer is gone. That must be no problem. If he really wants to take action forcefully, when His Majesty calls him to task. I'm afraid it won't be easy for me to explain myself. Master Qilong City, I just strengthened your position as a disciple. Isn't it a bit too obvious that you want me to die so much? Yifeng said. The Lord of Qilong City said, Even if you don't have the aura of the demon clan, don't forget, you are still a despicable village chief. Despicable is what some nobles call ordinary people. And the Lord of Qilong City finally said it to Yifeng. Yifeng said with a gloomy face, Lord Qilong City, please take back those words. The other city lords also said something strange about Qilong City. Logically speaking, The Lord of Qinglong City has a high position of power. So how could he be so rude? A low-class person. A lowly servant. Dares to be on an equal footing with me. I really don't know where you got the courage. If His Majesty hadn't made you the governor, I would have killed you right now. Yi Feng clenched his fists. He was actually scolded by an NPC as a mean person. This was such a shameful thing. However, he was no match for the Lord of Qinglong City now. The Lord of Qinglong City could crush him to death with just one finger. He could not resist. No chance. City Lord Qinglong, you have gone too far. Do you still have the existence of city lords like us in your eyes? Apologize to Governor Yi quickly. Lord Zhuke shouted. Lord Suzaku, have you been brainwashed by this untouchable? If you want me to apologize to him, is he worthy? Does he dare? Master Qinglong City, you really think my Xuanwu City is so easy to bully? I will beat you until you apologize today. Without saying a word, the Lord of Xuanwu City took action and directly broke through the roof against the Lord of Qinglong City. The Lord of Qinglong City had not yet understood that the Lord of Xuanwu City actually dared to attack him. And he punched him so hard that a small mouthful of blood spurted out. Puff! The two sides flashed away, separated and suspended in the air. Yi Feng shouted, Lord Xuanwu, let's go! The Lord of Xuanwu City said coldly, no. He must apologize to you. Otherwise, brother, it's no need. I will take care of my grudge myself. Trust me. The Lord of Xuanwu City glared at the Lord of Qinglong City, snorted coldly, returned to the ground, and left quickly with Yi Feng. Chapter 184 Top 50. In the palace of Xuanwu City Lord. Xuanwu City Lord said angrily, damn Qinglong. One day I will make him regret it. As the old housekeeper of Xuanwu City, seeing the gloomy faces of Yi Feng and the Lord of Xuanwu City coming back, I knew that something terrible had happened today. The old housekeeper said, City Lord, Lord Qinglong took the wrong medicine today? How dare you be so bold? Yi Feng said, old housekeeper, there's nothing wrong. They're here for me. I can handle it myself. Brother, don't be brave. If the master of Qinglong City dares to touch you in the future, come back and tell me, and I will demolish their Qinglong City. When the Lord of Xuanwu City said these words, Yi Feng felt very warm. These were definitely not polite words, but came from the heart, making Yi Feng feel extra warm. Yi Feng asked, brother, why are you angrier than me today? The old housekeeper said, the old city lord has the same identity as you, and is also a village chief. And I am the old city lord's best friend and his closest person. So today the Qinglong City Lord said this to you, as if he was talking about the old city lord. Just like the city lord. Do you understand? So that's the case? No wonder the Lord of Xuanwu City is so angry. It turns out that the old city lord is also a village chief like himself. It's not difficult to understand why the Lord of Xuanwu City is so angry. The Lord of Qinglong City really deserves it. Yi Feng bowed his hands and said, brother, old housekeeper, I'm going back first. Thank you for your help today. Well, what are you going to do? Yi Feng said, there is a long way to go. He is only at level 8. Now I am already at level 4. I don't have much time for him. You better be patient. I'm waiting for the good show. After such a long time. It was now past 11 o'clock in the evening. Yi Feng looked at his friend list. Except for Arrogance, the leveling madman, everyone else was offline. And Yi Feng also chose to go offline. After returning to reality, he happened to see Yan Yu cooking supper and touching his belly. Yi Feng decided to grab it. The next day was the ranking match for the top 100. Yi Feng received the ranking game shortly after it went online. In the top 100 ranking match, the system automatically divides into 50 groups for 1v1 PK. The winner enters the top 50, and the 50 losers continue to park. And the ranking order is divided into 51 to 100. The 50 players in the winner group will compete in 1v1 PK again. The winner will advance to the next round. And the loser will compete in 1v1 PK again to determine the ranking of 50 to 26. The last 25 players will conduct the next round of PK. And 3 PKs will be divided directly into 3 PKs. The winner will enter the top 10. If there is no one who wins all the games, the players who won 2 games will be ranked. The player with the shortest time will be ranked higher. In the end, the top 10 players will have a live 1v1 battle on the entire network. They have only one chance. If they lose, they will be eliminated. If they win, they will continue to wait for PK until the first place is chosen. In other words, if you want to be the first, You must engage in wheel battles, which is a test of the player's extreme endurance. After Yifeng read it, he immediately announced it. Of course, it was still a server-wide prompt. I'll go. The battle of the top 100 is so cruel. How many people will the first place have to fight? Isn't this nonsense? Do you think that everyone can win the first place by luck? Even the top 10 are very difficult for me. It seems that the masters of the online game industry are going to have a big reshuffle this time. I do hope that a new force will emerge. These old guilds are so inhumane. They always seize leveling and boss resources. Now I envy the players in Xuanwu City. Don't mention it. A total of 15 people from Xuanwu City have entered the top 100 list this time, ranking third among the 8 major cities, which shows that it is indeed strong. Haha. The funniest thing is that one is 0, and the other is 2 in White Tiger City and Qilong City. They are so talented. That's right. A Xingtian guild and a Dingtian guild are ridiculous. I think they can be removed from the top 10 guilds. Of course, the people from the Xingtian guild and the Dingtian guild simply chose to ignore those players. After all, they really fell into trouble this time. And they fell into the hands of NPCs. Even if the people from the Xingtian guild knew the relationship, the Dingtian guild was really confused. Every time they were masters, they directly wiped out all their masters on the 3rd day. Fortunately, the president and vice president succeeded. Being in the top 100 is a kind of comfort. Damn. These players are full of food and have nothing to do. If our Dingtian guild hadn't been so unlucky this time, how could there be only 2 people in the top 100? Yes, but the Holy Heaven guild is even worse. There is no one. It is more unlucky than us. At least we still have hope. While they don't even have hope. Thinking about the Xingtian guild, the people in the Dingtian guild felt much more comfortable. Arrogance. Yenyu. Ing. The top 100 competition has come out. How are you 3 doing? Not bad. After all, everyone is at the same level. It just depends on who makes the mistake first. Arrogant brother said. Well, currently Ying's level is 1 level lower than the others, so he's a bit disadvantaged. Yenyu responded. Ing nodded and said, the gap is not big, so it shouldn't matter. The top 50 should be fine. Okay. When I go to master the Demon Palace King mode, the gold equipment you use is the best. If it is purple, your opponent will be unhappy. By the way, today Zissou has given Yenyu the purple clothes for attacking. After all, with better equipment, he can perform better. Right? After the day's struggle, Yifeng finally collected 4 fire dragon suits and activated the second attribute of the suit. The time of all skills was reduced by 2 seconds, which allowed Yifeng to attack more frequently. In the past few days of intensive grinding, the most unexpected thing was Shadow. After 10 times of King mode and 10 times of Hard mode. In these days, I actually made Shadow into a golden suit and collected 6 pieces. Assassin suit. This is the most complete equipment among Yifeng and others. Huh. We're finally here. It seems that top 50 is not your limit. Yifeng said. Ing said, as long as I don't embarrass you. At 8 o'clock in the evening, almost everyone is waiting for the first top 100 battle of glory in Fantasy World. Because the matter was so important. Yifeng's clone was sitting next to people from the other 7 major cities. Their purpose was very simple. To ensure the principle of fairness. Of course, there were also some soy sauce. That is, the people sent by Xuanwu City, who turned out to be the Lord of Xuanwu City, who arranged for them to be here. The followers around Yifeng had no intention of supervising Yifeng at all. At 8 o'clock, Yifeng's clone stood up and said, the battle of the top 50 in the Battle of Glory begins now. And we start matching opponents in full screen. No one's name appeared above Yifeng's head. And they were scrolling crazily. Stop! After hearing Yifeng's name, his name finally stopped moving and stopped. A sound of wow caught Yifeng's attention. Yifeng looked at the battle list. He didn't do anything this time. After all, there were other city lords supervising him. The reason why the players were in an uproar was because Chu Tianai, who ranked first in level, faced off against the domineering guild president Quangtu. As the #1 master in the online gaming world, Quangtu was not just blown away, but beaten out. Now he is facing Chu Tianai, who is ranked #1. This is definitely a top-notch battle. Yifeng didn't expect that he could even match them. What could he do? Chapter 185. The dragon raises its head. As a party involved, the madman also frowned. He met a master in the first match, and he was also a little-known newcomer. It wasn't that the madman was afraid. The reason for frowning was that this competition was not broadcast live. Being able to watch replays is very frustrating for experts. And in a corner of a certain main city, a boxer wearing a blue headband raised the corners of his mouth and said lightly, "Finally. We have a decent opponent." Yi Feng looked at his name. The person facing him was Mo Ling. Who is this guy? Regarding Mo Ling, the new president of Dingtian Guild, Yi Feng was not very clear about his abilities. Mo Ling, the new president of Dingtian Guild, is a master who has been famous in the online game industry for many years. However, he is retired. I didn't expect to come back this time. It was Yan Yu who spoke. Because now few people know Mo Ling. And even Yan Yu knows very little about them. When Yan Yu first entered Dingtian, Mo Ling began to retreat. Yi Feng touched his chin, thought for a while and said, "So, this is a fish that slipped through the net." "What slipped through the net?" Yi Feng said quickly, "It's nothing. It's nothing. Who am I?" No wonder they were not eliminated. It turns out they are experts. Well, you have to be careful. Yi Feng nodded and said, "Understood. You guys are also trying to get into the top 10. Good." Yi Feng stretched out his right hand and said, "The name of our team is Team Wind. Come and cheer together." It shows Yan Yu resting on Yi Feng's hand. Then Ing. And finally Arrogant Brother. 1, 2, 3. Wind team. Come on. On the other side, in Qilong City, when Mo Ling saw that his opponent was Yi Feng, he couldn't help but frown. How could it be this guy? The Dingtian members behind him have already begun to talk about it. What should I do? The president met Yi Feng, and I'm afraid he will be eliminated. Are you kidding me? How can I still win? Damn it. Can't you be more optimistic? I bet our president can check it for 10 minutes at most. Is there any difference? There's none? It seems like a little bit. The members of Dingtian didn't think highly of Mo Ling at all. Even Mo Ling's younger brother Mo Yu frowned and said, "Brother, are you sure?" Mo Ling did not nod or shake his head, but disappeared in front of everyone and entered the arena directly. Mo Yu shook his head and disappeared in the same place. It seemed that his brother was definitely defeated. When Yi Feng appeared in the arena, he already saw Mo Ling who was waiting for him. Mo Ling, who was dressed in white and had an indifferent expression, really gave off a cold feeling. "Are you the new president of Dingtian? You do look a bit powerful." This was the feeling given to Yi Fengming. Mo Ling said in a cold voice, "I heard that you were also a member of Dingtian before. Now I have the final say in this guild. Not Huang Xiaotian. If you are still interested in coming here, the salary will definitely not be low." Yi Feng shook his head with a smile and said, "What do you think? Then let's get started. I will not show mercy to my enemies. Start. The battle starts in 5 seconds. Please get ready. Both players. It starts at 5, 4, 3, 21. Magic Shield. Get up." Yi Feng took the lead in holding out the magic shield. For such a master, Yi Feng had to be careful. Just when Yi Feng's magic shield was rising, the magic shield suddenly started to shake. Seeing that the magic shield is about to be broken. What the L kind of operation is this? Yi Feng was sweating. He didn't even see the opponent's attack. His magic shield was actually getting thinner. It was so scary. No matter what, Yi Feng instantly distanced himself from Mo Ling again. And this time, there was finally no attack. It seems that the opponent's attack has a distance. And this distance is the same as the distance of casting the spell. Now I can't attack things because it is too far. Yi Feng stared at Mo Ling. It turned out that there were 3 feathers floating around him. And they were tiny feathers. No wonder he was attacked when he didn't see anything just now. It turned out to be these feathers. Yi Feng has concluded that the opponent should still be a mage hero. But his spells are related to feathers. Since it is a long-range profession, you must be afraid of melee combat. Thinking of this, Yi Feng has some ideas to not be so passive. On the other hand, Mo Ling originally planned to attack Yi Feng quietly. But he didn't expect that the opponent's magic shield was so thick. He did not break through his 2 attacks, but was discovered by Yi Feng. This was not easy to handle. Mo Ling tapped a piece of white feather in front of him, and the white feather instantly enlarged and floated at Mo Ling's feet, causing Mo Ling to fly up. "I'll go. I'm flying with a sword. But you're flying with a feather. You're so awesome," Yi Feng joked. Mo Ling frowned. Feathers were his biggest weapons. His index and middle fingers turned into sword fingers. The remaining 2 feathers in front of him turned into sharp swords and flew towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng shouted, "Fire Dragon Dance." A black fire dragon came from the sky. At the moment of the arc spark, Mo Ling dodged Yifeng's skills, but also interrupted his own attack skills. Yifeng no longer stopped in place and started running. The direction Yifeng ran was not away from Mo Ling, but towards Mo Ling. If it were an ordinary mage, he would definitely stay as far away as possible. But Yifeng was approaching without listening. Although he didn't know what Yifeng wanted to do, Mo Ling would not let Yifeng get close to him. Boom boom boom. Mo Ling's skills kept locking on Yifeng. But Yifeng could always dodge Mo Ling's skills. Seeing Yifeng getting closer and closer to him, Mo Ling had to retreat. His advantage was speed. He was the one who could fly. Biggest advantage. Dark entanglement. Two ferocious black flames grabbed Mo Ling's feet, and his speed immediately slowed down. Yifeng sneered. The earth's flames explode. A beam of damage floated out from Mo Ling's head, but it didn't lose much blood at all. Only a quarter. His own damage was not that little. It seemed that the opponent had something similar to a magic shield. After being bombed, Mo Ling quickly wanted to escape. After all, the mage-type crispy skin was too crispy. Just when Mo Ling wanted to increase his height, a hand suddenly grabbed Mo Ling's foot. Mo Ling looked at Yifeng nervously, only to see Yifeng looking at him with a smile. Such a smile gave Mo Ling goosebumps all over his body. Oops. This was Mo Ling's first reaction, and he quickly used his skills to knock Yifeng down. At this moment, the staff in Yifeng's hand changed. The exquisite staff turned into a golden sword. If you are not a mage, then I will be your nemesis. The golden long sword that Yifeng held in his hand swung out from bottom to top with a golden light. The dragon raises its head. Ah! Yifeng directly knocked Mo Ling over. His health level bottomed out, and he fell to the ground with a bang. Chapter 186. The loser doesn't need to know. What? Mo Ling looked at Yifeng in disbelief. How could the dark mage Yifeng who was in front of him now become a warrior? What on earth is going on? Yifeng pointed his golden sword at Mo Ling, looked at him with a pair of cold eyes, and said coldly, "Do you want to admit defeat? Or do I send you out?" Mo Ling stared at the golden sword in front of him and said, "Impossible. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You are obviously a mage like me. Why have you become a warrior now? And not just an ordinary warrior. The loser doesn't need to know." As a proud Mo Ling, the result before him is to lose. No matter how he loses. Now his blood volume has turned red, and he will die completely with just one blow. Hey, it's a new generation replacing the old one. I admit that you are very strong and your luck is very good. Your warrior profession should be some kind of hidden profession. You are really hidden deep enough. I lose. Ding. System prompt. Since the opponent Mo Ling gave up, the winner of this competition is Yifeng. Yifeng put away his sword and said, "Promise." Then Yifeng and Mo Ling both teleported out. When the people in Dingtian saw Mo Ling come out, they knew from Mo Ling's face that the president had lost. And he lost in less than 10 minutes. Wow. Brother. You just came out. I thought you couldn't beat them. Unexpectedly, Yichio finally came online today. Yifeng touched Yichio's head and said, "Arrived at school? Well, I haven't played the game for many days. Isn't this some kind of battle of glory? It has nothing to do with me. So I'm too lazy to come up. If I didn't know that you entered the top 100, I wouldn't come up." Yifeng shook his head. As a younger sister, he was not that addicted to the game, Fantasy World. After all, there were no friends of the same level, so it was certainly not fun to play. Yifeng said, "Then I am really honored to be your brother." "Right. That's right. I didn't come up here to see you. I just came to see you. I came to see Sister Zissou and Sister Yinyu." Yifeng had a dark face, and Xiao Hei beside him suppressed his laughter and said, "Boss, it seems that your status in the family is very low." Yifeng shrugged his shoulders and said, "It doesn't matter. They haven't come out yet." "Well, not yet. You came out early." Yifeng nodded and switched directly to the clone's perspective. Here Yifeng saw an interesting scene. Several NPCs were divided into several groups to watch the players competing in the arena. It turns out that the battle of the top 100 is already available for viewing. Yifeng immediately called up a video. In the picture, it was Yinyu fighting. As an archer, he was extra agile. But this time Yinyu met his opponent. Opposite her is an archer, and he is extremely powerful. If you go back and forth between the two sides, whoever makes a mistake will be eliminated. This is a battle between masters. The battle between Arrogant Brother was more interesting. His opponent turned out to be an assassin. And Arrogant Brother's face was already red with anger. Apparently the opponent took advantage of his profession to not compete with arrogant. And arrogant couldn't find the opponent. All talents, he will look furious. As for Ing, the battle just ended when Yi Feng cut the scene. Ing stood steadily in the center of the arena. Ing won. Ing was indeed powerful. However, people soon ended the battle one after another. As expected, Yi Feng and others entered the top 50. Damn. I'm so angry. This assassin is so annoying. As soon as he came out, Arrogance was so angry that his teeth were itching and his face looked unhappy. Xiao Hei asked, he's just a squishy guy. You have a hidden profession. But you can't defeat him. Damn. This guy is just a turtle. He can't catch him even if he uses the stealth skill 6th. Haha. I didn't expect you would be here today. Didn't you say you were as crispy as an assassin and could kill a kid with one knife? Xiao Hei teased. Brother Arrogance glared at Xiao Hei and said, I am a master. But you are just cannon fodder at most. This time Xiao Hei stopped and said, Arrogant. You are too arrogant. Didn't you see that my master is here? Are you saying that my master is cannon fodder? Xiao Hei's master is. Of course. Ing. Xiao Hei's fighting skills are much better than before. It is because of Ying's guidance and teachings. During this period of leveling, Ing was always there to give guidance. And Xiao Hei was alone. The one who charged into battle was already much better than before. It's just that this time he is a master of all servers. And Xiao Hei has not yet reached that level. So he can only be cannon fodder. Brother Arrogant looked at Ing, then glared at Xiao Hei and said, I'm talking about you. Not Ing. Don't change the subject. Just let me relax your muscles and bones. As he said this, he chased Xiao Hei and ran to somewhere. Yi Feng shook his head. With such a team of living treasures in the team, he really wouldn't be lonely. But soon Yi Feng's perspective returned to the position of the clone. In front of him, there was a list of 50 players in total. And they all looked like masters. Especially those who have already become famous have entered the top 50 very steadily. But there are also some people, such as Mo Ling, who are not in the top 50. Just when Yi Feng was preparing to arrange the next round of battle, an NPC stood up, said, Captain Yi, isn't it a bit boring to arrange things randomly like this? Yi Feng looked at the NPC. This was the envoy from Qilong City. The envoy from Xuanwu City beside Yi Feng immediately stood up and said, Envoy from Qilong. What do you mean? You want to bribe our governor He? Haha. Xuanwu Messenger. You are worrying too much. I just think this is too boring. We all want to see something exciting. Yi Feng said, Oh, does the Azure Dragon Messenger have any good ideas? We all thought that if we don't feel comfortable watching that kind of projection, why not let one of us come to the stage so that we can observe it up close and it won't be boring? Right? Yi Feng said with a smile. Isn't this a violation of the rules? If you want to fight here, you must be among the top 10. Captain Yi, you don't have the final say on the rules. Don't you think so? Yi Feng looked at the Xuanwu envoy beside him questioningly. And the Xuanwu envoy nodded. Yi Feng stood up and said, Do you all agree? Everyone else nodded. It didn't affect anything anyway. It just dropped a group of people onto the stage. Seeing that everyone agreed, Yi Feng said, Okay. Then who do you want to see? The Qilong messenger said, Mou. As expected, he is from Qilong City. This guy is really smart with his abacus. You want to see it, and I want to see it too. Let's see what the difference is between Mou and his brother. Arena. Get up. Change. Yi Feng shouted. The next moment, the arena under Yi Feng's feet began to change. It was no longer a simple arena, but an arena that looked similar to an arena. Yi Feng said, The 54-25 battle starts now. Match your opponents. Ding. System prompt. As the Supreme Commander of the Battle of Glory, you can select a group of people to fight. This battle was what Yi Feng and the others had just discussed. And they would fight directly in the arena of the Imperial City. Mou. And his opponent Hou. Yi Feng also didn't expect that Mou's opponent this time would be Hou. Both sides had hidden professions. This battle was really good to watch. Chapter 187 Mou fights with Yi. Ding. System prompt. As the Supreme Commander of the Battle of Glory, you can select a group of people to fight. This battle was what Yi Feng and the others had just discussed. And they would fight directly in the arena of the Imperial City. Mou. And his opponent Hou. Yi Feng also didn't expect that Mou's opponent this time would be Hou. Both sides had hidden professions. This battle was really good to watch. Let me go. What happened here, and why it changed? The players in the Imperial City finally discovered that there had been changes here. They originally thought that this was just a place where NPCs worked, but they didn't expect that it turned into a place similar to an arena. Just after Yifeng announced the start, everyone entered the arena, except for 2 people who were teleported in front of Yifeng and his group of NPCs. The 2 of them were stunned for a moment, and then looked around. This was not an arena, but an imperial city, and in front of them was the top boss of the Battle of Glory, Governor Yi. Yifeng stood up and said, "You 2 should fight here. The competition begins here?" Although the 2 of them were a little puzzled. That was the highest level boss in the Battle of Glory. So whatever they said would be what they said. The players in the Imperial City finally understood what happened, and players began to gather around the arena. Damn it. Didn't we say that only the top 10 can be broadcast live on the entire network? It's only 25, and it started. It's really cool. Damn it. If I could be on TV like this once, I would die without regrets. Damn it. What pervert is touching my ass and squeezing your sister? The Imperial City suddenly exploded, and a large number of players began to rush towards the Imperial City. This level of PK is definitely rare, and Hou Yi is still a Sanren player, which is absolutely beautiful. Not only ordinary players, but also major guilds began to go to the Imperial City after receiving the news, wanting to see how powerful this Hou Yi was before he dared to take this name. Soon the battle started. In front of Yifeng, the 2 people distanced themselves almost at the same time. Hou Yi, who was shirtless and had a bow and arrow that looked like a piece of wood, gave people the impression that he was definitely trash. But Yifeng was absolutely I don't think so. The more so, the stronger Hou Yi will be. As for Yifeng's own side of the battle, in order to see Hou Yi's fighting style, Yifeng started to fight violently, and he was life-threatening. "I'll go. You are a god-level figure after all. Shouldn't you test each other out from the beginning? You are going to kill me." Yifeng said, "Sorry. I don't have time." Dragon Song order. A dragon roar came from Yifeng's body, and the opponent was forcibly stunned for 5 seconds. During these 5 seconds, Yifeng directly killed the opponent. Hack. Shit. Shit. Mom. Yifeng bullied people. I didn't even use a single skill. And he died. What a pervert. Yifeng said, "Sorry." The 2 were teleported out of the arena, and this battle was definitely the fastest ever, taking less than 15 seconds in total. This was still a top 25 battle. Yifeng exited the arena and looked around him. Sure enough, everyone was going to the Imperial City. Since he could see it, he wouldn't go to the Imperial City. Captain Yi. Governor Yi. Governor Yi. Yifeng then changed his perspective, looked at the person who called his name, and said, "What's wrong with the Qinglong messenger? I thought Governor Yi had been shocked by the battle in front of him. How was this battle?" Yifeng said, Yes. I can give him an explanation when I work for your majesty in the future." I mean, what about us people in Qinglong City? Look at that archer. He has been suppressed in the corner." Yifeng looked at Hou Yi, and sure enough Hou Yi had been backed into a corner by Mou's feathers, and could only defend passively. If this continued, Hou Yi would definitely lose. Well, it's true. But if I were the archer, I definitely wouldn't hide like this. The opponent is just a mage. As long as he gets close, he will be finished. The Qinglong messenger smiled and said, "Haha. What Governor Yi said sounded nice." But the archer could only be beaten passively. Mou and Hou Yi could hear Yifeng's conversation. Hou Yi seemed to understand something after hearing Yifeng's words. As an archer for a long time, the first reaction is of course not to let the enemy get close. Otherwise you will be in danger. Hou Yi has a hidden profession. Yifeng doesn't know what it is specifically, and Yifeng can only mention it here. Oops. This was Mou's first reaction. But as a mage, how could he let Hou Yi get close to him easily? So Mou started to retreat, and Hou Yi started to dodge left and right, constantly getting closer to Mou. Hey, what's going on? What's wrong with this Mou? He obviously has the upper hand. Why do he have to retreat? Just kill that person. Yifeng sneered and said, "The Qinglong messenger speaks so easily. The 2 sides are evenly matched. How can they have the upper hand?" Among the players, some people have already seen the signs, although Mou fought very well before. But now Hou Yi suddenly counterattacked. It seems that good things are coming. Hawkeye! An eagle's cry came from Hou Yi's body, and the bow and arrow in Hou Yi's hand was like a fierce eagle, rushing towards Mou who was floating in the air. Mou was also not a vegetarian. After roaring, The white feather in his hand stood in front of him like a shield, trying to block Hou Yi's arrow. Boom! The scene erupted with a terrifying explosion effect, and the battle was extremely fierce. A figure flew out of the thick fog, and it was Mou. Mou kept coughing, as if he had received a fatal blow, and at this moment, an arrow flew out from the thick fog and hit Mou like a thunderbird. Oh my god! Look! It's so fast! It was indeed very fast. So fast that Mou could only use his staff to resist. But unfortunately it didn't seem to be of much use. Puff! Mou spurted out a mouthful of blood. The feathers in front of his body collapsed instantly, and his whole body fell from the sky. After the smoke dissipated, Hou Yi knelt down on one knee and kept panting. He saw that Hou Yi was also injured in the explosion. But now Mou seemed to be more seriously injured. Mo Ling, who was standing in the Imperial City watching the battle, frowned. After losing, Ding Tian was completely defeated. The strongest was only among the top 50. For a top 10 guild, this result can only be said to be very bad. It's so exciting. I didn't expect that Hou Yi is really powerful. Even Mou is no match for him. TCH. How can we understand the duel between masters? What's more, they are all hidden professions. If we want to reach that level, we must first obtain the hidden professions. It's exciting. I just don't know how other people are fighting. I really want to see it. On the ring, Yifeng looked back at the Azure Dragon Messenger with a smile and said, Qinglong Messenger, this is indeed a regular battle. Thank you. Well, I'm just lucky. Chapter 188 Shadow War Melody. In the battlefield, Mo was already blood red and said helplessly, You win. Hou Yi cupped his hands and said, Thank you. At this time, Yifeng came out and said, The winner of this battle is Hou Yi. Oh! The audience started cheering. This was a sudden live broadcast. But there was still another battle. And that was the battle for the top 10, which made other players even more happy. Not long after, everyone else walked out of the arena. And this round of fighting was finally over. Brother, it's a pity that you didn't see the battle just now. It was so beautiful. In the Imperial City, Yifeng and the others had gathered together, and Yichio was talking about the wonderful battle just now. Yifeng said, Okay, let's see who will take the stage to fight later. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. On the stage, Yifeng looked at the other messengers and said, Everyone, do you still want to watch? Huh. Of course I want to see it. This time, I want to see the people in Xuanwu City. Yifeng nodded and said, Okay, who do you want to see? The Qinglong messenger said, It's her. Yifeng looked at the green dragon messenger and called his name. It was Ying's name. Ying is an assassin and a crispy man. When fighting one-on-one, if it is in an empty arena, it will be difficult to perform unless he has extremely powerful operations. Using the assassin's specialty would embarrass Yifeng. The Xuanwu envoy said, No. Our man is just an assassin. And it is obviously not good for the assassin at the moment. You are seeking selfishness. Uh-huh. Don't worry. Xuanwu messenger. Governor Yi didn't even say anything. Why are you so anxious? I said yes. Governor Yi. Yifeng said, Okay. I also want to see how powerful our people in Xuanwu City are. Here. Yifeng quietly said to Ying, You will fight here later. Can you win? Ying looked at Yifeng in surprise and said, Do you want me to win? Yifeng was stunned for a moment and said, Just do your best. Shadow nodded and said, I've already won. Yifeng shook his head helplessly. If it were an ordinary assassin who said this, he would probably be scolded to death by others. If it were Ying, it would be hard to say. Yifeng, Ying, Yanyu, and Arrogant entered the arena again. And Ying appeared on the Imperial City arena just as Yifeng said. Shadow said secretly, You are really special. You can even intervene in the Battle of Glory. Yifeng's clone walked between the two and said, The battle of 25 to 10 begins now. Here. Isn't this the Dark Horse Shadow? It's actually a woman. It's incredible. Is this going to be the second episode of Yanyu? He looks pretty good. It is said that they are individual players. We all have a chance. Opposite the Shadow stood a warrior. This person was none other than the leader of the Perfect Guild, which ranked fourth among the top 10 guilds. As the fourth largest guild, Perfect Guild kept a relatively low profile. But seeing that her opponent was a movie queen, the war in Melody's heart was completely ignited. President Melody of the Perfect Guild. Please enlighten me. Shadow. A member of Team Maple. Please enlighten me. Is it Maple's team Yifeng's team? How come the shadow is also Yifeng's? This is too scary. Yifeng's people? Ing nodded without hesitation and said, yes. Let's start. After Ing nodded, everyone from the major guild stamped their feet angrily. How could such a strong person be from Yifeng? Yifeng was already strong enough. So why were there so many strong people following him? Damn. What's so good about this Yifeng? Why do all the masters stick to him? Aotian said angrily. Not only Aotian, but also the presidents of other guilds were very angry. Okay. Let me see how strong Yifeng's people are. The battle was about to break out, and Melody rushed in front of Shadow almost instantly. Just when the players thought that Shadow was about to hit him hard, the shadow that was originally left in front of Melody turned into an afterimage and disappeared. So fast. This is the first impression given to the Melody. It's too fast. Xiao Hei in the audience tried his best to shout, Master, come on! Kill him! Hey, kid, who do you think is your master? Someone asked Xiao Hei. Damn. Of course it's Ing. Didn't you see that I am an assassin? She is my master. Suddenly a bunch of assassins ran to Ing and looked at Xiao Hei with charming faces. Hello, senior brother. Can you let her accept me as her apprentice? I'm willing to do anything. Senior brother. Choose me. Choose me. Even if you want my anus, I will do it. Xiao Hei was really embarrassed this time. What kind of players are these? Why are they picking up soap? Xiao Hei shouted, everyone, get out of here and wait until my master wins. Master, I'll kill Melody. As a result, just as Xiao Hei finished shouting, a group of players around him shouted in unison, Master, kill Melody. It attracted the attention of almost all the players for a while. The battle between Ing Zheng and Melody was in full swing in the arena. Of course, they heard the sound of cheering. It was obviously Xiao Hei's fault. They made up their minds to teach Xiao Hei a lesson later. Missing. Why not come to my guild? I will make you the second Yin. After all, Yifeng already has Yin by his side, Melody said while fighting, trying to pull Shadow away. Be careful. Ing didn't say much, but started fighting seriously again, using a stealth move to make Melody extremely passive. Melody maintained his fighting form, but Shadow kept standing in front of Melody. For some reason, Yifeng could actually see the invisible assassin. It was just a little more transparent than the normal human figure. But Yifeng could see it. Is this the NPC's perspective? Isn't this terrifying? From the perspective of Yifeng's clone. Melody looked around cautiously, while the shadow person stood quietly in front of Melody. Motionless. Just watching Melody quietly. As long as Melody relaxes even a little bit, the shadow will be affected by terror. A fatal blow. After waiting for about a minute, Melody couldn't wait any longer. If it continued like this, I was afraid that as long as he leaked a flaw, he would definitely be attacked. Against a master like Ing, just one breath might kill him. On the viewing platform, the Qilong messenger said, haha, Commander Yi, you assassins in Xuanwu City are really cowardly. They didn't dare to come out for a long time. Yifeng sneered and didn't bother to pay attention to him. If it weren't for the fact that they were all city lords, Yifeng wouldn't even bother to say a word to them. But in the battlefield, Melody finally moved. No matter what, he needed to move. If he didn't move, he would collapse. The assassin would wait until the moment you collapse and kill you completely. Melody moved and attacked in the direction he determined. A master like this did not simply attack, but waited for the assassin to attack him. This was the result Melody wanted. But what he faced was the shadow, which stood unmoved, just watching the Melody silently. When Melody saw that no one was attacking her, she knew that she had failed. She sighed and said, you are really difficult. And at this moment, the shadow moved. Very fast. With a clear goal. Melody's back vest. Chapter 189 Battle. It blocked it. Melody actually blocked it. Melody is indeed a veteran master. If it were an ordinary player, he would definitely be dead. Damn. This reflex is so awesome. If it were me, I would already be lying on the ground this time. Melody's operation is really nothing to say. It seems that he has been waiting for Shadow's attack for a long time. And Melody waited for him. Come out? Then don't even think about leaving. However, from Ying's expression, Yifeng could not see any panic at all. And he did not even see a trace of surprise. As if Ying had been aware of this scene for a long time. Sorry. You lost. A dagger was quietly placed on Melody's neck. And Ying didn't know when he appeared behind Melody. When Melody looked at the shadow in front of her, There was no one here. It made Melody's scalp numb. This was too fast. And she didn't even notice it at all. Melody is carrying a shadow. If the fight continues, Melody will not be eliminated immediately, and can still fight. However, winning or losing will happen sooner or later. And the probability of losing is very high. Yifeng secretly thought, it's amazing. It's really amazing. I really don't know how Ing can do it so fast. Melody lowered her head helplessly, put away her weapon, and said, I lost. As soon as Melody spoke, the onlookers below immediately cheered. Although the battle was simple, it was definitely a battle worth remembering and an example for the assassins to learn from. Shadow said, thank you. My perfect guild is also considered a big guild. Can you consider joining our guild? Ing shook his head and said, no. I'm afraid I won't be able to pay back what I owe Yifeng in this lifetime. So I'm sorry. Melody shook her head with a smile and said, okay. The door of my perfect guild is open for you at any time. Goodbye. With a whoosh, 2 figures were sent out of the ring. Yifeng said cheerfully, Messenger Qinglong. How are the people in my Xuanwu city? Humph. It's just a blessing. Yifeng laughed and said, haha. Qinglong Messenger. If you feel lucky, you can still be one of them. I don't mind. Humph. Don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. That's it for today's competition. Let's see tomorrow. Yifeng shrugged his shoulders and said, we are waiting at any time. Qinglong Messenger. Go slowly. It was the last battle just now. There were 25 people in total. And today we need to decide the top 10. We need to eliminate 3 people again among the 13 people who advanced. Yifeng directly used his authority to call all the remaining 13 people to his side. Ding! System prompts, Governor Yi, the Supreme Commander of the Battle of Glory, invite you to come to him. Do you agree? Not only Yifeng himself, but also other people who were promoted received this news. Soon, Yifeng and 13 other people appeared on the ring. The 13 people lined up. These are the top 13 players in this server. All of them are powerful. Yifeng returned to his clone's perspective and looked at himself and others in front of him. Yifeng said, first of all, congratulations to 13 of you for advancing to the top 13 of the server. Now we use the most primitive method to select 3 players from Xuanjiuden to compete. You can choose your opponents at will, and the winning 3 will advance to the top 10 of the server. You understand yet? Clear. Everyone forms a circle. After the wine jar stops, the person facing the jar goes out to fight. Soon 13 people formed a circle, and Yifeng's clone walked into the crowd with a wine jar, placed it on the ground, and started spinning. Soon Yifeng heard several players silently chanting, don't transfer to yourself. Don't transfer to yourself. After all, after finally reaching the top 13, who would be willing to leave? The speed of the wine jar began to slow down gradually. This kind of nervous anger would make everyone nervous unless they were super masters. The audience in the audience was very excited. How could they miss such a beautiful show? The wine jar finally stopped. And coincidentally, the jar was pointed at his true form. Yifeng. Yifeng's clone was a little speechless. This was too coincidental. But it still had to be announced. The first player to appear is Yifeng. Now let's choose the second player. When it came to Yifeng, almost everyone's heart skipped a beat. No matter who they chose. This was a very scary thing. People on the stage were shocked. But people off the stage were happy. However, when players chose to fight for the second and third time, they all wanted to fight on their own. At least if they didn't meet Yifeng, there would be a glimmer of hope. The second person to fight is the guild's #1 domineering president, the Madman. The third place is amazing. It is Chu Tianai who is currently ranked first in the level gang. Once the 3 people were selected, the scene was definitely like an explosion. All 3 were masters. This was definitely a test for other players. Yifeng felt palpitations in his body and mind. How the hell did this happen? He was so arrogant that it was dangerous. Because in the last round of competition, arrogance was a little weak. After all, arrogance is a hidden profession. But when a bloodthirsty berserker like him is deliberately targeted by the enemy, arrogance will feel very uncomfortable. Yifeng's clone said, okay. Let the 3 of you choose your challenge opponents. The winner will be promoted, and the loser will be eliminated. At this moment, Yifeng was very confused, not knowing which one he should choose to challenge. Among these 13 people, there are 4 members of the Maple team. Among the 9 people below, 3 are domineering. 1 is Qin Tian, the gang leader of Bihai. 2 are from Lanshigu. 1 is Hou Yi, One is Chu Tianai, and one of them is the leader of Sanqiong Guild, Pation, who is ranked 9th among the guilds. There are 13 people in total. It can be said that none of them are ordinary people. They are all masters among masters. As the president of the domineering guild, Quan Tu pointed directly at Lanshi, the president of Lanshi Valley, and said, "It's you, Lanshi." Lanshi said helplessly, "There are so many masters. But you insist on choosing me. Do you think I'm easy to bully?" "Exactly," the madman said without thinking. "You?" Yi Feng's clone said. The first group of battle lists is produced. The madman will fight Lanshi. Next, Chu Tianai looked at the people around him and said, "I choose Pation." When he shouted to Pation, Pation knew that in this personal battle, he would stop at the top 13. But he could break into the top 13. And he had already reached his limit. This time, there were too many people who were not even in the top 100. Entering. I am very lucky. The second set of battle lists has been generated. Chu Tianai will face Pation. When it was Yi Feng's turn, Yi Feng really didn't know who to choose. The people in Lanshi Valley were not easy to choose. The domineering Chao Ci didn't want to fight him now. As for his own people, Yi Feng didn't want to fight even more. In the end, he was left with its Qi Tian and Hui. Who should I choose? Just when Yi Feng couldn't make a choice, the arrogant man on the side walked out and said, "Boss, I'll fight you." Yi Feng looked unexpectedly arrogant. Is there something wrong with this kid's brain? It's not good for one of his own people to beat his own people. Looking at Yi Feng's troubled face, he said arrogantly, "Boss, I don't want to be tortured in turn in the top 10 battle. It's as simple as that. Because the top 10 ranking competition is a wheel-to-wheel battle. And it's really not good to lose too much." Chapter 190 Entering the game. In the end, Yi Feng decided to fight arrogance. And the others were relieved. They didn't want to confront Yi Feng so early. After all, Yi Feng had too many unknowns. And they really didn't know how to deal with Yi Feng. So they had to go back and study. The results of the next 3 battles are almost certain. Except for the inextricable battle between Quang Tu and Lanshi. Yi Feng wins arrogance. Chu Tianai defeats Pation. And finally Quang Tu defeats Lanshi because of a little mistake. Seizing the opportunity, Lanshi won in the end. After the 3 competitions, Yi Feng immediately received a prompt from the system, asking the master Yi Feng how to arrange the top 10. Yi Feng's clone said, "Dear players, the ranking competition for the top 10 players in the entire server will be held in 3 days. Please go to the official website and official forum to get the specific content. The top 10 qualifying matches in the whole server. This is definitely the top battle in Fantasy World so far. Fantasy World must plan carefully and promote a lot. It is said that it will be broadcast live nationwide. And the venue will change. Everything you will understand after 3 days." Yi Feng's clone always finished its mission. Just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by a golden armored guard. "Captain Yi, Your Majesty has invited Governor Yi to go to the palace to discuss matters," the golden armored guard said respectfully. Yi Feng found that since he was promoted from a small village chief, he had more and more contact with NPCs. He didn't know why. Yi Feng had no choice but to say goodbye to Yin Yu and the others, and follow the golden armored guards to the palace. When Yi Feng came to the entrance of the palace, he remembered the scene of coming to the palace for the first time. At first, he was just a small village chief. But now, he is a governor. Although the increase in official position is inseparable from Xuanwu City Lord. But all this seems to have been arranged for Yi Feng. Now, when Yi Feng walks in front of the palace, the guards will bow to him to show respect for him. When Yi Feng walked to the Jinlun Hall, Yi Feng had already seen 7 city lords waiting for him in his exclusive seat. Before Yi Feng could speak, an uncoordinated voice came. "Humph! What a big deal. Let us all wait for you." Yi Feng looked at the speaker, who was the lord of Qinglong City. Yi Feng first saluted his majesty and said, "Wei Chen, please see your majesty. Is there someone in your majesty's hall who has gone too far? Wei Chen has just finished presiding over the Battle of Glory. I came here non-stop. How dare I neglect his majesty's summons?" The emperor smiled and said, "Okay. Get up. I also know that you have been very miserable recently. Lord Qinglong City, you should stop talking. After all, you are the lord of a city, so you must have the demeanor you should have." "Humph." The lord of Qinglong City snorted coldly and stopped talking. Yi Feng said, "Your Majesty, why did you summon the ministers?" According to reports from the front line, the demons have been making frequent moves recently. And the battle with our humans has become more and more intense. I plan to send someone to the human-demon battlefield to take charge of the overall situation. No. Several city lords said that Governor Yi is capable of both civil and military skills. Said you are the most suitable. Yi Feng looked at the Lord of Qinglong City. He must have noticed this guy. He wanted to go to the front line to die. But even if I die, I will lose some experience at most. I will be another hero in 1 minute. At this time, the Lord of Xuanwu City stood up and said, Your Majesty, this is not appropriate. Governor Yi is still presiding over the Battle of Glory. I am afraid that if there is no time, Your Majesty will find someone else. Master Xuanwu. That's wrong. We didn't ask Governor Yi to go now. We can go after the Battle of Glory. Is it possible to let one of us go? Master Qinglong said. Master Qinglong City. Don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. Your Majesty. This matter. The Emperor stretched out his hand to signal the Lord of Xuanwu City to stop talking, and said to himself, Lord Xuanwu City, you are worrying too much. Besides, in the major cities, you must be in charge. And you can't leave. And I think Governor Yi is quite suitable. No. I know what Governor Yi thinks about it. Everyone looked at Yi Feng. And the Xuanwu City Lord on the side kept winking at Yi Feng, asking Yi Feng to refuse. The Qinglong City Lord must have wanted to plot against Yi Feng. Yi Feng smiled at the Lord of Xuanwu City and said, Your Majesty, I promise you to go to the battlefield between humans and demons. But there is a condition. Say it. The Emperor said happily when he saw Yi Feng agreeing. Yi Feng thought for a moment and said, The battlefield between humans and demons is open to everyone. Yes, everyone can participate. But you need to wait until the Battle of Glory is over. The same goes for you, Governor Yi. Yi Feng nodded and said, Okay. I understand. I will be the Supreme Commander after arriving at the battlefield between humans and demons? Yes. By then, you will be the first-rank Grand Marshal. Marshal Yi. Okay. My request is very simple. That is, I need a level 40 Glory Destiny suit. The Emperor laughed and said, Haha. As the coach, this is a must. As long as the day you take office, he will be yours. Thank you. Your Majesty. There are 4 types of glory suits. The first type is the Glory Warrior suit, which is used by warriors. The second type, the Glory God suit, is used by mage players. The third type, the Glory Camouflage suit, is used by assassins and archers. And the last one is the Glory Destiny set, which is an all-attribute, all-professional set, covering all the other 3 attributes. For the first 3 types of suits, it costs 3,000 glory points to redeem a glory suit, while for the Glory Destiny suit, it costs 10,000 glory points to redeem one. There are a total of 8 pieces of equipment including helmet, necklace, belt, ring, clothes, shoes, handguards, and knee pads. If you want to redeem them all, you need 80,000 glory points. Kill a demon soldier in the human-demon battlefield and get 1 glory point. After completing a task, you get 10 glory points, which is an absolutely astronomical amount. But now Yi Feng's words have allowed Yi Feng to directly save 80,000 glory points, which is so worth it. With the Glory Destiny suit, Yi Feng finally won't have any deviations in his attributes or insufficient attack damage defense due to equipment during career changes. With that suit, he can finally do whatever he wants. Haha. It's refreshing. I like it. The Lord of Xuanwu City on the side. Obviously Yi Feng had not achieved his goal. On the other hand, the Qinglong City Lord and several other city lords had a hint of murderous intent on their faces. Yi Feng was too lazy to pay attention to them. Next, he had to explain his affairs to the Xuanwu City Lord. Fortunately, after leaving the Imperial City, Yi Feng walked out with the Lord of Xuanwu City and the Lord of Suzaku City. Captain Yi, thank you very much for this glorious battle, said the Lord of Suzaku City as he walked out of the city. Yi Feng said, You're welcome. Na Qingtian is not a weakling. Being in the top 10 shows that she has this ability. That's also Governor Yi's care. I will visit you someday to thank you. Chapter 191 Top 10. The Lord of Xuanwu City walked beside Yi Feng and sighed, Brother, you know that it is a trap set for you. Why do you still choose it? Don't you know that they want your life? Yi Feng looked around. But there was no one around. Yi Feng whispered, Brother, don't those warriors have the ability to resurrect? The Lord of Xuanwu City said, Indeed. I have always envied these warriors, who are born with the ability to be reborn. But we do not. Yi Feng whispered, I have it. So I'm not afraid? What? The Lord of Xuanwu City looked at Yifeng in surprise. Wasn't Yifeng just like them? The original residents did not have the ability to be reborn. Yifeng immediately made a silence gesture and said, "Brother, I will tell you slowly and in detail when I get back." Good. The two left the palace without incident. Although the Lord of Xuanwu City showed a surprised expression during the process. No one knew what they were talking about. They have returned to Xuanwu City. You can see Xuanwu's expression just now. That humble village chief seems to have something that we don't know about. Don't worry, Lord Qinglong. As long as that guy goes to the battlefield between humans and demons, we have plenty of ways to kill him. Don't let us down with the backup candidates for Lord Qinglong. The Lord of Qinglong City said, If City Lord Xuanwu hadn't stabbed him across the face, what would have happened to this despicable village chief? Just let him dance around for a few more days. Well, Lord Qinglong City, I'll take my leave now. I'll go get ready. Well, be careful. The Lord of Xuanwu City is not easy to mess with. Yifeng and Xuanwu City Lord didn't know what Qinglong City Lord and the others had planned. And they didn't need to know. Because after Xuanwu City Lord learned that Yifeng had the ability to be reborn, he finally felt at ease. In the mansion of the Xuanwu City Lord, Yifeng and the Xuanwu City Lord walked into the study. The Lord of Xuanwu City immediately showed an excited expression. Grabbed Yifeng's hand and said, "Tell me quickly, how did you obtain the ability to be reborn? What spells did you practice?" Yifeng shook his head and said, "Brother, in fact, like our foreign warriors, I am also a foreigner, so I have the same abilities as them." After hearing Yifeng's words, the Lord of Xuanwu City was like a deflated rubber ball. This magical rebirth ability was indeed not something they could possess. Seeing the disappointed expression on the face of the Xuanwu City Lord, Yifeng sighed, "Brother, you don't have to be sad. If there is anything dangerous in the future, let me do it, and I will help you. Hey, although I have the ability to destroy the world and can kill people outside at will, I can't really kill them. But if they unite, they can kill me, and I will really die. Maybe this is the so-called destiny." "Brother," the Lord of Xuanwu City shook his head and said, "Forget it. I am very happy to know that you are okay. When the time comes, go to the human-demon battlefield and come to me again. I will give you some help." Yifeng said, "Thank you. Although our rebirth ability is innate, I will definitely find a way to study it and see if I can help you. I'm interested. I've been studying it for a long time." "Forget it. You can go back." Yifeng wanted to say something else, but seeing the lonely expression on the face of the Lord of Xuanwu City, he decided to forget it. He couldn't help him. It seemed that the masters of the original residents of Fantasy World envied the player's ability to resurrect. When Yifeng returned to his mansion, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. There was no point in practicing. So Yifeng opened the Fantasy World forum regarding today's top 10 on the forum. It must be a big boast. Of course, there are also the rules for the top 10 qualifying 3 days later, which Yifeng needs to take a closer look at. 3 days later, the top 10 qualifying matches will be broadcast live across the country, and 5 seed players will be selected by the officials, major game media, game production companies, and the top 10 guilds. These 5 people will wait for the challenge of the other 5 people. One person can accept up to 5 challenges. If he wins once, he will get 1 point. If he loses all, he will get 0 points. He will be ranked 10th in this qualifying match. If there are 2 0 points, these 2 0 points continue to PK. The winner ranks higher. And the same goes for other points. If someone wins all 5 games, he or she will replace the person with the most losses among the 5 seed selections. In other words, these 5-seeded players will be representatives of the top 5. But they are not necessarily guaranteed to be in the top 5. As long as they have a negative record, they are likely to be replaced. In the end, the winner will have a PK. And the one who wins the last 9 games will be ranked first. The second place will be the one who wins 8 games and loses 1. And so on. Yifeng has already called 10 people's names. And there are support votes below them. The one currently ranked first is not Chu Tianai, nor Yifeng, but Yen Yu, a goddess-level female star player in the online game industry. Ranked second is Lan Shi. After all, her guild ranks high and is strong. Not surprisingly, the third-ranked player is Chao Ci from the Domineering Guild. The top 3 can only be obtained by having a super high crowd or with the blessing of a guild. And the 4th place is Yifeng, because Yifeng's ability is indeed very strong. Ranked 5th is still not Chu Tianai, but another master from the Baki Guild, named Wu Yu, who is a mage. On the contrary, Ing is the least favored and currently has the lowest number of votes in support, ranking 10th. After all, in this level of battle, assassins are very limited. Not only that, but when assassins compete with masters, their weaknesses will be infinitely magnified. As long as the assassin is forced out, it will be difficult for the assassin to survive. After all, he is the most fragile of all professions, and no profession is more fragile than him. In this battle of glory, Chu Tianai, the biggest dark horse, did not enter the top 5. But the voting is not over. It will not end until 3 days later. Only then will we know who the top 5 seed players are. As for rewards, as before, Yi Feng's ability to attract people is average. But since we are playing a game, it doesn't matter if we get first place. Just when Yi Feng was unwilling, a conspiracy against Yi Feng arose. In the game, the Lord of Qinglong City hates Yi Feng to the core. In reality, the same goes for the mythical guild. Of course, if it is a grudge, Ding Tian should be number 1. In this personal battle in the Battle of Glory, 3 people from Yi Feng's Maple team entered the top 1. This made those big guilds hate them to the bone. If Yi Feng is allowed to develop so freely, then the top 10 guilds the ranking is really going to undergo a huge change. Who knows if Yi Feng is hiding other forces? If so, it will be terrible when Yi Feng gets a guild token again. All the major guilds want to target Yi Feng at this time. Since you can't be used by me, then I will strangle you. This is the best way. At the same time, the major guilds began to intensively kill those above level 50. Golden Boss. After all, many of the current players are already level 40. And the suppression of level 50 boss has been reduced too little. Chapter 192 Voting Results. In the early morning, Yi Feng and the 3 of them gathered together to have breakfast. Yin Yu said, I heard that the first place in this individual competition and team competition will be invited by Fantasy World to be the spokesperson of Fantasy World. Oh, there is such a good thing. Is there a lot of money? Zissou, who is like a money fan, said excitedly. Yin Yu shook his head and said, of course not. It's a great honor to be the spokesperson of Wencher. As for the endorsement fee, it's probably not much. After all, they are the ones who support you. They don't give you a penny. Yi Feng nodded and said, well, that's true. If you don't want to be an endorser, others will be willing to take this opportunity to show themselves. The money you will earn by then will be much more than any endorsement fee. Well, that's true. What are you going to do? Yin Yu looked at Yi Feng. Yi Feng was stunned for a moment before he understood what Yin Yu was talking about. Yi Feng smiled awkwardly and said, I may not be able to win first place, so I have to think about what to do. Zissou on the side rolled her eyes and said, the first place has 1 million in cash? And it also has unprecedented fashion. I don't know what it looks like. Yi Feng nodded. That's right. How could he not get along with money? Moreover, only the top 2 had fashion items. This should be considered a rare item, and would definitely have some added attributes. During these 3 days, almost every place that could advertise was promoting the battles of the top 10 individual battles in the Battle of Glory. And every esports radio station and esports app had grabbed the broadcast rights. And they all wanted to give your own platform to attract people. Of course, entering the game and watching it is the most exciting experience. Add in the official promotional clip video, and it's a blast. The most shocking thing is Yi Feng's instant kill. The weirdest thing is Ying's ghost attack. The most beautiful thing is the peerless faces of Yin Yu and Qin Tian. The most domineering thing is Chu Tian's fist. The most sharp thing is the eyes of Ho Yi and Chaoyang. And there is the unique warrior Lan Shi. There are a total of 10 people. And each one has edited very common moments, which makes people excited and can't help but enter the fantasy world to find some friends to compete. Snapped. The water glass on the table was knocked over. Aotian looked at the promotional video of Fantasy World and was about to explode. If they hadn't been targeted, how could no one of their Shenhua appear in the top 10? If so, then the value must have skyrocketed. President, don't be angry. We still have a team battle. Huh? Team battle? With the intensity of Fantasy World as current publicity. Individual battles are their highlight. And team battles are at best a foil. Aotian was left speechless for making a sword. Now, Wencher has spent a huge amount of money to promote individual battles. And it has already achieved its publicity purpose. When the time comes, team battles will definitely be effective without spending much effort. After all, in the game, personal heroism is too powerful. Forging swords. With the 10 votes in our guild's hands. Have you already chosen someone? Zhu Jian said, President. Among the top 10, there are only 2 who have no masters. One is Chu Tianai, and the other is Ho Yi. We can only take action from them. Aodian nodded and said, How? Chu Tianai seems to have connected with the domineering people. And with domineering, many people have begun to vote for him, choosing him as one of the 5 seeds. Aotian said with a look of displeasure, Huh? Now in the fantasy world, when it comes to strength, our Shenhua must be number 1. They are domineering and want to get Chu Tianai. So don't even think about it. And what about Ho Yi? We have already contacted Ho Yi. But the number of votes for Ho Yi is currently too small. Even if we are added, we will not be able to rise to the top 5. Aotian said, No matter what, Chu Tianai and Ho Yi, our Shenhua must win one. And it is best to win them all. Otherwise our Shenhua guild will become a joke. Remember when making swords, no matter what the cost, take them all. Yes, President. On the other side, as the previously recognized number 1 guild, the domineering guild, they have now encountered some troubles. Among the top 10 rankings, they have 2 masters. One is Chao Ci, and the other is Wu Yu. Both of them currently have good support votes. But if they want to get Chu Tianai, they must show some sincerity and let Chu Tianai be in the top 5. But in this case, one of the other 2 people in their guild may be kicked out of the top 5. The fanatic was hesitant. At this moment, he was sitting in the office. Opposite him, the 2 strongest people in the guild were sitting. One was Chao Ci, and the other was Wu Yu. President, what are you hesitating about? As an old man in the guild, I don't care. Please support me. I am confident that I will be in the top 5. Wu Yu is a 21-year-old young man. Baki Guild is in its 3rd year. The madman shook his head and said, No. The top 5 have a huge advantage. And I don't want to let anyone go. But Guild President, that Chu Tianai didn't agree to your promise. So you were so confident about recruiting him into the guild? The madman shook his head again and said, I'm betting that as a newcomer. The treatment we give Chu Tianai is already very generous. If he doesn't agree to us, it really makes no sense. Chao Ci, who had been silent until now, spoke now. Yifeng's votes are not high. If the president is capable, he can be squeezed out. And then the position will be available. As Chao Ci joins the domineering guild with a high salary. Since he is already a domineering person, of course, he must consider domineering. After hearing Chao Ci's words, the madman's eyes lit up. This is really not a good idea. Their domineering guild still has a strong say in the gaming industry. So this shouldn't be difficult. Chao Ci, I really do have you. I'll contact you right away. Qin Tian, the leader of the Bihai Chaosheng Pavilion, ranked last among the top 10 guilds. Even he was a little surprised. Although he made it into the top 10, this was because the Lord of Suzaku City had promised him. So it was expected. But after seeing the strength of the other 9 people, Qin Tian felt a little overwhelmed. They were all too strong. In the past 3 days, Yi Feng and others finally reached level 41. This shows how difficult it is to upgrade the current level. If you want to upgrade, it will take at least a week and as many as 10 days. Fantasy World is playing the pace is slow. In the afternoon of the 3rd day, the voting for the 5-seeded players has ended. The rankings have changed a lot. After all, you can't imagine how powerful the guild is. And for an individual like Yi Feng, unless someone really likes it, it's hard to say. The final voting rankings were divided into 2 categories. Chao Ci ranked first, with 20% of the votes. Lan Shi ranked second, with 15% of the votes. And Chu Tianai ranked third, with 12%. In the voting, the 4th place was Wu Yu, which received 11% of the votes. And the 5th place was Yin Yu, which received 10% of the votes. Of the remaining 5, Ho Yi got 9%, Qin Tian got 9%, Yi Feng got 8%, Ing got 3%, and the last one was the Magic Eye of Lanchi Valley, which got 3% of the votes. Chapter 193 The battle begins. When Yi Feng saw the voting for the first time, he understood what had happened. He was really no match for those big guilds. Fortunately, Yin Yu relied on his reputation for many years, and did not fall into the top 5. Otherwise it would be really embarrassing. What? These guys are just operating behind the scenes. Why did Xiao Yezi fall out of the top 5? Zisu said with an unhappy look. Damn it. Boss, I think they pushed you down just because they bullied us because we have no power. You can tell from this tone. Xiao Hei said with a look of injustice for Yi Feng. Arrogant brother said, Boss, We can't just let this matter go. I want to see a slap in the face. That's right. The kind that requires swelling. Yi Feng said, okay. I know it in my heart. I just want to win 9 games in a row. So let's fight. No matter how you say it. Yi Feng feels a little reluctant. In this case, let's go all out. Nowadays, in the Imperial City and Fantasy World, there is an open space in the center of the Imperial City. On the open space, there are 10 arenas, each of which is exactly the same. On each of the arenas, there is already an NPC standing. Yi Feng separated himself and came to the General Inspection Station. Not only was Yi Feng's position here, but also the positions of the major city lords and the Emperor. Because time was running out, no one came out. In this top 10 ranking match, each battle should not exceed 15 minutes. If the two sides have not decided the winner within 15 minutes, there will be a system to determine the winner. And this system of course refers to Yi Feng. Who did Yi Feng say? Whoever wins wins. This is a life and death encyclopedia for Yi Feng. The Imperial City suddenly became extremely lively today. Almost everyone from other cities crowded into the Imperial City. How could they miss such a grand occasion? As time went by, Yi Feng greeted one city lord after another. And finally the Emperor. The eunuch with a drake voice shouted, "The Emperor has arrived." Except for the 7 city lords who stood up. Everyone else knelt down. Of course, the players did not need to. "I respectfully welcome your majesty." The Emperor in yellow robes came out, sat down in his seat, and said, "Everyone, get up." The players below finally saw the Emperor, and they all said in surprise, "Here, is this the Emperor we serve? I thought he was an old man, but I didn't expect him to be so young." "Brother Day, I'm the same as you. I thought he was an old man. I didn't expect him to be so young. He must be the prince who has just ascended the throne. Who knows? Let's watch the battle seriously. I can't wait. I've been waiting here since the afternoon. I haven't eaten dinner yet. Why hasn't it started yet? Are you stupid? It doesn't start until 8 o'clock. Hurry up and eat. I'll save your seat. Go away. I've been vying for the position for so long. How can I leave just as I say? It doesn't matter if I'm hungry. But if I don't watch one less thing, that's serious." The players of Fantasy World are now very excited and are waiting for the next battle. Yi Feng also took the opportunity to go down to eat. Otherwise it would be difficult if he ran out of energy later. "Hey, Governor Yi. Where are you going?" The divine dragon disappears when it sees its head but not its tail. What's so shameful about it? Yi Feng had just gone online. And when his clone returned to his position, an annoying voice sounded. Yi Feng turned back to look at Qinglong City Lord and said, "Qinglong City Lord, do I have to explain clearly to you when I eat? Sleep? Poop and fart? Captain Yi, clean your mouth. I don't mind teaching you a lesson for the Lord of Xuanwu City." The voice of the Lord of Xuanwu City sounded slowly and said, "I mind." In a word, the Lord of Qinglong City has no steps to go down. As an emperor, of course he cannot let his anger become rigid at this time. The emperor said, "We are all our own people. Why should we hurt our friendship? Governor Yi, the time is almost up. Let's get started. I really want to quickly see how capable our people are." Yi Feng snorted coldly, saluted the emperor and said, "Understood." Yi Feng walked to the stage and announced loudly, "The Battle of Glory. The individual battle. The top 10 qualifying competition starts now. And the 5 seed players are invited to enter." Only the sound of whistling was heard. And 5 players stood on each of the 5 arenas. They were the 5 seed players selected today. At this time, major esports commentators have already begun to explain. Welcome everyone to watch the top 10 rankings of the first Battle of Glory individual battle organized by Fantasy World. Now the top 5 seed players have appeared. They are Chao Ci from the Domineering Guild and Hui from Wanqi Valley. Chan Wanqi, Sanran Chuti and I. Wu Yu from the Domineering Guild. And our female war goddess Yunyu. I don't know what the results of these 5 people will be today. But I'm sure that this will definitely be the most beautiful battle ever. Let's wait and see. The next step is the challenger. Facing the 5 people who had already played, Yi Feng was not in a hurry to choose anyone. But let others choose first. Ing, you choose first. I've seen Wu Yu fight a few times. He's not very strong. Go. Shadow nodded and said, "Yeah." The shadow disappeared with a hiss and appeared in front of Wu Yu. "Here he comes. And the first one to stand on the challenge stage is Ing. I thought he was a very powerful female assassin. But Wu Yu, as a domineering and talented player, has rich combat experience. I don't know what kind of performance this lone shadow will have. Oh. No. The second challenger appeared. It was Chi-Tian, the gang leader of Bihai. She actually chose Yin-Yu. The two are recognized as goddess-level figures in the online game industry. Are they going to kill each other? I have been a commentator for so many years. It's the second time I've seen them fighting. The first time was 3 years ago. This is simply good news for all players. In front of Yin-Yu, Chi-Tian held a staff and looked at Yin-Yu. The two looked at each other, as if everything was destined by God. Yin-Yu, long time no see. I wonder if you are still the same Yin-Yu after leaving Ding-Tian. The bow in Yin-Yu's hand was ready to go. And she said coldly, I am just who I am now. Ding-Tian is already a thing of the past. Humph. It's still as cold as before. I won't lose this time. Watch your moves. The two goddess-level players took the lead in fighting, followed by Ying and Wuyu. There are already 2 arenas where fierce battles have begun. And there are 2 more figures. The Magic Eye is facing Chu Tianai. Hou-Yi is facing Chao Si. And the last one left to Yifeng is Lan Shi. When Lan Shi saw Yifeng, her heart kept beating. Why did she leave a Yifeng for me? I'm really afraid. Yifeng suddenly appeared in front of Lan Shi. Yifeng said with a smile, President Lan Shi, thank you for letting the MO help me several times. Lan Shi said, you're welcome. My friend. You help me. And I help you. Uh-huh. Let's start. The referee NPC on the ring said, the battle begins. Yifeng didn't hesitate at all. He took action directly, and a black flame shot directly at Lan Shi's face. However, such a simple skill would not allow Lan Shi to be attacked. As a warrior, Lan Shi easily avoided it. Chapter 194 Victory. Dark Entanglement. 2 black flames were about to entangle Lan Shi's scream. And Lan Shi shouted, open. Yifeng's control skills were actually directly blocked. Seeing that the other party had studied him, Lan Shi said, don't be stupid. I have studied your tricks. As long as you are not under your control, you can never do any harm. Indeed, every time you want to deal tons of damage, you must control the opponent. Otherwise, the opponent will use their position to avoid your skills, and there will be no chance of an instant kill. But this is just the beginning. How many people know Yifeng's trump card? In addition to the previous battle between Yifeng and Mo Ling, Yifeng revealed his profession of law enforcer. But many players who watched the video were not sure about this profession. After all, anyone can use long sword weapons, which does not necessarily mean that Yifeng is still a warrior. But Lan Shi, who was opposite Yifeng, was different. He had watched all the videos of Yifeng fighting against masters. Although he didn't know whether Yifeng was a fighter, he was always right to defend himself. Lan Shi knew how to fight the mage, and kept approaching Yifeng, while Yifeng was protected by a black magic shield, coupled with his own magic damage explosion. Lan Shi did not dare to approach Yifeng despite the damage, dancing wildly with 3 slashes. This is the signature skill of the Berserker. As long as it is targeted, it will receive a lot of damage, and even the fragile ones may be maimed. Teleport. Facing Lan Shi's skills, Yifeng used teleportation for the first time in a PK with someone. Although it was only within a 10-meter range, his ability to avoid Lan Shi was certain. And Yifeng appeared behind Lan Shi. Oh my god! What skill is Yifeng using? It's a skill he's never used before. Is this teleportation? Yifeng appears behind Lan Shi. And Lan Shi is miserable, the commentator said in surprise. Feeling Yifeng's disappearance, Lan Shi's instinct told herself that it was terrible. Sure enough, an ice crystal emerged from the ground, and he was frozen. This was the ice net, the archer skill that Yifeng had used before. Unexpectedly, he was still hit. The most important thing was that Lan Shi didn't expect that Yifeng would still be there. Can teleport. A set of skills fell down, and Yifeng, who had an artifact, with the damage boost of the artifact. Even a thick warrior like Lan Shi couldn't withstand Yifeng's set of explosive skills. But unexpectedly, Lan Shi did not die, but escaped with blood. It should be some kind of equipment, like the celestial silkworm's inner armor, and the passive skills that prevented Lan Shi from being instantly killed by Yifeng. It's scary. It's too scary. The damage of his skills is too high. Higher than any other profession. What's going on? This is what Lan Shi wants to ask. It is certain that the hidden profession's damage is high, but Yifeng's damage is explosive. Just a set of skills. The highest damage is 2,000 plus. If he didn't have 6,000 plus health, I'm afraid it would be really bad. Was killed instantly. Yifeng said. Do you still want to fight? You only have a trace of blood. Lan Shi shouted. Fight. Watch your moves. Humph. Fire Dragon Dance. A black fire dragon fell from the sky and hit Lan Shi directly. Boom. It's so cool. The black fire dragon fell from the sky. Lan Shi probably couldn't hold on anymore. After all, potions and pets can't be used in the arena. Hey. Wait. What is that? Yifeng stared at Lan Shi. The attack just hit Lan Shi. But he was actually immune. Come on. It turns out that he is not the only one who has a trump card. Everyone else also has it. Hey. You may not know how the fanatic lost. But you should fight now. I saw Lan Shi's speed surge. And with a bang, she bounced off the ground. Her whole body was spinning at a high speed under control, whipping up a strong wind. It appears. This is the move that Lan Shi used to kill the madman. It is also bloody. I wonder if Yifeng can take on Lan Shi's ultimate move. At this critical moment, the black magic shield on Yifeng suddenly disappeared, replaced by a steely face and a golden sword in his hand. He stepped back with one foot and shouted, Long Tai Tu. Bump! The two collided, and the dazzling golden skills of Lan Shi and Yifeng, who turned into a whirlwind, were determined at the moment of collision. Lan Shi was sent flying, turned into a stream of light in the air and disappeared. Dead. We won. Yifeng won. It's incredible. Is Yifeng a mage or a warrior? This is clearly a warrior skill in the end. I can guarantee that Yifeng should be a magic swordsman. As soon as the explanation came out, the whole place was in a state of excitement. Magic swordsman. That is a dual profession. A mage and a warrior. It is a very terrifying existence. I did not expect Yifeng to have such a hidden profession. Yifeng took a long breath. And the battle was finally over. At this time, Yifeng's clone is here. On a huge screen behind Yifeng's clone. Behind Yifeng's name. There are wins. 1. Losses. And 0. Behind Lan Shi's name. There are wins. 0. Losses. And 1. When Yifeng was teleported out of the ring, several other groups were still fighting. However, nearly 10 minutes had passed at this moment, and the battle would be over in another 5 minutes. If the winner has not been decided yet, then it will be Yifeng who has the final say. Yifeng will definitely let one of his people win without any courtesy. At this time, it shows how shameless Yifeng is. Ah! Yifeng looked towards the direction where the sound came from. It was Chu Tianya's arena. The magic I had already lost. Then Ying appeared next to Yifeng. Looking at Ying's expression, Yifeng knew that Ying had won. Looking back at the battle between the last two groups on the stage, Yin Yu and Qing Tian were really inseparable. And the same was true for Ho Yi and Chao Ci. Ho Yi, the most underestimated, turned out to be so powerful. It's incredible. Ho Yi is definitely a player who is seriously criticized. He is too powerful. The two archers are going back and forth. This is going to lead to a dead end. There are also two goddesses fighting. It is inextricable. He is indeed one of the top 10 players in the entire server. Very powerful. Until the end. At 15 minutes, the two groups still had no winner. It was up to Yifeng to decide the winner. Oh my god! It's so exciting! 15 minutes is not enough at all. But due to the competition format, it can only be 15 minutes. Next, we will see how the NPCs perform. We will wait and see. At this time, a picture appeared in front of Yifeng's clone. Chao Ci versus Ho Yi. Yin Yu versus Qing Tian. Allowing Yifeng to choose who would win. The four of them stood on the ring, staring at Yifeng's clone. After all, their victory or defeat was in the hands of that man. Yifeng's clone said, "Challenge Yin Yu on a sunny day." Yin Yu wins! Oh! Yin Yu wins! Yin Yu wins! Yin Yu's fans shouted crazily. Even the commentator congratulated Yin Yu for winning. When he heard that Yin Yu had won, Qing Tian said with disappointment, "Congratulations! You won again!" Yin Yu said, "Actually, we haven't decided the winner. It's not certain who actually wins and who loses." Qing Tian shook his head and said, "If you lose, you lose." Next, Yifeng's clone looked at Chao Ci and Ho Yi. Ho Yi was somewhat related to himself. And in the battle just now, if it really had to be divided, it should be considered a draw. But Yifeng must divide. Ho Yi challenged Chao Ci, and Ho Yi won. Chapter 195 challenged the Ci. As the president of the Domineering Guild, Quang Tu originally thought that Chao Ci was sure of victory. But it turned out that Ho Yi won. What happened? Even if they really wanted to score, they should be 50-50. So why did Hou Yi win? After hearing the result, Chao Ci felt a little disappointed. Although the solution was hard to predict. Either he would win or Hou Yi would win. When he heard that Hou Yi won, he still felt unspeakably uncomfortable. You know, if you lose a set, it is impossible to get first place. I protest. This is unfair. Why did Hou Yi win? There was no clear winner between the two. The domineering people began to boo. As an intelligent NPC, they all have their own independent thinking. Not to mention that Yifeng is not a robot, but a real person. Hou Yi breathed a sigh of relief. His victory was purely due to luck. He didn't expect that he would win. At that time, he heard the audience booing. It seemed that a domineering person would not give up so easily. Faced with the booing from the players in front of him, Yifeng's clone frowned. Haha. It seems that you are not good enough. Governor Yi, your prestige is not good enough. The voice of the Lord of Qilong City sounded at the right time. And Yifeng slowly walked to the stage. He waved his hand and shouted, "The verdict has been decided. If you are dissatisfied, you will be disqualified from the competition." As soon as Yifeng's words came out, those filled with voices immediately disappeared. If he was really disqualified, he would really be in 10th place. This would be much worse than losing a game. Yifeng's clone looked around and said, after a 5-minute rest, the battle will continue. There will be a total of 5 battles in the first round. And there are 4 rounds left. After saying that, Yifeng returned to his own actions and stopped talking. He also ignored the mocking Lord Qilong City. Here, Yifeng and the 3 of them all won. Which is a relatively good result. Brother, that NPC is so arrogant. Aren't you afraid that domineering people will swarm him and kill him? Yifeng looked at his sister with a black line on his face. That's me. Have you considered your brother's feelings when you say this? The arrogant person on the side said, this is not arrogance, but momentum. Without this momentum, how can we host the Battle of Glory and be the biggest boss in the Battle of Glory? Look at his words. People in the domineering guild can only think of themselves. Too bad. Besides, whoever just won the battle could win. TCH. You know. Why don't you stand on it? I. Brother Arrogant was speechless. Dear viewers, 5 minutes have expired. In the first round of battle, the domineering guild lost 2 games in a row. I don't know what will happen in the second round. Whether we can win the game back. Let me wait and see. Previously, we were defeated by all the major players. According to the media, the performance of the weak Shadow in the first round was very scary. According to the official data, this Shadow player is wearing a golden level 40 suit. And the equipment itself is very powerful. Okay. Now is the selection round. The 2 sides who fought in the last round cannot meet again. You can also choose not to fight. Or to fight. The choice is in the hands of the players themselves. Oh my god. Look. Yifeng is the first he made a choice. He chose to have no desire. Is he going to attack the weak first? Next. Ing faced Lan Shi. Yin Yu faced Demon Eye. Hou Yi faced Chu Tianai. And Qing Tian faced Chao Ci. As the referees in each arena began to give instructions, the 5 duels were held at the same time. After facing Wu Yu, in Yifeng's eyes, Chao Ci, Lan Shi, Hou Yi, Chu Tianai, and Ing are Yifeng's goals this time. The others include Yin Yu. Because Yin Yu can't compete with him at all. Beat. As for Wu Yu in front of him, when he was facing off against Yifeng, Yifeng could indeed feel how powerful he was. But only in terms of power. Compared to ordinary people, it was indeed good. But compared to Yifeng only used 70% of his strength. Yifeng wanted to kill the weaker ones first in the first few rounds. As time goes by, the second round ends. The third round ends. The fourth round ends. The current points on the field are that Yifeng has a complete victory. Chu Tianai has a complete victory. Ing has a complete victory. Chao Ci has a record of 3-1. Hou Yi has a record of 3-1. Lan Shi and Yin Yu both have a record of 2-2. And the remaining 3 players below all had 0-3 records and all lost. There is still the last round left in today's game. Yifeng has already challenged Lan Shi, Wu Yu, Qing Tian, and Demon Eye. Now is the time for Yifeng to choose his last opponent. The last round is also the last game of the day. If he wins, Yifeng's ranking will enter the top 3 tomorrow. After all, now there are 3 more players with undefeated records. And the top 3 are certain. Who does Yifeng need to choose as the last person? The remaining 5 people are Chu Tianai, Ing. Chao Ci. Yen Yu. And Ho Yi. Yi Feng must choose one of them. Just when Yi Feng was hesitating, all the other players had made their choices, leaving Yi Feng with Chao Ci. Chao Ci looked at Yi Feng. He didn't expect Yi Feng to face him at this time, although it was beyond his control. Chao Ci didn't want to meet him so early. After all, with the performance of Yi Feng and others today, if he didn't go back and watch the video, he would not much certainty. Yi Feng looked at Chao Ci and said with a smile, "We are the only ones left. Come up here. I've wanted to fight you for a long time to see how amazing you are." Yi Feng clicked the challenge button, and the next moment Yi Feng appeared opposite Chao Ci. "Let me see. You, who is said to be ranked number 1 in combat power, are capable of being ranked number 1 by the players." Chao Ci said unconvinced. Yi Feng shrugged his shoulders and said, "It doesn't matter. Come on." At this time, the referee shouted, "Yi Feng challenges Chao Ci. The battle is about to begin. 3, 2, 1, start." As soon as the referee NPC finished speaking, an arrow flew past Yi Feng's face with a hiss. "Hurry." This was Chao Ci's first reaction to Yi Feng. "I didn't expect this guy to be so fast. It's a hidden profession." Yi Feng waved his hand, and his body was immediately covered with a black magic shield. Thousands of arrows pierced the heart. Yi Feng looked up and saw dozens of surveillance cameras flying towards him quickly. At this time, Yi Feng was also hiding. If he was a mage, it would be best to use his actions to dodge at this time, or shoot down the missing arrows. But Yi Feng did not do that. Instead, with a wave of his hand, the black magic shield disappeared, replaced by Yi Feng's golden sword and the extremely incongruous mage equipment. It has appeared. This is the second time Yi Feng has transformed into a city. Is this the form of the demon swordsman? Are there any secrets we don't know? Let's see if Chao Ci can dig them all out. Said. Yi Feng held the sword with both hands and used it almost mercilessly to raise his head. But in an instant all the arrows in front of him were knocked away. And Yi Feng also appeared in front of Chao Ci at the right time. Chao Ci panicked and said to himself, "Not good." An hour ago, Yi Feng might have been a demon swordsman in the battle. But when he actually faced him, he realized that this Yi Feng was definitely not a demon swordsman, because he had seen this move before, and it was a very domineering attack. This kind of swordsmanship and this kind of offensive can only be found in one place, and that is the Law Enforcement Hall. Chapter 196, Destroying the Show of Power. Impossible. This is impossible. How can a player have two professions? This is impossible. Yi Feng, you use a plug-in? Chao Ci rolled over and dodged Yi Feng's attack in embarrassment. His words made everyone uproar. What was going on? Why did Yi Feng use a plug-in? How could there be a plug-in in Fantasy World? The commentator said, "What does Chao Ci mean by this? Did Yi Feng use some very powerful plug-in to get to where he is today? Or is it the plug-in that Yi Feng used just now?" Yi Feng held a sword with one hand and frowned and said, "Everything is possible in the fantasy world. I'm just lucky. I got this law enforcement profession accidentally. Are you too naive to use plugins?" "Oh my god." Yi Feng said that he is a law enforcer. It is not the magic swordsman we mentioned, but another brand new profession. The law enforcer is the profession of the Holy City Law Enforcement Hall. So Yi Feng has two. It's a hidden profession. His profession is a dark magician. This is so perverted. No wonder Chao Ci would say that Yi Feng uses a plugin, because everyone can only use one profession. As the domineering president of the Madman, he immediately called the Fantasy World Company. "This situation is unfair because it is a BUG. Hello, Chairman of the Fanatics. The problem you responded to exists. In Fantasy World, players can share several professions. They are not a single existence. Now in Fantasy World, it is not Yi Feng. One person has dual professions. And there are also some players. It is not convenient for us to disclose the specific player's information." The fanatic nodded and said, "Well, thank you." After hanging up the phone, the madman frowned. Fantasy World has hundreds of millions of players in the Huaxia region, and the customer service just said that there are still some players. These should not be many. One in hundreds of millions of cases. They are actually killed by Yi Feng. Got it. At this time, the commentator also received the notice, and said with sudden realization, "According to the official and accurate information we have just received, Yi Feng did not exploit any bugs, nor was it a cheat. This is a normal situation, and it is not Yi Feng who has dual professions. In other words, young people, work hard. the next Yi Feng may be you. Hearing the voice of the commentator, the players started to get excited. It would be so cool to have dual professions. One profession has 5 skills, and the second profession has 10 skills. If these two professions are switched back and forth, then the skill cooldown time is equal to 0. But the idea is good, but whether it can be used is another matter. Yi Feng on the field was approaching Chao Ci, and Chao Ci also received a reply, indicating that Yi Feng was fine. Yi Feng, it doesn't matter that you have dual professions. You are too many but not good. Let me let you know whether my court archers can surpass your dual professions. Palace Archery. Cloud Piercer Arrow. This arrow can be described as a heart-piercing arrow. Its power has not yet reached Yi Feng, but Yi Feng has already expected it. Yi Feng shouted, "Holy light judgment." Yi Feng was like a judge, and a golden light fell from the sky, which was much more powerful than Xing Tian before. Just one face-to-face encounter, and the power of the cloud-piercing arrow began to weaken. Chao Ci frowned, jumped in the air, and shouted, "Palace Archery. Thunder Flame Arrow." In the air, Chao Ci's whole body suddenly turned into a ball of flames, with lightning like spider webs in it. "Shoot! Call out!" Yi Feng secretly said, "Not good." Chao Ci obviously wants his own life. Xing Tian. This skill did not block Chao Ci's thunder arrow. Yi Feng squatted on the ground, holding the sword in both hands, and shouted, "The dragon raises its head." Dang! The collision between the sword and the arrow caused Yi Feng to be ejected with a bang. But the location where Yi Feng fell was not somewhere else, but within 10 meters beside Chao Ci. Yi Feng looked at Chao Ci with an evil smile. Chao Ci was shocked and quickly backed away. Teleport. Within 10 meters, Yi Feng can reach it at will. Yi Feng silently appeared behind Chao Ci, but Chao Ci hadn't noticed Yi Feng yet. Chao Ci. It's time to end. What? Yi Feng's voice came from behind. Chao Ci was shocked and wanted to run away. However, he found that his feet had been entangled by Yi Feng's dark spell for some time. Chao Ci was shocked and said that he was too careless. The madman in the audience sighed. If Chao Ci hadn't been careless just now, the final victory or defeat would have been really unpredictable. Now it seems that losing will happen sooner or later. But it's just a matter of time. Chao Ci shouted, "If you want to end it, you have to ask it." Chao Ci violently took off the clothes on his chest, and an eye appeared on Chao Ci's chest. Yi Feng glanced at it and said in his heart, "Not good." Ding! System prompt, Psychedelic Eye. You are forced to remain still for 3 seconds. For 3 seconds, Yi Feng could not do anything but look at Chao Ci quietly. Commentary, what's going on? Yi Feng was stunned. Yi Feng stopped attacking. Chao Ci launched an attack. Is this a counterattack? The madmen in the audience were stunned for a moment, then shouted ecstatically, "Hack him to death." Influenced by the president, the domineering member shouted, "Hack him to death. Hack him to death. Go to HL. Yi Feng." In an instant, several skills fell on Yi Feng one after another, and a large amount of smoke rose up from where Yi Feng was. Commentary, did Yi Feng lose? With such a terrifying attack from Chao Ci? Is this game over? Please wait for the system's planning. Chao dismissed and took a deep breath. Fortunately, he had a trump card. Otherwise, he would have definitely lost just now. Looking at the position where the smoke was coming out, Xiaohei and the others in the audience looked nervously and said, "Didn't the boss lose? That way, he wouldn't be able to get the first place." Xiaohei, what are you talking about? How could my brother lose? It's impossible for him to lose. That's right. Didn't you see that the referee didn't react at all? It must be fine, Arrogant said, patting Xiaohei's head. In the smoke, Yi Feng stood up slowly. If it weren't for the damage reduction properties of the celestial silkworm's inner armor, he would definitely lose now. Ming Ye. When Yi Feng's blood volume is less than 10%, he can release the passive skill of wind damage and destruction. Of course, now that Yi Feng's blood volume is less than 5%, he can also use the magic skill. But Yi Feng is of no use. A sword as black as L flew out of the smoke. Commentator, it seems that Chao Ci has a high winning rate in this game. Up to the current position, Yi Feng has not. No. Holy shit. What is that black thing? It's so fast. Oh my god. The ring barrier is broken. Broken. After the dust settled, Yi Feng stood in the pit with a long sword in his hand. Not far away from Yi Feng, Chao Ci looked at Yi Feng blankly, then turned into a white stream of light and disappeared in the next second. There was silence outside the stadium. And then, there were deafening cheers, directly making this battle the most exciting battle of the day. Commentator, we win! Yifeng wins! It's incredible! The black sword blade that just flew out killed Chao Ci instantly. Even the barrier of the arena was shattered. Yifeng is too strong. Yifeng! 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 Everyone in the audience, inside the game, and outside the game started shouting Yifeng's name. Chapter 197. Do I believe it? So handsome. So handsome. My brother is so handsome. Yi Yanqiu cheered and jumped. Xiao Hei suppressed his blush and said, Miss, as long as you are happy, please don't step on my feet. Ah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was so happy that I forgot about it, Yi Yanqiu said sheepishly. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief on the stage. This court speech was really troublesome. He didn't expect that his killing move was similar to his own Dragon Roan token. This kind of force control was too scary. Fortunately, he had the Celestial Silkworm inner armor. Otherwise he would really if you want to use demonization. Then all your trump cards will be revealed. In Yifeng's view, demonization is his absolute trump card. Yifeng will never use it unless forced to do so. The first reason is because of terror. And the second reason is because once demonization is used, other players no longer need to play. Yifeng can kill instantly. Them. In this match, Yifeng challenges Chao Ci, and Yifeng wins. Yifeng was accumulating 1 point, and now it has 5 points. Leading the way, Yifeng is currently ranked first in the standings. Yifeng's side has just finished, and Chu Tianya's on the other side has also finished. The winner is still Chu Tianyi. Among the 5 seeded players, Magic Eye lost all 5 games and ranked last. Qing Tian's record of 1-4 is not very optimistic either. The final ranking is that Yifeng, Ing, and Chu Tianyi all have 5 points. Hui has 4 points and lost 1 game. Chao Siji has 3 points and lost 2 games. Lanqi has 2 points and lost 3 games. And Yan Yu has accumulated 2 points and lost 3 games. Sunny gained 1 point and lost 4 games. Wu Yu and Magic Eye lost all 5 games. Commentator, the points ranking has come out. Yifeng, Ing, and Chu Tianyi all have 5 points. And they are tied for first place. This is how many people's faces have been swollen. Neither Yifeng nor Ing is a seed player. Ah. And Hui, a man who was seriously criticized, got 4 points. Oops. My face was burning when I said it. Our commentator also voted. To be honest, I voted for President Lanqi. Looking at it now, this year's newcomers are too strong. And if the seniors don't work hard, they will really be pushed off the tower. Yifeng's clone stood up and announced, today's competition ends here. Tomorrow we will decide who will be the top pick, the second pick, and the top pick. Please be prepared. Players. Here at the NPC, Yifeng first saw off His Majesty the Emperor, and then saw off the city lords. Finally, Yifeng asked some NPCs to do the rest, such as repairing the arena, and then left. In the domineering guild building, Chao Ci was practicing boxing with his fighting gloves on. The sandbag in front of him seemed to have offended Chao Ci, and kept attacking and hitting him. Touch! 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 Chao Ci. It doesn't matter. There will be next time. Yifeng is indeed powerful. No, I don't think Yifeng is better than me. I just have bad luck. Not only did I lose to Yifeng, but I also lost to Hui. I'm sorry to you, President, but the board of directors. The madman shook his head and said, it doesn't matter. This is not your fault. I can't blame you. Bump! 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 Chao Ci then hit the sandbag. The madman picked up the fighting gloves on the side and said, come on. I'll fight you. It's better than this sandbag. Good. After today's top 10 qualifying match, the data of the 10 people was analyzed by experts on and off the field. It cannot be said that Wu and Moyan are not strong. I can only say that in this individual battle, the top 10 are all very strong. Lanqi, who was ranked in the top 5 before, only scored 2 points this time. It only won the Magic Eye and Wu, and lost all the other 3 stops. Soon a hot post appeared on the Fantasy World forum. Top 10 Combat Power Rankings. This post almost went viral all of a sudden. In the post, Yifeng's combat power is actually a little lower than Chu Tianyi. The first place is not Yifeng, but Chu Tianyi. The second place is Yifeng, And the third place is Hoi. The fourth is Shadow. The fifth is Chao Ci. The sixth is Launchy. The seventh is Smoke. The eighth is Sunny. The ninth is Desirelessness. And the 10th is Magic Eye. It is precisely because of this ranking that many people think that Yifeng should be ranked first. For no other reason than the last sword blow, which definitely set the whole audience on fire. There is absolutely no need to say that he is ranked first. However, some people think that there is nothing wrong with Chu Tianai ranking first. Chu Tianai defeated Hoi, and Hoi defeated Chao Ci. Chu Tianai faced strong ones, while Yifeng faced weak ones. Chu Tianai could only be the best. Tian Yi is stronger. As for the rankings at the back, not many people care. They are all competing for who is number one. Yifeng quit the game and shook his head. This kind of high-intensity battle really consumes a lot of mental energy. When he first logged off, his head felt a little uncomfortable. What? Are you feeling uncomfortable? I'll get you some tea. Yifeng waved his hand and said, Forget it. I'll go outside and smoke a cigarette. After discussion about smoking, Yifeng was allowed to smoke 1 cigarette a day. However, Yifeng found that he increasingly forgot that he still smoked. Maybe this was considered quitting smoking. Yifeng came to the elevator passage, lit a cigarette, and leaned silently against the window, looking at the night view of the city. Wow! Did you watch the Battle of Glory in Fantasy World just now? It was so exciting. The Yifeng is so awesome. A girl's voice came to Yifeng's ears. Then a boy said, It's awesome. But it's a pity that I have a girlfriend. You are still mine. Oh! I just admire him. I don't like him. So you can be jealous. The boy said, Okay. There are people over there. People who don't know may think I am a stingy man. Let's go. The elevator is here. Oh! The girl glanced at Yifeng's back and followed her boyfriend into the elevator. Yifeng smiled helplessly. He didn't expect that people on the same floor were also playing Fantasy World. No wonder it was said that there were hundreds of millions of people playing in the Huaxia district. It seemed true now. Boy! It's okay. You performed well today. A voice sounded from behind Yifeng. Yifeng was stunned for a moment, then turned back to look at the person who spoke. As expected, it was the person who had given him the ring. The stall owner. It's you. Are you guarding me every day? Yifeng asked. The man smiled and said, That's not true. I just wanted to chat with you out of boredom. Yifeng pointed at the man and said, Don't you think your outfit is weird? Uh-huh. I think it's quite fashionable. Okay. If you think it's good, why don't you ask me to take the ring? Yifeng subconsciously touched the ring in his hand as he spoke. That's not true. That ring belongs to you. I won't take it back. And I can't take it back. Then what's the purpose of giving me the ring? There is no purpose. Just to do experiments. Yifeng was ashamed. He was doing an experiment. He was not a guinea pig. Yifeng asked with some fear, Experiment. Did I succeed or fail? There's no rush. It's still in the process of experimentation. But it's developing very well. What if it fails? The man pondered for a while and said, No way. Do I believe it? Yifeng asked. Can you not believe it? Yifeng drummed in his heart. It didn't matter whether he believed it or not, because he was already on the way to his goal. Chapter 198. A large number of gang tokens appear. Hey, Yifeng. What are you looking for? Yin Yu walked out and saw Yifeng looking around, not knowing what he was looking for. Seeing the smoke coming out, Yifeng touched his head and said, Well, I just saw a mouse. Ah! Rat! The smoke trembled and hung directly on Yifeng's body. He looked around in fear, fearing the appearance of mice. Yifeng smiled slightly, hugged Yin Yu and said, Hold me tight. If the mouse comes and he falls, I don't care. Yin Yu hugged Yifeng tightly and said, Let's go back quickly. Someone on the top of the building said with a black line on his face, You brat. You said I'm a rat? Just wait for me. As soon as he entered the room, Zissou looked at Yifeng and Yin Yu with wide eyes. He said with a jealous look on his face, What? I asked you to call Yifeng. It's better for you. This is unfair. Yin Yu jumped off Yifeng and said with lingering fear, Just now Yifeng said he saw mice outside, which scared me to death. Ah, there's a mouse. Another person hung on Yifeng. This time it was Zissou. Yifeng patted Zissou on the head and said, The mouse is not here. It is outside. Come down. Zissou stuck out her little tongue and said, Hee hee. I made instant noodles for you. Come and eat. Yifeng looked at the dining table And sure enough, there were 3 buckets of instant noodles. Yifeng opened the lid of the instant noodles, and the smell of coriander sandwiched in the instant noodles hit his nostrils. How does it taste? Zissou asked eagerly. Yifeng smelled it, took a mouthful of instant noodles and said, "Well, it's not bad. The person who taught her how to make instant noodles must be good at it. Hee hee. As long as you like it, you guys should eat some too," Yifeng said. Uh-huh. It became clear the next day that a big event had happened in Fantasy World. That is, a small guild played a guild token, attracting people to watch. The leader of the small guild, carrying the guild token, did not dare to leave the safe zone, because almost everyone who knew about it was waiting for him, and would kill him as long as he dared to go out. The guild token was too important. As soon as Yifeng entered the game, Xiaohei explained to Yifeng the ins and outs of the matter. It turned out that 2 small guilds worked together to kill the boss. But when the guild token appeared, both parties immediately killed each other, resulting in one of the guilds not getting the guild token, which exposed the matter. Now the gang leader does not leave the safe zone and sells directly in the safe zone. Selling money is the last word. Damn. My guild has killed so many bosses, and I didn't even give out a single guild token. How come a small guild came out? It's so annoying. She was so angry that she almost jumped. What should we do? President? Should we go for an acquisition? As the domineering leader of the madman, he pondered for a moment and then said, "Don't worry. More than a month has passed since the first gang token. Now it seems that gang tokens are starting to appear in large numbers. After all, Fantasy World, this is not a single-player game. Guild tokens are treasures in the early stage. It is now the middle and early stages. It's time for gang tokens to appear in large numbers. Gather your troops and find the boss quickly." Clear. After the major guilds asked about the price of the guild token, they shook their heads one after another. The asking price was 10 million. They really thought it was a treasure. This was not the first piece, and the price of the first piece was high. That was because people who wanted it were Xinhua. Not necessarily now. The man shouted in the world again. The second guild token in Fantasy World server is priced at 10 million. I want it as fast as I want. If you miss it, you won't have that opportunity. Yifeng shook his head. The price must be too high. The original price of his gang token was only a few million, and it was only raised by a few union bosses. But now it seems that no one takes it for granted. Xiaohei, do you know where the boss is? Xiaohei thought for a while and said, "Speaking of boss, there are quite a lot of bosses in our Xuanwu city, but there are only a few of us. We can't beat the boss, so I don't bother to write down the boss's location. By the way, boss, why do you suddenly want to fight the boss?" Yifeng said, "I didn't think so. If I guess correctly, gang tokens will appear in large numbers next. Anyway, it's okay. So just go and fight." Xiaohei scratched his head and said, "It's impossible." "Are you sure?" Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to Melody for creating the perfect guild. Fantasy World has welcomed another big family. Congratulations to him. Just after Xiaohei finished speaking, such a system prompt made Xiaohei completely convinced. "Boss, you are too powerful. I will go find the boss right now." "Well, go ahead." In fact, Yifeng did not expect that the perfect guild would release the guild token so quickly. It seems that the people in the major guilds are not vegetarians either. The player who had just asked for 10 million suddenly saw a guild created by a big guild. He panicked and shouted, 8 million. As long as 8 million. The guild token in my hand will belong to you. However, just half an hour later, a lot of guild creation prompts popped up. All of them news about the creation of a guild by a large guild. Damn. What's going on? Why are there so many guild tokens all at once? The player said angrily, as he looked at the guild tokens in his hand. "Boss, sell it at the lowest price. It's almost worthless. Someone offered 2 million before. So sell it. That person only offers 20,000 yuan now. Just 20,000 yuan. Why can the Yifeng sell for tens of millions? Why can ours only sell so much?" When their boss took the gang token, they were already imagining a bright future. But a few hours passed, and the sky-high price token became a street stall. This can make people feel disappointed. If you want to blame it, blame it. He's too greedy. "Boss, let's sell it for 20,000 yuan. It's better than worthless." "Hey, I would have sold it for 2 million if I had known it. 20,000 yuan is not enough." Damn it. It was all because of the Yifeng. If his gang tokens hadn't been sold for so much money, How could I have lost like this? The other members didn't dare to speak. You really can't blame Yifeng. They didn't do anything. It was you who wanted to raise the price. Who can you blame if you can't sell it? Yifeng watched the man's gang token drop from 10 million to 8 million, then to 5 million, then to 1 million, and finally sold for 50,000. Yifeng shook his head. Anyone with some brains would understand that the gang token must be. Do you really think it is a treasure if you want to explode it in large quantities? At this time, Xiaohei finally received the news and said, "Boss, we found a boss. But it's level 50 platinum, not gold. No one dares to fight it now." Platinum level? This is a level more powerful than the gold level boss. Do you dare to fight? Xiaohei said, "Nonsense. Boss, if you say you want to fight, I will never take a step back. Okay, I'll contact you. Keep an eye on the boss, and don't let anyone else rob you. Don't worry. I, Xiaohei, am a somewhat famous person in Xuanwu City. Stop bragging. The cows are already in the sky. Just keep an eye on them. Come on. If you want to kill a platinum level boss, you must find some more powerful characters. I wonder if they are willing." Chapter 199 Masters Gather. If you want to defeat the boss, you must have a priest. However, people like Yifeng who don't need a priest really don't know where to find a priest at this time. Should they find Cici and Xiaobai? Their relationship with Zissou is not very good. But they were in the same city before, and were in the same guild. That's why they came to Zissou to stay for such a long time. They did not leave the Beihai Guild. Although I haven't quit yet. I'm almost there. Yifeng looked through his friend list. And he called all those who Yifeng thought were capable. Yifeng only knew these people. Yanyu, Zissou, Ing, Arrogant Brother, Xiao Yi, Xiao Hei, and of course Yanxiu. After all, the strength is too low. Seeing Leng Shui in his friend list, Yifeng hesitated for a moment and chatted with him privately. "That Leng Shui. Are you going to fight the boss?" Yifeng asked. "Well, where to meet? I'll be there right away." Yifeng was speechless for a moment. Is this guy really turning to him? So careless. Too careless. Xuanwu City. Central Square. Clear. Yifeng felt that it was good to have a master like Leng Shui join him. But Yifeng was not satisfied and continued to search the friend list. This time Yifeng's target was Ho Yi, who was also a powerful guy. "Brother, are you there?" Ho Yi quickly responded, "Here. Decide to have a PK with me?" Yifeng raised his eyebrows. How come this guy knew about PK every day and couldn't do anything serious? "Well, let's fight the boss together." "What about PK?" Ho Yi's persistence made Yifeng almost go crazy and said, "The PK thing is going to start tonight. Don't be in a hurry." "I'm in a hurry." Yifeng almost fell down and said, "Don't worry. Let's finish beating the boss first and then talk." "Okay. Where to meet?" "Xuanwu City. Central Square." "Coming." Yifeng shook his head. Ho Yi was really speechless. He wanted to PK with him all day long. It was really a headache. As for the pastor, I've seen this guy named Xiaosheng once before. And I saved him once. I don't know if he's coming. Let's ask him. Xiaosheng, the name of the game, is currently level 40. He is a single-trained priest. To be honest, it is quite good for a single-trained priest to reach this level. He should have some skills. Xiaosheng, if you have time, can I borrow you for a while? Yifeng asked. God, I don't want to sell my butt. Yifeng said speechlessly. Who wants your butt? I want you to come and beat the boss to increase the health. Come or not? Xiaosheng said, Go. Of course I want to go. Master, please wait for me. Where are you? Xuanwu City Central Square. Wait for me. Listening to Xiaosheng's voice, Yifeng knew that this guy was extremely excited. Although there was a priest, Yifeng felt that it was not safe. So he called a little swordsman and his team. When they learned that they were going to fight the boss with Yifeng, the four of them were almost overjoyed. They originally thought that Yifeng would they forgot. And now it seems that Yifeng has not forgotten. Soon, people began to gather behind Yifeng. At first, it was okay for Yifeng's own people to gather together. When Ho Yi appeared, people discovered that this team was a little different. Soon Ling Shui appeared. And it was really different now. Ling Shui's iceberg beauty. Forehead. No. With his ruthless expression and the ice radiating from his body. This guy is definitely not simple. Let me go. What does Yifeng want to do? He can't challenge the top boss. There are many boss level figures among these guys. Shh. Keep your voice down. These people are not easy to mess with. I don't know what they want to do. Oh my god. That cold little brother is so handsome. I didn't expect Yifeng to have this ability and gather so many masters. Although the players don't know what Yifeng and the others want to do. With this formation, I'm afraid not many unions dare to challenge them. Just as they were preparing to set off, a little girl walked up to Yifeng. He said a little shyly, "Brother Yifeng, what are you going to do? There are so many powerful people." Seeing that it was the little sister of 156, Yifeng stopped and said, "Let's go fight the boss. Can you take me with you?" The little girl said shyly. Yifeng said, "What is your profession and what do you know?" The little girl said, "I am a hidden professional poet. I am very powerful." Hey, little sister, don't lie. It's not easy to hide your profession. You are only level 38. Xiao Hei teased from the side. The little girl was hesitant, almost crying, and said, "I'm really awesome. Look at it if you don't believe me." The little girl said, "Flowing clouds and flowing water." The next moment, a white light rose under Yifeng's feet, and the white light flashed past. Ding! System prompt. Get 50% movement speed bonus. Lasting 15 seconds. Everyone's eyes lit up. And Yifeng said, "Very good. Do you have any other skills?" "Well, my profession is better than that of a priest." "Little sister, don't be afraid. What's your name?" Yanyu came to the little girl and asked. The little girl said shyly, "Well, my name is Nian Diyumengmeng." "Sister Yanyu, you are so beautiful." Yanyu held Nian Diyumengmeng's hand with a smile and said, "You guys, please stay away. Don't scare others. Mengmen is still young." "Sister-in-law, I'm not happy when you say this. I think my little black is charming and charming. A skinny monkey. I'm still a killer assassin. A skinny monkey. My master is Shadow. A skinny monkey. Sister-in-law. Can we not mention monkeys?" Yanyu shook his head and said, "That's what you are. Sister-in-law. You win. Boss, leave me alone. I'm going to commit suicide." People who were familiar with Xiao Hei laughed one after another, making Nian Diyumengmeng laugh. Yifeng said, "Okay. Everyone is here. Xiao Hei will lead the way. Don't worry. I'll let my arrogant little brother watch. There will definitely be no problems." Yifeng said, "That's good. Let's go!" Yifeng and a group of people set off. Although they knew they were going to fight the boss, no one dared to follow them. Ordinary players didn't know how many seconds such a large force could take. Yifeng has gathered so many players, and all the major guilds are a little frightened. This is too scary. Among the top 10, there are 4 people in this team, and these 4 are ranked in the Fantasy World server. The existence of the top 5 is terrifying. Damn. What kind of magic power does Yifeng have? Why are all the masters going to them? And Hou Yi is so close to Yifeng. What's going on? Hou Yi. How is it possible? Hou Yi is also a member of Maple Team. Chapter 200 Born to be Fearless. To die in battle. Chapter 200. The presidents of the major guilds are now beginning to have headaches about Yifeng. An unstable factor. They must either take it into account or eliminate it. This is the best way. As long as Yifeng really grows up. Judging from the current situation, Yifeng as long as a guild is established, I'm afraid it will have to compete with established guilds like them. While still on the way to the boss, Yifeng received information from the first guild, which was from Lanchi Valley. "Hey, why is the president of Lanchi Valley looking for me at this time?" Xiao Hei on the side said, "Boss, I don't think there's anything good going on." Yifeng nodded, but still wanted to see what the other party wanted to do. President Lanchi. "What's the matter?" Lanchi said, "Brother Yifeng, I sincerely invite your Maple Team to join our Lanchi Valley. Except for the position of president. You can choose any other position." Yifeng didn't react. What did he want to do? Did he want to take the pot away? Or did he say something? "Hey, boss, what's your expression?" Yifeng said, "The people in Lanchi Valley want to recruit us all into their guild." TSK. Can we people in Lanchi Valley survive? Brother Arrogant said with an arrogant look. Xiao Hei sneered and said, "That's right. If our lineup stomps its feet in the fantasy world, the earth will shake. Can he afford the price?" "Wait," Yifeng said, because then all the 10 major guilds found Yifeng, and they all wanted to recruit Yifeng and the others into the guild. Yifeng could give whatever treatment he wanted. But Yifeng's people were still Yifeng and did not listen to other people's orders. "What's wrong?" "Boss," Yifeng said with a wry smile, All the top 10 guilds have sent out invitations. And the salary and benefits are free. What kind of rhythm is this? As a veteran member of the guild, Yin Yu had a bad premonition and said, the situation is not right. The top 10 guilds are giving us an ultimatum. And it is a death notice. Either surrender or die. As Yan Yu was once a high-ranking person in Dingtian, what she said must be reasonable and very accurate. The others were silent and looked at Yi Feng. Yi Feng can be said to be their spiritual support. Of course, this does not include Ho Yi, because this guy was invited by Yi Feng, and he is also a master. Yi Feng looked at Ho Yi and said, Brother, I've heard you. I just want to fight the boss. Ho Yi still looked indifferent to everything about his clothes, and said with as much care as gold, it doesn't matter. Continue to fight the boss. Or will I PK with you in the future? Boss, can't you say a few more words? Yi Feng looked at the others and said, let's continue fighting the boss. Boss, what about the top 10 guilds? Yi Feng said with an evil smile, be fearless in life. Fight to the death in the end. Be fearless and fight to the death. Damn it. Just do it. Yes. Just do it. Yi Feng rejected everyone one by one. At this time, a group of only the presidents of the 10 major guilds surfaced. The lack of cohesion among their top 10 guilds is due to the disharmony on the surface. Only the interests behind the scenes can prevent the top 10 guilds from being replaced by others. This group only belongs to the presidents of the 10 major guilds, and no one else knows about it at all. In the quiet group, a word suddenly broke the silence. Everyone, come out. It's time to deal with Yi Feng. The person who spoke was Guangzhu, the president of the domineering guild. All of a sudden, 9 other presidents emerged, waiting for an event to be initiated. Guild leader of the Mad Outlaws. Your guild is the most powerful. How about you take the lead? Although it is a united front, everyone has their own little thoughts. President Altian, Yi Feng's hatred for you is clear. As for us, if you say something unpleasant, it has nothing to do with us. The madman responded domineeringly. 2 guild leaders, please stop plotting. Each guild will send 200 people. If it's a guild, that's 2,000 people. Can't we encircle and suppress their maple squad? Melody said. It is a good plan to send out 200 people. As long as they kill them until they lose experience and levels. This is their most important purpose. Wait a minute. Let's withdraw from Lanchi Valley. Lanchi hesitated for a long time and finally said, Lanchi, are you afraid now? You're too cowardly. There are only a few people. Are you afraid of this too? Lanchi said, it's not that I'm afraid. We are most familiar with Yi Feng. I'm a little bit upset when I'm suddenly asked to attack him. But don't worry. I will never reveal anything about the encirclement and suppression of them. As the domineering president and the boss of the top 10 guilds, the fanatic said, of course you don't have to go. It just so happens that our guild has just been established. It is indeed a good activity to do some exercise. What do you think? Okay. Let's do it this way. Just to be on the safe side. How about a gang of 300 people? Altian shouted coldly. Don't say 300 people. Even 3,000 people. I will fight for it. It has always been my wish to destroy Yi Feng. Okay. Everyone. Go and organize the Maple team in Xuanwu City. An activity to encircle and suppress Yi Feng's Maple team began. But Yi Feng and the others did not know it. Even if they knew it, they would not think that they would take action now. Yi Feng and the others, led by Xiao He, came to a mountain ridge. On the way, Yi Feng and the others had killed many wild monsters called horse-headed people. According to Xiao He, this boss was the top level of the horse-headed people. Boss. Brother Xiao He. Boss. Big brother. You are here. At a corner, a player saw Yi Feng and the others coming and ran down and said. Arrogant brother said, what's going on inside? Boss. There is a level 50 platinum boss inside. And there are 2 elite guards around it. It can be said that it is very difficult to defeat. Brother Arrogant looked back at Yi Feng, who nodded and said, let's go in first. When Yi Feng and the others walked into the boss's territory, they finally saw the platinum boss. This boss was quite special. The other horse-headed men were all dressed in dark green. This guy was all in white. And the 2 elite guards around him were all in black. Under normal circumstances, this elite guard is relatively difficult to defeat, let alone the platinum boss. But they met the Maple team. After seeing the boss's position, Yi Feng and the others began to discuss how to kill the boss. Although there were not many of them, there were many experts among them, who could make up for the lack of numbers. Boss. According to the current position of the boss, one person needs to attract the boss, while others will pull away the 2 elite guards next to the boss. Kill the elite guards first. That's right. Otherwise the elite guards will become an obstacle for us. Yifeng nodded and said, Who will pull the boss? Suddenly, several people raised their hands. You must know that luring the boss is a technical job. If one is not careful, the boss will kill him instantly. However, the people who raised their hands were those who were not very powerful. It is obvious that they understand their position in the team very well. You must not let a master lure the boss. Otherwise the output will be much reduced. Yifeng said, Aren't you afraid of losing experience? The little swordsman said, This is all we can do. So let me do it. Chapter 201 Horse-Headed Boss. Of course, Yifeng originally wanted Xiao He, or Xiao Hei's brother Xiao Yi to go. But seeing the look in the little swordsman's eyes, Yifeng changed his attention. Little swordsman, are you sure? I'm very sure. Let me go. I'm a warrior. I'm relatively fleshy. I can't die right away. Besides, I won't necessarily die. Yifeng nodded and said, Okay. Then you go. Xiao He. Follow him. If you are killed instantly, you must hold the boss back if you escape from the hatred. Xiao He patted his chest and said, Come on. I promise to complete the mission. After assigning the personnel to lure the boss, the next step is to set up the formation. Milk bottle. Xiaosheng. Yu Mingming. The 3 of you are standing at the back as assistants and blood boosters. Remember, you must go A to gain blood. If you stand still and gain blood when fighting the boss, you will die miserably. Clear. The mage is slower, but his attack damage burst is strong. He is standing in the second to last row. And the same is true. Next are the archers with the advantage of speed. You are responsible for pulling down the 2 elite guards. Finally, and in the front row, the warrior's top go up. It doesn't matter if you can't stand it. There's still me. Otherwise, the assassin will look for weaknesses. Got it? Receive. There are only 3 warriors here. Xiao Ya, an arrogant brother, and a young swordsman. They are definitely not frank enough, so they can only act according to the situation. After everything was arranged, Yifeng said, Enter little swordsman. Follow Xiao He. The little swordsman nodded heavily and moved toward the boss, while Xiao He became invisible and followed the little swordsman. Brush. One of the little swordsman's skills hit the boss, and the boss was instantly launched and hit the little swordsman with a fist. Boom! Dust flew up. The little swordsman got up from the other side, with less than a quarter of his health remaining. It could be said that he was almost killed instantly. And this was not a direct attack. The little swordsman got up and ran away immediately. How could the attack boss let the little swordsman escape? He beat his chest and chased after him, while the 2 elite guards around him pounced on him faster than the boss. Yifeng shouted, Long-range single-target attack. Only 2 elite guards will be hit. If it is a group attack, I am afraid it will attract the boss. After all, the attack of the little swordsman is not high, and it is easy for them to draw away the hatred. After a few attacks, the elite guard who was originally going to catch up with the little swordsman turned around and ran towards Yifeng and the others. Yifeng said, The group retreats, gets out of the boss's position, and pulls out the elite guards. Be careful not to go too fast, or they will escape. On the other side, the little swordsman is running desperately. The boss behind him is not jealous. Any skill can kill the little swordsman instantly. As long as the boss comes to a certain range, it will automatically leave the battle, and the boss will return to its original position. The boss stopped after walking about 20 meters, roared angrily, and then turned back and walked towards his lair. Boss! The boss is about 20 meters away from the battle, Xiao He said in the team channel. Well, you can come back. Thank you. In front of Yifeng and the others, the 2 elite guards had been blocked by Arrogant Brother and Xiaoya. Arrogant Brother was relatively relaxed, but Xiaoya would definitely not be able to hold on due to professional issues if he did not focus on increasing his health. Soon the little swordsman joined, finally relieving Xiaoya's pressure. However, these 2 elite guards are really quite powerful. When they were physically resisted in front, the people at the back fought with all their strength and fought for 5 minutes. You must know that there are many masters here. Here, one elite guard actually has nearly 50,000 HP, and 2 of them are almost 100,000. Awesome. The little swordsman and Xiao Yi sat on the ground panting from exhaustion. Moreover, These two stingy guys didn't explode anything, and they were still so difficult to fight. Yifeng said, if the younger brother of Platinum Boss is not at this level, then his job as Platinum Boss will be in vain. Take a rest and prepare to do something big. A lot of blood volume and magic talisman value were lost when just killing the elite guard, and they all need to be replenished. Calming Lantern, get up, as Yifeng shouted. All friendly players within 10 meters of Yifeng received attribute bonuses. Ding! System prompt, obtain the Calming Lantern's attribute bonus. Increase all attributes by 10%, and disappear when leaving the range. Yu Mingming said, wow, brother Yifeng. This thing is so powerful. I will come too. The Shield of Glory. The Eye of the Heart. Ding! System prompt, obtain the attribute bonus of the Shield of Glory. Increase the defense by 1,000 points, and last for 20 minutes. A red and yellow halo appeared under his feet. This was exactly the effect of the rainy state, and it was no worse than Yifeng's Calming Lantern. Damn. This is too perverted. It's more than just a perversion. If you are evenly matched, if you suddenly add these states, you may be able to overwhelm the opponent instantly. It's scary. Yifeng was also surprised. This little girl really lived up to this hidden profession. She was indeed very strong. But this strength can only be said to be in a team. If it is a single player, it can be seen from Yu Mingming's equipment that there is not much at present. The ability to go it alone. Yifeng said, Yu Mingming, when you see who is being chased by the boss, give that person the accelerated state. This is very important. Can you do it? Yu Mingyan said, no problem. But the skill CD is 10 seconds. Yifeng nodded and saw Xiaoshang again. When Xiaoshang was guarding the big elite just now, he had already shown a strong ability to increase blood, and he controlled the timing very well. No wonder he could mix with the wild team by himself and reach this level. Xiaoshang, is it okay? Boss, it's absolutely no problem. Trust me. I won't let you down. Okay. Yu Mingming will increase my movement speed. Okay. Everything goes smoothly. Yifeng's speed made the wind blow from his feet. He only had 10 seconds left, so Yifeng had to hurry up. Yifeng walked quickly to the boss, and a black flame wrapped around the boss's feet. The boss roared angrily and ran directly towards Yifeng without slowing down at all. What? Control effect disappears? It seems that boss above platinum level cannot be controlled at will. Horse-headed platinum boss. Level 50 HP 300,000. Attack 5,000. Defense 3,000 skills. Roar. Trample. Violent Tarzan Crush. With a blood volume of 300,000. Even if Yifeng stood still and let Yifeng hit him, it would take more than 10 or 20 minutes. The level difference was 10 levels, and the chance of missing a hit was very high. The boss roared and Yifeng was blown away, losing 1,000 HP. In the first second, he lost 1,000 points of blood. In the next second, Yifeng's blood volume became full again. It was Xiaoshang's blood recovery skill. As expected, it was different to have a powerful priest. Pig's feet turn into dragons. Even when fighting elite guards, Pig's knuckle was just using his skills next to him, and there wasn't much movement. But it's different now. The pig's feet let out a dragon roar, and its body grew in size rapidly, instantly transforming into a giant dragon. Of course, it was still quite different from an adult dragon. Holy shit. The boss's pet finally turned into a dragon. However, those who didn't know that Yifeng's pet was a dragon looked at the pig's feet blankly. It turned out that the pet mythical beast that ranked first in the pet rankings was Yifeng. Of course, only they knew the shock of seeing the dragon with their own eyes. Chapter 202 Raid. The appearance of the pig's feet relieved Yifeng's pressure. The horse-headed boss was restrained by the pig's feet. And at this time, the pig's feet launched a fierce attack on the boss. Pig's knuckle is almost level 40 no matter what. Although the level is not as high as boss, its health has increased, and it is now a mobile human shield with 60,000 health. Others attack the boss. Priest, please remember to add blood to my pet pig's trotters. Ming, please try and see if you can add status to the pig's trotters. Yu Ming nodded, and a red and yellow light rose from the feet of the pig's feet. Brother Yifeng, it's okay. The power of the pig's trotters, which was blessed by the status, increased greatly for a while, and it even became a tie with the boss. You and I were going back and forth, and the fight was very enjoyable. Yifeng on the side was not careless. As soon as the time was up, he immediately threw the skill in his hand at the boss. And the same was true for everyone else. Xiaohei said, damn. This is the most comfortable boss I have ever fought. The mythical beast is so good. After every sneak attack, Xiao Hei will stay away from the boss and hide aside to rest. Compared to assassins, it is very easy to die, so Xiao Hei has more time. Be careful. This kind of platinum level boss can't be so easy to deal with. Before it reaches half health, anything can happen, said the arrogant brother on the side. Okay. I'm just saying that. Let's get on with the work. Yi Feng stared at the boss's blood volume. When the boss's blood volume was close to half of his health, Yi Feng could clearly feel that the aura on the boss's body began to change. Everyone, please pay attention. The boss has begun to change. The mountain is overwhelming. A mountain appeared above the head of the horse-headed boss and pressed hard on the pig's feet, forcing the pig's feet to fall down, without the pig's trotters blocking the road. The horse-headed boss is unobstructed and only takes the crispy skin behind the pig's trotters. Quickly, use your control skills and don't let the boss get close to you. Yi Feng's voice prompt is already very fast, but the boss's attack is even faster. As soon as he stepped down, a wave was set off, and several members were directly overturned. The bottle with the worst equipment was instantly killed. As soon as the milk bottle died, the team suffered from insufficient supply. Arrogant brother took the lead and positioned himself in front of the boss. At that time, his health plummeted. Brother Arrogant shouted, Xiaosheng, increase the blood. Quickly. Xiaosheng had just been overthrown by the boss, and his health had reached the bottom. He quickly added blood to Arrogant brother regardless of his own health. But Brother Arrogant's blood volume is still dropping. The sword of the enforcer. Yi Feng transformed into a law enforcer and fought against Arrogant brother together. Fortunately, Yi Feng's appearance reduced Arrogant brother's pressure. But this was only a short-term effect. Pig's feet. Can you do it? Get up quickly. The pig's feet, which are pinned down by the mountain, are trying hard to break free. As long as the pig's feet can come out, everything will be easy. Roar! The pig's feet roared fiercely, and the rocks on its body began to fall off. And it was about to get up. Call out. An arrow appeared from nowhere and hit Yi Feng directly on the shoulder, causing Yi Feng to almost fall. Someone is attacking them. This is their first thought. Yi Feng shouted, Who is it? Come out quickly. Yi Feng, we took over your boss for you. You can die. A voice sounded from all around, and players were standing all around. There were more than 1,000 players in total. Yi Feng shouted, The dragon raises its head. He directly pushed back the boss and shouted, Everyone retreat. Get away from the boss. Boss. Look. They are people from the 10 major guilds. All united? Xiao Hei said. Yi Feng has already seen that these are people from the 10 major guilds. With so many people coming to surround him, it seems that his status in their hearts is really extraordinary. Yi Feng said, Everyone get away from the boss and fight your way out first. Yes. Led by Yi Feng, assisted by Hou Yi and Yenyu, they rushed towards the crowd on one side like a blade. Leave no one alive. Kill them all. Skills all over the sky was passed, and were about to cover Yi Feng and the others. All that was waiting for them was death. But at this moment, Yu Mingming jumped in front of everyone. Jiao shouted, Desert smoke. Absolute defense. A layer of strong energy emitted from Yu Mingming's body, enveloping Yi Feng and others. Boom! Skills all over the sky fell on the rainy defensive cover. This absolute defense was so awesome that it actually took over all the skills without moving. Brother Yi Feng, this defensive skill will end in 5 seconds. Everyone, be prepared? Yi Feng nodded and said, Yes. Yi Feng has already decided that he can't wait any longer. Demonization is the worst plan. But he must not be suppressed by the top 10 guilds. Otherwise how will Yi Feng and the others survive in the fantasy world in the future? Roar! The pig's foot roared to the sky, and the pig's foot finally flew out, directly past the boss, and came to Yi Feng. Yi Feng shouted, Pig's feet. Kill the person in front of you. Roar! Pig's foot's first skill, spitting fire, is not that fun. A burst of fire will knock back many players in front of him, and some players will even run out of blood. The pig's feet were showing off their power here, and the horse-headed boss on the other side was no joke. He rushed directly into the crowd, and rushed into the crowd of the 10 major guilds one after another with the pig's feet. Yi Feng saw this and shouted, Kill! Call out! An arrow flew out from behind Yi Feng. Hou Yi's arrow was so fast that it had no friends. It hit a long-range professional player with one blow, and knocked out nearly half of his health. The earth's flames explode. Yi Feng's super burst skill instantly killed several fragile players. At this moment, the people on Yi Feng's side began to show off their power. 1-on-1. They were looking for abuse. 1-on-10? Are you sure the 10 of you can deal with one Yi Feng or Ho Yi? In the darkness, the harvest of shadows was simply numbing, and players would fall silently from time to time. As the supreme commander of the siege against Yi Feng and others. Upon seeing this, he pointed his sword at Yi Feng and said, "Everyone attacks Yi Feng and kill him at all costs." "Kill me? Then we have to see if you are really sure about this." I saw the magic wand in Yi Feng's hand instantly turned into an exquisite bow. "You want to give orders? Right? Then you can die." Water explosion. The attack of the artifact. The armor-breaking effect of the water archer. And the chaotic army. Yi Feng can easily hit the target he wants. Puff! Puff! The two arrows arrived one after another. And the man was killed instantly. Yi Feng looked at Ho Yi beside him and said, "It's quite fast. Third profession. I have to be careful tonight." Haha. What nonsense are you talking about? Let's kill the cannon fodder in front of us first. Good. With no one under command, the entire alliance army began to commotion. In addition, Yi Feng and several other super masters were present. How could their movements be comparable to those of ordinary players? 10 minutes later, with the dragon's roar of the pig's trotters, the pig's trotters shrank back to their normal size, and the pieces of equipment exploded on the ground, as well as the corpses lying on the ground everywhere. The word tragic can no longer describe the scene here. Chapter 203 Glory. Yi Feng looked at his friends around him. He couldn't say that they had no losses. They had died several times since they were young swordsmen, and even Xiaosheng had died once. Their current blood volume was not healthy, and the boss was coming soon. Ho Yi saw this, and wanted to confront the boss. Yi Feng took Ho Yi's arm, shook his head and said, "Let me do it." Yi Feng jumped and ran over quickly, and was about to meet the boss head-on. At Yi Feng's feet, and on his body, various states appeared. Yi Feng knew that this was caused by Xiaosheng and Yu Mingming. If you want to kill the boss, it will be too difficult if you don't have the pig's feet in the dragon state. So Yi Feng plans to use his own magical weapon to be passive. Yi Feng ran directly into the boss. In the eyes of others, this was simply sending him to his death. "What's going on? Boss? Are you going to die?" Xiao He asked. "Just look at it. How can a smart person like Yi Feng go back and die?" When the horse-headed boss saw Yi Feng landing at his feet, he raised his feet and stepped on them. Those corpses lying on the ground could still see what Yi Feng was doing. It was so satisfying to see Yi Feng running to die. Ding! System prompts. The blood volume is less than 10%. Do you want to use passive skills to destroy it? Yes. At the feet of the horse-headed boss, Yi Feng, who was still alive, looked at the horse-headed boss with an evil expression. Yi Feng shouted, "Wind injury. Mingming is destroyed." The boss was standing normally. At this moment, a black light flashed through the body of the horse-headed boss. The horse-headed man's body was actually split into two, and he fell down suddenly. People who don't understand have no idea how Yi Feng killed the boss. I think many book friends will say, "Why not use this passive at the beginning? Isn't the boss easy to fight?" It is true that it is easy to fight with this skill at the beginning, but you must first let the boss's health drop to less than half health. Only by doing so can we have the power we have now. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the Maple team for successfully killing the Platinum Boss Horsehead. The moment Yi Feng killed the boss, Yi Feng's blood surged up, and his blood was filled up all of a sudden. Looking at the equipment exploded in front of him, Yi Feng saw one of the tokens at a glance. This was the gang token that Yi Feng and the others needed. Xiao He ran to Yi Feng, looked at the equipment on the ground and said, "Boss, it's a gang token. It's out." Yi Feng nodded and said, "Well, that's good." Everyone cleaned up the battlefield and started working after that. "What kind of job?" Xiao He asked. "You'll find out later." The boss exploded the gang token, and also exploded a level 50 purple equipment, which also had set attributes. But the set attributes of the 40+ purple equipment were better. After a few minutes of cleaning the battlefield, everyone has harvested a lot of equipment. Of course, these equipment are not very good, compared with their coming to besiege Yi Feng this time. They are definitely not absolutely sure. They will definitely not send all the experts. This is just the first step. Just criticizing cannon fodder. "Boss, tell me what kind of activity it is," he said arrogantly. Yi Feng said, "Did all of the top 10 guilds participate just now?" "No. I didn't see it in Lanchi Valley." Okay. Since they want to suppress us, we are not soft persimmons. Except for the priest and auxiliary. Everyone will follow me and fight back. Fighting. Such a good thing. Such a passionate thing. Who wouldn't want to go? But in order not to delay the retreat, Xiaosheng, Yu Mingming, and the milk bottle were kept in the safe area. For a time, the field leveling teams of the 10 major guilds were suddenly attacked. And the boss team was killed instantly. The dungeon team just walked out of the dungeon. And everything in front of them went dark. And they died immediately. Damn it. Are Yifeng and the others crazy? They just challenged the top 10 guilds. Aren't they looking for death? It's not that Yifeng is crazy. I heard that the 10 major guilds will unite to suppress Yifeng and the others today. Do you think Yifeng can swallow this breath? I'll go. If there's this thing, wouldn't it be a big deal? Needless to say, the battle was extremely fierce. Among the top 10 guild presidents, someone started to speak out. Yifeng has begun to take revenge. What should you do? Call back? I'm gathering people. We're going to fight for whatever reason. I've gathered all my people. But they slipped away again. Damn it. The losses are huge this time. What should we do? There are only a few of them. There are too many of us. So we can easily be targeted by them. Then let them kill them. They have already made enemies anyway. So let them dance around for a while first. Hack. I just released the dungeon and I was killed by Yifeng, said Melody, the president of the Perfect Guild. Lan Shi. You old fox. I finally know why you didn't participate, the madman said. Lan Shi bubbled up and said, whatever you think has nothing to do with me. You? At the gate of the Xuanwu City Lord's mansion, Yifeng and their team members appeared here, because Yifeng had a gang token in his hand. And if he wanted to create a gang, he had to come here. Everyone is here today. So let's think about what our guild should be called. Boss, why don't we call the Avengers and teach those guys from the top 10 guilds a lesson? Xiao Hei said with excitement. Arrogant brother said, no. It's too vulgar. Zissou on the side said, let's call the Maple Team. Yifeng shook his head and said, that's too stingy. After all, we won't be a team anymore. We met because of Fantasy World. And we feel honored because of you. Let's call it Glory. Yin Yu said softly. Glory. 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 Boss, I think Glory is good. Yes, Glory is indeed good. Glory? Because you and I are the ones who really feel the glory. So be proud. Yifeng came to the old butler, handed over the gang token and said, old butler, help me create it. Mr. Yi is finally going to create his own power. If you need any help in the future, please come to Xuanwu City to find us at any time. Yifeng said, excuse me, old housekeeper. We will always be the best alliance. Without the Lord of Xuanwu City, I wouldn't be where I am today. Okay. I will give you my maximum authority and directly help you open a level 3 guild. Have you thought of the name of the guild? Yifeng said with a smile, thank you, old steward. Let's call the guild Glory. Glory. Good name. Good name. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to Yifeng for founding the Glory Guild. Let us congratulate him. Under Yifeng's name, it was finally no longer empty. But the word glory stood out. Yifeng invited his people to join the guild one by one. When he saw Ho Yi said, come on. Yifeng, are you sure? I have many enemies. What happened today may still happen. Exciting and passionate. I like it. Ding. System prompt. Ho Yi has joined the guild. I'll go. Master Ho Yi, you joined our guild so easily. You don't have any master's demeanor at all. Xiao Hei teased. Chapter 204 Master Concentration Camp. I really thought that Yifeng could resist us just by establishing a guild. You are overestimating your own capabilities. Glory? The name is good, but I don't know how long you, Yifeng, can bear the glory. After Yifeng founded the guild, many people spoke out. Some congratulated him, and some were pessimistic. Anyway, many people didn't like it. If Yifeng was just one person, then Yifeng was indeed great. But if he competed with guilds, I'm afraid those the Grand Guild really won't take you seriously. In Xuanwu City, Yifeng and others have already begun to recruit people. After all, more guilds will appear soon. And there will be fewer individual members. Come on. Our Glory Guild created by Master Yifeng sincerely invites players above level 40 to join. Xiao Hei shouted at the top of his voice in the central square of Xuanwu City. But after Yifeng fought against the top 10 guilds today, many people were hesitant. You guys are powerful. But we are ordinary players. Wouldn't we be beaten by them in the wild? Xiao Hei said with a questioning look on his face. Let me go. Why don't many people dare to join our guild? Is it possible that our guild is so bad? Yi Feng sat in front of the recruitment desk. He had been here for half an hour. There were less than 100 people coming and going to join. Many of them were just for viewing, and were not counted as joining. Yi Feng shook his head and said, Forget it. We'll be here today. We'll be recruiting people tomorrow and prepare for tonight's Battle of Glory. Are we still hiring here? Just when everyone turned to leave, a voice stopped Yi Feng and others. Xiao Hei said quickly, We will do it. Of course. As long as you, Chu Tianai. Are you sure? Xiao Hei looked at Chu Tianai in front of him in disbelief. He never expected that the last person would be Chu Tianai. And Xiao Hei was stunned. Chu Tianai pointed at Hou Yi and said, He can do it. Why can't I? Yi Feng felt ecstatic in his heart. But he did not dare to show it so strongly. Instead, he stretched out his hand with a smile and said, Chu Tianai, we in Glory welcome you to join us. Okay, President. Don't be soft tonight. Of course there will be beautiful girls. Yi Feng said with a smile, We are all our own people. It will be easy to talk about anything in the future. Right? Ding! System prompt. Chu Tianai has joined the guild. The appearance of Chu Tianai was the biggest gain today. First it was Hou Yi, and then Chu Tianai. Now Yi Feng's guild strength was a bit scary. Let me go! Another great master. Our guild is going to cause public outrage. Xiao Hei said. Uh-huh. I don't think so. Those super guilds don't care about a single person. Really? I don't study well. So don't lie to me. Chu Tianai suddenly joined Yi Feng's Glory Guild. Now those guilds are finally not calm. What are they trying to do? What do you want to do? Especially the domineering madmen. They worked hard on Chu Tianai to make Chu Tianai a seed player. This is also the credit of the domineering guild. It is wonderful to think that this Chu Tianai turned around and joined Yi Feng's guild. This is a naked slap in the face. What's going on? Didn't this Chu Tianai say that he won't consider joining a guild for the time being? He also said that if he wanted to join a guild, we would be his first choice. But in the blink of an eye he joined Yi Feng's guild. Tell me what happened. The madman was already furious. This was not the result he wanted at all. Not at all, President. I asked him just now. And he replied that he likes the feeling of being weak and being bullied. That's why he plays games. The madman said angrily, Damn it. Isn't this a masochistic maniac? A master like this has such a hobby. My money is wasted and fed to the dogs. The people below dare not talk to the fanatic. Because everyone knows the mood of the fanatic now. He is very manic. Damn it. Among the top 10 people in the server, there are currently 5 people from the Yi Feng Guild. How to play this? How much combat power do we need to solve it alone? What kind of thing is this? It seems that annihilating Yi Feng's guild is inevitable. If not, some of us will definitely quit the top 10 guilds. What do you think? The presidents of the top 10 guilds have all fallen silent. Everyone wants to keep their status. No one wants to fall from the position of the top 10 guilds. If you fall, you will never get up again. No one is willing to give up their position. The original discussion stopped silently at this moment. And then nothing happened. And no one mentioned it again. Soon a post about union recruitment appeared on the Fantasy World forum. And it became quite popular. This post was posted by Xiao Hei. It reads, The Glory Guild is recruiting players from all players in Fantasy World. As long as the level is over 40, and they have at least 2 pieces of blue equipment. This guild has gathered several masters at present, such as President Yi Feng, Goddess Yin Yu, new boxing champion Chu Tianai, Master Archer Hou Yi, Dark Killer Shadow, Ice and Snow King Ling Shui, Bloodthirsty and Arrogant Brother. All of them are abnormal characters. The characters listed by Xiao Hei are enough to shock all players. This is too terrifying. Holy crap. What is the Glory Union doing? Are they collecting masters? Yi Feng's guild is a bit too strong. Although there aren't many people. Just these few of them. I'm afraid the top 10 guilds will go crazy. Are you kidding? If I had such strong guild members, I would definitely dominate the entire server. You guys said it's time to join the Glory Guild. Well, let's just wait and see. I heard that they fought with the top 10 guilds today. And the top 10 guilds lost a lot. I'm afraid of a hammer. I've been unhappy with the top 10 guilds for a long time. Damn it. There is finally a guild that can compete with the top 10 guilds. I'm going to join now. You guys, The Glory Union is a level 3 gang with a capacity of 30,000 people. I wonder if you are afraid? I am now a member of the Glory Union. What? Glory has just been created. Why is it only level 3? Don't talk nonsense. If you have the ability, take screenshots. Without pictures, there is no truth. Soon, screenshots of new members of Glory were released, and the names of those masters in the gang were also taken, setting off a storm. As the only level 3 Union myth in the past, when I learned that the Glory Union was also level 3, I suddenly felt a little panicked. I originally thought I was far ahead, but now it seems that I was too happy too early. Although I don't know how Yifeng got the Union level to level 3. It is a fact now. Yifeng will definitely promote the Union, and with the individual people. This will definitely be a huge blow to their original guilds. What's going on? Why is the Glory Guild already at level 3? It's the same guild created today. We're only at level 1. Why are they at level 3? As a domineering boss in the guild world. After being angry about Chu Tianya's incident before, he was offline. Now he received this news. The anger he had just dissipated was filled with anger again. What was the situation when he fell to the ground today? Yifeng was so good at everything. All taken up. Chapter 205 Show of Affection. Level 3? Why? What did Yifeng do to raise the guild to level 3? I don't know. Apart from the fact that the system previously rewarded the Mythic Guild for becoming the first level 3 guild. I didn't expect that this time it would be Yifeng's Glory Guild. It seems that our homework is incomplete, and there is something we don't know about. Yes. Go to the guild administrator, and see if there are any hidden tasks. Otherwise, I won't be willing to do it. Yes. President. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Yifeng's Glory Guild turned out to be a level 3 guild. This is definitely unfair to other guilds. A level 3 guild can accept 30,000 players, while a level 1 guild can only accept 10,000 players. For some guilds, it is definitely convenient to organize team battles and boss battles with more people. However, for guilds with fewer people, disadvantages arise. Due to problems with command and combat modes, chaos will occur. Before, there would be chaos. When there is no guild, unless there is a small-scale battle, there will definitely be accidental injuries in a large group battle. But if they are members of the same gang and turn on the gang mode, they will not harm the people in their own guild. Unless they turn on the group mode, they will not hurt their own people. The Mythical Guild has been in the position of a level 3 guild for more than a month, and is not far from the level 4 guild. The emergence of the Glory Gang has forced them to speed up the level construction of the guild. Who doesn't want to be far ahead all the time? Who doesn't want to be the unquestionable number 1? Since hockey hasn't taken the lead, let Xinhua develop on its own. You've been in the number 1 position for hockey for a long time. It's time for someone to replace you. Sit down. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the final of the individual battle of the Battle of Glory is over. Tonight is the ultimate battle. As the supreme commander of the Battle of Glory, Yifeng plans to promote his guild tonight. Even if there are many 007s in the guild, they want to spread their sights anyway. And you can't stop them. Today's battle is different from yesterday's. The opponents we fought yesterday will not be encountered today. So today there is a special link to randomly match the order of opponents. Yifeng's clone, Governor Yi, once again stood on the high platform, waved his hand and said, "Today will be the last day of my personal battle in the Battle of Glory. The order of your opponents has been randomly matched." A battle list quickly appeared in front of Yifeng. Today's 10 players. All the battle targets have appeared. His opponents are Chu Tianyi, Ho Yi, Ying, and Yen Yu. These 4 people are Yifeng's opponents today. However, these 4 people are now members of Yifeng's Glory Union, which makes Yifeng quite embarrassed and makes it difficult to take action. Yifeng's first opponent is Yen Yu. His second opponent is Ying. His third opponent is Ho Yi. And his last opponent is Chu Tianyi. I guess the system assigns companions based on personal combat power. The spectators could also see their battle list. When they saw Yifeng's opponents, they all understood in their hearts that the number 1 pick this time must be Yifeng. And there was no choice at all. Let me go! 5 of the top 10 masters in the server are from the Glory Union. This is too powerful. Powerful? Haha. You have never seen the strength of other guilds. Right? No matter how powerful a few of them are, they can't be compared to the terrifying crowds of other guilds. That's not necessarily the case. As long as Yifeng has an NPC standing behind him, he is a strength that is hard to match. Many people are talking about it. In their opinion, Yifeng and his Glory Union will definitely be strong. Now many people want to join the Glory Union. But they need level 40, and at least one piece of blue equipment. At this stage, level 40 is considered ordinary. But most people still mainly use green equipment. And there are very few blue equipment. They are all bosses of small guilds. Or the wild teams in the dungeon are lucky. Of course, those who get the most equipment are the members of the guild. After all, they have a fixed team. As long as they have time. Equipment is definitely not a problem. Therefore, it must be difficult for Yi Feng to recruit people without wanting those ordinary players. On the stage, Yi Feng was already standing on the same stage as Yan Yu, as the official commentator of this Battle of Glory. When the commentator saw this situation, he didn't know what to say. Commentator, well, Yi Feng's opponents today are all members of the Glory Union. And they are also members of his own guild. This can be regarded as a civil war among the guilds. Currently, except for Yan Yu, who has the worst record, Yi Feng's opponents are not weak at all. Two of the masters who have won all 5 games, and one of them only lost one, can be said to be the masters among the masters. It depends on how Yi Feng arranges it. But what we are going to talk about now is Yi Feng versus Yan Yu. This game, to be honest, let's take a look at the others. This is a match without any suspense. On the second stage is Chu Tianai versus Lan Shi. Yi Feng looked at Yan Yu with a smile and said, "How to fight?" Yan Yu pouted and said, "Well, let me think about it. How about you change the weapon?" Yi Feng immediately put away the artifact and took out a white staff. Yes, you read that right. It was a white quality staff. The players below burst out laughing. At this time, the commentator couldn't help but smile and said, "Are these two players going to show off their affection in front of the national audience?" Well, I received 10,000 points of critical damage, so I decided not to comment. It's a game between you two. Ha ha! On the ring! Yan Yu saw Yi Feng take out a white staff and said somewhat speechlessly, "Are you really not afraid of being laughed at?" Yi Feng said with a smile, "What are you afraid of? It's not a shameful thing. Let's get started." Yan Yu raised the bell in his hand and said, "Then you have to be careful." Well, come on! The next battle was completely different from what everyone expected. I originally thought it would be a battle without any sparks. But what was unexpected was that the battle between Yi Feng and Yan Yu was so brilliant that it was dazzling to watch. Commentator, I take back what I just said. Although I, a single person, still received a critical blow. This game was really exciting. Yan Yu was worthy of the female war goddess. When she faced Yi Feng, she was not at a disadvantage at all. Although Yi Feng's weapons are a bit weak, but at least Yi Feng is well equipped. This is the depth of love and the hatred of fighting. Yi Feng rolled his eyes, ignored the commentator's words, and said, "This guy is drunk too. Then just get rid of me. I can't beat you. I didn't expect you to make such rapid progress in the past few months. You are much worse than you are now." Yi Feng nodded and said, "Well, you are still the same as before. You are my master. How can I do this?" "Humph. I can't do it yet. Am I not in your palm now?" Yi Feng said awkwardly, "Well, these are two different things." Okay. Chapter 206, the end of Hoi. Just now, I was praising Yi Feng and the others for their explanation. When I saw Yan Yu put away his weapons, I knew that the battle was over. Commentator, okay. Let's go watch other games. I'm speechless with these two. Ding. System prompt. Since your opponent surrendered, you win this game. Yan Yu also knew that Yi Feng would definitely not kill him and chose to admit defeat, so that Yi Feng could step down and save his own face and Yi Feng's face. Yi Feng said, "Why admit defeat? They are still fighting. It's so boring to wait below." Yan Yu stuck out her tongue and said, "You told me earlier. I can't beat you. Anyway, you will win sooner or later. So rest more, and let's go." Saying smoke and leaving the ring, Yi Feng also clicked to leave the ring. After returning to the stage, Yi Feng appeared next to Xiao He and the others. Xiao He touched Yi Feng with his hand and said, "Boss, look at sister-in-law Zisu's expression." When Yi Feng looked at Zisu, he looked unhappy. It must be because of the reason just explained. Yi Feng walked up to Zisu, hugged Zisu and said, "Little fool. What's wrong? Huh? Are you happy showing off your affection?" Yi Feng said with a dark face, "Don't stop talking nonsense. He is just to liven up the atmosphere." Humph. I'm angry. Yi Feng didn't know what to say for a while. But fortunately Yan Yu appeared in time, took Zisu's hand, hid aside and began to whisper. and then help Yi Feng out of the situation. Boss, you really deserve it. Yi Feng glared at Xiao He and said, have you placed your bet? Xiao He said with a sad face, boss. You have the nerve to say that your current odds are 1:1, and you are not making any money at all. The second place guess is now the highlight. Who did you choose? Xiao He said, of course it is Chu Tianai. He is the most likely. Oh, what's the ratio? 1 minute, and 3.5 seconds is already very high. My master's ratio is 1 to 5, which is even higher. But I think my master can only be ranked third. And second place is impossible. Yi Feng nodded and said, well, Chu Tianai is very strong. If we really want to fight him, maybe I really can't beat him. No. Boss, you can't beat him? Just after talking about Chu Tianai, this guy appeared next to Yi Feng, which meant that his battle was over. Yi Feng asked, how? Won. Yi Feng nodded. And not long after, the people in the 5 arenas disappeared one by one, proving that everyone was over. On the high platform, Yi Feng's clone, Governor Yi, stood up and said, the second round of battle will start in 30 seconds. Please be prepared. At this time, a big screen appeared in front of Yi Feng, counting down. After 30 seconds, Yi Feng's opponent will be Ying. Taking advantage of this time, Yi Feng looked at Ying and asked, how to fight? You'll find out when you go up there. After Yi Feng hit the wall, he could only leave it alone and wait for the battle to begin. In 30 seconds, Yi Feng and Ying were teleported to the arena. After the NPC referee announced the start, Yi Feng said, play more seriously. I think. Ding. System prompt. Since the opponent surrendered, you won this game. Yi Feng didn't finish his words, and could only watch the shadow disappear. This was a bit too willful. Commentator. Let's leave Yi Feng and the others alone. Yi Feng once again won without a fight. And finally some players couldn't help it anymore. Damn it. I've suppressed all my belongings. Have you ever thought about how we people feel so casually? That's right. Even if Yi Feng wants to take first place, you can't force the team members to admit defeat. If you can't afford it, don't play. Yes, don't play if you can't afford it. Regarding those players, Yi Feng didn't bother to pay attention to them. After all, everyone had different ideas. At this time, Ying said, I am here to help you. I will never be able to pay you back in my lifetime. And I will not fight with you. Well, you don't owe me anything. Really? I think that's fine. Yi Feng found out what kind of people he met. All of them were unreasonable. Hey! Forget it. Just be happy. In the other 4 arenas, everyone was fighting fiercely. But Yi Feng was the only one who stood aside and watched. Damn. This Yi Feng is really hateful. Hao Tian said angrily. Zhu Jian said, Guild President. Those are the people of their guild. Instead of fighting with their own people, wouldn't it be better to preserve their strength and let others not know their strength? Having said that, I feel uncomfortable with Yi Feng's first place. Zhu Jian nodded and said, it's not just you. Look at the faces of other presidents. They are not very good. Moreover, we had a fight with Yi Feng and the others today, and this grudge cannot be resolved. Humph. So what if we can't solve it? How powerful can a small guild be? Let's just suppress him completely tomorrow. Let him be arrogant for a while tonight. Yes, I think other presidents also mean the same thing. Do you want me to find other presidents? Aodian said, no need. I have my own way. In this round of battle, Chu Tianai won again. His opponent was Chao Xiai. Although the battle lasted for a long time, he was still defeated by Chu Tianai in the end. And the same was true for Ho Yi. Generally speaking, except for Yan Yu who lost again and Ying who lost. The other 3 have not lost yet today. Yi Feng's next opponent was Ho Yi. Ho Yi stood beside Yi Feng and said, finally we can fight. Yi Feng said with a dark face, you guys really want to rub me on the ground. Right? Yi Feng was really pissed off by his emotionless People like Ho Yi who talked little, and were very powerful were the most difficult to figure out. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures landed on the ring one after another. A bow appeared in Ho Yi's hand. Yi Feng knew that Ho Yi was not joking with him, and also sacrificed the divine weapon. Ho Yi looked at the weapon in Yi Feng's hand and said, is it fair? Fair? You tell me it's fair now. You challenge me every day. Tell me it's fair now. Hey. An arrow flew over without mercy, interrupting Yi Feng's thoughts. Yi Feng rolled around to avoid the attack, and said with a speechless expression, you're serious? Hawkeye! Chirp! An eagle's cry echoed throughout the arena. Yi Feng jumped to avoid Hou Yi's skills and shouted, "Fire Dragon Dance!" The two sides went back and forth, and the battle was extremely fierce. Commentary: a master's battle is constantly changing. Yi Feng's mage profession was completely suppressed by Hou Yi, and he was unable to fight back. I don't know if Yi Feng will switch to another profession. Let's stay tuned. On the ring, Yi Feng teleported and appeared behind Hou Yi. He waved his staff and shouted, "The earth's flames explode. Boom! Call out." An arrow flew out of the black flames and flew past Yi Feng's face. Yi Feng lost blood. Commentator: oh my god. Yi Feng is injured. Hou Yi is indeed a player that has been whispered about. Here he comes. Here he comes. Yi Feng has changed his profession. This time he is the legendary law enforcer. Chapter 207 showing the trump card. Touching his face that was bleeding. A voice came from the opposite side, "Go all out. Otherwise it will be difficult for you to defeat me." "Okay," Yi Feng responded. Yi Feng once again transformed into a law enforcer. This time Yi Feng no longer passively avoided, but began to actively look for opportunities. Hou Yi's arrows are indeed powerful and very fast. He is worthy of being a grassland archer. If Yi Feng guessed correctly, the attack bonus is certain, which is very tricky. Xingtian, directly knocking away the flying arrow. At the next moment, everyone was about to rush forward. Yi Feng. Dark entanglement. Black flames appeared under Hou Yi's feet and caught Hou Yi directly. Commentator: oh my god. This is a dual career seamless connection skill. This hand speed is so fast. Before the commentator could finish his exclamation, the staff in Yi Feng's hand turned into a golden sword again. Yi Feng took advantage of Hou Yi's speed loss, and Yi Feng prepared to end the battle. The golden sword in his hand raised a burst of sparks on the ground. This was Yi Feng's dragon-raised hand gesture. Commentary: is it about to end? Is this all Hou Yi can do? Oh! No. Look! Hou Yi has moved. Chirp! There was an eagle cry, and a transparent eagle spread its wings behind Hou Yi. The control state on Hou Yi was instantly released, and Hou Yi flew directly into the air. Yi Feng raised his head and looked at the sky. Is this Hou Yi's backup plan? It seems that it won't end that easily. Hou Yi, who had the ability to fly, launched a cannon-style attack on Yi Feng on the ground in the air. At this time, Yi Feng's warrior skills were completely useless. While avoiding Hou Yi's skills, he was thinking of ways. Hou Yi's flying ability must have a time limit. If this time is 10 minutes, then Yi Feng must lose this battle, because Yi Feng is now at a disadvantage. In case of magic attacks, Yi Feng would not be able to touch Hou Yi at all, unless he used a bow and arrow. But Yi Feng's bow and arrows were just ordinary bows and arrows, which were incomparable to Hou Yi's hidden profession. Outside the court, Zissou said angrily, "How can Hou Yi fly to the sky for being such a swindler? How can he be beaten by others like this?" "I'll go, sister-in-law. This is wrong. This is someone else's skill. What if the boss knows flying skills?" As a result, Zissou put her hands on her hips and said, "That means little Yi Zi is awesome." Xiao He was speechless. "Everything you have in your home is right, and everyone else is wrong. Damn it. Tell a woman. Did your head get caught in the door today?" "Brother, was my head caught in the door today?" Xiao He asked. Xiaoye rolled her eyes at Xiao He and said, "Well, that's great. I even bandaged it for you." "Holy crap. Why don't I remember? Is there really something wrong with my head?" Who knew that Zissou understood and kicked Xiao He over, saying, "There is indeed something wrong with your head. You are stupid." Yi Yinqiu on the side covered his mouth and laughed, saying, "You guys are so funny. I don't know how my brother fell in love with you." Xiao He said proudly, "My charm." Yi Yinqiu pretended to be vomiting and said, "Don't disgust me. Just watch the game carefully. I hope my brother won't lose. I can spend all my pocket money this month." "What are you afraid of? Your pocket money is gone. Just ask your brother for it. He has money. Go. 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 You are a fool." Xiao He touched his head and said in disbelief, "Am I really a fool?" "Yes. A big fool," Brother Arrogant said angrily. In the ring, Yi Feng frowned. The total fighting time was only 15 minutes. And now 10 minutes have passed. He can't drag it out any longer. If he drags it on, he will lose. Yi Feng looked at Yin Yu, who was fighting in another arena. When he was in Dingtian, Yin Yu once taught him that when dealing with high-altitude enemies, if he is a melee professional, He should just admit defeat or let the opponent relax their vigilance. If you are a mage, just fight with the opponent. If you are an archer, it will be easier. You can eject yourself. As for this ejection, there is a skill. It just so happened that Yifeng had just learned it today. He thought that he would definitely be able to use it in the future. So he learned this skill. He didn't expect that he would actually be able to use it this time. Bang! The ground under Yifeng's feet was shattered again, and Yifeng barely managed to avoid it. At this moment, the golden sword in Yifeng's hand turned into an exquisite long bow. Commentator, oh my god! What is that? It's a bow. An archer's bow. What does Yifeng want to do? Is he a third-class person? Crazy. Totally crazy. When Yifeng used the archer, the whole audience went crazy. Yifeng's trump card was exposed at one time. No one knew how many trump cards Yifeng had, but they knew that Yifeng was probably going to win this game. Archers? Sure enough. Hou-Yi muttered. I had always suspected that Yifeng might be an archer, but now it seems true. Yifeng directly used his bow and arrow to shoot out at his feet. Catapult. This is using the impact of the bow and arrow to push Yifeng up high, and this height is not low. Commentary. Yifeng moved and used a catapult skill that few people use. Now there is something exciting to watch. The bow and arrow in Hou-Yi's hand were already aimed at Yifeng. Because Yifeng could not fly without wings, it would be difficult to dodge in the air. Yifeng also realized this. Hou-Yi would definitely not give up such a good opportunity. Call out. An arrow was intended to hit Yifeng. How could Yifeng be so easily fooled? The bow and arrow in his hand turned into a golden sword in an instant. Dang! Hou-Yi's arrow missed and was blocked by Yifeng. But at this stage, Yifeng dropped. The players around the arena were all sweating for Yifeng. Are they going to lose? But at this moment, the golden sword in Yifeng's hand transformed into a bow and arrow again. And another ejection made Yifeng rise into the air again. And this time, Yifeng took the initiative to attack. The archer skills in hand are issued almost at the same time. Water spout. Yifeng quickly gathered some water in his hand and struck Hou-Yi in the air with a bang. This is Yifeng's fifth skill. A large-scale group attack. Commentator, what happened? Yifeng is missing? Hou-Yi squinted his eyes and avoided Yifeng's water spout. Yifeng indeed disappeared from his sight. And just when the water spout was about to disappear, Yifeng appeared at the tail of the water spout and had already arrived at Hou-Yi's side. Seeing an evil smile on Yifeng's face, Hou-Yi panicked. Unexpectedly, Yifeng grabbed his own arrow and flew in front of him. This was terrible. Judgment. A golden light fell from the sky and enveloped Hou-Yi. Yifeng was also continuing to fall, landing on the ground with Hou-Yi. Chapter 208 Bet. Hou-Yi stared at Yifeng and said, I know you still have many trump cards, but I only have this one trump card. It seems that I have to work hard and wait for us to PK again. I will not let you be so easy next time. Win. Ding. System prompt. Since your opponent surrendered, you win this game. Yifeng put down his sword and said, let's talk about the future matters later. With that said, the two of them exited the ring and returned to the crowd. Commentator. This round of competition is over. Currently, the winning players are Yifeng, the president of the Glory Union, and Chu Tianai, a member of the Glory Union. Since there is only one game left, this is a personal battle. The champion player will be born in the Glory Union. Not only that, the Glory Union thing has lost one game so far. Hou-Yi has lost 2 games. And the top 5 Glory Union players are guaranteed. After the explanation, it was the turn of Yifeng's clone, Governor Yi, to speak. Yifeng said, the last round of competition will determine the number 1 winner of our first glory battle. Judging from the current points, the battle between Yifeng and Chu Tianai will be held at the end. And the battle between Hou-Yi and Ying will be held at the end. It will be held in the penultimate game. And the battle between Chao Ci and Lan Shi will be held in the 3rd game. The first sunny day battle against Wu Yu. Invite 2 contestants to the stage. The next 4 battles will take place, and will determine the top 10 rankings. The battle between Qin Tian and Wu Yu did not result in a winner until the last minute. And the 2 sides ended up in a draw. The NPC on the ring said, Master Yi, please announce the winner. Just when Yifeng was about to speak, he heard the Lord of Suzaku City coughing. Then give the Lord of Suzaku City some face. Yifeng said, Sunny Day wins this round of battle. Oh yeah. The 9th president. People from Bihai Union cheered. When Qin Tian was announced as the winner, he finally felt relieved. To be honest, if it weren't for the help of the Lord of Suzaku City, He might not even be able to pass the top 20. There are too many masters in Fantasy World. Next up was Yin Yu versus Demon Eye. Although this guy took some time for Yin Yu. In the end, Yin Yu caught Demon Eye's little mistake and finally won. The battle between Chao Si and Lan, she was extremely fierce. One was 5th, and the other was 6th. All 5 sounds better than the top 10. So both sides went all out. The battle was extremely fierce. They played for 15 minutes without any score. In the end, Yi Feng gave the winning spot to Lan Shi because Lan Shi did not send troops to besiege them today. Even if Lan Shi was at a disadvantage, it would make you so domineering. After the fanatic heard the result, he slammed the weapon in his hand to the ground and said angrily, "What kind of bullshit NPC is this?" Chao Si forced Lan Shi into desperate situations several times. Why should Lan Shi win? That's right. This isn't fair. There's an inside story. There was endless discussion. And Lan Shi also thought that he was destined to lose. But when he heard that he had won, he still couldn't believe it, thinking that he had heard wrong. Governor Yi, your judgment is unfair. That Chao Si is obviously more powerful than that Lan Shi. Why did you declare Lan Shi the winner? Look at those people. They all want to eat you. The Lord of Qinglong City said with a look on his face. Said teasingly, "Yes, Yi Aiqing. I also want to hear your explanation," the emperor asked. Yi Feng turned around and replied respectfully, Lan Shi was forced into desperate situations several times. But every time, he was able to resolve it without any danger. Given time, he will definitely be even more powerful than Chao Si. The emperor nodded and said, "It does make sense." Yi Aiqing thought it over carefully. I agree with Yi Aiqing's approach. Yi Feng raised his head proudly and looked at the Lord of Qinglong City and said, "The Lord of Qinglong City must have already agreed. What else do you think?" The Lord of Qinglong City snorted coldly and stopped talking. The domineering members below began to boo. And some individual players also followed suit. Yi Feng's clone directly used his power to shout, "I am the Supreme Inspector of the Battle of Glory. If you have any objections, get out." Yi Feng's words resounded throughout the entire Imperial City. The word roll kept echoing in the Imperial City. The crowd below immediately became quiet. This NPC must be too scary. Seeing that the coaxing failed, Baki reluctantly stopped it. It seems that Fantasy World is different from other online games. It is too smart. After losing the game, the person involved, Chao Si, not only didn't get angry, but sat quietly on the ground without saying a word. I don't know what he was thinking. Seeing that it was finally quiet below, Yi Feng said, "For the next battle, Hou Yining, please come on stage." Commentator, we congratulate Lan Shi for winning the battle just now. Although I don't know what the judging criteria of Fantasy World is, as long as the game is good, it is okay. What follows is another exciting battle. Let's continue to watch. Hou and Ing are both members of the Glory Union. They have only lost 2 games now. Whoever wins is in 3rd place. I originally thought that the battle within the team would not be too exciting. But the battle between Ing and Hou was simply an explosion. The sight of Ying's ubiquitous figure makes people feel chills running down their backs. Even for a master like Hou, ordinary people might be driven crazy by Ying's attack methods. Hou, on the other hand, dealt with Ying's attacks in a leisurely manner. Although he was hit several times, Hou was close to hitting Ing several times. As long as one hit, Ing would lose. One stood motionless, and the other appeared from time to time, letting the shadow attack him. When Hou let out an eagle cry, Ing had already lost, because Hou shook Ing out of his invisibility. In the end, Hou won the battle. After all, the assassin's flaws were too obvious. In a single-player PK, flaws would definitely appear over time. What's left is the battle between Yi Feng and Chu Tianai. Just when Yi Feng's clone was about to announce the game, an annoying voice sounded again. "Captain Yi, we are all bored after watching this for so long. How about we try to win the lottery? Choose one of the two. Who will win? If there is a draw in the end, how about it is up to His Majesty to decide?" Yi Feng looked at the other city lords and the emperor. They all had this idea. Yi Feng responded simply, "Okay, Lord Qinglong City, who do you think will win?" The Lord of Qinglong City hesitated for a while. And when he was about to say something, the Lord of Xuanwu City on the side said, "Captain Yi, if I went against Yi Feng, I will do it. Just do it. Just do it with this weapon of mine." The other city lords all looked at the Xuanwu City lord, looking at him in disbelief. Even the emperor looked at him. The Xuanwu City Lord is just a small bet. The old City Lord's sword is too valuable. Even if you lose, they won't dare to take it. The Emperor said with a bitter smile. The Lord of Xuanwu City said, it doesn't matter. I believe that Yi Feng. Is he Governor Yi? It turns out that the sword owned by the Lord of Xuanwu City belongs to his father. No wonder it has never left his side. It turns out that it is a sword with a story. Yi Feng nodded heavily and said, yes. I will also suppress Yi Feng. If I lose, I will let the city lords handle it. Are you serious about this? The Lord of Qinglong City said with a serious face. Chapter 209 Unbreakable. Are you serious about this? The Lord of Qinglong City said with a serious face. Yi Feng said, seriously? I'm afraid you, Lord Qinglong, can't come up with anything decent. Humph. The majestic Lord of Qinglong City, don't have anything that interests you. If I win over Chu Tianai, I will do this. Wow. Lord Qinglong City, you have spent a lot of money on the finishing boots. Although these things are only orange in quality, they are indeed the best orange. Even ordinary platinum equipment is not as good as this. This is a piece of equipment that is close to an artifact. The Lord of Qinglong City said arrogantly. The Lord of Xuanwu City took out the sword of the old city lord. I have to take out something decent. Finishing boots? The name of this thing alone tells you what it is used for. And several city lords said it is a good thing. It is definitely a good thing. Now that you have shown yourself, I will take it. Yi Feng said, is the Lord of Qinglong City serious? Nonsense. Of course my majestic Qinglong City Lord means what he says. And I will never go back on my words. Some other city lords also took out things one after another. And the Emperor also put on a treasure, which was exactly 50-50, with 5 people supporting each person. After the bet was set, the Lord of Qinglong City used his powerful aura to shout directly, in this competition. I hope that you two can show your full strength. I know that you are from the same guild. But if I find that you are cheating, fool me, and I will make you disappear from this continent. The Lord of Qinglong City spoke in person, which was easier than Yi Feng's words. On the ring, Yi Feng said, Chu Tianai, fight seriously and use all your strength. Otherwise the Lord of Qinglong City will not give up. Oh, how did you know? Yi Feng said, the Lord of Xuanwu City and I are a bit hypocritical. We just made a bet between these NPCs. The Lord of Qinglong City beat you to win. Chu Tianai nodded and said, I had no intention of holding back. I have been waiting for you. And I also hope you can go all out. Yi Feng said, well, let's start. After the NPC said to start, Chu Tianai had already moved. As a boxer, it is an absolute melee profession. There is no long-range attack. And the battle is about to break out. Because all the major city lords had placed their bets. These city lords were even more excited to watch. Oh, this Yi Feng can't do it. Let the boxer get close to him as soon as he comes up. Isn't this looking for death? Ha ha. Governor Yi, you have to be careful. The Lord of Qinglong City laughed. Yi Feng's clone said, don't worry about it. In the ring, because it was the last battle, there were constant sounds of surprise on the commentary table. Sure enough, it was the strongest battle. Chu Tianye's fists emitted sparks. And Yi Feng's saws seemed to be filled with wind. Unexpectedly, he kept avoiding Chu Tianye's fist. Commentary, wonderful. So wonderful. Chu Tianye's fists are so domineering. Yi Feng's warrior profession is also quite flexible. His steps are quite beautiful, and he can perfectly avoid Chu Tianye's moves. The golden sword in Yi Feng's hand was struck by Chu Tianye's fist. Just like striking iron. Yi Feng secretly said, no. If the fight continues like this, he will have no chance to fight back. Teleport. Within 10 meters, Yi Feng's teleportation can be easily reached. This time, Yi Feng and Chu Tianai quickly opened the distance. And the distance became wider and wider. To deal with boxers, long-range professions can do more damage. First, the long-range professional damage is explosive. And second, it can fly a kite, which is enough to cause a fatal blow to the boxer. The golden sword in Yi Feng's hand turned into a staff in an instant. And the next moment, his body was wrapped in a black magic shield. He chanted, darkness entwines. 2 black flames emerged from the ground, trying to grab Chu Tianye's feet. I saw Chu Tianai hitting the ground with his fist, directly dispelling Yi Feng's control skills. And the black flames disappeared in an instant. Omega. Others use softness to overcome strength. But Chu Tianai is stronger than you. So he directly confronts strength. Yi Feng did not expect that Chu Tianai would use this method to break his control skills. Yi Feng walked without lifting his feet, and continued to distance himself from Chu Tianai. This guy's melee attack was a bit scary. Water explosion. This is Yi Feng's armor-breaking skill. And the damage is also good. However, when the arrow flew in front of Chu Tianai, that huge fist directly smashed the arrow into pieces, giving Yi Feng no chance to injure him at all. Yi frowned. His attack seemed to have no effect on Chu Tianai. What should he do? Is it really going to consume him? Or is he going to be destroyed? Demonized? Ming Ye can be killed. But demonizing Yi Feng is absolutely not allowed. This is his ultimate life-saving skill. Even if he cannot win first place, his demonizing skill will not be exposed. President, your attacks seem to have no effect on me. Yi Feng said helplessly, it is true. But there may be a turning point. Yi Feng tried to attack Chu Tianai from different angles. As long as it was a skill that threatened Chu Tianai would almost always break it with his fists. However, Yi Feng also discovered a shortcoming. That is, although Chu Tianai is strong, he seems to have no flaws. Which is the biggest flaw, since you can defeat one of my skills at once. What about two of them? If two of them can't work, what about the three? On the high platform, seeing that Yi Feng could not capture Chu Tianai for a long time, the Lord of Xuanwu City was a little worried, because half of the time had already been spent. The Lord of Xuanwu City looked at Yi Feng's clone, and Yi Feng nodded to reassure the Lord of Xuanwu City. Commentator, this battle of the century seems to be a bit stuck. Chu Tianai can't attack Yi Feng, and Yi Feng can't kill Chu Tianai either. If this continues, it's really hard to say who will win and who will lose. The skills thrown by Yi Feng suddenly sped up a lot in the next moment. Originally one skill was fired at a time, but now two skills were fired at a time. Commentary, Yi Feng's hand speed has increased. When the hand speed increases, it depends on how Chu Tianai handles it. Oh my god. No matter how much you come, Chu Tianai, want to tell you, you can't hit me. If you can't solve it with one punch, then two punches. Yi Feng also noticed the current situation. And of course, the Lord of Qilong City did the same. Haha. It seems that my chances of winning are better than yours. The Lord of Qilong City smiled. Since you can block too, come with more. This time, Yi Feng directly changed into an archer. Catapult. Yi Feng rushed into the air, aiming the arrow in his hand at Chu Tianai. Whoa! 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 Yi Feng's archer's attack skills were all fired instantly. And at the next moment, all of Yi Feng's magic skills were thrown out at once. Commentator, let me go. What is Yi Feng doing? His hand speed is too fast. The skills of both professions are released almost at the same time. Aren't you afraid that Chu Tianai will slap his butt and leave? Which one is this? Just pat your butt and leave without taking over my skills? Do you think Yi Feng, am so stupid? Uh-huh. Yi Feng disappeared directly into the air. And the next moment Yi Feng's figure appeared silently behind Chu Tianai. There were excited shouts outside the court, because Yi Feng had turned into a law enforcer, and the dragon's head-up move had appeared. Was this to select Chu Tianai into the skill pile? Chapter 210-1. Chu Tianai was not a fool. He also felt the danger. Chu Tianai shouted, "Don't move! Dragon Roar order!" Yi Feng was faster than Chu Tianai. The Dragon Roar order forcibly stuns the opponent for 5 seconds, and has a cooling time of 1 hour. Chu Tianai was stunned directly. If Yi Feng guessed correctly, Chu Tianai should want to use some kind of short-term invincibility skill, because there are many melee skills. Chu Tianai watched helplessly as he was dazed. Looking at the golden sword in Yi Feng's hand, he was sure to be shot out the next moment. Sure enough, Yi Feng did not hold back, but directly used Dragon Head Up. Chu Tianai was slapped hard on the skill that Yi Feng had directly used. The whole process did not even take 1 second. In just a blink of an eye, Chu Tianai directly lifted off. Bang! The Lord of Qilong City slapped the table hard. He clearly had a strong position, but he suddenly fell into a disadvantage. The Lord of Qilong City didn't understand. This time the Lord of Xuanwu City smiled and said, "Haha, Lord of Qilong City, it seems that your finishing boots are about to change hands." Huh? The outcome is still uncertain. Don't be too happy. Commentator, beautiful. Yi Feng directly hit a set of beautiful combos. On the ring. Yi Feng did not take action, but watched Chu Tianai being bombarded by his own skills until he landed. Boom! Chu Tianai's blood volume dropped by 1/3, from the full blood volume before. If it were an ordinary player, a set of skills would be enough to kill them several times instantly. But Chu Tianai only lost 2/3 of his health. Such a strong defensive ability. What kind of profession is this Chu Tianai? He has such a strong defensive ability? Chu Tianai stood up from the ground. Fortunately, he was not instantly killed by Yi Feng, but his life-saving skills were punished. Yi Feng's attack was too terrifying. Chu Tianai's passive life-saving skill, King Kong. When the blood volume is lower than 20%, the passive skill King Kong Shield will be triggered. It will be invincible within 2 seconds, and the cooling time is 30 minutes. Yi means that Chu Tianai will definitely die next time he is hit by Yi Feng. Yi Feng said, "Awesome. Your defense ability is amazing. You can't even be beaten to death." Chu Tianai said, "Come again." This time, Chu Tianai was no longer passive, but took the initiative. His footwork suddenly changed from the previous stability, and his whole body became unstable and extremely fast. Yi Feng was shocked and quickly retreated. The teleportation time was not up yet. The bow and arrow in his hand shot out continuously. But Chu Tianai's clothes could not be touched at all. This guy's dodge ability was a bit abnormal. Commentator, looking at Chu Tianai's footwork and dodging skills. It reminds me of the profession of boxer. Is Chu Tianai a hidden professional boxer? Boxer? Yi Feng looked at Chu Tianai's appearance. And it was indeed similar, but a little different. But now, he was not worrying about whether he was a boxer, but how to attack Chu Tianai. Chu Tianai quickly approached Yi Feng. And finally the two sides collided for the second time. Yi Feng's career as a law enforcer was not in vain. The two sides fought hard. And for a while, it was once again difficult to tell the winner. However, at this time, 12 minutes of game time have been used up. And it will end in 3 minutes. The Lord of Qinglong City became a little impatient and restless. Seeing this, Yi Feng's clone said, "Master Qinglong City, what's going on? I'm restless. Is it because I have an urgent need to urinate? Humph. Don't be too happy. It's just a pair of popular boots. I, the Lord of Qinglong City, can still afford the compensation." The Lord of Xuanwu City said with a leisurely expression, "Lord of Qinglong City, a pair of fashionable boots is nothing. But don't embarrass that Chu Tianai. I think this person is good and can handle big tasks." Yi Feng agreed, "Yes. Your Majesty's Chu Tianai is indeed good. If possible, I hope your Majesty can give him a military attaché." The Emperor laughed and said, "Ha ha. They are all talents from my court. How can I be stingy?" In this way, the first 10 people in this glorious battle will be arranged by Governor Yi. On the human model battlefield. They will all belong to you. Yi Feng said, "Your Majesty, this is not good." The Emperor said, "I just agreed. I have already decided on their official positions. They will all be your subordinates from now on. I can't let you be this marshal for nothing. Your safety is the most important thing." "Thank you, Your Majesty. I will definitely go all out on the battlefield between humans and demons to give our human race a voice. Haha. I need talents like you. Haha. I like this battle of glory. I will hold it more times in the future to expand our talent pool." Yi Feng said respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty." While talking, the battle between Yi Feng and Chu Tianai finally ended. Both sides were very strong. But just because Yi Feng beat Chu Tianai in the middle, the final winner of this battle could only be Yi Feng. At the moment the battle ended, the Emperor on the high platform walked out with the major city lords. The Emperor said loudly, "In this personal battle of glory, the champion Yi Feng. Second place Chu Tianai, Tan Wahui, and other 7 warriors. Congratulations on becoming the top 10 in this personal battle. Go to the palace within an hour to receive your official position." After the Emperor finished speaking, Yi Feng's clone said, "The individual battle of this battle of glory is completely over. The team battle will begin in 3 days. Please be prepared. Players." "Wow. The team battle will start in 3 days. It will be exciting again." "That's right. I have to find a few helpers and rush to the front. The reward will definitely not be bad." Yi Feng stood in the crowd, and the system prompts kept jumping, because Yi Feng won first place. The first place reward had already appeared in Yi Feng's backpack. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on winning the first glory battle of Fantasy World. The rewards will be sent to your backpack. Please check. Yi Feng opened his backpack. In the first backpack, lying quietly, was the trophy of the champion of this personal competition. Ding! System prompt. The 1 million reward you received has arrived. It was quite fast. I didn't expect Wuncher to move so fast and send the money to him so quickly. An orange weapon. And a costume. Quickly show me what kind of weapon it is, and what kind of fashion it is. Zissou said with a look of anticipation. Yifeng posted the attributes of the two pieces of equipment in the gang channel. Although the gang currently does not have many people, there are dozens of people. When they saw Yifeng's reward, they all applauded. Wow! The orange weapon and that costume has such perverted attributes. The president is the president. Our honor union is strong. The top 3 are all from our union. The other guilds are really rubbish. That's right. Our glory union is still stronger. Qianquan Half Moon Staff, 8-star orange attack 98 to 138 intelligence plus 50 constitution plus 70 required character level. Level 40 equipment occupation. Mage, increases magic attribute damage by 10%. Only active skill. Blood Demon when the blood volume is lower than 30% of the time. The passive Blood Demon is triggered, adding a shield of 30% of one's own health for 10 seconds. Glory Costume, Bound increases the character's health by 2,000 points. 70 points of all attribute damage. And 580 points of defense. This costume is exclusive to the Champion of Glory battle. Time, permanent. Cannot be traded. Cannot be dropped. Zissou said in surprise. It is indeed a good thing. But it is a pity that fashion cannot be traded. Let alone weapons. I am an archer. But I can give it to Yanqiu. Chapter 211 Serving as an official. Zissou said in surprise. It is indeed a good thing. But it is a pity that fashion cannot be traded. Let alone weapons. I am an archer. But I can give it to Yanqiu. Yifeng saw that the fashion was bound and put it on directly. However, what Yifeng didn't expect was that it turned out to be a set of red fashion. Ding! System prompts. Whether to hide the fashion. The hidden fashion attributes will still take effect. Hide. Hey. Boss. Why did you take off your fashion? It looks so good. It's bright red. Xiao He teased. Yifeng rolled his eyes and said, Let's go! Yifeng said directly on the Union channel, Put this orange staff here for me first. I don't need it myself. Whoever wants to perform well and contribute to the Union has just taken a look. Doing a gang task can increase you by 2 points. Guild contribution. This orange staff. As long as your gang contribution reaches 10,000. You can come to me to redeem it. President. Are you telling the truth? Yifeng said, Seriously? No matter who it is. As long as the contribution reaches 10,000. You can come to me to redeem it. Of course. There is only one. Great. I have to speed up. I can do 100 tributes a day. I have to fill it up. This is orange equipment. 50 tributes a day. That is 200 guild contribution points. To reach 10,000 guild contribution points. It takes 50 days. 50 days seems like a long time. But in fact it is less than 2 months. At that time, most players were level 45. Because now the highest is only level 43. After all, Yifeng is not just an orange weapon. Next, Yifeng lists out a list of equipment. As long as you meet the required contribution, you can redeem any equipment. Blue equipment is the easiest to exchange. It only takes 3 days to exchange for 1 piece. Gold equipment is its difficult. It will take at least 10 days. But for ordinary players, playing games is all about playing, using skills as tribute, and getting equipment. So why not do it? The news that Yifeng put orange weapons on the gang contribution list spread all of a sudden. Those players who were still hesitating finally couldn't sit still. Orange equipment was put on the gang contribution list. This is too luxurious. When someone took the screenshot, they discovered that Yifeng not only posted orange equipment on the contribution list, but also some golden and blue equipment, which other guilds would never even think of. The most blue ones, and the gold ones may take a long time to get. And Yifeng's orange weapon can be obtained in less than 2 months. It's too luxurious. Next, Yifeng began to assign gang titles such as elders and hall leaders. After all, he couldn't personally recruit people every day. After discussion, Chu Tianai was appointed as one of the 2 elders, and the other one was temporarily vacant. As for the hall leaders, they were Assassin Hall Ying, Warrior Hall Arrogant Brother, Archer Hall Hoi, Mage Hall Leng Shui, and Priest Hall Tentative Yin Diu Ming Ming. In fact, Xiaoshang can also serve, but because Xiaoshang is an ordinary profession, in order to suddenly glory the power of the guild, all the hall leaders are hidden professions, which looks very domineering. Yifeng said, Very good. All the halls have been assigned. I hope you will take care of your own halls. We are a member of Glory, not a member of a certain hall. Mutual help is our principle. Our Glory Union at the moment of creation. It is destined to be unstable and chaotic, and only heroes can emerge. The next step is to recruit people. When our Glory Union reaches 10,000 people, there will be a collective activity. Do you understand? Clear. Very good. Everyone should do whatever they want. Let's go to the palace. Yifeng was very familiar with the palace. When Yifeng and the others arrived at the gate of the palace, the other 5 people were already waiting here, and in front of them was Yifeng's clone. When Yifeng and the others arrived, Yifeng's clone said, "Follow me, and you are not allowed to leave the team. Otherwise you will be killed without mercy and locked up forever. But you all understand. Clear. Just tell yourself." Yifeng found it a bit funny and had to make a very serious expression. Following their own footsteps, Yifeng and his group of 10 people did not speak, but silently followed Governor Yi in front of them. Above the Jinwan Hall, Yifeng's clone saluted and said, "Your Majesty, I will bring them here." The Emperor nodded and said, "Well, Governor Yi is lucky to have suffered. Come, please sit down." After waiting for Yifeng's clone to be ready, the Emperor finally spoke. "First of all, I would like to congratulate you for becoming the top 10 in this Battle of Glory. Your rewards have been distributed. Here, I would like to ask you a question. Are you willing to guard the border for me and serve as a soldier for the rest of your life?" Yifeng walked out without hesitation and said, "Yes." Seeing Yifeng come out, the other 4 people from the Glory Union also came out and replied, "Yes." Yifeng and the others were all willing, and the others did not dare to delay and said yes immediately. You are indeed a subject of our dynasty. I will give you official positions according to your ranking. You must listen carefully. Yifeng. Here. Yifeng shouted. I designate you as the Vanguard General. You will be a 4th-rank military officer. You will go to the battlefield between humans and demons and obey Marshal Ye's orders. You will be given a monthly salary of 300 gold coins. Are you willing? My lord. Take the order and thank the Lord for your kindness. Chu Tianai. Here. Chu Tianai shouted. I will appoint you as the Vanguard Deputy General. You will be a 4th-grade military subordinate. You will go to the battlefield between humans and demons and obey Marshal Ye's orders. You will be given a monthly salary of 300 gold coins. Are you willing? My lord. Take the order and thank the Lord for your kindness. Hoi. Here. Hoi shouted. There are 10 people in total, ranking from high to low. The lowest one has a -7th rank. He still has a large team in the army. As for Wu Yu, who is ranked 10th, he can command 50 NPCs on the battlefield between humans and demons. And Yifeng's Vanguard General commands 1,000 NPCs. As for his status as Marshal, he commands 100,000 NPC guards. And everyone is under Yifeng's control. Okay. Next, I will introduce you to your leader. He is the Supreme Commander of the Battle of Glory, Governor Yi. From today on, he is also Marshal Yi. Marshal Yi, please say something. Yifeng stood up, looked at the 10 people below, and said, You will be a general under my command. On the battlefield between humans and demons, I don't want to see anyone who disobeys the command. No matter whether you are or are not the ones appointed by His Majesty. Anyone who violates military orders will be killed. The Emperor stood up at the right time and said, Yes. On the battlefield, Marshal Ye's words are my words. Anyone who disobeys the order will be killed. Clear. The Emperor continued, The battlefield between humans and demons will be opened after the team battle. I hope you can work hard and gain glory. Just go back if you have nothing to do. Yifeng and others not only obtained official positions, but also received news that Fantasy World was about to open the next version. The battlefield between humans and demons. When Yifeng and others left, the Lord of Xuanwu City said with a playful expression, Lord of Qilong City, do you still remember what happened an hour ago? The Lord of Qilong City said with an indifferent expression, Humph. Of course I remember. I don't need you, Lord of Xuanwu City, to remind me. Chapter 212 The Equipment Center is here. The Lord of Qilong City took out a pair of combat boots and threw them in front of Yifeng like trash. Said, How can the city lord be someone who can't afford to lose? I'll give you the finishing boots. The orange fashionable boots were right in front of Yifeng. But Yifeng did not pick them up immediately and said, City Lord Qilong, you proposed the bet. You seem a little unhappy and are willing to admit defeat. I think Master Qilong doesn't need me to say more. Hand over the fashionable boots. In my hands? Saying that, Yi Feng stretched out his hand and waited for the Lord of Qinglong City to pick up the finishing boots. Can the Lord of Qinglong City do this? If he does, then the one who will be embarrassed must be the Lord of Qinglong City. This is impossible. Village Chief Yi. Don't go too far, Yi Feng said with an indifferent expression. Master Qinglong City, it seems you really can't afford to lose. You? Okay. Isn't it just a small bet? Come here. Help the marshal pick up the popular boots. Yes, Your Majesty. And eunuch knelt on the ground, picked up Feng Xing's boots, polished them, and handed them to Yi Feng with both hands. Yi Feng glanced at the eunuch, took the finishing boots and said, Go down. Yes, Marshal. Huh. Your Majesty. I still have something to do. So please leave first. Saying that, the Lord of Qinglong City left in Buddha's robe, leaving the Emperor sighing and shaking his head. The Emperor walked up to Yi Feng, patted Yi Feng on the shoulder and said, Marshal Yi, don't worry. The Lord of Qinglong City has such a character. You have only been in the court for a short time and don't know him well. He is actually a good person. Yi Feng said, Your Majesty. The Lord of Qinglong City. Okay. Stop talking. I'll give it to him in the future. I'll try to keep you in the same place as little as possible. I don't know why, but you guys seem to be on fire as soon as you meet. I really don't understand. Okay. Everyone go back and rest. Marshal, you will still be in charge of the next team battle. Thank you. Yi Feng said, Thank you for your understanding. I will take my leave. The other city lords also retreated at this time. When they walked outside the Jinluan Hall, the Xuanwu city lord said, Today is the day when Marshal Yi is promoted. Will you city lords come to our Xuanwu city to gather together? Uh-huh. I've wanted to congratulate Marshal Yi for a long time. Of course I have to go. But please wait a moment. I'm going to get something from the house. How can we celebrate without gifts? That's right. Marshal Yi, please don't refuse a little kindness. Yi Feng said, I am very happy that you all can come. So Xuanwu City Lord, and I will wait for you at the City Lord's mansion in Xuanwu City. Okay. Definitely come. A banquet has begun in the City Lord's mansion of Xuanwu City. Yi Feng and Xuanwu City Lord are already waiting for other city lords to come. Yi Feng and the others don't know how many people can come. The Qinglong City Lord's power will definitely not be able to come. But Yi Feng has already taken back his clones. This is where he is now. Brother, your performance today was good. I didn't use my sword. Yi Feng said, Brother, you believe in me so much. How could I let you down? But Yu Tianai is indeed very strong. Fortunately, he is already my subordinate. Well, I am particularly relieved about this. If we are recruited by the Lord of Qinglong City, it will be a big trouble for us. That's right. But my union is currently facing enemies from all sides. So it's a bit uncomfortable. The Lord of Xuanwu City said, There is definitely pressure. If you need me to take action, just tell me, and I will settle it for you. Thank you, bro. We brothers are so polite. Let's not talk anymore. Someone is coming. As he said that, Yi Feng looked up and saw that it was the Lord of Suzaku City, holding an exquisite wooden box in his hand. As soon as they approached Yi Feng and the others, the Lord of Suzaku City smiled and said, Congratulations, Marshal Yi. Your carelessness is not disrespectful. Yi Feng took the wooden box and said with a smile, Suzaku City Lord, please come inside. Please come inside. I will collect the things first, and wait for other city lords inside. Uh-huh. Of course. Yi Feng did not rush to open the wooden box, but put it into his backpack. Next was the representative of the Imperial City. Yi Feng must have expressed his promotion to the Imperial Palace and sent a large amount of gold coins. What Yi Feng did not expect was that the third one to arrive was the Phoenix City Lord. As a neutral city lord, she also came. Yi Feng said politely, The Lord of the Phoenix City is happy to meet you. I thought the Lord of the Phoenix City would not come. The Lord of Phoenix City may be aloof. And said without emotion, Marshal Yi Gaosheng, as a colleague, I still want to express that this is a gift from my Phoenix City. You keep it. I will leave first. Phoenix City Lord, stay here and chat. Yi Feng persuaded. No. I like peace and quiet. With that said, the Lord of Phoenix City left, leaving the inner armor in Yi Feng's hand. The Lord of Xuanwu City said, I didn't expect that Leng Marin could come. It seems that your boy is quite charming. Yi Feng shook his head with a wry smile and said, Brother, please stop teasing me. Everyone has left. Which means it's really just a congratulation. Haha. Okay. Okay. Let's see who comes next. Next, the Lord of Qilin City and the chief law enforcer of the Holy City came. But the Lord of Qilong City and the Lord of White Tiger City did not come. The Lord of Xuanwu City said, okay. Qilong and Baihu probably won't come. Let's get started. Congratulations to our Marshal Yi for his promotion. Uh-huh. The meal lasted almost until late at night. And Yifeng didn't go offline until late at night. As soon as he got off the line, he was so hungry. And because of drinking, Yifeng was dizzy. Careful, Yin, you had been waiting for Yifeng early. Knowing that Yifeng was going to deal with those city lords, he had prepared sobering tea for Yifeng early. On the sofa in the living room, Yifeng covered his head, drank the sobering tea prepared by Yin Yu, and said, cook some noodles for me. You should also eat some at this late hour. Well, you take a rest first. I'll go right away. When Yin Yu cooked a large bowl of hot noodles in the kitchen, she saw that Yifeng had fallen asleep on the sofa. Looking at Yifeng, who smelled of alcohol and was flushed, Yin Yu shook her head helplessly, took out Yifeng's quilt from the room, covered Yifeng, put the cooked noodles on the coffee table in front of Yifeng, and then returned to the room. Late at night, with a plop, Yifeng fell off the sofa. A strong sense of hunger came. Smelling the cold noodles, Yifeng got up and ate. Soon a large bowl of noodles was eaten clean by Yifeng. Hiccup! Yifeng burped and finally woke up completely. Only then did Yifeng realize that he had fallen asleep in the living room. After looking at the bowl in front of him, he remembered that he had asked Yin Yu to cook noodles for him. Yifeng smiled helplessly. It was all my fault, the Lord of Xuanwu City, for forcing him to drink so much. Otherwise, why would he drink like this again? After sobering up from the wine and no longer feeling sleepy, Yifeng looked at the time and saw that it was only 5 o'clock in the morning. The sky was so dark. After all, spring hadn't started yet, and it hadn't arrived yet. It was still cold outside. Chapter 213, Making a Lot of Money. As soon as Yifeng went online, he appeared in his mansion. Maybe it was because it was not yet dawn. The sky in the game was still cloudy. Although he could see people clearly, there were candles lit all around. Yifeng looked at the world. At this time, the world was relatively peaceful. But there was still no lack of popularity. Wow! The president is online so early, a member of the gang channel said. After all, everyone is sleeping at this time. So few people really want to get up to play games. Most of the people here are staying up all night. Well, I couldn't sleep, so I got up. You guys play, and don't pay attention to me. I'll come up and take a look. Well, I just joined the gang yesterday, and I thought the president, Shalong, had disappeared. But it turns out he is also an ordinary person. Yifeng said with a black line on his face. Am I a Superman? You go on playing. Yifeng opened his backpack. And there were a total of 5 things lying in the backpack. 3 of which were gift boxes. 1 was finishing boots. And the other was the inner armor given by the Lord of Phoenix City. Ding! System prompts. Whether to open the Qilin City Lord's gift box *1. Yes! Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on getting the dragon-seeking ruler. Dragon-finding ruler. It is said to be able to find the dragon's treasure. But no one has used it yet. Yifeng rolled his eyes in his heart. At first glance, this thing is definitely a good thing. But after a closer look, it is still an uncertain thing. If it is real, this is a treasure. If it is fake, then it is just a decoration. Ding! System prompt. Whether to open the Suzaku City Lord's gift box *1. Yes! Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on getting the blue cloak, 7-star orange, *1. Blue cloak, 7-star orange luck +5. Movement speed +5%. Attack +1. Defense +1. The only active skill invisibility. Using the invisibility skill, the character enters the invisible state. Attacking and being attacked will be revealed. And cool down time 30 seconds. Equipment level, none. Pretty. If you just look at the previous data, this thing can only be regarded as an ordinary piece of equipment. But if you have this invisibility skill, then this cloak is a top-notch piece of equipment. And it has no equipment requirements and can be worn by everyone. Yifeng likes this piece of equipment very much. He doesn't know what the next piece of equipment will be. Ding! System prompt. Whether to open the Holy City Lord's gift box *1. Yes! Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on obtaining the skill book Golden Body. Golden Body. The special skill of a high-level law enforcer. The golden body skill can be used in times of crisis. It is immune to all damage and lasts for 3 seconds. When releasing the skill, the character cannot move or launch attacks. The cooling time is 1 hour. Call. Yifeng let out a big breath. Strong. Really strong. Although the 1 hour cooling time is indeed very long. In critical moments, it can definitely save Yifeng's life. He finally has this invincible defense skill. Next is the inner armor given by Phoenix City Master. I don't know which one is stronger compared to my own Celestial Silkworm inner armor. Phoenix inner armor, 9-star orange, increases physical defense by 30%. The only passive skill is Nirvana and Rebirth, when the character's blood volume is cleared. The Nirvana and Rebirth passive skill is automatically triggered. Be invincible for the next 3 seconds. Equipment requirements, none. Yifeng slapped his thigh fiercely. This is really good stuff. The defense is increased by 30%. And there is also a resurrection passive skill. This is too scary. It is much better than his own Celestial Silkworm inner armor. It's really so much better. Finishing Boots, 10-star orange, no attributes. The only active skill, Finishing Cloud. After actively releasing the skill, the character's movement speed increases by 200%. Lasting 15 seconds. Cooling time 30 minutes. Yifeng stared blankly at the Finishing Boots in his hand. They were full of orange equipment, and the movement speed was as high as 200%. This was a plug-in. No wonder other city lords envied the Qinglong City Lord's Finishing Boots. This was too perverted. 200% movement speed. What kind of trouble is this? Anyway, it was still a 30-minute cooling time. So Yifeng put on the Finishing Boots and activated the Finishing Cloud skill. Suddenly, Yifeng felt that his feet were light, and he took a small step. Boom! Yifeng unceremoniously hit the wall and then stopped. Oh my god! It hurts me so much. This speed is a bit scary. Ah! Without control, Yifeng took a few more steps. The speed was beyond description. Yifeng kept hitting the wall in his yard. Snapped. Ouch! Snapped. Holy shit! It's too fast. 15 seconds passed quickly. And Yifeng was knocked to pieces and sat on the ground. This thing is very fast. But it is difficult to control. If it is not controlled well, it is likely to be in the PK. It is possible to bump into others by yourself. Next, Yifeng waited for half an hour and began to practice drinking to get used to this speed. He must have 100% control. Otherwise it would be really difficult to use it. In the next few hours, screams were heard from Yi Mansion. Even the servants of Yi Mansion did not dare to listen and ran away. 2 hours later, Yifeng has mastered the 200% speed. In 15 seconds, Yifeng can go up and down the Yi Mansion, turn around several times, and finally stop hitting the wall. Phew! I finally mastered it. I didn't expect a piece of equipment to make me so tired. The programmers of this fantasy world are really talented. Yifeng put on the equipment he had just replaced, and Yifeng prepared to give the replaced Celestial Silkworm inner armor to Yenyu. After all, she had the ability to own this thing, and she also needed it very much. Now Yifeng's attributes. Character name, Yifeng. Display name, Chief Invigilator of the Battle of Glory, Duty Yi. Marshal Yi. Occupation, none. Level, 41. HP, 8,700. Attack, 350. Defense, 1,300. Taskbar, 1 to 40 tasks. Normal tasks and difficult tasks can be released. Special abilities. The ability to publish hidden tasks and unique tasks. Chief Proctor of the Battle of Glory. The Supreme Commander of the Battle of Glory. He has the ability to disqualify players and change the qualifications of the competition. Number 1 Scholar. You can always have your own army. The current number of the army is 0/50. You can dispatch 50 NPC soldiers from any main city to fight for it, and you will receive a monthly salary of 1,000 gold coins. Marshal. He can always have his own army. The current number of the army is 0/1000. He can dispatch 1,000 NPC soldiers from any main city to fight for him, and he will receive a monthly salary of 1,000 gold coins. Skills. Sit back and enjoy the rewards. Players can publish tasks, and after completing them, they will receive 5% of the task rewards. Skill, Disguise. After using this skill, you can change into any profession. The weapons will change with the change of profession, but the equipment will not change in any way. After using the skill again, the disguise state will be released, which is instantaneous. Clone Technique. A very mysterious skill book. After using this skill book, A character that is exactly the same as the original body can be separated from the original body. The attack power is only 10% of the original body. It has the same abilities as the original body, and is controlled by the original body. Instantly hair. Lucky draw. There is a lucky draw opportunity every 5 levels. And you can get any item in the game. Currently, the number of draws can be used 0 times. No matter how you look at it, Yi Feng's attributes are absolutely terrifying among horrors. I'm afraid there won't be anyone with the ability like Yi Feng in the entire fantasy world. Chapter 214, The Monster Was Robbed. Today's Yi Feng suddenly has several more active skills, such as acceleration, invincible defense, resurrection, and invisibility. If the current Yi Feng were to challenge him in a duel, Zhu Ti and I probably wouldn't have much chance of winning. It was already past 7 o'clock in the morning, and people began to appear in the game one after another. And those players who stayed up all night also quit the game one after another. Schwa. A voice came online next to Yi Feng. I said you knocked on the door, but you didn't defend yourself. You were playing a game, and you were offline for breakfast. It turned out that Yen Yu appeared next to him. And Yi Feng said, well, I can't sleep. So let's play the game, and let's go. Half an hour later, Yi Feng and others returned to the game again. Because starting from today, nothing happened in the next 3 days. The second part of the Battle of Glory, the team battle, started on the 4th day. After going online, Yi Feng gave Yen Yu his celestial silkworm inner armor, which was the result of a discussion between Zisu and Yen Yu. Of course, Yi Feng is the spiritual support for all of them, so Yi Feng's equipment must be good. The 3 quickly formed a team and prepared to go on a mission. Wow, little Yi Z, are you a human after all? Zisu said in surprise. Yi Feng asked in surprise, how are you talking? You still don't know if I am a human being. You still don't know if I am a man. Zisu subconsciously took a step back and said with a look of disdain, TSK, your mind is full of lewd things. I'm asking you why you have so much blood. It turns out that Zisu asked this. Yi Feng said, isn't this the individual battle champion? I got a few pieces of equipment, so I have more health. Is this really true? Doesn't the champion only have 1 weapon and 1 costume? Yi Feng looked at Zisu as if he was getting nothing for free, and said, don't fashion items increase blood by 2,000 points? Zisu said with an arrogant look, I didn't see how far. I only focused on looking at the beautiful clothes. Why don't I have them? I gave them to you for nothing, and I don't want to show it. Yi Feng rolled his eyes and said, I want it. Call my brother and come listen. Little Leaf. Come on. Zisu couldn't bark anyway, so Yi Feng simply changed the subject. The 3 of them went to the level 40 area to go to Snow Mountain Village for leveling. In the Snowy Mountain Village, it was finally possible to take on the mission. However, after such a long time, many players have gathered here. After all, the map is so big. Once it was passed on to 10. It was passed on to hundreds. Soon this map was discovered. I've long heard that the snow scenery in Snow Mountain Village is very beautiful. And now it looks really good. Let's go, little Yi Z, to pick up the mission. Yi Feng brought Yen Yu and Zisu to the head of Shueshan Village. Village Chief, is there anything we can do to help? The village chief said with a melancholy look, our village has been in this ice and snow for a day or 2. The guards in Xuanwu City are not willing to come here. Now there are many snow monsters around, and the villagers are now afraid to go out. I don't know what to do now. Yi Feng patted the old village chief on the shoulder and said, Village Chief, look at me. I am the guard commander of Xuanwu City. If you have any difficulties, tell me, and I will help you solve it. The old village chief rubbed his eyes, looked at Yi Feng carefully, and laughed heartily this time. It is indeed Commander Yi. Great. Our village chief is saved. Ding! System prompt. The head of the Snow Mountain Village has issued a hidden mission to your team to kill the leader of the snow monster. Do you accept it? Yi Feng said, both of you choose to accept it. The 2 girls nodded. Yi Feng and the others were lucky. They received a hidden mission as soon as they arrived. Fortunately, Yi Feng had the title of Commander of the Guards of Xuanwu City. Otherwise, they would not have known how to trigger this hidden mission. Commander Yi, the leader of the snow monster is very powerful. Our village chief's warriors have been there several times. If they hadn't run fast, they almost didn't get killed. You have to be careful. Yi Feng nodded and said, Old village chief, don't worry about saving me. We are waiting for our good news. Yi Feng and the others quickly found the leader of the snow monster after being prompted by the mission. But there was already a group of people fighting, so it was not easy to handle. Yifeng looked around to see if there was a second snow monster leader. You guys watch here. I'm going to find out if there is a second snow monster leader. Yifeng took the snow monster leader as the center of the circle and searched around but couldn't find the second snow monster leader. It seemed that there was only this guy. When Yifeng came back, the team was still fighting. Hey, why haven't they finished fighting yet? Yinyu said, they seem to be here to guard and kill. The one died just now, and now this one is just refreshed. Leveling up? This problem does exist. After all, there are more elite monsters than ordinary monsters, and the refresh time is the same as ordinary monsters. It is more cost-effective to kill them. Yifeng said, this won't work. We are on a mission. There will definitely be missions later. We must kill them as soon as possible. How about you go and talk about it? Zissou said. Yifeng nodded and walked towards the group of people. The team was killing the snow monster elites. When they saw someone coming, someone said, someone is coming. Everyone, be careful. While looking at Yifeng, they blocked the position to kill the snow monster leader. Yifeng stopped 5 meters away from them and said, friends, we need to do a mission and kill the leader of the snow monster. Can you give in? Are you Yifeng? One of the mages asked. Yifeng nodded and said, exactly. What's the problem? The mage pondered for a while and said, can you tell us how you received this mission? We have been searching for several days and still can't find where to receive the mission to kill this snow monster leader. Yifeng smiled and said, in the hands of the chief of Snow Mountain Village. The mage said with a frown on his face, village chief? It's impossible. We have asked many times, and they are all ordinary tasks. Yifeng spread his hands and said, I did receive the mission from the village chief. Why don't you go and have a look when the mission is handed over? Yifeng said so. So it must be like this. But why can't he do it? It's really strange. The mage said, the monster can hit you once, but you have to be careful. Yifeng nodded and said, thanks for the reminder. At this time, Yifeng waved to Yinyu and Zissou, and the two of them came to Yifeng. After they finished beating the leader of the snow monster, Yifeng and the 3 of them waited for it to refresh. However, Yifeng had been paying attention to his surroundings. Since the man said to be careful, he must have a reason. But when the snow monster leader spawned, Yifeng and the other 3 started to fight the monsters. But they didn't encounter any problems at all. But just when the snow monster leader had a trace of blood left, an arrow flew from nowhere and killed the snow monster leader in front of Yifeng and the others. The sudden appearance of the situation stunned Yifeng and the others. There was actually someone hiding nearby waiting to kill the leader of the snow monster, who was still alive. Chapter 215, a series of hidden missions. Zissou shouted, who? Please come out. Master, I just told you to be careful. Now it's a waste of a monster. The mage standing aside said. Yifeng frowned. You just told me to be careful. And you didn't say anyone was trying to grab the monster. Do you want to see yourself get slapped in the face? But Yifeng nodded and said, how about brushing one of you? The mage said, okay. But it's the last one. After all, our time is precious. In the team, Yifeng said, be careful later. Clear. When the snow monster leader was refreshed again, Yifeng and the 3 of them began to fight the monster slowly. However, this time Yifeng did not even look at the snow monster leader in front of him. The arrow just shot from his right. And there was a high probability that the snow monster leader was shot from his right. It's still there. Of course, it will be somewhere else. Just when the snow monster leader still had a trace of health, an arrow struck again. But this time, arrow failed to grab the snow monster leader with a trace of health, but was shot down by Yifeng. Feng Xingyun. Yifeng used his new skills unceremoniously, disappeared from everyone, and appeared in front of an archer. And this archer actually has a mythical union on his head. This is a mythical archer. Yifeng appeared in front of the archer inexplicably, and the attacker was so frightened that he didn't know what to say. Is it fun? The archer nodded, then shook his head desperately and said, it's not fun. Is your mythical guild just for trash like you? Damn it! Boom! A ball of flame burst out from the archer's feet, killing the archer instantly. Now Yifeng's attack is extremely terrifying. In addition, the earth flame explosion is a super high damage skill. It is not surprising that it can kill an archer instantly. The whole process only took 5 seconds. Yifeng once again returned to Yinyu and the others with his mysterious movement and said, Let's go. Just a mythical clown. Go ahead. As he spoke, Yifeng walked towards Snow Mountain Village with his 2 daughters. Holy crap. What kind of skill did Yifeng use just now? It was so fast that I didn't even react. Go and see if that guy is dead. Boss. He's dead. He's a mythical person. The mage said with a dark face. This Yifeng is really scary. The skills he just used were not shown in the personal battle. Either they are newly acquired skills, or this Yifeng is still hiding something. Boss, do we want to join Yifeng's guild? After all, we are also in Xuanwu City. The mage shook his head and said, not for the time being. The current situation is unclear. Although we are a small guild, if we rashly attach ourselves, we may be killed by Glory's enemies. Yifeng returned to the Snow Mountain Village. Yifeng had made up his mind about what had just happened. In Xuanwu City, he was just the more famous player. Even if he won the first place in the individual battle, he was still not accepted by anyone. The mage just now, he didn't tell himself. Which meant that he was just a powerful player in their minds, and had no deterrent effect. What if I were a domineering president? Even if he didn't speak, those players would respectfully walk away and tell the people around him about the trouble. Even if they killed a few, they wouldn't care. And he still needed to bargain with them. It seems that if Glory wants to survive in the fantasy world, it must fight out and fight until other players surrender. Only then will Glory be the real Glory. Hey, little Yi, what are you thinking about? The task has been handed in. Standing in front of the village chief, Yifeng has been in a daze. Zisu waved her hand in front of Yifeng's eyes. And Yifeng finally reacted and said, it's okay. I'm just thinking about something. Yifeng said to the village chief, we have killed the leader of the snow monster. The village chief said with a smile, great. We finally eliminated the leader of the snow monster. You really did us a big favor. This is the reward you have won. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations on completing the hidden mission and killing the snow monster leader. And received an experience reward of 200,000. After handing over the task, the face of the village chief of Shueshan village turned melancholy again. Yifeng asked again, village chief, is there anything else you need to do? Hey, you guys are dissatisfied. A few days ago, our village invited a mage to drive away these snow monsters. But after the mage left the village chief, he never came back. Can you help us find it? If something really happened, what should I do? Yifeng nodded and said, yes, of course. Ding. System prompts. The head of Snow Mountain Village has issued a hidden mission to your team to find the missing mage. Do you accept it? Accept. According to the mission prompts, the 3 of them walked towards the other end of the village. Not long after Yifeng and the others left, a group of people followed them. Yifeng and the others were walking in the snow, surrounded by many players who were killing snow monsters. But they did not see the mage that Yifeng and the others were looking for. After walking for about 10 minutes, Yifeng and the others appeared in front of a ruined temple. In front of the dilapidated temple, under an ancient tree, an injured mage was leaning against the tree. Found it. This is what Yifeng and the others need to find the mage. Yifeng and the other 3 quickly walked to the mage. Yifeng took out a bottle of blood-restoring potion and handed it to the mage and said, Mage, we were sent by the village chief to look for you. Are you okay? The mage drank the blood-restoring potion in one gulp, and his face finally looked much better. The village chief is really thoughtful. In vain. I said that I would help them drive away those snow monsters. In the end, he asked the village chief to send people to look for me. I am really sorry. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations on completing the hidden mission. Searching for the missing mage. And gaining experience, 10,000. Yifeng asked. The mage was injured by something. It shouldn't be a snow monster. The mage shook his head and said, how can the little snow monster hurt me? It is a demon monk and his disciples in this dilapidated temple. Yifeng raised his head and looked at the ruined temple. Sure enough, there were many wandering demon monk disciples, some of whom looked like little novice monks. Ding. System prompt. The mage of Snow Mountain Village has issued a hidden mission to your team to kill the demon monk and find the source of the snow monster. Do you accept it? Accept. Another hidden mission. It seems this is a series. Well, those demon monk disciples are just level 42 wild monsters. There is no difficulty at all. Yifeng took a breath and said, let's go! When Yifeng got up and walked towards the ruined temple, a group of people hiding in the dark stared at Yifeng and the 3 of them motionlessly. This Yifeng can indeed trigger that NPC. It seems that he has really found the hidden mission. Well, hidden tasks are not the only tasks. As long as we know the trigger reason, we can also hide tasks. The experience of hidden tasks is much more than that of a snow monster leader. After they leave, let's go to the NPC and try again. Unfortunately, no matter how they asked, the NPC didn't say a word and ignored them at all. Chapter 216 Demon Monk. Standing in front of the dilapidated temple, Yifeng could feel a cool breeze blowing from inside. Hey, it's so spooky and scary, Zisu said with some fear. Yifeng touched her head and said, "It's okay. Just stand behind me." When Yifeng was the first to walk into the ruined temple, a demon monk disciple discovered Yifeng and rushed towards Yifeng with his teeth and claws bared. Dark Entanglement. The earth's flames burst. Dark Fireball Technique. A set of skills directly killed the demon monk disciple. And it seemed to be nothing, Yifeng said. Fortunately, the defense is not high and the blood volume is not much. But it will be difficult to handle if there are a lot of them. The pig's feet will clear the way. As he spoke, Yifeng threw the pig's foot forward. The pig's foot glanced at Yifeng unhappily and walked slowly forward. The entire ruined temple was divided into 3 parts, with Yifeng and the others as the central area. And there were 2 areas on the left and right. The pig's feet saved Yifeng a lot of trouble. Although the pig's feet looked lazy, he was now level 40 and had a 4th skill. Dragon Breath. A dragon's breath spurted out, and the demon monk disciples in front of him were ignited on fire. The remaining 3 people, Yifeng, had 1 skill each, which was enough to kill the demon monk disciples. In the entire Central Asia region, Yifeng and the others had killed more than a dozen demon monk disciples. But no demon monk was seen at all. It seemed that they had to go to the other 2 regions. I don't know what to do. Yenyu, you go to the left. I'll go to the right. Zisu, you and your rescue team will wait here to see where the demon monk is, Yifeng said. Yenyu nodded and said, "Well, I'll go right away." Yenyu, as an agile archer and with a monster physique, was very light and ducked into the area on the left. Yifeng, on the other hand, entered the right area under the rampant virtue of Pig's Foot. When Yifeng entered the area on the right, what he saw was not the demon monk, but a teleportation array. The teleportation array was working all the time. At this time, a ray of light flashed, and a snow monster walked out of the teleportation array. It was supposed to go directly outside, but when it saw Yifeng in front of it, the snow monster ran towards Yifeng. Yifeng used magic to control the snow monster and killed it. This should be the source of the snow monster. In the team channel, Yifeng asked, "Yenyu, how is the situation over there?" Yenyu responded, "I didn't see the demon monk. I only saw a teleportation array, which is used to teleport snow monsters. I have killed several of them. This is strange. The entire ruined temple is so big. There is no middle area, and there are no areas on both sides. So where is it?" Yifeng said, "What about the demon monk?" "I don't know. This is a hidden mission after all, and the difficulty is as it should be." Yifeng said, "Let's destroy the teleportation array first. This is also one of the tasks." Good. Yifeng used his dark magic to directly attack the teleportation array. The teleportation array made a buzzing sound, and the entire teleportation array kept shaking. In an instant, several snow monsters walked out of the teleportation array, and the number was still increasing. Of course, Yifeng would not let the teleportation array add snow monsters endlessly. He would just ignore those snow monsters and attack the teleportation array. The snow monster rushed towards Yifeng. Unfortunately, Yifeng's attack was extremely terrifying. The teleportation array did not have much health and was in a fixed position. It was too hard for Yifeng. Before the snow monster could reach Yifeng, it teleported. The array shattered with a crash. When Yifeng was about to attack the snow monsters disappeared inexplicably. In the team channel, Yifeng said, "Don't worry about the snow monster. Attack the teleportation array. If the teleportation array is broken, the snow monster will disappear on its own." "Need help?" Zisu asked. Standing in the central area, Yenyu recovered. "No need. It will be fine soon." For an expert like Yenyu, it was not difficult at all. The teleportation array shattered with a crash, and the snow monster also disappeared. Boom! A loud noise came from the ruined temple, and Yifeng and Yenyu hurried to the central area. "Ah! The demon monk is here with me," Zisu in the central area shouted. It turns out that the appearance of the demon monk was triggered only after Yifeng and Yan Yu smashed the teleportation array. If the teleportation array was not destroyed, the demon monk would not be activated. When Yifeng rushed to the central area, he saw the demon monk chasing Zissou around. The monk was a muscular monk. His shirt was in tatters, and there were several terrifying scars on his back that were unusually weird, especially the magic word on his face, which made the demon monk even more ferocious. The weapon in the demon monk's hand is a Zen staff. Most monks have golden Zen staffs. However, this demon monk's Zen staff is actually black and exudes a black aura. Seeing this, Yifeng raised the magic wand in his hand, and two black flames emerged from the ground and grabbed the demon monk's feet. The demon monk looked in the direction of Yifeng with a ferocious expression. It was obvious that Yifeng had attracted the demon monk now. When the demon monk slowed down, Yifeng's attacks were flying. Yan Yu, who had just arrived, kept firing out skills with the bow and arrow in his hand. And Zissou was no exception. The three of them began to attack the demon monk. After all, this demon monk is a king-level wild monster, so it's not that easy to fight. However, under Yifeng's restraint and Yifeng's perverted attack, the demon monk's blood volume was slowly dropping. Just when the demon monk's blood volume was less than 10%, the demon monk held the Zen staff with both hands and thrust it into the ground. Magic way. Boom! With the demon monk as the center area, a wave of air spurted out violently. Careful! Zissou, who was slow to react, was half healthy in an instant and was pushed away. The demon monk was also relatively smart. Seeing that Zissou was half healthy, he pulled up the Zen staff on the ground and rushed towards Zissou. Upon seeing this, Yifeng instantly transformed into a law enforcer. Dang! Yifeng's golden sword blocked the demon monk's black Zen staff, and sparks flew everywhere. Come on! This demon monk is very powerful. As soon as Zissou walked away, Yifeng let go of the magic monk's Zen staff. The Zen staff went down and directly smashed a huge bang on the ground in front of Yifeng. Unexpectedly, at the end of the blood volume, the demon monk's attack would become higher. Just when Yifeng was preparing to deal with the demon monk in front of him with all his strength, a group of players walked in at this time. Yifeng glanced at them. Weren't they the same people who had just beaten the leader of the snow monster? Why did they come here? Guys, what do you want to do? The mage said, Master Yifeng. We don't have any ill intentions. It just so happens that we also need to fight this demon monk. Yifeng frowned. If the other party was just a few people, Yifeng would just team up with them and let them complete the task. But the other party was 10 people, and the team was at full strength. Yifeng could not give up the demon monk with low health to them. Yifeng said, Okay. Just wait until we kill this demon monk and you will be refreshed. Master Yifeng, this demon monk is so powerful. It will definitely be difficult for us to fight. Isn't this demon monk with low health better? Zissou was not happy when he heard this. The three of them had worked so hard to trigger the demon monk, and they had lost all their HP. But these two people actually wanted to take over? Chapter 217 Treasure Map. Strength in numbers? There are only 10 of us. And you have 2 people ranked in the top 10 in the entire server. How dare we do that? Yifeng said, Then what do you want? The mage said, It's very simple. This should be a hidden mission. I asked you just now. Now I want Master Yifeng to tell us how to accept this hidden mission. Yifeng frowned and said, You can't take the mission. Don't think about it. Master Yifeng, good things should be shared together. Being happy alone is not as good as being happy with everyone. Do we need to say this? Yifeng said in a low voice, I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. If you don't want to leave, you can stay. As soon as Yifeng finished speaking, many people took a few steps back. After all, Yifeng's strength was there, and he would definitely not be able to beat them if he really wanted to. The mage said, Master Yifeng, if you don't tell secrets, do you still want to do the task? At this moment, Yifeng's eyes became sharp. It seemed that if the tiger didn't show its power, he thought he was a sick cat. Boom! Yifeng directly pushed the demon monk in front of him away, giving Yifeng some room to retreat. Yifeng said in the team channel, Hold the demon monk. I will kill him. Teleport. Yifeng appeared directly among the group of people, looking at them with an evil look. Yifeng suddenly appeared among them, and the group finally felt scared. Holy light judgment. A golden light enveloped everyone, slowing down and losing blood percentage. Panicked, they began to scatter around. Ice grip. Crack. A group of people were all frozen and unable to move. The mage shouted, Yi Feng. If you dare to kill us, don't even think about doing missions in the future. The corners of Yi Feng's mouth raised, and he raised one hand. Black flames appeared on it, and Yi Feng's palm was slowly clenched. The ground firecrack explosion. Boom! Brilliant flames exploded, forming beautiful sparks, mixed with screams. No one among the 10 people could escape Yi Feng's attack. Not surprisingly, all 10 people were killed. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Yi Feng said, no matter what guild you are from, Yi Feng, the Honor Guild, will take over. The mage's face had turned gray, but he could still hear Yi Feng's words. The mage said, Yi Feng, wait for me. Yi Feng returned to the demon monk. At this time, the demon monk didn't have much health. After Yi Feng joined in, it was easily solved, and the corpses on the ground, because the time has come, all returned to the city and were resurrected. Humph. This group of people has really done enough. They deserve it. Yi Feng said, jealousy is a good thing. But unfortunately not everyone can have it. After killing the demon monk, Yi Feng and the others came to the mage again. Mage, we have killed the demon monk and destroyed the snow monster teleportation array. The mage said with a smile on his face, great. I finally killed that damn demon monk. Come with me. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations on completing the hidden mission and killing the demon monk. And gained 500,000 experience points. Yi Feng quickly followed the mage and walked towards the ruined temple. He didn't know what the mage wanted to take Yi Feng and the others to find. In the middle of the dilapidated temple, the mage stopped and looked around on the ground. Not knowing what he was doing, Yi Feng asked curiously, Master, what are you? Shoo. The mage made a silent gesture, and Yi Feng was embarrassed to ask again. Yi Feng and the other 3 could only wait here. But the blood-red word Yi Feng above Yi Feng's head was extremely conspicuous, because the murderer's name cannot be hidden. At this time, outside the dilapidated temple, several heads of people were surging. Yi Feng knew that those guys were here again, probably because they wanted to interfere with his mission. Yi Feng walked directly outside the temple, raised the staff in his hand, and started killing without saying a word. There was nothing to say. If I don't kill you, why don't I wait for you to hinder me from completing my mission? Great. Found it. The mage's voice came from the temple, and Yi Feng hurried in. Look. This is the map left by the hidden senior in Snow Mountain Village. And I finally found it. Seeing the NPC so excited, Yi Feng asked, is it some kind of powerful treasure? Of course. I have been looking for this treasure. And it really does exist. But what? However, I am seriously injured now. There must be dangers around the treasure. If I go there, I will definitely die. I leave this thing to you. Help me fulfill my wish. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations on getting the treasure map *1. Yi Feng was stunned. He originally thought that the 3 of them were just here to play with each other. But in the end, they actually got the treasure map. Look! What treasure map it is. Yi Feng took out the treasure map, and the 3 of them leaned together and looked at it. Treasure map. The treasure left by the hidden strongman in Snow Mountain Village. If you find it, you can get extremely rich rewards. It is located somewhere in Snow Mountain Village. Zissou muttered, come on. Let's go look for it. I really want to find what's inside. After bidding farewell to the mage, Yi Feng and the other 3 began to search for treasures in Shueshan Village. Fortunately, this village was unguarded. Yi Feng, with his big red name, could walk around the village at will. But with his red name, he really attracted a lot of attention. Turn heads less often. Wow. It's Yi Feng and his 2 beauties. I'm so envious. If you have Yi Feng's ability, you can do it too. This has been famous for a long time. It seems that it has killed a lot of people. I don't know if those unlucky guys offended Yi Feng and the others. I know that a few guys who were full and had nothing to do but went to die actually threatened Yi Feng, only to be solved by Yi Feng alone. The scene at that time was spectacular. Come on. Tell me what happened at that time. Is it recorded? Oh. It was too late at that time. I just passed by when, in Shueshan Village, Yi Feng and the others searched almost the entire village, but couldn't find it. Oh. It's nowhere. Could it be a lie? Zissou said. Yi Feng shook his head and looked at the treasure map in his hand. It must not be a lie. After all, Fantasy World cannot produce a useless thing that wastes the player's time. If there isn't one in the village, then go look for it outside the village. You can always find it. Yi Feng and the other three started searching outside the village again. A whole morning passed, and they found nothing. At noon, Xiao Hei asked curiously, "Boss, what have you been doing in Snow Mountain Village?" "Forget it. I got a treasure map. But unfortunately, I don't know where the treasure is." Zisu said with a complaining look. "That's right. This fantasy world designer is stupid and forgot to set up the treasure." Xiao Hei said with a confused look on his face. "That's not right. If you open the hidden explosive map, the route will appear. Didn't you open it?" "How to open it?" Yi Feng said. "Take a picture of the treasure map with your hand." Chapter 218 Storm Canyon. "You guys, haha. You're laughing so hard at me. You're the best player in the server. Idiot. Haha." Xiao Hei pointed at Yi Feng and laughed unscrupulously. Yi Feng's face was dark. He really didn't understand some things in the game. To put it bluntly, he was indeed an idiot. Zisu looked at Xiao Hei with a playful look on her face. Her hands were gearing up, and she pounced on Xiao Hei with a ferocious look on her face. "Who are you calling an idiot? Tell me clearly." Xiao Hei was accidentally knocked down by Zisu, and he was pressed to the ground and rubbed. Xiao Hei yelled, "I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Sister-in-law, don't slap me in the face. Don't slap me in the face. Oh, my handsome face is swollen if you explode it. My God. Boss, help me." The arrogant brother on the side crossed his arms and looked at Xiao Hei with disdain. This guy doesn't hold back his words. He should be beaten. It's best if he's beaten to death. He always talks back to himself. In order to ease the embarrassing situation, Yi Feng asked, "Where are Hoi and Chu Ti and I? Why can't I see them too?" Arrogant brother said, Apart from seeing it yesterday, they haven't seen any shadow at all today. Experts. The dragon can see its head, but not its tail. Then why did you Ming Ming disappear today?" "Boss, she was taken away by Chu Ti and I." "Saying she was going on a mission." Yi Feng said, "Okay. Let's form a team to find out what this treasure is. Don't fight Zisu." Xiao Hei, "Let me go." "Who is this pig head? Is this Xiao Hei?" Yi Feng pointed at the pig's head on the ground and said. The others looked at Xiao Hei and silently mourned for Xiao Hei, which had already been beaten into a pig's head. Xiao Hei, who was lying on the ground, looked at the others resentfully and said, "I've taken note of you. Just wait and see." "Ouch. My handsome face. I pity you." Yi Feng said with a dark face, "You all accept the invitation. Xiao Hei, will you go or not?" "I'd better continue to admire your pig head." Xiao Hei, who was holding his head, said quickly, "Go." "Of course I want to go." When Yu Mingming was away, Yi Feng called Xiaosheng. After all, this guy was not lazy in his blood-increasing skills, and there was always a chance he could put them to use. A total of 8 people in the group came to Snow Mountain Village again. This time, when Yi Feng and the others arrived at Snow Mountain Village, 8 people suddenly appeared. The mage team that originally wanted to guard Yi Feng hesitated. "Boss, what should I do? Yi Feng has brought people here, and there are many experts." "Wait. I have to wait. Let's find out who Yi Feng and the others are hostile to. Are they from Shenhua?" "Yes." Yi Feng glanced at the few people hiding in the safe area, snorted coldly, and led them out of the safe area. "Boss, are those people the ones who made you famous?" Brother Arrogant said. "Well, what a bunch of idiots. Boss, do you want us to defeat them?" A group of people from a small guild dare to be so arrogant. Yi Feng said, "No need. They don't dare to come again. They will probably find helpers. We just need to be careful." Others nodded. Yi Feng took out the treasure map from his backpack, clapped his hands, and the treasure map slowly opened and appeared in front of Yi Feng. Of course, the treasure map belongs to Yi Feng, and only Yi Feng knows the route. Yi Feng opened the map and compared it with the location of the treasure map. It turned out that it was in a canyon basin. Yi Feng and the others didn't go that far at all in the morning. "Come on. Follow me. Be careful." It took half an hour to walk Yi Feng, and the others were still facing the ice and snow. But what was in front of them was the roaring snowstorm in the canyon. No one would come here at all, and there should be no wild monsters. Despite the strong wind, Xiao Hei, who had returned to his original appearance, said, "Boss, are you sure this is here? How can you get in with such a violent wind?" Xiao Hei tried to walk in, but after taking a few steps, he found it very difficult. It was terrifyingly difficult to enter the canyon. Yi Feng checked the map again and said, "Yes, it is here. The map shows it is here." At this time, Brother Arrogant stood up and waved the big sword in his hand. His bloodthirsty fighting instinct was fully aroused. Against the strong wind, Brother Arrogant walked in front step by step. Follow me. I'll be in front. Yi Feng appeared beside Brother Arrogant without hesitation. He couldn't let Brother Arrogant handle it alone. The wind here had already made Yi Feng's face tremble. The appearance of Yi Feng suddenly relieved the pressure on the arrogant brother. The others hid behind the two of them, and the 8 people moved forward slowly. Roar. Amid the violent storm and snow, a wolf roar came, and several snow-white wolves slowly appeared in front of Yi Feng and others. No. It's level 45. Snow Wind Wolf. Yi Feng shouted. At this moment, they are already 1/3 of the way into the canyon. If they quit now, it will be a waste of time. But the Snowy Wind Wolf in front of them is also a huge challenge. They live here all year round, and are not afraid of the strong wind here at all. The Snowy Wind Wolf stared fiercely at Yi Feng and the others, making dungeon roars. Boss, I'll hold on. You go kill them! Brother Arrogant shouted loudly. Because of the violent storm and snow, I could only speak by shouting. Yi Feng shouted, Can you withstand it? Yes. It's okay for a short time. But not for a long time. You have to be fast. As he spoke, Brother Arrogant thrust his sword into the ground, making a clanging sound. Yi Feng shouted, Hold on. I'll get in first. Roar. The Snow Wind Wolf had already pounced on him, and Yi Feng swung out the golden sword in his hand, sending a Snow Wind Wolf flying. Slow. The movement is too slow. My movements here are too slow. My speed is completely suppressed. Yi Feng stamped his foot and shouted, Feng Xingyun. Yi Feng's speed soared by 200%. In an instant, Yi Feng could walk freely in the violent snowstorm. However, there was only 15 seconds. Yi Feng had to deal with the snow wolf in front of him as soon as possible. Fortunately, the other party was not fast enough. But Yi Feng was faster than them. So he quickly cleaned up and got a few furs of the Snow Wind Wolf. Chi-Chi. Brother Arrogant's sword had already made cracks on the ground, and the entire team was retreating. With 5 seconds left, Yi Feng stood directly in front of everyone and said, Everyone follow me. Hurry up. With Yi Feng leading the way, everyone's speed finally picked up, and they covered the 10-minute journey in 5 seconds. Yi Feng squinted his eyes and looked ahead and said, I can see the entrance of the cave. It's still 20 meters away. Come on. Everyone. As he spoke, Yi Feng stood in front of everyone and dragged everyone towards the cave entrance step by step. It took 8 people nearly 20 minutes to reach a simple distance of 20 meters, which shows how strong the wind is. When everyone entered the cave, they all sat on the ground. They were so tired, especially Yi Feng and Brother Arrogant, who lay directly on the ground. They didn't expect to be so tired from playing a game. Phew. My God. What the hell is this place? I almost thought I was going to freeze to death outside. Yi Feng took out the fur of the Snow Wind Wolf he had just obtained and threw it to a few girls. Although it was a game, the cold could still be felt. Xiao He looked at Yi Feng with watery eyes and said pitifully, Boss, where's mine? Chapter 219, Isn't it okay that I'm an idiot? Xiao He looked at Yi Feng resentfully. At this moment, a piece of fur was thrown in front of Xiao He. It was the one thrown by Ying. Xiao He. Take it. Hey. Thank you. Master. The arrogant brother, who had already sat up, said disdainfully, Shame on you. Xiao He stuck out his tongue at the arrogant brother and said, Luan Luo Luo. After resting quietly for a few minutes, Yi Feng said, Arrogant. How are you? Arrogant brother stood up and said, It's okay. You can go. At this time, Yi Feng opened the map again, and the target was right here. Everyone. Let's start working. Whoever brought a torch. It's very dark inside. The student stepped forward and said, I brought it with me. My secondary profession is an explorer. I have it here. Yi Feng said, Give it to me. I will open the way. Brother Arrogant. You go to the back. Understood. Brother Arrogant responded. Yi Feng walked at the front of the crowd holding a torch. In front of Yi Feng, there was a far-reaching passage. It looked like it was made by man. The strange thing was that it was completely soil, and there was no stone wall. So Yi Feng and the others could not find anything. Information. When Yi Feng and the others walked about 100 meters, Yi Feng discovered a problem. They seemed to be walking underground. If this was the case, wouldn't they be in the underground instead of really in the mountain? Hey. Boss. We seem to be going downhill. Look at some gravel on the ground. The sand and gravel on the ground began to roll, and the terrain became increasingly sloped. Soon an entrance appeared in front of Yifeng and the others, and Yifeng and the others stopped. Yifeng looked toward the entrance and saw that there were lights below, but the height was a bit high, more than 3 meters. Yifeng said, "I'll jump down first and take a look. If everything's okay, come down and don't act rashly." "Clear." Yifeng handed the torch to Xiaohei and jumped down. Puff! Yifeng actually lost 100 points of blood on his head. It seemed that the height was beyond the normal range, and he would fall to death. Yifeng looked around with vigilance. More than a dozen snow wind wolves stared at Yifeng, an outsider, and let out a low roar. "No wonder I haven't encountered snow wind wolves before. It turns out they are all hiding here. And behind this group of snow wind wolves is a stone door." Yifeng and the others' goal was the stone gate behind these snow wind wolves. Facing a dozen snow wind wolves, Yifeng was not afraid at all. Ouch! A series of screams reached the ears of Xiaohei and others from the entrance. It was obvious that Yifeng was fighting below. Xiaohei laid down at the entrance and shouted, "Boss! Are you okay? Do you want help?" At this moment, Yifeng walked to the entrance, looked up, and said, "Come down. It's just a bunch of little monsters." However, Yifeng and the others once again obtained a lot of snow wind wolf furs. I don't know why. Could it be useful? When arrogant brother jumped off last, everyone arrived at their destination safely. "This is a bit like the Halua secret realm we visited before," Ying said. Yifeng nodded and said, "Yes. It seems that we have discovered a secret realm again this time. Let's go in and have a look." Yifeng cautiously came to the stone door and pushed hard, trying to push the stone door open. But the stone door did not move at all. Yifeng scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "It can't be opened. Let me help you." Brother Arrogant rolled up his sleeves and pushed the stone door with Yifeng. But there was still no reaction. At this time, Xiaohei, who was standing aside, pointed to his finger helplessly and said, "Boss, are you an idiot? This is obviously where your map is, and it should be the key to the secret realm." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaohei felt a chill running down his spine, and slowly turned back to look at the fierce-looking Zisu. Xiaohei said with a strong desire to live, "I am an idiot. I am an idiot. I am really an idiot. What can I say to my sister-in-law without being slapped in the face?" Zisu gritted her teeth and said, "No way. No one here can see it anyway." Yifeng said, "Okay. Stop making trouble. Let's go in and talk about it." As he said that, Yifeng placed the treasure map in a sunken place. And the size was indeed the same. A white light flashed, and the stone door made a rumbling sound and was slowly opening. Xiaohei breathed a sigh of relief and ran in, finally getting rid of Zisu's target. Yifeng shook his head and said, "Let's go in too." When everyone walked in, the stone door slammed shut with a bang. Ding! System prompt: "Welcome to the Ice King realm." Ice King realm? What is this? But when it appears in front of Yifeng and others, it definitely looks like a world of ice and snow. And it is bitingly cold. Even Yifeng feels a little cold. And he keeps losing blood. Although he loses 1 point of blood, it lasts for a long time. If you go down, you will be frozen to death. Yifeng quickly took out the snow wind wolf fur. As soon as he put it on, he finally felt comfortable, and the bleeding stopped. If you put this on, you won't lose any blood. Fortunately, I picked them all up. Just enough for the few of us. A group of people are all covered in the fur of the snow wind wolf. In this ice and snow, they almost blend into one. They are also white. Damn. This is the first time I felt cold in a game. My hands are all red. It's incredible. Not only what Xiaohei said. The gas everyone breathed out began to emit white smoke. It seems that the temperature here is extremely low. Yifeng asked, "Who is still cold?" "We're mine." The reason why Yifeng asked this was because Zisu and Yin Yu were archers, and they had few weapons for this profession. "No need. It's not that cold," Yin Yu said. "Well, I'm fine," Zisu also replied, not to let Yifeng worry. Yifeng nodded and started walking forward with his people. There was nothing here in the ice and snow. Will there be any treasures? Just when Yifeng and the others thought there was nothing here, a thorn suddenly appeared under their feet and injured all the people in the group. Damn. What? A full-screen attack? Yifeng and others have never encountered such a situation. They were all injured before the monster even saw it. Back off. Everyone back off. A group of 8 people didn't wait to retreat. After retreating about 5 meters, they finally stopped attacking. The worst among them was Xiaosheng, who kept adding blood to others. But he himself was beaten to a low level of blood. Yifeng said, Xiaosheng fills up his blood. Let's find out where the monster is. A group of people surrounded Xiao He in the middle, looking for the invisible monster. It's a pity that the surrounding area is completely white, and nothing strange can be found at all. The arrogant brother said, I'm thick. I'll go check it out again. As he spoke, Brother Arrogant walked to where he was just now, and there were thorns under his feet again. This time, Yifeng looked around and finally noticed something strange. Not far in front of him, there was a tree. Whenever there were thorns under Brother Arrogant's feet, the snow-white book would shake, and only then was Yifeng discovered. Yifeng shouted, Come back arrogantly. I found it. As soon as he got out of the battle, Brother Arrogant's blood volume was filled up by Xiaosheng. Chapter 220 Ice King's Domain. Yifeng pointed to the distance and said, Look carefully. There is a tree over there. A snow-white tree. Everyone looked in the direction Yifeng pointed. There was nothing there except a vast expanse of white. Everyone was puzzled, and Yifeng had no choice but to walk into the attack range of the tree. When the sole of Yifeng's foot was hit by the ground stab, everyone sighed. Here, is this an invisibility technique? If it doesn't move, I really can't find it. Xiao He said in surprise. It's amazing. If it hadn't trembled obviously when it moved, I wouldn't have noticed it at all. Yifeng will come again, because this tree is fixed. As long as Yifeng enters its attack range, it will attack. It will not chase after Yifeng. However, if Yifeng and the others want to kill this tree demon, they must enter the opponent. The attack range is too high. But this is too dangerous, and Xiaosheng can't add so many people to his health. Brother Arrogant said helplessly, Boss. Except for the 2 of us who have thicker blood. It seems that others can't. Yifeng is also aware of this problem. Brother Arrogant's health is over 4,000. Yifeng's is over 8,000. While the health of other crispy men is low. The archers only have over 2,000. And now there are even less than 1,000. The assassins, it is the most fragile profession. Bar none. The face priest has more than 2,000 health points like the archer. However, Yifeng's blood volume is simply abnormal. It has reached 8,000. He is a pure warrior. I am afraid that the blood volume is only 50-100 to 60-100 at most. Yifeng is too scary. Yifeng reached into the pet space and pulled out the pig's foot, which was sleeping soundly. If the Dryad attacks players on the ground, what about in the air? Yifeng has not used the level 40 pig's trotters yet, so he doesn't know how far it has grown. Currently, if you want to pass the tree demon level, you must kill the tree demon. After Huolong releases his skills, all attributes are increased by 200%. The duration is 30 minutes. Cool for 10 minutes. It can last for 30 minutes, which is good news for Yifeng. Pig's feet turn into dragons. The civet-sized pig's feet roared out, and the whole body instantly grew larger, and it was bigger than ever. Before, it was only the size of an elephant, but now it is as big as an 8-meter bus. It looks even more powerful now. The style of a dragon. Roar! Huolong's pig feet looked up to the sky and screamed. Yifeng said, Take us and kill the tree demon directly. The 8 people, except Yifeng, sat on the back of the dragon for the first time. How incredible this was. Damn it. Giant dragon. I'm Jackie Chan Knight. Xiao He touched the hard scales of the pig's trotters. The scales turned dark red, because the pig's trotters were a giant fire dragon. Yifeng knew it when it spit out the first flame from the sky. Pig's foot seemed to hear what Xiao He said. He turned around and pointed at Xiao He with his wide eyes. 2 flames came out from his closed mouth. He was obviously unhappy. Xiao He said quickly, Brother Pigfoot. I'm joking. Don't mind. Pigfoot snorted coldly and began to flap its wings. Yifeng said, Everyone, hurry up. The dragon is not that easy to sit on. The pig's foot that had just taken off was very unstable on its back. Except for the owner Yifeng. The others were swaying from side to side. If they hadn't been able to catch the scales of the pig's foot, they would have fallen down long ago. When the pig's foot flew over the tree demon, Yifeng said, Pig's foot. Burn it! Boom! A huge fireball erupted from the pig's feet and directly hit the motionless tree demon. After the tree demon was hit, the whole tree trembled. The original snow-white camouflage disappeared, revealing the dark green leaves, finally letting people see the appearance of the tree demon. But Yifeng and others were in the sky, and the thorns on the ground were rising high. Unfortunately, they did not hit the pig's feet. In addition to melee combat, the long-range profession cooperated with the pig's feet to kill the tree demon alive. Just like hitting the wood. Same pile. Crack. When the tree demon fell back to zero, it exploded with a bang. And a lot of things exploded. Pig's feet. Down. Yifeng and others walked to the corpse of the tree demon. The first thing that caught their eyes was gold coins. Yes. They were gold coins. They didn't expect that a monster that was not a boss could explode gold coins. It was considered lucky. In addition to gold coins, there are 3 items. Namely 2 arrow fragments and 1 arrow shaft fragment. Arrows? Are they for archers? Yifeng muttered. Xiao Hei held his tongue and said, TSK. I thought such a powerful monster could explode something good. But it turned out to be such rubbish. Yifeng put away the fragments and said, let's go. Keep walking forward. Pig's foot still has a lot of time to transform. We must use this time to hurry up. With Pig's feet leading the way, they felt much more relaxed. It is said that pig's feet have tens of thousands of blood. And there is no pet more suitable for paving the way. Outside the Blizzard Canyon, a group of people stood there, wondering whether they should come in or not. You said that Yifeng led someone inside to do a mission? Yes. Vice President of Sword Making. Our guild is now dependent on you, and will never deceive you. Zhu Jian touched his chin and said thoughtfully, you guys here have never been in. The man shook his head and said, we can't get in because the wind is too strong. Yifeng and the others spent a lot of time and energy getting in before. I guess the rewards for this mission won't be too bad. Otherwise, they wouldn't have brought so many experts with them. Zhu Jian nodded and said, well, call the people from your guild here. I will mobilize the elite group. Today I will see how Yifeng can escape the attack of my myth. In the Ice King's domain, under the leadership of Pigfoot, Yifeng and the others had killed several tree demons, one of which exploded nothing but gold coins. What's going on? There aren't just a few monsters in this Ice King domain. And the explosions are all rubbish. Zissou complained. Others also had the same feeling. The map here was very large. And they didn't know how far they had walked. It seemed like there was no end. Yifeng patted Pig's feet and said, Pig's feet, take us around. This speed is too slow. After Yifeng's try, the Pig's feet once again carried 8 people flying in the air. Except for the tree demon. Yifeng and the others really didn't see any other monsters on the ground. Boss, look to the right. There is a statue there, Xiao Hei said in surprise. Others looked in the direction that Xiao Hei said. And sure enough there was a statue of a man. Pig's feet. Fly over. Roar. Pig's foot's wing sank. And he glided sideways towards the statue. Soon Pig's foot came to the side of the statue. This statue is very big. Taller than a pig's foot. The most important thing is that this statue turns out to be an archer. If the guess is correct, this should be the Ice King. If the Ice King is an archer, then this is probably the place where the Ice King's hidden profession changes. Chapter 221 The Frozen Wolf King. Yifeng expressed his thoughts. If I guess correctly, there is a hidden profession here. An archer. Well, I can see it too. I was suspicious when the fragments exploded before. I understand it when I see this statue. I just don't know where to pick up the mission. Yen Yu said. Yifeng pondered for a while and said, what I want to say is, which one of you two wants this hidden profession? This time it was Yen Yu and Zissou's turn to be silent. If it was a big guild, this hidden profession would definitely belong to Yen Yu. But now it was Yifeng asking this question again, which was a bit troublesome. Seeing that the two girls were silent, Yifeng said, if you can't decide, let's guess. Rock, paper, scissors, best of 3 games. Whoever wins gets it. After a long time, Zissou said helplessly, forget it. I still don't want it. It's a waste to give it to me. After all, it's not that easy to hide your profession. Give it to Sister Yenyu, so she can help you. Yifeng touched Zissou's head, took Zissou into his arms, and said, thank you. But Zissou said, but the next one must be mine. Do you understand? Yifeng smiled and said, it must be yours. Don't worry. Yenyu held Zissou's hand, feeling indescribable gratitude. Being able to give up the temptation of hiding her career definitely showed a lot of determination. Thank you, Zissou. Zissou said, why are you so polite? You must protect me from now on. I am an ordinary player. Xiao Hei on the side broke through the heavy anger and said, I am also an ordinary player. And I also want to protect. Zissou glared at Xiao Hei and said, go aside. As a man, you have to learn from your boss and protect women. TCH. Do I still need protection from you women? Boss, you are enough for me. Yifeng pushed and kicked Xiao He away. Why was this guy getting more and more disgusting? Just as everyone was laughing, a door suddenly opened at the bottom of the statue. A white-haired old man NPC came out. The old man looked at the people in front of him and said, "Welcome to the Ice King's realm. If you want to get the Ice King's treasure, just complete the task I gave you." Yifeng stepped forward and said, "Old man, what do we need to do?" The old man shook his head and said, "You are not an archer." "Not an archer? The realization is that only archers can take over the mission?" Yifeng signaled Yan Yu to step forward. And Yan Yu said, "Can I?" The old man smiled and nodded and said, "You do have the qualifications. Are you sure you want to accept the task?" Yan Yu nodded and said, "Yeah." Yan Yu said a few words to the old man, and the old man returned to the statue with his rickety figure in his arms. "What mission?" Yan Yu said, "Collect 10 arrow fragments and 10 arrow shaft fragments." "How many do we have already?" Yifeng opened his backpack. There were only 5 arrow fragments in it. But there were even fewer arrow shaft fragments. Only 2. It seemed that he had to kill the monsters here. But it would take another 5 minutes for the pig's foot to transform. So he could only wait for the pig's foot. They have the dragon transformation skill. Otherwise it would be really difficult for them to fight the dryad. Yifeng was thinking. If it weren't for Yifeng and the others having the dragon. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to complete the task. Maybe there are other ways. After all, this is a task that only archers can do. When pig's feet gain the ability to transform again, Xiaosheng and the melee professionals all stayed in front of the statue. Because it was useless for them to go there. So Yifeng and the other 2 went to kill the tree monsters. Half an hour later, Yifeng and the others returned to the statue again. Xiao He stepped forward and said, "Boss, is it done?" Yifeng said with a dark face, "It's not that simple after all. This time, I killed at least 20 tree demons in half an hour. But only 2 arrow fragments exploded. Not a single arrow shaft fragment. Ah, what's going on?" Yifeng shook his head. He had no idea where the problem was. He just didn't explode anything. "Yifeng, we've never been there." Yan Yu pointed to the other side. Yifeng said, "There is an ice forest over there. So there is no need for pig's feet. Boss, let's go with you. We can't just sit here idle when we come. We can always help." "Yes, let's go and see together." When others insisted, Yifeng and others went to the ice forest, which Yifeng and the others had just discovered. Because it was a forest, they did not come in. They did not expect that the mission items were so difficult to explode. Without the pig's feet, Yifeng and the others could only move forward on foot. Fortunately, the tree monsters around them were all cleaned up by Yifeng and the others. When they walked into the ice forest, they discovered that the trees here had been completely sealed by ice. They had nothing to do with snow. They were just frozen. "Wow! So beautiful," Zissou said in surprise. Not only Zissou, but also everyone else's eyes lit up. "This is indeed a beautiful place." "Brush!" Yifeng shouted, "Everyone, be careful. Something is approaching." The speed was so fast that Yifeng didn't see it clearly. "It's the Wolf King. The frozen Wolf King. Boss level." Ing whispered. Yifeng asked, "Are you sure?" At this time, everyone entered a fighting state. Unexpectedly, they encountered the boss just after entering the ice forest. Brush! There was another gust of wind. And this time everyone saw it. Because the frozen Wolf King stopped in front of them, revealing its terrifying fangs. The level 50 boss of the frozen Wolf King is all white. If it weren't for those dark eyes, Yifeng and the others would have been deceived again. Assassins are invisible. Come to the front row arrogantly, and others will deal damage. Yes! Brother Arrogant rushed forward with his big sword. To deal with such a speed-based boss, never compete with the opponent in speed. Otherwise you will be miserable. So Brother Arrogant seemed to be resisting damage. But he was actually testing it. Sure enough, when Brother Arrogant approached, the frozen Wolf King not only did not attack Brother Arrogant, but instead backed away. And just like that, Yifeng seized the opportunity. Dark entanglement. The speed of the frozen Wolf King has dropped sharply. It would be nice if Yu Mingming was here at this time. Her control skills are definitely much easier to use than Yifeng's. After all, she is a rare auxiliary profession. The frozen Wolf King was entangled. An arrogant brother jumped forward and entangled the frozen Wolf King. The output keeps up. Roar! The frozen Wolf King roared. With a roar, arrogant brother instantly froze and was arrested. Xiaosheng, Watch your arrogant blood volume. Brother Arrogant was frozen. And the frozen Wolf King just wanted to escape. After all, speed was his advantage. Boom! Two figures appeared out of thin air and blocked the frozen Wolf King. The next moment, they disappeared again. It was Xiao He and Ning. The frozen Wolf King shook his head, but he didn't expect anyone to block him. But at this time, Brother Arrogant's control time has come, and his reputation for bloodthirsty fighting is not in vain. Brother Arrogant's energy and blood surged. His attacks increased sharply, and he went straight to the frozen Wolf King. At this time, Yi Feng used the stealth skill and walked step by step beside the Wolf King, the king of soldiers. With so many masters dealing with a boss, as long as nothing unexpected happens, the frozen Wolf King will be killed sooner or later. And just when the frozen Wolf King's blood volume was less than 10%, the frozen Wolf King looked up to the sky and roared. Chapter 222. It's okay. I still have you. This wolf roar seemed to have far-reaching meaning. I originally thought that the frozen Wolf King was going to activate some skills. But after the wolf roar, I didn't notice any changes. Arrogant Brother said, I'll go. I thought he had some powerful skills, but it turned out to be a dying scream. Brothers killed him with all his strength. There are several types of boss calls. One is an angry roar. One is a scream. And another is a call. Wolves are social animals. Even the Wolf King must be a social animal. Thinking of this, Yi Feng suddenly felt bad, because the roar of the Wolf King just now was not the first two at all. It should be the last one. This was to summon his companions. The invisible Yi Feng quickly ran not far behind the frozen Wolf King, because Yi Feng had already seen the movement. Although the movement was not big, he would be discovered soon. The sound of running gradually reached his ears, and Yi Feng felt more and more that Pig's Foot's guess was correct. Ouch. A wolf roar came from the ice forest, and Yi Feng roared in the team channel, Don't hesitate. Kill the Wolf King. Hurry up. A group of wolves are coming. I will resist it. Brother Arrogant and others also heard the roar of wolves in the distance. And there was more than one roar, indicating that the wolves were coming. Brother Arrogant shouted, Violent. I saw Brother Arrogant's eyes bursting red, and the big sword in his hand was instantly dyed with red flames. Brother Arrogant's combat coefficient was fully increased at once, and he wanted to quickly kill the frozen Wolf King in front of him. However, in front of Yi Feng was a little dumbfounded at the moment. Although he was invisible, several wolves were already staring at him. No, it should be said that the Wolf King was staring at him. In front of Yi Feng, more than a dozen frozen Wolf Kings came. This was no longer something Yi Feng and the others could deal with. On the other side, Arrogant Brother and others finally killed the frozen Wolf King and exploded an arrow fragment and an arrow shaft fragment, which was pretty good. But in the team channel, Yi Feng's somewhat calm voice came. Quickly retreat. A dozen frozen Wolf Kings are coming. Hurry! What? A dozen heads. What's going on? Xiao He said, What are you still doing? Run quickly. You will be torn apart. At Xiao He's reminder, everyone began to retreat. A dozen frozen Wolf Kings could definitely break up their team and kill them one by one. They had no backhand power at all. Unexpectedly, killing a frozen Wolf King would attract so many frozen Wolf Kings. Yi Feng also started to retreat. If he didn't have abnormal skills like Feng Xingyan, he might have been torn into pieces. Soon Yi Feng caught up, removed his own invisibility skills, and joined the team. Hurry up. The Wolf King is caught up with you. According to normal circumstances, as long as a certain distance is reached, the monster will break away from the battle and return to its own territory. Unfortunately, this time was different. The frozen Wolf King had no intention of stopping and kept chasing Yi Feng and others. Boss, I'm here to cut off the queen. This is not the way to go. As he said this, Arrogant Brother immediately stopped and started to run in reverse towards the group of frozen Wolf Kings. Yi Feng shook his head, sighed, and rushed forward with Brother Arrogant. Boss, what are you doing here? The wolf pack will leave after I die. Yi Feng shook his head and said, Since you call me boss, how can I leave you? Come on. Let us see how powerful these guys are. Brother Arrogant nodded heavily and said, Okay, I saw you right. Boss, I'll go first. More than a dozen frozen Wolf Kings have formed a circle around Yi Feng and Arrogant Brother, trapping the two of them, waiting for the attack of more than a dozen frozen Wolf Kings. A few dozen meters away, Xiao He wanted to rush forward with an angry look on his face, but was stopped by Xiao Yi. Brother, why are you stopping me? Xiao He roared. Xiao Yi said, are you going to die? Or are you going to cause trouble to the boss and the others? Humph. It's better than watching here. Let me go. Otherwise I won't be polite. Xiao Sheng directly hugged Xiao Yi's waist and said, Brother Yi is right. You can't go up. If you go up, you will die. Let me go. That's enough. Don't pull him. Let him go. Let him cause trouble for Yi Feng and Arrogant. Go ahead. Ing, who didn't like to talk, stood up and said at this time. Xiao Hei said helplessly, Master. Yin Yu said, Xiao Hei. The gap between you and them is too big. Even if I go up, they may have to spend time to protect me. Don't look at the Arrogant ranking at the bottom. That's because he is unlucky. If he really wants to fight, they are no match for him. Instead of going up to cause trouble, it would be better to let them do it on their own, which would probably result in some loss of experience. Yeah. Shadow nodded. Xiao Hei sighed and walked aside with an unhappy look on his face, not knowing what he was thinking. In the battlefield circle, Brother Arrogant already had a lot of wolf paw marks on his body, and his blood volume was also losing rapidly. Without Xiaoxing's blood increase, Brother Arrogant had no choice but to take medicine to regain his blood. Even so, the blood he regained was not as much as he lost. Yi Feng said, How long can I last? Brother Arrogant laughed and said, That's enough. I was besieged by more than a dozen bosses, and I'm not dead yet. It's not shameful to tell you. Yi Feng smiled and said, How long can I last? Arrogant Brother shook his head and said, It's been a minute at most. And the blood volume is less than 2,000. Okay. Hold on. Pig's feet turn into dragons. Ding. System prompt. Your pet pig's feet lacks physical strength and cannot transform into a dragon for the time being. Tip. Too many dragon transformations will consume a lot of your pet's physical strength. What? Can't transform into a dragon? Without the pig's trotter's dragon transformation skill, trying to block the attacks of more than a dozen frozen wolf kings would be a fool's errand. Even Yi Feng couldn't do it. Yi Feng threw the pig's feet directly back into the pet space, and would see if there was anything in the pet store that could restore the pet's physical strength another day. Seeing the pig's feet failing to transform into dragons, Arrogant Brother said, Boss, let's go. I'll hold them. Yi Feng still smiled and said, It's okay. You still have me. Clone technique. A Yi Feng appeared next to Yi Feng. Under Brother Arrogant's surprised eyes, that Yi Feng rushed towards the boss, and was quickly beaten to a pulp. Yi Feng's clone technique. The clone that is separated only has 10% of the combat power of the main body. Yi Feng's fighting power of 10% may not be as high as Xiao Hei's attack. But what Yi Feng needs is his demonization skill. Xiu Hei and the others in the distance. Zissou said in confusion, Hey, why are there two Yi Feng? Really? What's going on? Yi Feng's new skill? Clone technique? Yin Yu asked. Ding. System prompt. Your clone's current blood volume is less than 5%. Do you want to use clone demonization? Yes. Sure enough. It is possible. This is just a skill that Yi Feng wanted to test. Now it seems that it is indeed possible. In an instant, Yi Feng's clone was wrapped in black flames, making it impossible for the frozen wolf king to break through. Boom! With Yi Feng's clone as the center, a wave of air erupted, shaking away the surrounding frozen wolf king, revealing the demonized Yi Feng's clone inside. Chapter 223 Ice King. Holy shit. What is this? It's so handsome. The Arrogant Brother who saw it up close couldn't believe his eyes. Is he a fallen angel? Yi Feng controlled the clone and started to activate skills. And a voice, like the god of death, came from the mouth of Yi Feng's clone. Darkness is coming. The forbidden demon realm. All the frozen wolf kings have been controlled. Although Yi Feng's 10% attack is not much. After the demonized Yi Feng, the attack can directly catch up with Yi Feng's body. The attack damage must not be much. Although it is not as exaggerated as Yi Feng's body. But it's definitely a critical hit. Yi Feng's main body said, Arrogant. Start fighting back. The Arrogant Brother said with a smile on his face, Haha. A bunch of bastards. Your grandpa and I are here. A group of people in the distance couldn't believe their eyes. That's the boss's new skill? Xiao Hei said in disbelief. Maybe. Xiao Yi said with a bitter smile. She was worried about them just now. But Yi Feng just did this to them. It was so awesome. The legendary fallen angel. Little Yi Zi is so handsome. Zissou's eyes were full of small hearts. Already fascinated by Yi Feng's demonic state. Even the cold Yin Yu and Ying had a smile on their faces. This guy really didn't disappoint anyone. In less than 10 minutes, the originally arrogant and domineering group of frozen wolf kings were already on the ground one by one, exploding everything on the ground. Yi Feng's clone slowly descended in the air until it landed next to Yi Feng. And then it stopped moving, because it was controlled by Yi Feng. The 10 minutes of transformation time and the 1 hour cooling time were very cost-effective. Arrogant brother couldn't wait to ask, "Boss, what kind of skill is this?" Yi Feng said, "My new skill. Not bad. Strong. Too strong." At this time, Xiao He and others also ran over, wanting to see the fallen angel up close. Unfortunately, when they approached, before they had time to take a closer look, the demonization time had come, and Yi Feng also released the clone. "Hey, why are you missing? Little Yi Zi, please show me your magic now. It's so handsome." Yi Feng rolled his eyes and said, "The skill duration is up. The cooling time is 1 hour. I'll check it out later." "Oh, it's hard to see such a handsome thing." "Forget it. You are mine anyway. I can see it whenever I want." "Right?" Yi Feng said, "Yes. My eldest lady." Boss, the explosion looks like gold coins. There are also arrow fragments and arrow shaft fragments. It should be enough to complete the mission." Yi Feng gave all the fragments to Yen Yu. 10 arrow fragments. 10 arrow shaft fragments. And of course, there were a few more fragments because Yi Feng was too powerful and killed all the boss. "Hey, can it be synthesized?" When 10 arrow fragments and 10 arrow shaft fragments were in Yen Yu's hands, a synthesized picture appeared. "Try synthesis?" Ding! An ice arrow with frost and white smoke fell into Yen Yu's hands, and it turned out to be an arrow made entirely of ice. "Wow! So beautiful." Zissou reached out to take it, but as soon as he touched the ice arrow, Zissou's hand began to freeze. Fortunately, Zissou shrank in time and only lost a little blood. "Holy shit! This thing is so powerful," Zissou said, a little scared. "Be careful. After all, Yen Yu accepted the mission. Others should not touch the missing arrow. Yen Yu, go and hand in the mission." "Okay." On the way to the statue to hand in the task, Xiao He said, "Boss, I just thought you were not okay, and I was worried to death." The arrogant brother on the side said, "Why worry? Aren't we doing a good job?" Xiao Bai glanced at brother arrogant and continued, "I almost went up to help you, if they hadn't stopped me." "Help? You're here to cause trouble. Hack you. You are so arrogant. You are sincerely trying to get in trouble with me, right? I am worried about your life and death." Brother arrogant sneered and said, "If you really came, I would still protect you. Fortunately, you didn't come." Xiao He said with a black line on his face, "Why do you all say that? If I am so loyal, in your eyes, it means I am going to die." Yi Feng put his arm around Xiao He's shoulders and said, "Thank you, Xiao He. We are very touched. But it's okay to be arrogant. You have to work harder in the future." After being encouraged by Yi Feng, Xiao He became confident again and vowed that he would never become a burden to Yi Feng in the future. In front of the statue, Yen Yu said, "Old man, I'm back." After waiting for about 10 seconds, there was a creaking sound and a door opened. The old man saw the ice arrow in Yen Yu's hand at first sight. The old man was excited and stretched out his trembling hands to hold up the ice arrow. "We met. Finally we meet again." The tears in the old man's eyes seemed to be expressing his emotions. It seemed that the ice arrow had great feelings for the old man. After a while, the old man wiped away his tears and said, "Girl, come in with me." As he spoke, the old man held the ice arrow in both hands and walked into the statue. Yi Feng said, "Go ahead and accept your career." Yen Yu nodded and said, "Well, you guys wait until I come back." Inside the statue, Yen Yu followed the old man's hunched back, walking deeper step by step until he came to a main hall. The statue is so big that there is a main hall inside. On top of the throne in the main hall, there is a throne, and there is a skeleton sitting there. The old man said with tears in his eyes, "My queen, your successor has appeared, and it is this girl next to me." Buzz. The main hall seemed to react, and there was a buzzing sound. Yen Yu looked around nervously. When Yen Yu looked at the throne again, there was a young and beautiful woman sitting there. Her tall figure, cold expression, and a pair of cold and ruthless eyes made Yen Yu feel ashamed. Duh. The sound of shoes hitting the ground echoed throughout the hall. The queen slowly walked to Yen Yu and looked at Yen Yu like this. Yen Yu was also smart and said quickly, "I have met Lord Ice Emperor." "Oh, you know me?" the queen asked. Yen Yu smiled bitterly and said, This is the palace of the Ice Emperor. Who else is qualified to sit in that position besides the Ice Emperor? Really? What if I say I'm not the Ice King? Yin Yu said, it's impossible. You can tell it by looking at this old man's eyes. The queen looked at the old man, then looked at Yin Yu and said, you are qualified to be my successor. But you must complete one of my tasks. The woman in front of me is indeed the Ice Queen. But the statue outside is different. It turns out that the Ice Queen is a woman, while the flying statue is a man. Yin Yu said, okay. Okay. Go and kill him. Chapter 224 Ice Archer. Yin Yu was stunned. The person Ice King asked him to kill was Yi Feng? How is this possible? Although it is a game. If you really want to kill Yi Feng, wouldn't you be very? Yin Yu shook his head and said, Lord Ice Emperor, I can't do it with anger. The Ice King still looked cold and said with a cold face, why? If you want to get something, you have to lose something. Isn't this normal? Yin Yu looked at Yi Feng's anxious eyes and said happily, he is more important than anyone else. Is it more important than my inheritance? Yin Yu nodded and said, well, if Lord Ice King insists, then I can only leave from here. The Ice Emperor raised his brows and said coldly, how could I ever agree to your departure? I will give you 10 minutes to think about it. If you don't agree in 10 minutes, you will die. Yin Yu shook his head and said, Lord Ice Emperor, I will not change my mind. 10 minutes later, I still have the same answer. The Ice King ignored the smoke and slowly returned to his throne. Sitting down quietly and waiting for time, Yin Yu wanted to contact Yi Feng. But then she realized that there was no way to contact the outside world here. No wonder Yi Feng looked so anxious. It turned out that he couldn't be contacted. At this moment, Yi Feng was walking around outside the statue. Xiao He covered his forehead and said, Boss, what are you in a hurry? The hidden profession must pass some test. If you don't leave, I will faint. Yi Feng said, test? Why doesn't my hidden profession need a test? I thought I could just go in and hand in the task. It's been more than 10 minutes. And I still can't be contacted. Boss, do you think everyone is an NPC like you? We are serious players. I guess that's not what I said. Everyone said in unison, that's not the case. Yi Feng felt as if he had offended the public and finally calmed down. Arrogant brother said, Boss, I did this hidden mission for a day and a night to get it. It's not that simple. Yi Feng nodded. It seemed that he was too smooth. Sure enough, others were different from him. Among the statues, people were quietly waiting for the time to pass. When 10 minutes were up, the Ice Emperor's cold voice said again, have you thought about it clearly? Yin Yu nodded and said, think about it. How? You can kill me, he said Yin Yu, and closed his eyes. A cold breath swept through Yin Yu's body instantly, and Yin Yu was frozen into ice in just a moment. My queen, why are you doing this? She is a good candidate, the old man said puzzledly. The Ice King sighed and said, hey, she is exactly the same as me before. Do you hope that my old ways will happen again in her? My queen, she is her. You are you. That man is not who you say he is. They are different. Humph. All men are the same, Ice King said coldly. The old man sighed and said, I am also a man. Although I am old now, and can hardly walk. I am not him. Of course you are not him. You are you. And he is him. The old man smiled bitterly and said, my queen, you also said that I am not him. So the young man outside is not him either. So why bother them? The Ice King said coldly, do you still remember what he said? Remember? That was the last time he saw you. Memories. In the glorious palace, a man knelt on one knee in front of a woman. The man was a minister, and the woman was the emperor. The man in armor said respectfully, if one day you get married as a wife, please don't forget that marrying you is my lifelong dream. My queen, I have resigned. This retirement is for life. The man turned around and left step by step. The battle was raging outside the city wall. The man plunged into the battle, leaving the queen in tears. This retreat lasted a lifetime. Yes, he never came back. Never came out of that war. From that day on, the queen changed and became cold and ruthless. At that time, the reputation of the Ice Queen spread overnight because she killed all the intruders and her white clothes were dyed red. On the battlefield littered with corpses, she found his body, abandoned the entire country, and came here to create the Ice King domain. In other words, the skeleton on the throne belongs to that man, and the Ice King has always been here to stay. Plop! The old man knelt down. What are you doing? Ice King said with a frown. My queen, I beg you, Please let them go. Ice King did not speak, looking at the frozen Yenyu. As long as he moved his fingers, Yenyu would be killed instantly. But Ice King did not do that. Looking at the skeleton on the throne, the Ice King shook his head and sighed. If you have feelings, how can you inherit my inheritance? Die! The old man threw himself in front of Yenyu and said heartbreakingly, My queen. I am. Crunch. The door of the statue was opened, and Yenyu walked out in a daze, his body covered with frost. Yenyu rubbed his forehead and said, What's wrong with me? Yenyu's words immediately confused the others. You've been here for half an hour, and all you said out loud is what's wrong with me. Yifeng quickly supported Yenyu and said, Is the job transfer going smoothly? Change? I didn't change my profession. Now, hey, why did I become the ice archer? When did I switch to the hidden profession? When Yenyu said this, everyone present was even more confused. Which one is this? Tell me what you encountered inside. We don't know what you are talking about now. Yifeng said. Yenyu rubbed his forehead and said, After I followed the old man in, I met the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor asked me to kill you, but I didn't agree. In the end, I was sealed in ice by the Ice Emperor. And finally I appeared here. Yifeng frowned and said, Kill me? Do I have any grudge against this Ice King? Why do you want to kill me? Besides, if you can change jobs, if you really want to kill me, you can just kill me once. Why don't you kill me? Why are you so stupid? Yenyu smiled and said, Because I can't bear to part with it. Silly girl. But in the end, you still obtained the hidden profession. You have accomplished your goal this time. Hee hee. Yeah. Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. Let's see the power of the hidden profession. It should be very strong. Xiaohei asked eagerly. Yifeng said, What's the rush? We'll find out when we go to level up. Let's go. Everyone go back to the city. With that said, everyone took out the scroll to return to the city. And everyone crushed it directly. The return circle that was supposed to appear did not appear. But instead a prompt appeared. Ding! System prompt, special area. Unable to return to the city. Please click to leave. Chapter 225 The Mysterious Master. Phew. We finally came out? Fortunately, we are outside the Blizzard Canyon. If we were inside and walked out of it. My god. I can't imagine it. Yifeng said, Okay. Let's go back. Everyone is tired. Let's take a rest and start leveling up. With that said, everyone took out the scroll of returning to the city again and prepared to return to the city. Call out. An arrow shot in front of Yifeng and the others, directly interrupting their return to the city. Who? A group of people immediately entered a fighting state. And someone actually ambushed them here. This was a bit exaggerated. Xiaohei said, It can't be the group of guys you killed before. Boss. Yifeng said, They don't seem to have the courage. Uh-huh. Who says I don't have the guts? I'm here to kill you today. A voice came. And the person killed by Yifeng today finally walked out from behind a huge rock. Yifeng said teasingly, It's just you? Do you think you can beat us? No. It's just me. Do you think you can beat us? Let alone us. The mage sneered and said, Really? Yifeng. I didn't expect that you have become more and more arrogant after not seeing each other for a few days. Today I will show you that you, Yifeng, cannot afford to offend our mythical guild. As the sound spread, a large group of people came out from all directions. Each one well equipped. And they were all the elite team of Shenhua. Oops. It's Shenhua's people. We were ambushed. Brother Arrogant said with a gloomy face. Boss, do you want to call someone? Yifeng shook his head and said, No. It's too late to call someone. Not to mention they might die. Xiaohei said eagerly, Wouldn't this mean we would all be killed? Yifeng said, It's possible that they will die. But don't think about it. Let's make a deal first. If you die, don't come. It's better to do less silly things like losing experience. Boss. Boss. Okay. Kill one to earn enough money. Kill two to make a profit. More than two. Let them know that even if I, glory, are weak, I am not someone to be trifled with. Good. Zhu Jian crossed his arms and looked at Yifeng and others with a smile on his face. Yifeng, why aren't you arrogant today? You know you're going to die. Right? Brothers? Come on and kill the Yifeng. The elite group of Shenhua was built with a lot of money. Yifeng would not be afraid of one or two of them alone. He would be afraid of a group of 500 people. It was simply not something that Yifeng and the others could defeat. Magic and flying arrows filled the sky, trying to drown Yifeng and others. Yi Feng shouted, "Spread out and fight out." Yi Feng was the first to rush forward and threw himself into the elite group in his law enforcer form. Ying and Xiaohe quickly entered the invisible state. Xiaosheng, as the only priest with little combat power, followed Yanyu and Zissou. His goal was to protect them and allow them to have enough ability to output. Brother Arrogant shouted loudly and rushed in like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. Xiuya followed up in time and fought in with Brother Arrogant. Outside the battlefield, Zhu Jian looked at Yi Feng and the others with a sneer. This time, Yi Feng and the others were doomed. Yanyu, who had just obtained the hidden profession. The bow at his hand was an ordinary bow. But the arrow was an ice arrow that exuded cold air. A cold voice came from Yanyu's mouth. The sky is filled with arrows. Ice arrows shot from the sky and landed on the members of the mythical guild. They not only dealt high damage, but also had a slowing effect. Hey, when did Yanyu become a hidden profession? And it's also an ice type? Could it be? So that's how it is. They come here to do hidden profession tasks. They are lucky. But if they offend our mythology, only one of them will die, Jian said coldly. Yi Feng looked at the players around him. They were all elite-level warriors. Yi Feng grabbed the pig's feet from the pet space and wondered if he could transform now. Pig's feet turned into dragons. Roar! A dragon roar came from the pig's feet, and the pig's feet instantly turned into a giant dragon. Fortunately, he could transform. Yi Feng jumped on without hesitation. The real dragon rider was finally online now. Pig's feet. Kill! Whenever Yi Feng is in the law enforcer form, the pig's feet are unusually obedient, and the attacks are also unusually ferocious. Although I don't know why. This is enough. The appearance of the giant dragon suddenly disrupted the formation of the myth. Zhu Jian immediately ordered, "So what about the giant dragon? Slay the dragon." Piffwood seemed to understand. With a wave of its huge wings, dozens of people were blown away and suffered a lot of damage. And Yi Feng launched a counterattack on Pig's Foot's back. Ah! There was a scream in the distance, and a figure fell to the ground. Xiaohe, who was acting alone, was hit. He just screamed in a hurry and lay motionless on the ground. Xiaohe died in the battle. In the team channel, Xiaohe whispered, "Boss, I'm sorry." Well, if you hang up, don't get up. Either lie down or go back to the city. However, in the Fantasy World forum, a video post instantly became popular. It was the scene of Yi Feng and others being besieged by Xinhua people, and the scene of Xiaohe being killed. This is a live video, which shows that someone is recording the video at the scene just to let Yi Feng and others die in front of everyone. Damn. Xinhua people are really despicable. It seems that Yi Feng and others are destined to die. So they finally let Xinhua's people kill them for once. Damn it. Kill our boss. Here we come. Boss. I didn't expect Yi Feng to be like this. It's best to kill him a few more times to prevent him from becoming extremely arrogant. In the game, the guild channel has exploded. Yi Feng and the others were besieged by Xinhua's people for almost a few minutes. Almost everyone knew about it, but they didn't know where they were. Boss, where are you? We are here to support you. Kill those mythical dogs. Boss, hurry up and send me the coordinates. My blood is boiling now. Hoi, send me the position and speed. Chu Ti and I, hurry up and send us the location. Xinhua has gone too far this time. Hundreds of people are surrounding you. Do you think our glory guild doesn't exist? But at this moment, Yi Feng and the others did not reply to the questions on the guild channel because they simply did not have time. After Xiaohe was killed, Xiao Yi finally couldn't withstand too many attacks and could only fall to the ground and die. Although Xiuya's equipment is good, Xiuya is just an ordinary warrior profession. In addition, his skills are not of much use in front of the members of the mythical elite group. It was only a matter of time before Xiuya was killed. But what surprised everyone the most was that Ying was actually killed in Xiuya. Suddenly and without any warning. In the team channel, Ying said, "Everyone, be careful. There is a master here. A super master. And it's a hidden profession. I originally thought that sword forging was just bringing members of the elite group. But now it seems that they have no intention of slowly wearing down Yi Feng and the others. They also have ace members." Chapter 226, Chasing the Wind. On the Fantasy World forum, there was already a war of words. When they saw Ying being suddenly killed, the members of Xinhua shouted with joy. Yi Feng's face was grim. The other party actually had a master, and he was also a master hiding in the dark. Yi Feng said, "What's the name of the person who killed you?" Ying said, Zhui Feng is a newcomer. I have never seen him before. And his level is not high. He is only level 39 now. Yi Feng looks like a crowd. Because Yi Feng can see the player's ID. Whether you hide it or make it public. Yi Feng knows the player's name. Soon, Yi Feng found Zhui Feng in a corner of the crowd. This guy secretly walked in the arrogant direction. Yi Feng shouted in the team channel, "Be arrogant and careful. That mysterious master has gone to your side. Arrogant brother has been besieged by many people at the moment. And he doesn't have much energy. Now that the mysterious master comes to find him. Doesn't it mean that he is cold?" Brother Arrogant said angrily, "You want to kill me? Then you will have to pay the price." Yi Feng wanted to fly higher to help Brother Arrogant. But the pig's feet were already entangled by him. Couldn't get away at all. Even though the pig's trotter has a lot of HP and a high attack. The pig's trotter is only a level 40 mythical beast, and has not yet understood the level 50 dragon secret skills. Otherwise, how could these players in front of them be able to control the pig's trotter? Pig's feet yelled. But it's a pity that the opponent's team is an elite team. A mythical ace team. It's only a matter of time before Yi Feng is killed. Ah! Brother Arrogant screamed. And Yi Feng saw a sword pierce into Brother Arrogant's back. And Brother Arrogant's blood volume dropped rapidly. Want to kill me? You must die too. Arrogant Brother directly grabbed the opponent's sword with his hands. As if his hands were on fire. Brother Arrogant shouted, "Bloodthirsty fighting. Blood sacrifice." Yi Feng had never seen this skill before. It should be Brother Arrogant's life-saving skill. Brother Arrogant's body emitted blazing flames. And his whole body became more energetic. The mysterious master Zhui Feng suffered a terrifying attack at the next moment. Arrogant Brother slapped his opponent away with a sword. The other Shenhua members around him, some with half health, were killed instantly. However, Brother Arrogant was just his last resistance. At the signal of Zhu Jian, Brother Arrogant was soon surrounded again. Although Brother Arrogant's attack was very powerful, and he killed no less than 5 people in one time. It was a pity that the opponent was not just 5 people, but dozens of people. My mythical dog, I will be arrogant in the future and want you to look good. Zhui Feng's sword once again penetrated the body of Arrogant Brother, who was still alive. Arrogant Brother's last blood volume disappeared, and he lay on the ground. In the guild channel of the Glory Guild, Chu Tianai said, "The Shenhua Guild." Right. Everyone online. Gather in the central square of Xuanwu City. I want Shenhua to know that the people of my Glory Guild did not let you kill them in vain. Ho Yi said, "Count me in." Other union members said they would be there in a minute. A battle between a small trade union and a large guild is about to break out. Maybe this will kick off the guild war. Once the Arrogant Brother fell, there would be no more pressure on Yi Feng. Xiaosheng is the only priest in their team, and the most fragile one. Fortunately, Yan Yu is no longer the same Yan Yu as before. The ice marksman is really not that powerful. So far no one has even come close to the 3 of them. At this time, Zhu Jian said, "Yi Feng, how are you? This is what will happen if you offend my Shenhua. Who do you think will die next?" Yi Feng shouted coldly, "The worst I can do is lose some experience. Do you think a few of us can really get away? Haha. If I can kill you the first time, I can kill you the second time. This is the end of your Glory Guild." Yi Feng squinted his eyes. Because Yi Feng had already seen Zhui Feng going behind Xiaosheng. Call out. Yi Feng shot out an arrow and landed directly in front of Zhui Feng. Zhui Feng looked up at Yi Feng with an evil smile on his lips. Hee hee. Yi Feng will kill Yan Yu in front of you. I want to see what you can do to me. Yi Feng also saw Zhui Feng glance at him. But just this look made Yi Feng feel very familiar, as if he had seen it before somewhere. But Yi Feng was sure that he didn't know the person in front of him. Could it be that the game's appearance adjustment function is used? However, Yi Feng still said to the team, "Be careful. Xiaosheng, that Zhui Feng is approaching you." Xiaosheng said, "It's okay. I'm just a priest. Just kill a few more people and avenge me." Although Yan Yu and Zissou were always on guard against Zhui Feng. Unfortunately that man still came. Just when his knife was about to get close to Xiaosheng, Yan Yujiao shouted at the side, "Ice Mirror Realm." Zhui Feng instantly turned into an ice sculpture. Before Yan Yu and the 2 could attack, the ice sculpture broke open instantly. And a voice came from inside, strangled by the strong wind. The ice sculpture that trapped Zhui Feng was shattered into pieces. And Zhui Feng instantly landed next to Xiaosheng, killing him instantly. "You?" Yan Yu shouted. She didn't expect that Chai Feng's reaction ability would be so fast. It was completely beyond the capabilities of a novice. When Yan Yu saw Zhui Feng's eyes, she said in disbelief. You are Huang Xiaotian. Xue Feng was a little surprised. But he quickly calmed down and said, as expected of the female war goddess? She recognized me so quickly. How amazing! Huang Xiaotian. You've been hiding so well that you actually practiced your account again and got a hidden profession. Xue Feng smiled and said, I am no longer the Huang Xiaotian I used to be. I am Xue Feng now. The Feng who is chasing you. Zisu on the side said in the team channel. This Xue Feng is the former Huang Xiaotian. It seems that this Huang Xiaotian did a lot to ambush us this time. Yi Feng frowned. Chai Feng turned out to be Huang Xiaotian. It seemed that this was not a simple ambush, but had been planned for a long time. Yi Feng shouted, Xue Feng. I don't care if you are Huang Xiaotian or Xue Feng. Since you show up, let's have some fun in the future. Haha. Yi Feng. You are still so arrogant. And you don't even look at the current situation. Do you think you are still qualified to talk to me like this? Xu Jian shouted, stop talking nonsense. Kill. Xue Feng stared at Yin Yu and said in a low voice, kill. In the first round, Zisu was injured. In the second round, Zisu had no health left. And in the third round Zisu fell to the ground. This shows how much Xue Feng hates Yi Feng and the others. And his attacks are completely life-threatening. Yi Feng saw everything and put away the pig's trotters. Under this extreme disadvantage, the pig's trotters were just the boss who was beaten. And they also slowed down Yi Feng's rhythm. Yi Feng wanted to rescue Yin Yu. But Zhu Jian would not let Yi Feng do this, and stood in front of Yi Feng himself. Yi Feng said coldly, get out of the way. Sword making, ha! You should still consider yourself. Kill! Countless skills pounced on Yi Feng. But Yi Feng only had chasing the wind in his eyes. Chapter 227 Really? Many players from the Glory Guild have gathered in Xuanwu City. But at this time, someone actually quit the guild. Chu Tianai was furious. Any player who quits my Glory Guild will not be allowed to do so in the future. Looking at the Glory Guild members, who had gathered hundreds of people, Chu Tianai said, everyone, follow me. 10 minutes later, everyone from the Mythical Guild was killed at the entrance of each major dungeon. In the wild, the Mythical Guild was killing the boss. At this time, Chu Tianai arrived with the members of Glory. Not only did they kill people, but they also robbed the boss. For a while, the Mythic Guild channel was filled with curses. Aotian, who had just walked out of the dungeon, was hacked to death with random knives before he could take a look at the situation around him. Hack. The people in Glory are crazy. Right? Even I will be killed. Soon Aotian began to organize his men and launched a battle against the people led by Chu Tianai. It was easy for the Myth Guild to organize people. In a few minutes, there were more people than the Glory Guild. Chu Tianai wasn't stupid either. He couldn't defeat those people in a head-on confrontation. So he started a guerrilla war. And Hou Yi is definitely the most annoying. With a group of archers hiding somewhere, he can always kill a few people with a wave of skills for Aotian and others. Aotian is going crazy. If someone doesn't fight you head-on, there's nothing you can do. This is completely a rogue way of playing. And Suning, Xiuhei, and the others came back and joined the battle. They were surrounded and suppressed by you in the Blizzard Canyon just now. If they couldn't defeat your elite members, I'm not afraid of the members here. Especially Arrogant Brother. His momentum and anger level are simply off the charts. He rushes into the group of ordinary players and kills them directly. As long as it's fun to kill. It doesn't matter if you die once. At the Raging Snow Canyon, Yi Feng opened the Zhu Jian with one sword and wanted to support Yin Yu, but was blocked by a group of elite members. Haha. Yi Feng. It doesn't matter if you are awesome. You are not going to die here today. Yi Feng said nothing, but looked at Xue Feng coldly. Yin Yu has been fighting him for this round. And Yin Yu's blood volume is already unhealthy. My Yin Yu? You should give up your resistance. I know your abilities best. You couldn't beat me before. And you still can't beat me now. As long as you bow your head and admit your mistakes and come back to me, I will forget about it. Xue Feng said. Mian Yu frowned. Although the guy in front of him had strength, his character was something that Mian Yu could not praise. This was also the reason why Mian Yu left Dingtian. Yin Yu said, just think about it. There are so many women in the world. You can just find anyone. Why bother with me? I already belong to Yi Feng. Yi Feng? Damn Yi Feng. Since you like Yi Feng so much, let me show you how you will feel when Yi Feng is stepped on by me. Xue Feng had lost his patience, and the sword in his hand drew a death-like arc in the air. Strong wind slashes. Puff. Ah! Mouth after mouthful of blood spat out from Yin Yu's mouth. As a fragile person, Yin Yu couldn't bear this blow. Get killed directly. Jia Jia. Yi Feng. It's your turn. Zhui Feng gave a sinister smile after killing Yin Yu. Everyone moved out of the way at Zhui Feng's signal, allowing Zhui Feng to walk in. Yi Feng. Leave your last words for the first time. I want to see if you are the same every time in the future. Yi Feng frowned and said, Zhui Feng. You are too poisoned. Zhui Feng laughed and said, haha. If the poison is not deep, I will continue to be suppressed by you. As long as I can kill you, I will be poisoned even if it is deep. Yi Feng didn't know what to say. The current Zhui Feng was not the Huang Xiaotian of the past. He had been blinded by hatred. Then let me undo your poison. Haha. Just you. Yi Feng? What qualifications do you have to say this and trample you under my feet? This is my first step out of the abyss. Yi Feng shook his head. Zhui Feng was hopeless. Come on. I'll tell you if you can beat me. Jia Jia. You really think highly of yourself. Don't think that winning the first place in a personal battle really thinks that you are the first in the fantasy world. Let you see how powerful I, the Gale Sword Master, am. I saw strong winds appearing around Zhui Feng's body, and his clothes and equipment were fluttering. Yi Feng quickly changed his profession and disguised himself as a dark magician. Dark entanglement. Jia Jia. Your skills are useless to me. In domineering state. Ding? System prompt. Your control is invalid for chasing the wind. What? Invalid? Dominant state. What is that? Dominant state. Within a short period of time, you will not be controlled by any control skills. This is a very powerful control skill. And it is definitely a fatal blow to control mages and archers. It's unclear how long this hegemonic state lasts. And Yi Feng doesn't dare to use control skills easily. Otherwise he will be in trouble when he is in danger. Yi Feng's speed was not bad, but Chai Feng was faster. With one impact, Yi Feng was hit far away. Yi Feng climbed up quickly, feeling a dull pain in his chest. This guy was so powerful. Without figuring out Zhui Feng's skills, Yi Feng could only transform into a law enforcer and go head-to-head with Zhui Feng. But Yi Feng discovered a problem. That is, Zhui Feng's attack speed was really fast. Yi Feng felt that it was a bit difficult, and Zhui Feng could also see this. Zhui Feng said with a sneer, Jia Jia. Why don't you just say okay? I haven't given my full strength yet. Yi Feng frowned and said, It sounds like I used all my strength. Jia Jia. Then let me show you how powerful I am. Swift Wind Sword Master. Gee. The speed of chasing the wind suddenly reached an unbelievable speed, which amazed everyone present. On the forum, people watching the video couldn't believe their eyes. Are they still human? Too fast. Puff. A wound was made on Yi Feng's arm. Yi Feng lost less than 500 points of blood. Although he didn't lose much blood. With such frequent attacks, Yi Feng would be killed if not killed. Feng Xingyun. Yi Feng shouted softly. Yi Feng's speed also increased. And his speed was even faster than chasing Feng. Zhui Feng was stunned for a moment and said unexpectedly, I didn't expect that you have a new skill. The speed is really good. But my attack is stronger. The show is over here. Go to H.L. The Sword Master of the Gale, overturning the river and the sea. An aura that made Yi Feng's scalp numb rushed toward Yi Feng. Yi Feng understood that as long as he was concentrated, he would definitely be seriously injured or die. In an instant, Yi Feng was overwhelmed by his skills and swept directly to where Yi Feng was just now. Hey, we still lost? It seems that this newcomer is even more powerful than Yi Feng. The first person was replaced within a few days. He was really drunk. Zhui Feng held his sword and looked at Yi Feng's position with an evil smile on his face, waiting for the smoke to disappear and Yi Feng's body to appear. Haha. Are you strong? I am stronger than you. Zhui Feng said arrogantly. Suddenly a clear voice came from the smoke. Really? Zhui Feng's expression changed drastically. It's incredible to watch the smoke slowly dissipating. Chapter 228 Death Harvest. Zhui Feng stepped back step by step, because Yi Feng actually walked out of the smoke intact. Yi Feng looked at Zhui Feng with a sneer and said, Are you surprised? Because just now, when Zhui Feng's skill hit him, Yi Feng decisively used a life-saving skill, which was Golden Body. It can avoid all damage, including the skill of chasing the wind just now. However, Zhui Feng was only surprised for a moment, and a terrifying smile appeared on his face. Zhu Jian said, Cousin, I need. Zhui Feng said, No need. I can do it myself. Yifeng, you really didn't disappoint me. I thought you were dead like this. But now it seems that we have some fun. When Yifeng saw Zhui Feng's expression, it seemed that the opponent still had a lot of trump cards. Even if he didn't have his own trump cards, he also had backups. Yifeng said, then let me see if you can still use the skills like just now. Jie, you really underestimate me. As he spoke, Zhui Feng bit his finger, and a drop of blood fell on the sword in his hand. The long sword actually burned with blazing black flames. Zhui Feng said with a sinister look on his face, I heard that you are a dark mage. So I went to the demon clan's base camp. And under the guidance of the demon emperor, I will let you experience the real art of darkness. The art of darkness, Lin. After the sound, Zhui Feng seemed to be a different person. His eyes became blood red and bright, and a huge figure rose above his body. A mighty man. When Zhui Feng used this skill, Zhu's sword directly cut off all the live broadcasts. This was their trump card in the myth, and they didn't want to expose it yet. Players on the forum were almost furious. This was definitely the most exciting thing. Zhui Feng must have used abnormal skills. The people in Xinhua didn't want to be exposed and not let others watch. Why are Xinhua people like this? It's so irritating. This is the most exciting scene. Damn. Who knows the location? Let's go there. Are you stupid? There are places with snow scenes in the 8 major cities. How can you find them? No matter who it was, it would definitely be unpleasant for such a wonderful scene to be interrupted. However, another video live broadcast went viral. That is, people from the Glory Guild were fighting with people from the Myth Guild. And the fight was fierce. Moreover, the people from the Glory Guild had the upper hand. The most important thing is that the elite group of Xinhua has been transferred away. Otherwise they will not be at a disadvantage. Yifeng looked at Zhui Feng in front of him. This should be some kind of descending technique. This skill is short-lived, but very powerful. Yifeng also has a similar skill, which is demonization. As for Yifeng's demonization, it is only triggered when the blood volume is lower than 5%. Now it is completely impossible. Now Yifeng can only escape. Yifeng moved desperately. Zhui Feng's attack was simply too powerful, and it was simply not something Yifeng could accept. Jie. Yifeng, why are you hiding? Wasn't it awesome just now? Go to HL. Dark binding technique. A black flame climbed up from the soles of Yifeng's feet and bound Yifeng tightly. In the past, Yifeng used dark entanglement to control others. But this time, someone else used similar skills to control him. In the team channel, Yinyu asked, what's going on? Why did Xinhua's people cut off the live broadcast? Yifeng said, while breaking free from the entanglement, Zhui Feng used a very scary skill. I don't want others to see it. I might die. Yinyu sighed. His anger is too strong. If you can't beat him, just forget it. It's just a loss of experience. Yifeng said happily, okay. I understand. Let's not talk about it now. Is everything okay? Yinyu asked with concern. Fine. Is it really okay? At this moment, Yifeng was lifted high and couldn't break free. Zhui Feng's sword penetrated into Yifeng's body one after another, and he even used normal attacks. Yifeng had a lot of blood and could not die for a while, so he could only endure the pain. Jia. Yifeng, you really have a lot of blood, but it doesn't matter if you have too much. It will make you suffer a little more. Ha ha. Yifeng said painfully. Zhui Feng, don't regret it. Ha ha. Regret? There is no regret in my dictionary. I will torture you to death. Ding. System prompt. Your blood volume is less than 10%. Triggering the active skill of annihilation. Ding. System prompt. Your blood volume is lower than 5%. Triggering the active skill demonization. Yifeng, who had a painful expression on his face, suddenly smiled at Zhui Feng. Zhui Feng was stunned for a moment and said, huh? I'm almost dying. You're laughing so hard. Go to H.L. Just when a sword was about to cut off Yifeng's head, Yifeng said with a smile, demonization. Boom. The black flames wrapped around his body were broken apart, and Yifeng was wrapped in black flames. Yifeng's voice came from the black flames. Zhui Feng, didn't you let me see the power of dark magic? Then let me teach you what the real dark art is. Boom. Yifeng turned into a fallen angel and hung in the air, looking at Zhui Feng, Zhu Jian and others with an evil look on his face. Zhui Feng felt a little moved. He didn't expect Yifeng to have such skills, and he didn't have much time left for his skills. The swordsmiths didn't expect that Jue Feng's abnormal skills had already amazed them. There may not be a second person who has it. They didn't expect that Yi Feng could do it, and it would be even stronger. Chai Feng's is a virtual body, but Yi Feng's is a physical body. Yi Feng. If that's the case, let's have a fight and decide whether we will live or die. Good. The art of darkness. Wind. Sealed destiny. Terrifying damage erupted from both sides. And the members of the Xinhua elite group nearby who had no time to retreat were directly affected and were killed in an instant. That was an elite level player. And he was killed in an instant. It was terrible. The two of them had this devastating attack damage. But the shadow of Jue Feng's arrival was becoming transparent. And they could no longer withstand Yi Feng's attack. Damn it. There's no way I can lose. I've been preparing for months. But I still can't beat you. I don't accept it. A sword hit Yi Feng directly into the ground, splashing a lot of smoke and dust. But there was not much substantial damage at all. Death Harvest. Yi Feng turned into the god of death, carrying the scythe of death, and walked towards Jue Feng step by step, looking at Jue Feng's fearful expression. The god of death sighed and stretched out his sword of death. Puff! The god of death's Lian passed by, and Jue Feng's little health was directly wiped out, and Jue Feng fell down unwillingly. As soon as Jue Feng died, Zhu Jian's expression changed drastically, and he shouted, "Stop Yi Feng and kill him!" A group of members of the elite group pounced on him without hesitation. But they were no match for the demonized Yi Feng, because they were not on the same level. 5 minutes later, there were corpses on the ground, and a little bit of equipment exploded. But Yi Feng was still standing. Yi Feng looked at the corpses on the ground and sighed. Today was a complete war with the mythical guild. Chapter 229. Gaming is fun only with passion. Yi Feng picked up the equipment on the ground. They were all elite-level equipment. They were all very good equipment. Even the blue equipment had top-notch attributes. At least 7-star equipment. However, this kind of elite-level equipment exploded relatively rarely. With so many people, only a dozen pieces were exploded. Yi Feng crushed the scroll to return to the city, leaving corpses on the ground, and finally returned to Xuanwu City. Yi Feng finally spoke on the guild channel. Said, "Zhu Tianai brings everyone back. I'll wait for you at the central square of Xuanwu City." Zhu Tianai and the others also had a great time killing each other. There were not many experts on the other side. And apart from the large number of people, they were no match for them. Understood? I'll bring them back right now. At the Xuanwu City teleportation point, a large number of people from the Glory Union suddenly returned, and they walked towards the central square in an orderly manner. Players whispered along the way, "Look. They're from the Glory Union. Some of them don't have all the equipment. They probably got busted in a fight. Hey, didn't you see the look in that arrogant brother's eyes? Keep your voice down. No matter how you say it. Brother Arrogant was always one of the top tyrants in Xuanwu City. Even after he became Yi Feng's younger brother, his reputation remained undiminished." When all the participants came to the central square, Zhu Tianai said loudly, "President, bring them all." Yi Feng nodded and said, "All the hall masters and elders stand beside me." For a moment, all the hall masters and elders walked out of the crowd and stood beside Yi Feng. Yi Feng said, "Have you exploded your equipment?" Xiao He stood up and said, "Boss, I exploded 3 pieces." President, "I exploded 2 pieces." President, "I exploded 5 items. My character is a bit bad." Ha ha. Many people have exploded their equipment. After all, they don't just die once and then fight. How can you call playing a game without passionate fighting? How boring is it to chat in a dungeon all over the world? You guys blew up so much equipment. Do you regret it? Yi Feng asked. Xiao He said, "Boss, I don't regret it at all. Since I followed you, I have discovered the real fun of playing games. What do you regret? It's just a bunch of data. We are all individual players. Although it hurts, we are passionate today. It's great. Yes. It's cool. Haha. I'm playing a game. It's my first time to grab someone and beat him up. It feels so good." That's right. When I played games in the past, I either downloaded dungeons or obtained materials. It turns out that the real fun was fighting PK. Yi Feng listened to the people below. Although there were not many people, they all had very high enthusiasm. Maybe this was passion. Yi Feng took out the equipment that had just exploded in the mythical guild and said, "These equipments are divided among you. As for how to divide them, your hall leader will tell you. No contribution from the guild is required from you." Holy shit. There's also a golden outfit. It's different when the president takes action. Gold? Are you blind? They are all top-notch equipment. Which attribute is not top grade? Yifeng coughed twice and said, from today on, whenever you meet Xinhua people in the wild, don't give me a reason to kill them. Because they do the same when they see us. Do you understand? Clear. Very well. Our Glory Guild needs passionate members like you. Welcome to introduce friends to our Glory Guild. Our guild is extremely short of people. But there is one thing. As long as people quit the gang, our Glory Guild will not accept them. Today is the day when the Glory Guild and the Mythical Guild officially become enemies. Both sides will add the other guild to the hostile mode. As long as the hostile mode is turned on, other innocent players will not be accidentally injured. Yifeng became lively for the first time. Because today the Glory Guild accepted a large number of people. These people were the ones who had been bullied by Xinhua before and were still hesitant about joining the Glory Guild. But today, they couldn't wait to join. At night, during the peak flow of people in Fantasy World, a scene occurred in the wild that had rarely happened before. As long as the Glory Guild and the Myth Guild met, it would be a fight to the death, without any reason at all. However, compared to Xinhua, the Glory Guild does not have an elite group. Xinhua does. And sometimes it will suffer losses. But sometimes Xinhua's people are even broken up. Offline, Yifeng drank red wine with an angry look on his face. In today's PK with Yifeng, he lost in the end due to skill time issues. If his skills last long enough, there is no telling who will lose and who will win. Cousin, it's okay. You are already great. Yifeng is 2 levels higher than you. You are already very powerful. Our mythology depends on you. Yifeng said depressedly, I didn't expect Yifeng to know the art of darkness. It should be easy to deal with in the future. Zhu Jian said, well, we and Yifeng have officially declared hostility. And there are plenty of opportunities to fight them. Well, I'm just feeling depressed. Cousin, let's have some drinks. Okay. Cheers. Time passed day by day, with a total of 3 days of rest. On the 4th day, the Glory Battle Team battle was about to begin. The official soon updated a new announcement. The second battle of the Battle of Glory. The team battle is fully launched today. Form the team that has been registered in advance. Of course, personnel changes are allowed. Just go to the NPC to make changes. Team battle is a dungeon battlefield. 2 teams of 5 people are assigned to enter the same battlefield to play a tower-pushing game. It is a MOBA game. It is a competitive game. It is a relatively fair game. If you want to win, you must rely on the team, relying on personal skills. But in Fantasy World, everyone is equipped. To say it is fair is nonsense. Unless everyone's data is balanced and unified after entering the scene, then it is fair. However, Fantasy World will never disappoint players. As long as you enter the scene, no matter what your equipment is, everyone's attributes are the same. If you want to push down the opposite crystal tower, you must upgrade, buy equipment, and kill opposite players to get gold coins. It is very friendly to some ordinary players. If you are lucky, you might be able to get into the top 10. However, only the top 3 in team battles have rewards, and the top 100 have good rewards. The rest are just participation prizes, and the things awarded are not very good. Reward for first place in team battle. Reward each member with a 30-day team mental state. Each member will receive a purple treasure box, with an 80% chance of unlocking purple equipment or other items. Reward for second place in team battle. Reward each member with a 30-day team mental state. Each member will receive a golden treasure chest, with an 80% chance of finding golden equipment or other items. Reward for third place in team battle. Reward each member with a 30-day team mental state. Each member will receive a golden treasure chest, with a 40% chance of finding purple equipment or other items. The rewards for second and third place are similar, but the reward for the next 100th place is only 15 days of Team Spirit. Team Spirit, during the effective state, increase blood by 2,000 points, attack by 110, defense by 580, toughness by 340, reduce critical damage received, critical hit by 120. Online timing. No offline timing. It can be said to be in very comprehensive condition. Very good. Chapter 230 Team Battle begins. In Yifeng's Glory Guild, there are many people who are capable of leading the team, and there are a lot of them. But if they lead the team separately, they will definitely encounter trouble, such as super players from other guilds. In the guild channel, Yifeng and the others began to discuss that people would appear tonight and they must prepare in advance. Currently, the powerful members of the Glory Guild include Yi Feng, Ing, Chu Tianai, Ho Yi, Arrogant Brother, Yan Yu, and Ling Shui. At present, these 7 people can be said to be very strong. But they cannot be in the same team, and can only be separated. Yi Feng brought Ing and Yan Yu with him. Chu Tianai brought Ho Yi, Arrogant Brother, and Ling Shui. Yi Feng's team is short of 2 people. And Chu Tianai's team is short of 1 person. Yu Mengmeng came to Yi Feng's team. And Xiaoxiang went to Chu Tianai's team. And the last spot in Yi Feng's team was given to Zisu. There was no way. Who called him her boyfriend. However, Yi Feng felt a little sorry for not bringing the 2 brothers Xiao He with him this time. But don't forget, Yi Feng is the best commander in the Battle of Glory. And he can easily make Xiao He and the others enter the top 100. Boss, this is the first time the team didn't bring me with them. I feel so scared, Xiao He said coyly. Vomit. A group of people in the guild criticized Xiao He. This guy is so shameless for being so bold. Yi Feng directly kicked Xiao He away and said, Get out. Why do I find that you are getting more and more out of tune? Xiao He said aggrievedly, Boss, I can't live without you. Bah! Yi Feng left quickly. Although he knew that Xiao He was joking, Yi Feng really couldn't stand Xiao He's behavior. In the end, Xiao He and the people in the guild formed a team. Their childhood sweethearts named Yi Feng. When he saw this name, Yi Feng knew that it was Xiao He who gave it to him. It was simply too much. Soon at night, the place where Yi Feng cloned himself was still the place where he had fought alone before. But this time not many people came to monitor Yi Feng. And Yi Feng could also lie down and play. Xiao He's team, Yi Feng, has been relegated all the way. And they are all rookie teams. And Yi Feng's own team didn't move. No matter who they encountered. But, if the Xinhua people are so annoying, you can't blame Yi Feng and the others for bullying them. As long as it is a Xinhua team, they will all face their own people. Altian and Zhu Jian had bitter expressions on their faces. What the hell is going on? They are unlucky in individual battles. But the same is true in team battles. Damn it. How much hatred does my Xinhua have against Wancher? Why is it like this every time? Altian said unwillingly. Zhu Jian said, Guild President. Not only that, many guilds have encountered their own people. It may be a distribution problem. What is the distribution issue? I think Wancher wants to support new guilds, such as the Glory Guild. How are they? After checking the information, Zhu Jian said, Hey, none of them are fighting against their own people. It's really strange. Damn it. I knew it. Just look at the individual battles. 5 of the top 10 members of the Glory Guild are on the list. Zhu Jian nodded. But this should not exist. After all, this game was jointly developed by several major game companies in the world. So it should not be the case. But this fact is before them now. No matter what others think. Yi Feng has encountered a little problem now. That is, Yi Feng has never been exposed to MOBA games, and does not know this game mode at all. Xiao He asked curiously, Boss? How did you survive? Although MOBA games are lagging behind. You don't know it. Right? Yi Feng said awkwardly, I have heard of this type of competitive competition. But I have never actually played it. After all, Yi Feng's family is poor. But Yi Feng is also a good student. He doesn't play games or skip classes. And he studies every day. Otherwise, if Wang Xiaotian had brought Yi Feng in, maybe Yi Feng would still be doing other jobs. There is not much time left before the game starts. Although Yi Feng and his team are well configured. If they don't know how to play, that will be another outcome. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the team battle finally started. And Yi Feng was teleported to the scene before he had time to understand. Ding! System prompt. Welcome to the team battle of Fantasy World Glory Battle. The enemy has 5 seconds to arrive on the battlefield. Please be prepared and attack with the whole army. A surge of music sounded, making people excited. But Yi Feng stayed in the spring area and said, What to do next? Yin Yu said, Our team is short of soldiers. So you become a warrior. By the way, open the map. There are 3 roads in total. Get familiar with them. Yi Feng nodded and started to learn at Quan Shui. Fortunately, the others were all masters. And Yu Mengmeng was an auxiliary profession, making it easier to fight. Yi Feng started to fight with Yin Yu. Others can't. But Yi Feng is good at killing people. Although he doesn't have the advantage of equipment, Yi Feng is still capable. There were 4 games played in one night. In the first game, Yi Feng was almost cheating. Even so, the team won easily. Ing. as the jungle assassin. Won the most kills. The second set was similar to the first set. Easily won. But Yifeng knew something. In the third set, Yifeng was finally able to help. In the fourth set, Yifeng finally knew a lot of things and knew the basic operations. Zissou said with anger and hatred, "Little Yuzi, why are you so stupid? You haven't learned yet." Yifeng said a little helplessly, "This game is much more difficult than Fantasy World. I think I have learned well. Come on. If it weren't for Ying's awesomeness and Mingming's assistance, I think we would be exhausted." Yifeng asked Yanyu in disbelief. "Am I really that bad?" Yanyu nodded and said, "It's not bad. Maybe I'm getting older." Nian age old? Yifeng always has the urge to cry. He is only 24 years old. But he is being said to be old. Is this justified? The first day of competition was a near miss. But some people were not happy. For example, the mythical president Altian. After 4 games, it was one of our own people beating our own people, which was not interesting at all. Otherwise, Altian would have wanted to give up when he saw the team's mental state. Not only Altian. As a member of the domineering guild, the madman is also depressed. Staying just now, I actually met Chao Ci, which was simply sad. The madman surrendered without even fighting. So why not let yourself rest and rest? Strange why this is happening. Is there something wrong with the system? You can only hit your own people. The domineering intelligence officer said, "It seems that it can be said. Because other guilds are like this too." All of this was done by Yifeng with a smile on his face. But Xinhua was the worst. At least Yifeng didn't cause other workers to suffer too much. As the competition progresses, Yifeng learns faster and faster. With his usual study, Yifeng can basically master it. But he needs actual combat. Chapter 231. I'll trick you without negotiation. On the second day of the team competition, Altian originally hoped that his luck would be better today. Who would have thought that today they did not meet any of their own people? But they met domineering people. And all of them. Altian said angrily, "Damn. This must be intentional. It must be." Zhu Jian didn't know what to say today. He, Ao Tian and Zhu Feng were on the same team. They didn't win any of the 4 games yesterday, and they just gave up. No fight at all. It's good today. We can fight. But it's a bit difficult. It's very likely that our entire army will be wiped out today. Hey. What's going on? Why are the people from our guild facing the people from Xinhua? The fanatic said in confusion. It doesn't matter. Xinhua's people are not very strong. Chao Ci said. And the amazing thing is that the people of the Glory Guild, after 4 games yesterday, not a single team was eliminated. And the winning rate is extremely high. This was completely done by Yifeng behind his back. Originally, Yifeng didn't want this. Since you can't tolerate me, the Glory Guild, how can I make it easy for you? First, let their guilds fight. And then let them have a strong showdown to consume those people as soon as possible. At this moment, Yifeng's clone on the high platform showed a sinister smile. Since your Xinhua guild is so awesome, let's have a head-on confrontation. Altian's team directly faced the Guangzhou's team. After both sides saw the battle list, they immediately thought that they had made a mistake. Shouldn't this be a strong showdown in the later stage? How come it's right now? Although they don't understand how the system distributes it. Since it has become like this, they can only accept it. Tonight, Yifeng's first opponent is just an ordinary player. In order to allow himself to practice well, Yifeng felt shameless and urgently used his NPC abilities to face weaker teams. Ding! System prompt. Welcome to the Battle of Glory Team Battle. The enemy has 5 seconds to arrive on the battlefield. Please be prepared and attack with the whole army. Yifeng walked out of the spring and said, I'm going to hit the road. Others looked at Yifeng with disbelief on their faces. Yifeng said speechlessly, You don't believe me so much? I really know how to play. Yanyu said, You should just follow me. Or follow Zissou. Yifeng said unwillingly, My opponent is extremely weak. But I can do it. Hey. How do you know your opponent is weak? Yifeng patted his chest and said quickly, With me here? My opponent will definitely be weak. Ying said, Forget it. Let him go. Anyway, we were 4 against 5 yesterday. Yifeng was completely abandoned. In order to express himself, Yifeng secretly vowed to win this game. Yifeng walked towards the road. At this moment, the soldiers had already gone out and were fighting with the soldiers on the opposite side. Yifeng looked around and saw no one coming out to collect the soldiers. When Yifeng took out his staff and was about to go out to collect the soldiers, Two people suddenly ran out of the grass on the roadside. A warrior and a shooter. Under normal circumstances, Yifeng could kill the two people on the opposite side without hesitation. But everyone here has the same attributes. When Yifeng goes out, he can't stand up to the two people on the opposite side at all. So he can only be wretched under him. Be careful. There is Yifeng under the tower, the soldier said. The archer said with disdain, this is not the outside. Didn't you see him hiding under the tower? Kill him. Yifeng, who was standing under the tower, heard the two people talking to each other and felt uncomfortable. Yifeng didn't have any professional bonuses here. Hidden professional bonuses were the same for everyone. It all depends on who develops first. At present, Yifeng is only at level 1. Because he has not captured the line of troops. And the two people on the opposite side are almost at level 2. This is very unfriendly to Yifeng. Looking at the opponent's posture, it is obvious that he wants to jump over the tower and kill him. Yifeng had no choice but to take a step back. Only the two people on the opposite side dared to cross the tower. Yifeng would use his professional characteristics to keep the two people under the tower. Because the damage caused by the tower in the early stage was very high, Yifeng could only use the tower to attack the opponent urgently. After the enemy soldiers entered the tower, the two men also rushed in, preparing to kill Yifeng. Dark entanglement. Yifeng is not stupid. The archer has low blood and will die after a few hits from the tower. Yifeng slows down the archer's automatic ability. Because under the tower, after attacking the archers, the tower starts to automatically attack the archers. Upon seeing this, the archer quickly walked towards the tower. However, Yifeng will not let his opponent lose it so easily. Even though it is only level 1, the damage is not high enough. But there is still no problem keeping people. Seeing that the archer was almost done, the warrior rushed towards Yifeng, trying to force Yifeng back and let the archer escape. The earth's flames explode. Although the damage was not high, the level 2 archer didn't have much health at all. After being hit by Yifeng, his health dropped a lot. But at this time, the tower's attack arrived. Yifeng killed XXX. Yifeng directly gained first blood, and his level reached level 2. The warrior is still with Yifeng, and Yifeng is still under the tower. After the archer was killed, Zhang wanted to leave, but he had to ask Yifeng if he agreed. Yifeng instantly turned into a law enforcer and pushed back the warrior who wanted to run out of the tower, but was directly killed by the tower. Yifeng killed XXX. In less than 1 minute, Yifeng scored a double kill. Yifeng started bashing directly in the team channel. Look, I said we can do it, but you still don't believe me. Zissou said angrily, okay, you are awesome. You are the best. Ha ha. XXX kills Yifeng. Before Yifeng finished laughing, he was killed. The still-blooded Yifeng was chatting under the tower. The assassin on the opposite side would not miss such a good opportunity. Yifeng, who was lying dead, looked depressed. He had forgotten a game for 5 people, and the grass could hide enemies. He was too careless. Yifeng came back from the spring with a depressed look on his face. But fortunately the 4 women didn't say anything about Yifeng. If Xiaohe was here, he would probably laugh at Yifeng for a whole day. By the way, today Xiaohe also asked, Boss, you are leading 4 girls by yourself. You are awesome. Are you sparking and lightning all the way? Stealing the show? Yifeng said with an arrogant look, that's right. If I, Yifeng, take action, I won't be able to capture him at my fingertips. But the other side will be full of Zhang Wuzhao's scum. Of course, the way Yin Yu looked at Yifeng was such a boast. It seemed like Yifeng was the worst in the team. Yifeng started talking to everyone. You scumbag opposite. You piss me off. Haha. If I kill you once, I can brag for half a year. If you have the ability, come and kill me. Next, Yifeng's top tower was destroyed. If Ying hadn't often come to help, Yifeng would have been destroyed countless times. The newcomer would have been miserable. The people on the opposite side also discovered that Yifeng was a novice. So they attacked Yifeng's route. Although the opposite side was still no match for Yifeng and the others. But the final record was 283. And Yifeng had an ominous premonition. As soon as the scene came out, Xiaohe looked at Yifeng with a sinister expression. Yifeng said, what do you want to do? Haha. Boss, is Zhang Wuzhao talking about someone else or you? Yifeng pretended to be calm and said, of course he is my opponent. Xiaohe scolded, shameless. I saw your team's record. You can't even keep up with Yu Mingming. You are the worst in the team. Damn it. I finally know your weakness. Chapter 232. Yi Feng glared at Xiao He and said, "What are you talking about? This is an accident." "Bah. This is unexpected. All 5 of your games were accidents. This is indeed a bit unexpected. In the next game, you will see how I deal with the opposing team." Zissou rolled her eyes and said, "Come on. Stop bragging. I can't bear to listen anymore. Tell me now, while there is nothing you don't understand." Yi Feng said awkwardly, "Haha. It's true. How do I kill the opponent when others forcefully pass him?" Xiao He said speechlessly, "Boss, are you stupid? There must be too many people to jump over the tower and kill someone. If you still want to keep people alive when there are so many people, you should run away." Yi Feng said doubtfully, "Really? No wonder I keep dying." Xiao He covered his eyes and walked away silently, not wanting to talk to this fool. "Don't go. Don't go," Zissou said. "No wonder you always die. It's unnecessary. If there are many people on the other side, we should retreat. Unless you are very powerful, you will definitely die." "Oh, how do you grow quickly?" "Brush the wild. This is the fastest way to grow. And it also means killing more. But Shadow is brushing the wild. And if you brush the wild, Shadow will not be able to grow quickly. And we may lose. So you'd better not brush randomly." "Wild?" Yi Feng nodded. "No wonder. Every time the Shadow grew up so quickly and killed the most people. The original reason was here. In today's first round of battle. It was really a tug of war between Altian's team and the Guangzhou's team. You came, and I went back and forth. They had been fighting for half an hour. Both sides had no towers. As long as whoever made a mistake, the other would lose." "Lost? Damn it. Who is that Jue Feng, and why is he so powerful?" the fanatic said impetuously. Chao Xi was also quite surprised. He also watched the video of the last fight with Yi Feng. He didn't know the final result. But he didn't expect that Jue Feng was so powerful. "I suspect that Yi Feng lost last time. This chasing wind is so fierce." "I think so too. It seems that this game is getting more and more interesting." "Is the mythical guild going to replace us?" the fanatic said with some worry. Chao Xi said, "Of course it's impossible. If they want to replace Baki's position, they have to ask me, President." "Don't worry. I still have a trump card." The fanatic nodded. Even in individual battles, Chao Xi did not reveal their trump cards. This was the basis for their domineering power. Because others did not know how powerful they were. "Here they come. They're coming," the madman said. After a few minutes, both parties exited the scene. And the fanatics looked unwilling. Obviously, they lost in the end. And they lost to the one chasing the wind. That Jue Feng is really awesome. I really don't know where the person from Shenhua came from. It's true. This guy appeared out of the blue without any warning at all. It's incredible. Why didn't I see him in the individual battle before? The fanatic said, perhaps many masters don't like reputation. But sometimes they will do it because of certain things. Chao Xi has already felt the pressure from all directions in this game. Not to mention Yi Feng who came out before. Chu Tianai later. Ho Yi. And Jue Feng now. How many hidden masters will slowly come out? To come out, Hockey cannot do it alone. President, we need to recruit people. And at least people of my level. Chao Xi said with a serious face. The fanatic sighed, why don't I want to? But you have also seen that the Glory Guild has gathered too many masters at this stage. And I also poached Ho Yi and Chu Tianai before. But they ignored me at all. What about the high price? The madman said, Chu Tianai's annual salary is as high as 5 million. But no one even paid attention to my second sentence. This, Chao Xi didn't know what to say. At first, he was hired by Baki with an annual salary of 3 million. But now he is offered 5 million without saying a word. Which shows that the other party doesn't care about money at all. Because there is no money to go to the Glory Guild. Don't worry, Chao Xi. I will definitely find more experts to help you. I know you are under a lot of pressure. At a suitable time, we will re-sign the contract and double the price. Chao Xi shook his head and said, let's talk about it then. The team battle is over. I hope to start the human demonic battlefield soon. I need to prove myself there. I am still strong. Okay. I'll do my best. The madman will definitely not let Chao Xi leave Baki. Chao Xi is one of the top 10 masters in Fantasy World. If he leaves, Baki Guild will be really miserable. Not only domineering people, but also people from other guilds know that there is a very powerful person in the Shenhua Guild. Named Jue Feng. Yesterday, he pressed Yi Feng and rubbed it on the ground. which shows that the Xinhua Guild is already ahead of everyone. There are still 3 team games tonight. Yifeng has already used his rights to arrange for himself less powerful people as opponents. And for Outyan's team, Yifeng has already given it to a strong team. Although Outyan and others don't understand why there are all strong teams today. As long as Xuefeng is here, everything else is just a cloud. Time passed day by day. The top 1,000. The top 500. The top 100. Until the top 50. Yifeng is already completely familiar with this game. In the team, Yifeng has already assumed his rightful position. Even the person in charge of carry. Now Yifeng and the others are standing on the battlefield in front of the top 25. There is no weak team facing them. And the Yifeng at this moment is not the same Yifeng as before. Opposite was a domineering elite team. And Yifeng only had killing intent in his eyes. Shadow. I'll do the jungle. You go on the road? Ing said, are you sure? Yifeng nodded and said, yes. Shadow walks on the road. And this is not Yifeng's first time playing jungle. Before, the team was weak and Yifeng was allowed to practice. But now it's different. The opponent is not weak. Sister Ing, you really don't have to worry about little Yeezy playing in the wild. Ing said, well, trust him. It's okay. Since Ingdu said this, no one else refuted it. Yu Mingming gave Yifeng a status and followed Zissou to the bottom lane. The middle lane was always guarded by Yenyu. Yifeng came to Ye district in a rainy state. Yifeng can now kill the wild monsters in the team's jungle area with 0 damage. The Dark Mage's deceleration control. The Archer's armor penetration and defense reduction. And the Law Enforcer's final harvest. Because Yifeng can achieve 0 skill CD. Yifeng's clearing speed is extremely fast. And this time, Yifeng is extremely fast. Less than a minute and a half into the game, Yifeng was at level 4. While the opposite jungler was only at level 2. The opposite jungle area hasn't been finished yet. Yifeng went straight to the opposite jungle area and happened to encounter the jungler, who was brushing the jungle. Yifeng, who is already at level 4, has already increased his attack damage. Seeing the people of Xinhua is like seeing flesh. Yifeng pounces directly on them. Level 2 versus level 4. There is no chance of winning. He will be killed instantly. The jungler on the opposite side was killed and his status was disrupted. Moreover, Yifeng took the kill and collected the wild monsters, directly rising to level 5. Yifeng, who is at level 5, is domineering directly in the opposite jungle area, and no one dares to stop him. Chapter 233. I don't want to write the title. Damn. Is this Yifeng crazy? He's growing too fast. After the jungler was caught to death once, it was difficult to find his state again, because Yifeng cleaned up the jungle area, went straight to the middle lane, hid in the grass, and waited for the people from the middle lane of the myth to come out. Although their people were cautious. As soon as the players in the middle walked to the edge of the defense tower, Yifeng would attack directly, leaping over the tower to kill, without giving the opponent a chance to develop. Damn. This Yifeng is crazy. It's only been 4 minutes, and he's already level 6. I'm only level 3. The snowball is getting bigger and bigger, and Yifeng's attack damage has gradually increased. On the other hand, Xinhua's side is timid. Sometimes, when they see Yifeng in the jungle, they have no choice but to run. Zissou said, holy crap. This is a battle among the top 25. The opponent is too weak. He doesn't even dare to come out to develop. He just stays under the tower and develops. If the opponent is not developed, that is because Yifeng and the others have developed too well. Because Yifeng has regarded the opponent's jungle area as his own. And Ing quickly harvests his own jungle area. And Ing and Yifeng have developed like this. In less than 6 minutes, Yifeng and the others had already pushed to the high ground, approaching the opponent's crystal. Damn. What are you kidding about? The economic gap is too big. It's only been 6 minutes. They didn't dare to leave the tower at all. Even when they stepped down, they felt it was dangerous, because Yifeng jumped over the tower to kill more than once or twice. The economic gap has made it impossible for them to develop. Everyone on Yifeng's side is level 10, and their highest level is 7, and their lowest level is 5. They are simply bloody. With the sound of the crystal shattering, Yifeng was all over the place, and won the game directly. After exiting the competition scene, Yenyu said in disbelief, what's going on? You were too cruel to beat Xinhua. Humph. Of course we have to be cruel. But I don't think it's cruel enough, Zissou said, clenching her fists. It's not cruel. But Yifeng's learning ability is too strong. He has been able to achieve such results in just a few days. It's incredible, Yifeng said, the reason for the opponent's dish. Ying shook his head and said, have you noticed that our opponents are very weak along the way? Yin Yu and the other three looked at each other and said, it seems so. I didn't find any masters. Yifeng smiled and said nothing. If he hadn't been an NPC, how could you have been so relaxed? However, Yifeng felt his head hurt when he looked at the next teams. Almost all of them were strong teams. Especially Outyan's team. In every game, their battle would never last more than 10 minutes. Except for the time when they fought against the fanatics. Moreover, the teams assigned to him are all good, which shows that Outyan's team is really strong. It is likely to be the team in this finals. And it is also possible to compete with him. As an NPC, Yifeng has the ability to cancel Outyan's qualification for the competition. But currently Yifeng really can't find any reason. If he really cancels it, it will cause big trouble for himself. Thinking about it, Yifeng might as well forget it. Damn. Our opponents are not weak. Why is that? Zhu Jian said angrily. Playing this kind of competition will consume a lot of mental energy. All the swordsmiths are a little tired. Although they can accept the competition earlier and give more rest. They are all masters if they can't stand it. Outyan also said with some confusion, if our team didn't have Zhui Feng, I'm afraid we would have been eliminated long ago. The matching mechanism of this system is really disgusting. Zhui Feng nodded and said, it's indeed a bit disgusting. There are still 2 games left. Work harder. It will be over the day after tomorrow. My cousin is right. Come on. President. Come on. Yifeng's clone on the high platform is in a bit of a dilemma now. Several members of his glory union have been brought to this position. And now they can no longer take them, because there are many powerful teams. Of course, Chu Tianya's team is as strong as Yifeng and others. Needless to say, with 4 fierce men and a priest, it's really hard for a team to fight against them. What kind of development are they? Can it be eaten? Since you can't eat it, then kill it. The most important thing is that they have never lost a level 1 group. They directly use heads as resources. Their opponents were frightened by them. And many of them surrendered directly. Cruel. It's so cruel. Elder Chu Tianai, are you all prone to violence in your team? Xiao He asked. Chu Tianai shrugged his shoulders and said, how do I know? They kill people on sight. What can I do? I am helpless. The answer is society. Society. Xiaohei's team was defeated when they entered the top 15. The team that defeated them happened to be Chu Tianya's. Xiaohei completely understood why so many people said on the forum that Chu Tianai was cruel. Damn himself, people do the same thing. They promise to develop peacefully. And then you let a group of people and grab Xiaohei directly in the wild area, pressing him to the ground and rubbing him. Especially arrogant brother. That laugh. Not to mention how proud he is. Damn it. Boss. They didn't show their trust. They pushed me to the ground and rubbed me. As soon as he came out, Xiaohei complained to Yifeng. Yifeng blinked and said, didn't I ask you to go in and admit defeat? If you insist on fighting, blame me. After all, we are all brothers. These people are so shameless. The arrogant brother said, damn it. It's not just a day or 2 that I can't see you feeling happy. Today I always vent my anger. It feels so good. Xiao Haiqi's face turned dark. And he pointed at Brother Arrogant and others and said, it's useless for me to treat you as brothers. You actually just want to push me to the ground and hack me. What a pervert. I'm breaking up with you. Go away. I'm not interested in your anus. In the entire guild, only Xiaohei dared to joke with Brother Arrogance. Everyone else was afraid to see Brother Arrogance, let alone joke with Brother Arrogance. Zissou blushed and said, be careful. In public, others may think we are some unorthodox guild. Yifeng coughed and said, okay. We are all losing anyway. If you are beaten, you will be beaten. I didn't even beat you. So I'm still depressed. Xiaohei looked at Yifeng with wide eyes. Yifeng also wanted to press himself to the ground and rub him. Boss, I misjudged you. Everyone else burst out laughing. Although Xiaohei had poor equipment and poor skills, he was Yifeng's first friend in the game and had a very good relationship with Yifeng. So no one dared to really touch him. It was not easy to find him. How could he let this little black guy who deserves a beating be let go of a legitimate opportunity? 2 days later, only 10 teams were left standing in the team battle. There are 2 teams from the Glory Guild, 1 team from the Myth Guild, 2 teams from Lanchi Valley, 1 team from Perfect, and 4 individual teams. Why are there so many independent teams? They should be grateful to Yifeng. because Yi Feng mobilized all the guilds that had hunted him, and let them kill each other. It's up to you to survive. If you can't, then bye-bye. As the #1 guild in the online gaming industry, it is absolutely a huge shame for Baki not to have a single team enter the final ranking match. The office phone numbers of the crazy gangsters were all being called, and the gangsters were too lazy to answer the phone. They had a personal speech, and they could still explain it to the board of directors. This time, they had nothing, and they didn't know how to explain it at all. Chapter 234 Final Day. On the high platform. Because today the champion of the team battle was to be decided. All the major city lords came. But this time the emperor did not come. Because this kind of team battle could not be performed in front of them. They could only watch it through the display screen. Come and see it. Even the emperor can see it in the palace. Moreover, there are no official positions in this team battle. So the emperor does not need to dispatch. Only the 7 city lords came. But they just came to sit around, and didn't care who won or lost. Anyway, Yi Feng was here to supervise. And it was none of their business. The Lord of Qilong City said with a bored look on his face, Captain Yi. It's so boring. So you can only stay here. Come here and sing and dance on time to cheer up the fun. Yi Feng frowned. Is this a competition or watching the singing and dancing of you NPCs? Master Qilong City. I'm afraid this is inappropriate. This is not your Qilong City. Forget it. Let's give you Governor Yi a face. That's alright. I'll go to sleep and it's alright. As he spoke, the Lord of Qilong City reclined on his seat and really fell asleep. Yi Feng looked helpless. It was a ritual for them to come here. The same was true for other city lords. They had to either do their own thing or sleep. Yi Feng shook his head, took a big step forward, and said, the Battle of Glory? The team battle. The final ranking competition. Now begins. 10 teams will draw lots. Please captains come to me to get the number plate. There are 10 balls in total. 5 if you get the same number. You will form a group. Let's start now. Of course. Yi Feng can use his hands and feet to get these things. As long as Aoyang gets the number. Yi Feng will never let his own people get it. In the end, Yi Feng got 3 and Chu Tianai got 2. Both of them faced off against individual players. But Aoyang got 1. Against another team in Lanchi Valley. Lanchi managed to escape. Ding! System prompt. Welcome to the Battle of Glory team battle. The enemy has 5 seconds to reach the battlefield. Please be prepared and attack with the whole army. Yi Feng did not go to the jungle this time, but switched to the bottom lane. Because the most powerful person in the opponent's lane was an archer in the bottom lane. He was very powerful. They relied on him to get to this point. Yi Feng said, Yu Mingming, you go up the road. I can go down alone. Yindi Yu Mingming said, are you sure that the archer of your opponent is very powerful? Yi Feng said, yeah. Yu Mingming gave Yi Feng a state, and then went on the road to help Zisu. But what Yi Feng didn't expect was that a battle broke out quickly on the top lane, while there was no movement at all on the bottom lane. Oops. The person on the other side has changed tactics. Triple X killed a purple rabbit. Triple X double kills Yen Di Yu Mingming. The master on the opposite side is on the top lane, and now goes to the middle lane. Yen Yu. Be careful, Zisu said. Yi Feng hesitated for a moment, and did not go to the middle lane, because he believed in Yen Yu. Since no one was in charge of the bottom lane, he pushed your tower. But as soon as Yi Feng entered the tower, he was attacked. It was a long-range attack from a mage. And it was a range of magic. Yi Feng could not rush up at all. Otherwise he would be killed by the tower. It turned out that the opponent's mage arranged in the bottom lane was very clear. They knew the playing style of Yi Feng's team. They must have understood that Yi Feng would definitely come to the bottom lane to catch him. So he did the opposite. Directly attacked the top tower and fought back. Killed 2 people. Yen Yu in the middle had already sensed that there was someone in the grass, and did not dare to come out of the grass. The opponent's archer had already reached level 5 after winning the double kill. But he was only level 3, and was no match at all. The attack damage was much worse. On the other hand, Yi Feng harassed the bottom lane for a while, and hid directly in the grass. Because the bottom lane was attacked by Yi Feng for several ways alone. It has reached level 4 now. It should not be difficult to deal with level 5. The archers on the opposite side didn't come out at all when they saw Yen Yu. They didn't dare to waste time, and ran straight to the lower lane. With a level advantage. They were definitely not so afraid of Yi Feng. Just when the archer entered the grass, Yi Feng pounced directly on him, and immediately entangled the opponent. It is definitely not easy to keep a master. Besides, He is one level higher than Yifeng. As if Yifeng is not enough, the archer will flee back to the bottom of the tower. Shadow kill XXX. The shadow suddenly appeared, stopped the archer, directly obliterated it, and harvested the heads. Ing said, when the levels are about the same, it is best for two people to kill one. Otherwise, they are likely to be counter-killed. Clear. After being killed once, the guy kept a low profile for a while, and the two sides developed steadily. It was not until the 7th minute that a battle broke out again on the road. Fortunately, this time even if the shadow dared to move, he not only killed their warriors, but also killed them. The archer was reduced to a reduced health, and had to return to the city to replenish his health. This game was a near miss, as the opponent looked for the weaknesses of Zissou and Yu Mingming, and they were both masters. Fortunately, Yifeng and the others changed their tactics in time. The Zissou had stepped down, and Yifeng hid in the grass next to Zissou. There was only Zissou alone. They jumped directly over the tower and prepared to kill. But Yifeng directly controlled him and pressed him down. Killed. Humph. Am I so easy to kill? In the 15th minute, Yifeng and the others successfully won the game. When they came out, they didn't expect that they were the first ones to come out. I didn't expect Outyin and the others to be so slow this time. Yifeng quickly switched to the clone's perspective, and then discovered that Xue Feng and Outyin's team was offline. In other words, Xue Feng was offline. What was going on? Aotian said anxiously, what's going on? 4 against 5. You can't beat me. What are you doing, Xue Feng? Zhu Jian said with a confused look on his face. I don't know either. He suddenly said he wanted to go offline and left. Damn. We're in trouble now. President. Hold on for a while. At such a critical juncture, Xue Feng cannot act recklessly. He will be back soon. However, the people in Lanchi Valley have already pushed to their high ground. As long as they are given a few minutes, the mythical guild will lose. And just when the people in Lanchi Valley thought they were about to win, Xue Feng finally walked out of the spring point and said with a sneer, the fun has finally begun. 5 minutes later, Outyin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Xue Feng arrived. Otherwise it would have been really bad. In the end, it was Outyin's team that won. After all, in a relatively fair environment, it is really difficult for 4 people to defeat 5 people. As for why Xue Feng went offline just now, it is unknown. But judging from his expression after coming online, it should be a good thing. Yifeng also saw Xue Feng's expression after he came online. This was definitely not a good thing in reality. It should have happened in the game. Otherwise Xue Feng would have laughed like this, and played very hard in the end. Although he didn't know why Xue Feng was like this, Yifeng secretly said in his heart, be careful with him. It's always right. It didn't take long for the other teams to come out. Chu Tianai nodded towards Yifeng, obviously winning. Yifeng's clone came out again and said, the winning team, please draw lots. And the team with a bye will advance directly. The losing team, please draw lots. And the team with a bye will directly be ranked 6th. Please start. Chapter 235 Final Day 2. No matter what, Yifeng definitely got the bye number. After all, life and death are in his own hands. And he will only let himself play if he has a brain problem. The final result was that Yifeng got a bye number, while Chu Tianai faced Lan Shigu, and Outyin faced Perfect Melody. I'll go. Boss. You are so lucky. Hurry up and buy lottery tickets. You will definitely win the jackpot. Xiao Hei said. Zissou said arrogantly, humph. My little Yizi is so awesome. Don't you envy me? Xiao Hei said with an envious look on his face. Sister-in-law, if you lend me your boss for a few days, I'll be able to pay you back a lot of money. Yifeng glared at Xiao Hei and said, if you ask me to dig coal, I'd rather sell myself. Xiao Hei said seriously, well, with your figure like this, no one would want to sell your body, let alone dig coal. I'd probably only lose face if I sell you to a rich woman. Zissou said seriously, okay. Please ask Xiao Zizi if he agrees. Looking at the super serious Zissou, Xiao Hei took a step back unconsciously. Xiao Hei said with a smile, I'm joking. Don't take it seriously. Really? I'm joking. Ah! Don't slap me in the face. Seeing her younger brother being beaten up, Xiaoya, the older brother, turned her face away as if she hadn't seen it. Brother. My dear brother. I really didn't expect you to be such a person. Xiao Hei, who looked like a pig, glared at Xiao Yi and said. Xiuya said slowly, you deserve it. Since Yifeng doesn't have to play in this game, He can watch Chai Feng's game quietly. Yi Feng discovered that Zhui Feng was playing the jungle position in team battles. And this jungler was really fast. Less than level 4 in 2 minutes. And the damage increased immediately. The opponent's Melody is a master no matter what. But he is still beaten by Zhui Feng. Even if he occasionally wins small team battles. It is without Zhui Feng. Ying said, this Zhui Feng is very good at timing. And have you noticed? He is not a real warrior. Yi Feng asked, why? Look at his skills. Several of them are not warrior skills at all. They should be mage skills. This shows that he is a professional player. After Ying's reminder, Yi Feng observed carefully. And it turned out to be different. Unlike Yi Feng, he didn't need to put on a swaggering disguise. His magic skills were used more secretly. No wonder he cleared the jungle so quickly. It turned out to be because he also had 0 CD skills. Now Yi Feng thinks about it. When he had a PK with Zhui Feng before, he actually had that kind of situation. But he put magic on the sword. It seems that Zhui Feng is quite serious. When Zhui Feng developed, it was almost like playing the same game. He forced Melody under the tower. And with Alkian watching from the side, Melody didn't dare to come out at all. Damn. That's really unlucky. President. This Zhui Feng is so scary. I don't think Yi Feng is so scary. Yes. Yi Feng has never been so aggressive before. This guy didn't think about the consequences at all. But having said that, Yi Feng was afraid that someone would surround them before. So Yi Feng was easier to talk to. But now Yi Feng is different. No matter what. You all surround me. So if I keep a low profile, won't I be harming the people in the guild? With Melody's hard work and persistence, the defeat won't be so ugly. As for the other team, Chu Tianai and Lan Shi faced each other. The result can be imagined. Chu Tianai's team was brutal, while Lan Shi's team suffered a bit when they met Chu Tianai. First of all, in terms of personal strength, Chu Tianai's side is absolutely strong, but Lan Shi's side is a little miserable. Of course, this is compared with Chu Tianai. If compared with ordinary people, Lan Shi's team configuration is quite good. A wretched development. A brutal attack. Chu Tianai brought people here, but Lan Shi and the others retreated early and did not fight with them. This has had a very good effect. Lan Shi's people are constantly developing, while Chu Tianai's people are lagging behind. In the first team battle between the two sides, Chu Tianai and the others actually suffered a loss. 3 of them died. This was something unbelievable. Yi Feng said in the gang channel, are you stupid? If this continues, you will be consumed to death. Of course, Chu Tianai also discovered this problem. After participating in team battles for so long, he changed the lineup for the first time, stopped fighting, and began to focus on development. Although the development time is relatively short, Chu Tianai and the others are not ordinary people. Team battles rely on skills and level, but they are not afraid of Lan Shi at all. After Lan Shi understood his opponent's thinking, he started to arrest people. After being arrested and killed several people for the first time, he learned to be smart in fighting. Come on. I will run. If I can't beat him, I can't run. As long as the time is delayed to the later stage. That's when Lan Shi and the others will have a headache. Because in the later stages, the damage done by Chu Tianai and the others increased. They were originally mighty, but under the protection of Xiaosheng, they moved forward indomitably. The two sides dragged on until the 20th minute, which was already a typical late stage. At this time, Chu Tianai said, no matter what else, kill first. A wave of team battles broke out immediately. Chu Tianai's men were really tough. And there were also terrifying long-range mages like Hou Yi and Ling Shui. They defeated Lan Shi and the others and wiped out the team. In the tower pushing game, as long as you reach the late stage, you can take away the game in one wave. So Chu Tianai and the others won, which means they entered the top 3. Yi Feng's clone said, for the top 3, each team will play 2 games. The team that wins all will be ranked first. The team that loses 1 game will be ranked second. And the team that loses all will be ranked last. But for now, no one doubts that the 2 teams of the Glory Guild are in the top 3. Because these 2 teams are really powerful. Chu Tianai walked to Yi Feng and said, I'll fight them first. Before you fight him, let's test them. Chu Tianai took the initiative to challenge the Aotian team. As their president, Yi Feng's clone character immediately agreed. And both parties were teleported to the team scene. Chu Tianai, I heard that you are very powerful. Why don't we compete? Chu Tianai said, Zhui Feng. Right. That day when you surrounded and suppressed my glorious president. I just wanted to deal with you. Today you are looking for death. Ha ha. Chu Tianai. Don't think I think you are a dick. In my eyes, you are just a little ant. Let me slaughter you. Chu Tianai said coldly, brothers, show us your strength. Press us to the ground and beat us. It's necessary. I was attacked by Zhui Feng that day. I'll give it back to him today. Arrogant brother said. If it weren't for Zhui Feng's sneak attack that day, maybe they wouldn't all be dead. Ding. System prompt. Welcome to the team battle of the Battle of Glory. The enemy has 5 seconds to arrive on the battlefield. Please be prepared and attack with the whole army. Without saying a word, Chu Tianai went straight to the opposite jungle area. Chasing the wind is the jungle position. So I will catch you today. It's a pity that when Chu Tianai and others came to the opposite jungle area, they didn't find anyone at all. No one was clearing the jungle. How is this going? Just when they were confused, 5 players suddenly jumped out of the grass next to them and pounced directly on Chu Tianai, who was not paying attention. Chapter 236 Final Day 3. The sudden appearance of Zhui Feng and others caused huge losses to Chu Tianai and others, because they thought that the opponent's people were not in this jungle area, but in other jungle areas. The others planned to retreat, leaving Chu Tianai to clean up the opponent's jungle area by himself. Chu Tianai was killed in just one encounter. After all, he was only at level 1. The skills of 5 people were all thrown in Chu Tianai's face. It would be difficult for Chu Tianai not to die. Chu Tianai shouted in the team, quickly retreat. Unfortunately, it was too late. Brother Arrogant had already pounced on him, cutting the person on the opposite side to a pulp. However, others rescued him in time. Brother Arrogant's health immediately became disabled, and the others also followed him. He was originally weak, but now, he was even more miserable. In the level 1 group, Chu Tianai's side was directly destroyed, while the opponent only lost 2 people, which made Chu Tianai and the others very passive after that. They were given an advantage by Zhui Feng in the early stage. As long as they don't wave, they can maintain their advantage. Chu Tianai and the others also have a chance to come back. As long as they develop as much as possible and play less groups, they can still get up. But the people on the opposite side did not allow them to develop at all. After Zhui Feng received 3 kills in the first wave of team battles, he suddenly got up. Even Chu Tianai and the others could not stop him. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, Chu Tianai was wiped out once. Zhui Feng led someone to push the crystal away and won the game. Yi Feng sighed. He had a god's perspective and could see what all the players on the field were doing, even if you were hiding in the grass. However, Yi Feng found that his words could not be transmitted into their scene. Otherwise it would be a serious cheating. However, Yi Feng thought of an extremely powerful method. His clone could see from God's perspective. Yi Feng could accurately locate their positions. Let's see what Zhui Feng can do when the time comes. Chu Tianai and others exited the scene and said with a disappointed look, President, I'm sorry. The whole audience is restricted, and we can't show our strength at all. Yi Feng patted Chu Tianai and others on the shoulders and said, It's okay. There's still me. Watch how I abuse that Zhui Feng. After a 5-minute break, Yi Feng's team and Aodian's team entered the team battle scene. Yi Feng directly switched to the clone's perspective and looked at Zhui Feng's position and the approximate positions of others. This time, they didn't squat in the grass like in the previous game, but all of them squatted in the middle, preparing to kill Yanyu. While looking at the positions of Zhui Feng and the others, Yi Feng said on the team channel, Yanyu, be careful. They are all in the middle. Don't go out. Yanyu said doubtfully, how do you know? Here, there is no contact with the outside world. How does Yi Feng know the opponent's position? Yi Feng whispered privately, have you forgotten that I am an NPC? Yanyu said in disbelief, no. Is this okay? Yi Feng nodded. This is really okay. Yanyu came to the middle and glanced at the grass on both sides of the middle. Yi Feng had already said that there were 3 people standing on one side and 2 people standing on the other. Yanyu just stood at the foot and used long-range attacks to close the line and didn't go out at all. Hey, Yanyu seems to know that we are in the middle, Zhu Jian said in confusion. It's just a guess. After all, they watched our game in the last set. Precaution is for sure. Let's go and take a look at the bottom lane, Zhui Feng said. The others followed Zhui Feng to the bottom lane. But at this time Yi Feng didn't care about anything else and went directly into their wild area to kill their wild ones. Attention those on the bottom lane. Zhui Feng and the others have gone to the bottom lane. Don't leave the tower. Just stay under the tower. Generally speaking, they all trust Yifeng's words. If Yifeng said this, there must be something wrong. Xue Feng and the others hid in the grass on the bottom road. They originally thought that the people on the opposite side would come out to collect the line. But they never expected that no one came out at all. Damn it. Yifeng and the others are trying to act like turtles. They don't dare to come out. Xue Feng frowned. If this was the case, they would have spent a lot of time developing. Xue Feng said, no matter. Let's grow first. Then I'll go clear the jungle. When Xue Feng walked into the wild area, he discovered that the wild area was empty, and there were no wild monsters at all. Damn. What's going on? Where's my wild? Who took it? Xue Feng said angrily. Yifeng hid in the grass and looked at Xue Feng's anxious face. Feeling extremely relieved, Yifeng brushed the opposite jungle area. And Ing brushed his own jungle area. Both of them upgraded to level 4. Yifeng said, Ing, we should do something. Ing nodded and said, okay. What to do? Yifeng said, Xue Feng is on the way to clear the enemy line. But there is still Atian in the grass. Can that be done? Ing glanced at the opponent's level and said 2 level 2s. Done! Ing entered the invisible state. But Yifeng was still in the law enforcement state. The moment he jumped out of the grass, Yifeng rushed to chase the wind. Xue Feng backed away repeatedly, trying to hold Yifeng back and not let him go, because Atian was in the grass next to him, waiting for you. Yifeng. Atian jumped out, just about to attack Yifeng. As an assassin, Ing suddenly appeared and took Aotian away with a set of skills. Xue Feng didn't even expect that Yifeng also brought someone here. After a few skills, Xue Feng was killed. Got first blood and double kill. And Shadow was finally up. At the spring water resurrection point, Atian said bitterly, both of them are level 4. One of them must have stolen our wild. Xue Feng frowned and walked towards the jungle area. At this time, the jungle area had been refreshed. Xue Feng said, develop first. And fight them later. The Shadows, who won the double kill, were not so calm. They had to quickly establish an advantage. After all, Xue Feng and the others were not ordinary people. If it was delayed until the later stage, it was really uncertain who would win and who would lose. Yifeng's clone looked at Xue Feng's position, as if they were cheating. As soon as one of them was alone, Yifeng rushed forward with his shadow, not giving them a chance at all. So far, Yifeng and the others have taken 5 kills, while Xue Feng and the others have scored 0 kills against Boxer Duck Egg. Zhu Jian said depressedly, it seems that Yifeng and the others know our location. What's going on? Xue Feng recalled what happened just now. From squatting in the grass at the beginning to grabbing orders later. It seemed as if they knew their route. Are they using a plugin? Or can they communicate with the outside world? Atian shook his head and said, it's impossible to cheat. It's possible to contact the outside world. But it's impossible to be offline all the time. You can't contact other people in the game. It is possible to go offline at all times and observe their location. But as long as the other party discovers it, and they attack you when you log into the game, you will die miserably. You guys watch. I'll go down and ask. After saying that, at Atian's signal, he logged off. When Yifeng saw that the sword casting was offline, he immediately said, the sword casting on the other side is offline. What a good opportunity. Can we invade and attack the tower? Fight! Yifeng and the others from the top and bottom groups gave up immediately, and led the soldiers straight to the middle. Chapter 237. Why did I use a cheat? Atian said angrily, hack? What's going on? As soon as the sword was forged, they launched an attack. Is there really a traitor? But here are all Atian's confidants. Whether they are making swords or chasing the wind, the one they want to fight most is Yifeng. Not to mention the other 2 people. They have been with Atian for almost 10 years. And they all live in the same house. There is no possibility of betrayal. Atian was going crazy. Without one person, the tower could not be defended at all, and was directly destroyed. Yifeng looked at whether the sword was still online and said, hurry up. Break the 2 towers. And then go to the bottom lane to push the tower. Just when Tower 2 was about to be broken, Forged Sword came online. Yifeng and the others did not hesitate at all and retreated without fighting them. Zhu Jian just came off the line when he discovered that Yifeng and the others were pushing the tower. They came up as fast as possible. But they were still pushed into one tower. And the 2 towers were almost broken. Damn it. How did they know I was offline? Zhu Jian said through gritted teeth. Atian slashed the stone wall with his sword and said, the ghosts know that they will attack you as soon as you get offline. And they will retreat as soon as you get up. Now the gap between us is getting bigger. Zhu Feng kept frowning. Yi Feng and the others knew all the information on their side. It was impossible to watch the game offline. The only thing that made sense was that they could contact other players. Cousin, have any of them been offline? Zhu Jian said, absolutely. Not at all. Zhu Feng nodded and said, that means they can contact the outside world. But we can't. Altian said angrily, then what is this game about? Isn't this bullying us? Zhu Feng nodded and said, they are indeed bullying us. And we have nothing to do. Altian directly called the general channel and said, Yi Feng, you are cheating and knowing our location. Is this fun? Yi Feng responded, President Altian, what evidence do you have to say this? We can let Wancher check it. Okay. Huh. This is your skill. Yi Feng. Every time you do something weird. Wancher says it's normal. Yi Feng said, if you can't beat us, just say we are cheating and using cheats. Right? Don't make excuses if you can't beat us. That's right. A bunch of big men are actually making such a bad excuse. Altian wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Zhu Feng and said, forget it. They can't admit it. Let's give him the first place. Let's admit defeat. We can't beat him. The economic gap is too far. Of course Altian and Zhu Jian didn't want to admit defeat. After all, they were both respectable people. It would be too ugly to admit defeat. But Zhu Jian thought for a while and said, President, if you don't admit defeat, you will be even more embarrassed if you wait to be tortured by Yi Feng and the others. Altian sighed and said, okay. Just admit defeat. There is no need to fight anymore. In the end, Altian and the others had to admit defeat. And Yi Feng and the others won. After exiting the team battle scene, Altian said unconvinced, Yi Feng, let's wait and see. Yi Feng shrugged his shoulders and said, could it be that our Glory Guild is afraid of you? The last game is an internal competition for the Glory Guild. Yi Feng and the others have laid the foundation for the championship. It is impossible for everyone to continue playing. It would be boring. Let alone Altian's team. They are definitely not fighting for Yi Feng and the others. Yes, it can't be fought at all. It's nice to have an NPC identity, but it's totally cheating. In the end, Yi Feng and the others won the championship. Altian the runner-up, and Chu Tianai the runner-up. The rewards began to be distributed as soon as the team battle ended. Ding! System prompt. Announcement. Announcement. The demons are becoming more and more arrogant. They are killing people on the border of our human race, which has threatened the safety of our human race. We specially invite people with lofty ideals to go to the battlefield between humans and demons to eliminate the demons. For details, please log in to the official website and forum to watch and read. More than 10 system announcements came at once, and it was information about the battlefield between humans and demons, indicating that the battlefield between humans and demons was about to begin. Many other guilds already knew that the human devil battlefield was about to open, because after the individual battle, they already knew it when they were granted official positions, but they just didn't know what was going on inside. Almost everyone is watching the information on the human devil battlefield. Battlefield of humans and demons, first. It will be updated on time at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and the updates will last for 3 hours. Second, glory points are enabled in the human-demon battlefield. Kill a demon soldier to get 1 point of glory, which can be exchanged for a glory suit. Third, by clearing the human devil battlefield, you can be promoted to a higher rank and gain territory. Fourth, gems and equipment punching stones mainly appear in the battlefield between humans and demons. There are 4 types of glory suits. The first type is the Glory Warrior suit, which is used by warriors. The second type, the Glory God suit, is used by mage players. The third type, the Glory Camouflage suit, is used by assassins and archers. And the last one is the Glory Destiny set, which is an all-attribute, all-professional set, covering all the other 3 attributes. For the first 3 types of suits, it costs 3,000 glory points to redeem a glory suit, while for the Glory Destiny suit, it costs 10,000 glory points to redeem one. There are a total of 8 pieces of equipment including helmet, necklace, belt, ring, clothes, shoes, handguards, and knee pads. If you want to redeem them all, you need 80,000 glory points. Kill a demon soldier in the human-demon battlefield and get 1 glory point. After completing a task, you get 10 glory points, which is an absolutely astronomical amount. It seems that the gems in Yi Feng's hands are going to work. The prices of gems on the market are going to increase. It turns out that the equipment punching stones and gems were exploded in the human-demon battlefield. No wonder they didn't get them in the previous dungeon. Of course, it will come out sometimes. But the chance of it happening is really very small. At present, everyone's gems are empty in their backpacks. So it seems it's time to use them. After seeing the update announcement, the price of gems in the game suddenly increased. No one could use them before. So everyone just left them unused. Now that they can be used, of course, the prices have increased. Yifeng took out the golden treasure box in his backpack and found purple equipment. This made Yifeng very curious. Zissou next to her opened her treasure chest with excitement. The 80% chance was already very high. A purple light came out, which was a purple helmet. It was very beautiful and suitable for women. Xiaohei said with an envious look, "Boss, let's change." Because Xiaohei was in the top 100. He got a lucky treasure box. Compared with Yifeng's purple treasure box, it was simply unsightly. Yifeng rolled his eyes and said, "Yes, as long as you can hold it." Xiaohei's eyes were shining, and he wanted to take the treasure box from Yifeng's hand. But he couldn't get it off no matter what. Yifeng looked at Xiaohei with an idiotic expression and said, "It's bound. Idiot. Change it to Mao Mao." Then Yifeng opened the treasure chest. And there was also a piece of purple equipment inside. But it was just a pair of shoes. But Yifeng has top-notch equipment like finishing boots. And these Zissou boots are of no use at all. Yifeng plans to give them away tomorrow. And they will be offline today. Chapter 238 Yifeng's Thoughts. The next morning, when Yifeng and others got up, it was already past 8 o'clock. The game had been updated, and they had to wait until 11 o'clock to enter the game. Little Yizi, let's go for a walk now. I haven't had much time to go out and play since I came back from your house. Yifeng nodded and said, "Well, that's true. Let's go then. Where is Yanyu? I'm putting on makeup. It'll be ready soon. Clean up yourself and don't look like a sloppy uncle." Yifeng touched his chin and found that he had indeed grown a lot of beard. He hadn't shaved in a few days, and it had grown so much. After Yifeng cleaned up, Yanyu finally came out. But he still wore a black mask as usual. As for Yifeng, no one recognized him even on the street. After all, in reality, Yifeng's exposure rate is very small. Knowing him in the game does not mean knowing him in reality. The sunshine in the morning is good. And with the mild sunshine today, I can finally feel the breath of spring. The breakfast shop downstairs is still open. During these hours, Yanyu comes down almost every morning to buy breakfast. Because she gets up early, Yifeng is getting lazier and lazier. She is completely used to it. The shop owner looked at Yifeng and said, "Hey, young man, I haven't been here for a long time. What do you want to eat today?" Yifeng asked. "I want to eat soy milk and fried dough sticks. Is there any?" The boss looked a little embarrassed and said, "Oh, it's gone now. Why don't you wait a minute, and I'll ask my son to fry 2 sticks now." Yifeng said, "Okay. You two can order what you want to eat." "Boss, I want to too," Zissou said with a smile. Yanyu smiled and said, "I don't need it. Give me a bowl of noodles." "Girl, look at you wearing a mask every day. Do you feel uncomfortable somewhere? If you feel uncomfortable, you have to go and have a look," the boss said kindly. Yanyu said with a smile, "Thank you, boss. I'm used to it. Just go ahead and do your work. As long as everything is fine. Come out, son. Don't play games all day long. Work quickly. What will you eat if you don't work? Hurry up." A young man walked out of a room looking at his cell phone and said, "Here it comes. Here it comes. It's fried dough sticks again. Aren't you okay? Blow them up yourself." The boss raised the pot and spoon in his hand and said, "Little bastard. Do you want to go?" The young man quickly put down his cell phone and said, "Go. I'll go and turn the spoon. I'm scaring this beautiful woman." As he spoke, he waved to Zissou. Because this was not the first time they met. Not long after, the fried dough sticks were fried, and the young man placed them on Yifeng's table and sat down himself. He said with a familiar look on his face, "Brother, are you playing Fantasy World? This game is so fun." Yifeng nodded and said, "Well, we are all playing together. Why do you want to take us with you?" "Okay, buddy. I'm famous in Qilin City. When you come to Qilin City, just ask for me. My name is Brother Doe." Zissou said, "Brother Doe? Your name is just for fun, right?" Brother Doe said, "Are you kidding? I am the man who wants to dominate the world. Look and tell you. I already have a lot of power. When the time comes, I will trample all the guilds under my feet, and make them surrender to me. Yifeng asked awkwardly, so, how many people do you have now? Brother Do chuckled and said, including the 3 of you. There will be 5 people. Then we can walk sideways in Qilin City. Yifeng and the 3 of them were all speechless. Is this Brother Do a big-hearted person, or is there something wrong with his brain? This is all nonsense. The boss's voice came, Son, Erdu, come here and don't disturb the customers while they are eating. Brother Do smiled awkwardly and said, you have to come to Qilin City to find me. I will help you upgrade. Zisu made an expression of sticking out her tongue. These guys are really powerful. There are only 2 of them. And they are still famous in Qilin City. They are also drunk. After breakfast, Yifeng and the other 2 decided to go for a walk in a nearby park. They hadn't been out for a long time. And the park was definitely a good place. It was almost 10 o'clock in the morning. Yifeng and the other 3 finally arrived at the entrance of the park. This is a free park and there are a lot of people coming and going. But most of them are elderly people and some couples. As for singles, I'm afraid they won't come to the park to find abuse. Walking to a long corridor, Yifeng and the other 3 sat down. In front of them was a group of old men and women practicing Tai Chi swords, which was quite peaceful. Yifeng said, what do you think of us now? When Yifeng suddenly asked this question, the 2 women were a little shy. Yifeng waited for a long time and saw no one answered. Then said, I think this situation is not good now. The 2 women suddenly became a little nervous. Are they going to choose one and abandon the other? Zisu hugged Yifeng's arm and said, stop talking. I don't want to hear it. Listening to Zisu's choking voice, Yifeng realized that there were tears in Zisu's eyes. Yifeng couldn't understand why he cried suddenly. Could it be that Wu Taiji's uncle and aunt moved Zisu? What's wrong with you? Yifeng asked. Zisu choked up and said, didn't you want to say that you would choose a girlfriend when we only met? Would you choose me? Yifeng immediately understood why Zisu was crying. Yifeng said angrily, what are you thinking? Let me tell you. The current state of our game doesn't seem right. Yinyu asked, why? Yifeng said, when we were in Dingtian. Were all the main members in Dingtian building? Yinyu nodded and said, well, that's true. That's right. If we want to develop the guild, shouldn't we gather members together? We make a living from games. Right. If we want to do it, let's make it bigger. Zisu laughed happily and said, you don't want to create a game studio, do you? Yifeng nodded and said, yes. I do have this idea. But I don't know how to sit down. We are still a certain distance away from establishing a company. But the studio is definitely enough. That's right. With the studio, we can easily write books, fight, or complete tasks. Only when people gather together can we gather greater energy. I very much agree with this opinion. Yinyu said. Zisu raised her hands and said, I agree 100%. Just to see if Xiao Hei is really that good. This guy wanted to beat Xiao Hei. No wonder he was so excited. Yifeng said, okay. Since you all agree, I will ask them what they think when we go online today. If there is no opinion, let's put this matter on the agenda. How about it? Well, it's up to you. Yes, you have the final say. For a while, Zisu was chattering beside her, talking about what she wanted to do in the future, and looking forward to what the studio would look like. After staying comfortably in the park for more than an hour, the 3 of them returned home, because the update time was coming soon, and Yifeng had important tasks to do. Chapter 239 seems to know something incredible. At 11 o'clock on time, Yifeng logged into the game on time. Just when Yifeng thought he was entering the game as normal, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. Yifeng came to a place he had never been before, surrounded by vast emptiness. Just like the last time he entered the ring. Yifeng looked around strangely. What's going on? Did he accidentally come into the ring again? Hey, is anyone there? Did I go to the wrong set? What Yifeng didn't expect was that a voice came from behind him. No, you were right. You should have come here. I should say, you should have come here a long time ago. Yifeng turned around and saw an old man with a fairy-like manner. The old man looked at Yifeng calmly. Yifeng could not feel what the other person was feeling now. Old man, are you looking for me? The old man shook his head and said, I'm not looking for you. It's looking for you. Following the old man's finger, there was a piece of sky. The sky was looking for him. What a joke. Yifeng said politely, Old man, don't be joking. If Tiana can find me, he will only find you people who are like gods. The old man sighed and said, God guided me to you. God is looking for you. I am also helpless. Why are you an ordinary person? But now I finally understand why. Why? Anyway. Now, Yi Feng is already in a daze, and has no idea who he is talking to, and why he is talking to him. Have you ever heard of a legend that in a certain year or month in the future, a disaster will occur on the earth? But a hero will step forward and save the earth. Yi Feng said, Old man, have you read a lot of novels? Aliens? Invasion? It doesn't exist. If it really did exist, you hidden masters would be much better than ordinary people like us. You are wrong. We do have some abilities, but we lack our king, the king of the earth. And you are our king. Yi Feng was a little stunned. This joke was too big. What could he do? You know how to play games, right? Yes, you know how to play games. I am the king of the earth and I save the earth? There's nothing wrong with your brain. Yi Feng said, Stop talking. Stop talking. I still want to play games. I know you know how to get out. Send me out quickly. The old man sighed and shook his head and said, Do you know why Fantasy World runs? It is a training ground for you. Do you know why the abilities in the game can be brought into reality? That's because that is your ability. We by using Fantasy World to awaken your abilities. Only you can fight against the demons from outside the world. Demons? Is this really the case? There are also demons in Fantasy World. But why do I have the abilities of demons? Yi Feng was immediately confused. What is this? Why does this happen? Is this a game or reality? The old man looked at Yi Feng's tangled expression and said, The Fantasy World exists for you. When you become the king of the Fantasy World, that's when we fight back. Remember? Let your ring more absorb the powerful soul. Go back. Yi Feng was looking at his ring and instantly arrived at his mansion. The housekeeper said next to Yi Feng, My lord, your majesty has summoned you to the palace. Hey, I'm back? Or am I dreaming? Butler, what was I doing just now? The old housekeeper said, Sir, I've been calling you for a long time. But you've been in a daze here. I thought something happened to you, and you made me anxious. Yi Feng said, It's okay. I'll go to the palace right now. In other words, it was either a dream or he was really pulled somewhere in the game. But the only thing that made Yi Feng feel real was the ring. This sudden ring. I really don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse. Forget it. Just take it one step at a time. Because Yi Feng is online. He looks like an NPC. Yi Feng does not need to disguise himself or anything, and goes directly to the palace. The road was smooth, and Yi Feng came directly to the Jinwan Hall. At this moment, hundreds of civil and military officials had gathered in the palace. Seeing Yi Feng coming, they all shouted respectfully, Marshal Yi is here. Marshal Yi is here. Yi Feng walked to the bottom of the steps, knelt down on one knee and said, I'm a humble minister. Please pay homage to your majesty. Marshal, please get up. I'm waiting for you. Thank you. Your majesty, Yi Feng said, pushing away and standing aside. The emperor stood up and said, Now the demons are raging and invading the territory of our human race. Today we have summoned all civil and military officials here to discuss how to deal with the demons. The Lord of Qinglong City stood up and said, Your Majesty, I think it is inappropriate for Marshal Yi to go to the human demonic battlefield alone. I am willing to send hundreds of Qinglong guards from Qinglong City to the human demonic battlefield to protect Marshal Yi. Marshal safety is the priority of our human race. Wei. Okay. The Lord of Qinglong City can let go of his previous grudges, which is really the blessing of our human race. I'm sure, Your Majesty, our Xuanwu City is willing to send 100 Xuanwu guards to follow Marshal Yi. After all, Marshal Yi is a member of our Xuanwu City. We should take care of our own people. So we should be more comfortable. That's right. Yi Feng looked at the Lord of Qinglong City. These 100 Qinglong guards were probably here to assassinate him. But they dared to say protection. Fortunately, the Lord of Xuanwu City was not stingy. They were also Xuanwu guards of the same level, which made Yi Feng feel at ease. Your Majesty, Marshal Yi is a dragon and a phoenix among men. He will definitely return victorious when he goes to fight between humans and demons. Our pet trading company is willing to send millions of grain and grass to help Marshal Yi. Your Majesty, we, Shenglong Trading Company, are willing to send a large amount of healing medicine to help Marshal Yi solve his problems. Your Majesty, a large group of people want to give Yi Feng things. But these things are not used by Yi Feng, and are used in the army. His Majesty Long Yin was delighted. Haha. Great. Marshal Yi. Don't let down everyone's expectations of you. Yi Feng said, Your Majesty. Please rest assured and protect the human race. I am willing to die on the battlefield without any regrets. Okay. Come here. Put Marshal Yi in the Destiny Glory suit. 8 young eunuch NPCs came over at once, each holding a jade plate with a piece of equipment on it, which was the Destiny Glory suit. Yi Feng opened his hands, and a maid walked up with her head lowered, and put on Yi Feng's original equipment one by one. Yi Feng put the original equipment into his backpack, but Yi Feng did not put on the shoes of the Destiny Glory suit, because it was not as good as the popular boots. But like this Yi Feng, the lack of one set attribute is a gain and a loss. After accepting the change of clothes, Yi Feng looked majestic and domineering in silver armor. Yi Feng held a sword at his waist and turned around, looking heroic. For the human race. Fight. Don't die. Don't surrender. Fight. 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 I will send the marshal to the battlefield between humans and demons. Yes. Yi Feng clicked on his general page and directly greeted his subordinates. The top 10 people from the previous personal battle. Come quickly to the palace to gather in front of the battlefield between humans and demons. Anyone who delays will be dealt with according to military law. Come quickly. Chapter 240, The Battlefield Between Humans and Demons. 100 Qinglong guards and 100 Xuanwu guards outside the palace have arrived, as well as the ordinary soldiers under Yi Feng. They have gathered in large numbers and occupied all the central squares. Thousands of them. Boom. 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 The moment Yi Feng walked out of the palace, the war drums were already ringing. After the system was updated, a general ordering platform appeared in the central square of the imperial city. Yi Feng and many officials walked up, but only Yi Feng stood at the front. The moment he came on stage, Yi Feng had already separated into a clone, but he teleported away in an instant and returned to Yi Feng's appearance, because he was going to conduct a battlefield review later. Such a large scene can only be seen on TV. Many players are watching because they are waiting for the battle between humans and demons to start. Yi Feng stood on the general stage, waved his hand and shouted, Where is Yi Feng? Yi Feng's own clone stepped forward and shouted, Mo will be here. I will appoint you as a general. Command 1,000 soldiers, and defend the human race to the death. Are you willing? Don't take orders. General. Chu Tianai. Where is he? Don't leave Chu Tianai here. This book will make you the deputy general. Assist General Yi Feng, and defend the human race to the death. Are you willing? Don't take orders. General. Ho Yi. Where is he? Mo will be here. This is an official position in the military that has been appointed before, but General Tai Yefeng has applied for it again. This is to boost morale. Wow. The top 10 people in the individual competition have all been promoted to official positions. Holy shit. This is so cool. Damn it. Knowing this, I tried my best to break into the top 10. Look at Yi Feng before. He was just a guard commander, and he flew up. This general, I'm afraid he can go to heaven. Damn. It's so passionate. I really want to go up there and ask for help. And I also want to go to the front line to meet the demons. After the general accepted it, Yi Feng shouted, As a human being, I will not surrender until I die. For the human race, I won't surrender until I die. For the human race, I won't surrender until I die. For the human race, I won't surrender until I die. Yi Feng put out the sword in his hand, pointed to the sky, and said, Open the battlefield between humans and demons. Follow me and fight in. There was a teleportation array next to the general ordering platform. Yi Feng flew in first, and a group of soldiers followed Yi Feng and ran in. Ding! System prompts. The battlefield between humans and demons is officially opened. All players are invited to go to the battlefield between humans and demons to defend the human race. Do not surrender until you die. After all the NPCs entered, some passionate players couldn't wait to go to the battlefield between humans and demons, while some players were still waiting and watching. After all, who knew what was unknown inside? So let those hot-headed players go to open up Wasteland. And Yi Feng said in the guild, All members, human and demon battlefield, come quickly. No one dared to violate Yi Feng's orders, and Yi Feng could not harm them. People from the Glory Union went to the human-demon battlefield in large numbers, attracting the attention of many guilds. What's going on? Everyone from the Glory Union has gone to the human-devil battlefield. Is there any benefit? Who knows? How about we go too? It's better to wait. in the battlefield between humans and demons. When Yifeng appeared, he happened to land on the city wall. The place had been attacked in tatters, and even the soldiers used dilapidated equipment. Seeing Yifeng coming, all the NPC soldiers knelt down. An NPC who looked like a general ran to Yifeng, knelt down heavily and said, "The human race can be saved. The human race can be saved. Marshal, you are finally here. We have been waiting so hard." Yifeng saw that the general's equipment was in tatters, and he could imagine how dangerous the previous battle was. Yifeng patted the general on the shoulder and said, "Thank you. I will dominate this battlefield from now on. Marshal, I don't suffer. I am a human being. So what's the use of this little suffering? Very good. You are tired too. Reinforcements will be here soon. You can rest for a few days. We need you to be healthy and lead the new troops so that you can be more powerful." "Marshal, I'm not tired. I can still fight." Yifeng shouted, "Look at your soldiers. Are they tired? Those soldiers were all wounded. How could they not be tired?" At this time, the soldiers finally arrived, and they were increasing in number. Yifeng shouted, "Replace the wounded. Add more guards. And execute immediately." "Yes. Marshal." "Jie. Are you the new marshal? There are so many guys who are willing to die. Are you bringing food to us demons?" Yifeng looked outside the city. A demon was flying in the air, staring at Yifeng because Yifeng was the most eye-catching one in the show. Yifeng pointed at the demons and said, "Damn demons. You dare to come to my headquarters and stay." Destiny Glory Set, Martial Active Skills. Battlefield Sword Energy. A ray of sword energy flew out from the sword in Yifeng's hand and slashed directly at the demon. Yifeng secretly said, "Feng Xingyun." Yifeng, who was walking very fast, approached the demons fiercely. The sword energy on the battlefield was so powerful that he forced the demons into the ground. Yifeng was already standing on the ground, raising his head and waiting for the demons. The demons showed fear and said, "Damn humans. Do you really think you can kill me?" Eject. Archer Skill. Yifeng rushed directly towards the demon clan. The sword in his hand had gathered the appearance of a dragon's head, and the dragon raised its head and started to take action. The demon clan member said in horror, "Law Enforcer. You are the Law Enforcer." Yifeng shouted, "Then go to H.L." Boom! The demon was killed, and Yifeng cut off the man's head and raised it up. He yelled, "Anyone who invades the land of our human race will be killed without mercy. Marshal! Marshal! Marshal!" This is Yifeng boosting the morale of the generals. With Yifeng's killing, the demon intruders may be quiet for a while, because Yifeng just killed a general from the demon clan. Ding! System prompt. Kill the demon general and get 100 glory points. Wow! A demon general actually has 100 glory points, which is a great deal. After all, an ordinary demon soldier only has 1 glory point. When Yifeng returned to the camp, Yifeng's martial trading wooden house had been set up. The 10 people standing in front of Yifeng are exactly the 10 Yifeng players. Ding! System prompt. Please assign tasks to your subordinates. As a marshal, he is the biggest boss on the battlefield between humans and demons. Whatever Yifeng says is what he says. Yifeng said, "Lead your team and go to the front to detect the movements of the demons. And even report to me." "Yes, Marshal." After 10 people left, Yifeng could finally put down his arrogance. Only then did Yifeng have time to look at his rights in the battlefield between humans and demons. First, you can publish any tasks on the human-demonic battlefield at any time. Second, you can launch a war, no matter how big or small, or attack as a whole. Third, you can invest and become a puppet of the demons. Fourth, you are not allowed to be summoned, and you are not allowed to return to the Imperial City at will. It seems that the Emperor does not particularly believe in himself. What if he returns to the Imperial City with his army and rebels? It seems that whether it's a person or a game, it's the same. People's hearts are evil.